Chapter 141. The Magic Weapon and the Magical Card. The large caliber machine guns were wreaking havoc on the streets, causing the entire street to be in chaos. All the pedestrians began to scream and dodge in panic, but there were still people who were hit by the stray bullets of the machine guns and fell on the street one after another. The bodyguard's car at the front had been shot into a honeycomb, and the bodyguards inside had all been shot. The cars behind were also covered in bullet holes, and the windshields were shattered, stained with blood. The bodyguards who were suddenly attacked immediately looked for cover and began to return fire at the machine gunner. However, because the machine gunner had a steel plate erected in front of him, the bullets hit the steel plate and flew around randomly, but they couldn't hit the brawny man of the Ice Bear Alliance who was shooting wildly. Most of Ivanov's bodyguards were retired soldiers, and there were also some experts among them. After about a minute of fighting, one of the bodyguards successfully threw a grenade into the car, which exploded with a loud bang. The machine gunner was blown away by the grenade, and the bodyguards were finally freed from their suppressed state. But before they could catch their breath, the loud roar of a motorcycle suddenly sounded. More than 20 gunmen in black biker suits and black helmets rushed to the convoy on mountain motorcycles. They raised their submachine guns and began to shoot, once again suppressing the bodyguards and making them unable to move. Pargo, who was sitting in the car, kept observing the situation outside. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he shouted, "Get out of the car!" He kicked the door open and jumped out of the car with Ivanov. Ivanov jumped out of the car with Pargo in a sorry state. His eyes swept across the street corner not far away, and he was shocked to find that an enemy was carrying a rocket launcher, aiming at his car and pulling the trigger. A flaming grenade was fired and it hit the car hard. Boom! After a huge explosion, Ivanov's car jumped up and turned into a big fireball at the same time. Thick black smoke rose into the air, and the shock wave of the explosion threw several bodyguards nearby. "Protect Mr. Ivanov and don't move. Fire!" Pargo warned. He picked up the submachine gun that had fallen to the ground and began to return fire at the approaching motorcycle gunner. Although he was still wearing the demon soldier armor, it did not affect his tactical movements. The magazine was quickly emptied, and Pargo dropped the submachine gun in his hand. He then pulled out the old-fashioned TT-33 pistol from his waist and fired 3 shots at the speeding motorcycle gunner. The gunman was shot in the chest, and his body fell limply from the motorcycle. The out-of-control motorcycle also slid across the road after falling, leaving a long trail of sparks and crashing into a car. Another motorcycle gunner pounced on Pargo. His driving skills were good, and he fired while riding. He even dodged Pargo's shots and rushed in front of him. Ka-ba! The sound of the firing pin made Pargo's expression change, but he didn't hesitate. He quickly put away the pistol and pulled out the demon sword from his waist. He swung it at the motorcycle gunner who was about to shoot. PFF'd. The shimmering blade swept past the motorcycle gunner's body as if it was an illusion, but Pargo knew very well that the blade had hit the enemy. Voila! Blood sprayed out from the body of the motorcycle gunner who had just brushed past Pargo, and his body was split in two. Even the motorcycle he was riding on was split in two. Such a shocking scene immediately attracted the attention of both sides. At the same time, several motorcycle gunners aimed their weapons at Pargo and fired at the same time. Pargo's heart tightened. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late because the bullet had already hit his body. After a series of crackling sounds, the shooters were shocked to find that their bullets couldn't penetrate Pargo's armor. Pargo, who had just escaped death, roared excitedly. He rushed in front of one of the motorcyclists and slashed at him with his knife. The knife passed, the person was broken, and the motorcycle was split in two. Looking at the sharp demon blade in his hand and touching the demon armor on his body, Pargo was full of battle intent. He took off his mask and pounced on the other motorcycle gunner. The onlookers who were hiding in the distance looked at this strange scene in a daze. Their hearts were full of surprise and excitement. They never dreamed that there would be such a sharp saber in the world that could easily cut through a motorcycle. There would be such a strong armor that could withstand the continuous shots of a submachine gun. The armored ambusher actually relied on these cold weapons to beat the gun-wielding ambusher into a retreat. Perhaps Pargo's fighting spirit had inspired his teammates. The rest of the guards in demon soldier armor also shouted and joined the battle with their demon soldiers. They took the bullets flying all over their bodies and killed 6 people in a row, along with their vehicles. Finally, the motorcycle gunmen were completely frightened away. Ivanov, who was hiding behind cover, took a deep breath and looked at the dilapidated street. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He knew that if it were not for the protection of the high nobles, he would probably have been reborn again. Damn it. No matter who you are, I will never let you go. Ivanov's ruthlessness meant that the land under his feet was about to set off another bloody storm. The two bodyguards beside him slowly poked their heads out and found that the enemies had retreated. They then motioned for Ivanov to stand up with them and prepare to move to a safe place immediately. However, just as Ivanov stood up, one of the bodyguards beside him trembled and blood gushed out of his chest. A gunman hiding on the roof with an automatic rifle in his hand suddenly started shooting at Ivanov and the others. Ivanov's heart thumped wildly, and he tore a white card in his hand without hesitation. At the same time, the broken card turned into a stream of light and disappeared. In an instant, a green light barrier wrapped around Ivanov. The bullets hit the light shield one after another, but they were all blocked by the seemingly thin light shield and could not move an inch forward. The bodyguard beside him was not so lucky. He was hit in the abdomen by a bullet, but fortunately, he reacted quickly. After seeing that the light shield could block the bullets, he was now hiding behind the light shield and retaliating. At the same time, he did not forget to look at the light shield that covered Ivanov with a horrified look. He had only seen similar things in sci-fi movies. He didn't expect it to appear in front of his eyes this time. How could he not be shocked? The sudden attack of the gunman caused everyone to panic, but then he was locked on by more than a dozen guns. Before the magazine in his hand was finished, the gunman's head was blown off. After falling from the top of the building, he heavily smashed into the roof of a car, causing the alarm to scream wildly. 5 seconds later, the light shield disappeared, and Ivanov, under the cover of Parle the High, got into an off-road vehicle and quickly left the scene of the gunfight. The commotion this time was too big, and he believed that it would soon lead to an investigation by the official forces of the Ice Bear Alliance. However, Ivanov already had a way to deal with it, so he was not worried. What he was most concerned about now was who wanted to kill him. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This was Ivanov's life creed, so those who wanted to hurt him had to be prepared to suffer his thunderous anger. Of course, before that, he still had to pay a visit to the Oracle. If it were not for the demon weapon and the magical card that he had given him, Ivanov, who was sitting in the car, would have been a bloody corpse. Chapter 142 Being targeted. Half an hour later, Tang Zhen finally saw the still frightened Ivanov. Although he appeared very calm, Tang Zhen could still see a trace of suppressed anger in his eyes. This matter was a disgrace to Ivanov. With his character, how could he calm his anger so easily? Even when he was facing Tang Zhen, his mind was still thinking about how to take revenge. Tang Zhen did not interfere in this matter. With the power that Ivanov possessed, it would be easy for him to complete a revenge operation. Moreover, this was his own revenge. He would most likely not be willing to let others take it. After chatting with Ivanov for a while, Tang Zhen changed the topic and told him that he had brought a large amount of gold and that he would be in charge of the casting and sales. After speaking, Tang Zhen took out the gold from the storage space. It was as spectacular as a small mountain. Ivanov's eyes were wide open as he looked at it. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At the same time, he bent down to pick up a piece and looked at it carefully. After looking at it for a full minute, he threw the gold piece back to the ground. The feeling of throwing gold around is really delightful. Unfortunately, gold can no longer make my blood burn. It's really a regretful thing. Ivanov could not help but sigh. He no longer paid attention to the mountain of gold around him. He did not even look at it again. This was a huge contrast to his usual personality. Ivanov, who had once regarded money as his life, was now obsessed with power and immortality after being resurrected from the dead. He was no longer tempted by money. Even if the gold was worth billions, he was only surprised and admired it, but there was no greed in his heart. After the two of them discussed the details of how to deal with the gold, Tang Zhen got up and left. Ivanov also hurriedly left in his car. This time, the commotion was too big and too many things had been exposed. He had to start the emergency plan. But Ivanov did not forget the enemy who wanted to kill him, and he had already begun to plan his revenge. Just as Tang Zhen and Ivanov were meeting, in a police station of the Ice Bear Alliance, several police officers were watching the video of the gunfight scene copied from the surveillance camera. Their expressions were extremely wonderful. The intense gunfight had already made them nervous, but when Pargo slashed the motorcyclist and the motorcycle he was riding, they thought they were seeing things. However, after Pargo showed off his power and broke 3 motorcycles in a row, everyone's faces became serious, and the original laughter and banter disappeared. After that, the rest of the guards repeated the same action as the Pargo, completely ignoring the bullet attack, and pounced forward to split the frightened motorcyclist and his mount into 2, killing the motorcyclist until he ran away like a rat. When Ivanov tore the cart apart, an energy shield formed on the surface of his body, blocking the bullets from the automatic weapons. Everyone's mouth was wide open in surprise, and they all showed an expression of disbelief. "Are you sure you didn't play the wrong video? Are we watching a science fiction movie?" A strong police officer rubbed his numb cheeks from maintaining a surprised expression for a long time and turned to his colleague next to him. His tone was full of uncertainty, and he urgently needed someone to give him a positive answer. A chubby man with very little hair shrugged, indicating that he was also in a daze and couldn't give her what she needed. There are a lot of things that don't make sense in this case. For example, the armor that's not afraid of submachine guns, the sword that's sharp enough to split a person and a motorcycle, and the energy shield that can block rifle bullets. These things don't make sense. I think this case should be reported to the Alliance headquarters, and I'm sure that the Alliance General Office will be interested in this case. A man in a leather jacket said with a calm expression. It was obvious that his words were agreed by the others. After everyone agreed, they immediately reported this unusual shooting to the Alliance headquarters. As they had expected, they received a reply from the Alliance headquarters less than half an hour later, telling them not to act on their own. The headquarters had sent a special operations team to deal with this case. At the same time, all related information was blocked and no one was allowed to come into contact with it. After the man in the leather jacket hung up the phone, he showed an expression that said, "I knew it." He then made a gesture to drive his men away. "All of you, get to work." In the evening, 3 black business cars entered the police station. After the doors opened, more than a dozen men and women in black jumped out and went straight into the police station. It was a spacious conference room, and the room was very quiet. The dozen men and women were either standing or sitting, watching a video that the man in leather had watched before. After seeing Pargo's performance and the energy shield that appeared on Ivanov's body, they all had different expressions. The video came to an abrupt end. A woman with short, light blonde hair glanced at the people in the room and spoke at a slightly faster speed. "Everyone has seen the entire process of the case. Now, I want to hear your thoughts." As soon as the woman's voice fell, a brawny man with a beard moved the video. When the scene showed Pargo slashing at the motorcycle shooter, he paused the video and pointed at Pargo. "I remember this man. His name is Pargo, and he's one of the main members of a resistance organization in the North Sea Alliance. He's participated in many influential operations, but when the resistance organization was disbanded, he and his sister disappeared. I didn't expect them to come here." The bearded man's hands were not idle as he spoke. His fingers slid quickly on a mobile phone, and it did not take long for Pargo's information to be transmitted to everyone's communication devices. Most of them picked up their communication devices and looked at it, then they continued their discussion. A thin young man with glasses zoomed in on the picture and pointed at Pargo's armor. He also took a screenshot of his demon weapon and sword. After putting the 2 pictures together, he said, "I believe everyone has seen that Pargo's armor and sword are both translucent. As far as I know, there are some transparent metals that have been processed by special processes, but none of them are as hard as the armor and sword in the video. Other transparent materials are not able to achieve this. After I processed the images, I found that they were all emitting a faint light. If it was a dark night, I believe that the light would be even brighter. From this, I can roughly confirm that the material used for the armor and the blade should be an extremely rare metal." After saying this, the bespectacled man switched to the video of Ivanov using the protective shield. This was a video taken from another angle. As the location of the battle was located in a bustling area, more than 20 cameras had captured the entire process of the battle. The spectacled man took a sip of water and pointed to the paused image. "Did everyone notice? This man is the main target of protection. The gunmen were also targeting him. However, when he was suddenly shot, a sci-fi energy shield appeared around his body. I would like to say that this kind of energy shield is almost impossible to exist because it requires a controllable high-density energy. With the current level of technology, it is impossible to do so." As soon as the spectacled man finished speaking, someone asked, "However, there is indeed a force field shield in this video. How do you explain this? The bespectacled man shook his head. After adjusting the screen, he pointed at Ivanov's hand and said, I noticed that before the energy shield was activated, this man used his hand to tear a white card. When the card was torn to pieces, it actually turned into light and disappeared. Please note that it didn't burn, but disintegrated into light and disappeared. The bespectacled man pushed his glasses up and frowned as if he was talking to himself. What kind of magical substance is this? Could it be a prerequisite to activating the protective shield? Question mark. Chapter 143. The Special Operations Team and entering the second underground floor. Looking at the man in glasses who was deep in thought, everyone ignored him. They all knew the character of the bespectacled man. Once he entered a state of mumbling to himself, they should not easily interrupt his thoughts, otherwise he would go crazy. The short-haired woman saw that everyone was silent, so she said, according to the information sent by the intelligence department, the identity of the young man who was attacked has been confirmed after investigation. The man was called Levset, a member of a small local gang called Fire Fist. Some time ago, all the members of the gang were shot dead, but the information showed that Levset had disappeared before the Fire Fist was attacked. Before he went missing, he had participated in a gang operation and tried to kill an opponent of Fire Fist, an arms dealer named Ivanov. However, the final result was that all the members who had participated in this operation had gone missing, and so had the arms dealer named Ivanov. Later, the local police found 2 scrapped cars in the suburbs. There were bullet marks on the bodies, and several burnt bodies that were beyond recognition. Although it was impossible to identify them, it was very unlikely that they were members of the Fire Fist. Things should have come to an end at this point, and it seemed that Levset and Ivanov were both dead. However, something else happened later that changed the situation. A few days later, in a villa in the suburbs, there was a fierce gunfight. One of the attackers was the members of the Fiery Fist, and the villa they surrounded was actually one of Ivanov's old nests. The battle lasted for about 20 minutes, and all the members of the Fire Fist were killed. During this time, 2 groups of people left the villa. The intelligence department pulled up the surveillance video of the nearby intersections and confirmed that 3 men and 1 woman had left. The first 2 to leave were Pargo and Levset. The second group was a man and a woman. The woman was Pargo's sister, Natasha, and the man was a man from the Asian Alliance. After our investigation, we found out that the man's name was Tang Zhen, an illegal immigrant. He joined a tour group some time ago and suddenly disappeared that night after entering the Alliance. There was very little information about the man. They only knew that he was an orphan who was adopted and raised. He had a sister who was not related by blood and was usually low-key. According to investigations, the man's adoptive father had a huge debt and the man was currently in charge of paying it. Later, the intelligence department found out that on the day Ivanov was attacked, the man from the Asian Alliance had driven a car belonging to Ivanov's men and appeared nearby. In the end, they concluded that he had entered Ivanov's villa. After the battle in the villa, the man from the Asian Alliance had appeared several times in the local area, but soon disappeared mysteriously. Levset, who was originally a member of the Fire Fist, had successfully taken over Ivanov's forces through some unknown means. Then, under the command of Pargo, he had eliminated all the members of the Fire Fist. After that, Levset kept in contact with the local influential figures. He used some unknown means and successfully obtained the full support of several local influential figures. Now, he had become the leader of the local underground forces. This street gun battle was planned by the old leaders of the local forces to kill the powerful Levset. However, they failed due to various accidents. I believe that Levset will take revenge soon. The short-haired woman looked at the crowd and said, "This is all the information that the intelligence department has at the moment. What do you guys think?" A tall young woman beside the short-haired woman spoke first. "I have a few questions. First of all, how did Levset take over Ivanov's forces? After all, the 2 sides were hostile to each other. Next is the man from the Asian Alliance. I don't think his appearance was coincidental. His whereabouts are mysterious, and it's likely that he played an important role in these events. So, the intelligence department needs to strengthen their investigation of him. Finally, is Ivanov dead or not? Is he involved in these things?" After the woman finished speaking, everyone nodded. Then, someone suggested that they should immediately go to Ivanov's villa, because after the gunfight in the villa ended, Levitate had been living there, and there were often powerful people going in and out of the villa. 10 minutes later, 3 commercial vehicles left the police station and quickly headed to Ivanov's villa, followed by dozens of special police of the Ice Bear Alliance. However, when the fully armed police arrived at the villa, they found that the place had long been empty. However, the Spec Ops members discovered a secret basement by accident. After trying their best to open it, they found that the entire basement had been severely damaged. However, they could still see that there were large amounts of cut marks on the floor and walls. It seemed like something had been moved out. The members of the special operation team who returned empty-handed were unwilling. They immediately began to hunt down Tang Zhen and the other 3. However, they quickly discovered that these 4 people seemed to have vanished from the world. No matter how they tried, they could not find any traces of them. The case had also entered a stalemate for a time. Tang Zhen didn't know what was happening in the original world because he was leading his men and slowly opening the door to the second underground floor of the fallout shelter. This was an extremely thick and heavy metal door that tightly sealed the entrance to the second underground floor. Tang Zhen studied it for a long time before he successfully opened this metal door. The rumbling sound of gears crisscrossing rang in their ears. Everyone raised the weapons in their hands with a guarded expression. Tang Zhen stood at the front with a machine gun in one hand. His eyes did not blink as he looked at the slowly opening door. Crack! The door was fully opened, but there was no large group of monsters as expected. It was quiet behind the metal door. There was no movement, no light, and it was so quiet that it was scary. Tang Zhen activated the all-rounded digital battle interface and looked around for a while. After confirming that there was no danger, he took the lead and stepped into the passage. The others followed closely behind and entered one after another. The sound of footsteps echoed in the quiet passage. Dozens of strong flashlights illuminated the passage. Tang Zhen looked around, but he didn't find the switch used by the Glittergold race to control the lighting. After walking past the last flight of stairs, Tang Zhen had already officially stepped into the second underground floor. As there was no light source, not only was Tang Zhen's vision pitch black, but even the map was the same. The infrared detection, sound wave radar, and other functions were all activated, but they were still unable to fully display the situation on this floor. Everything that entered his eyes was blurry. There were no moving objects, as if this place was a dead zone. Tang Zhen involuntarily raised his vigilance in the face of this strange situation. He indicated to the people behind him to be careful as he took a few steps forward by himself. Ka-ba, one of Tang Zhen's feet stepped on a piece of metal floor. However, he did not expect that the floor would suddenly emit a crisp sound. Soon after, he was shocked to discover that the metal floor on the ground had actually lit up one after another. However, not all of the floor had lit up. Instead, it was like a chessboard that extended to an extremely far place. Tang Zhen used the light to observe the image displayed on the map. It turned out that this second underground floor was actually a super large space without any support. The brightness of the floor lights was not high. It looked like the Holy Dragon City's valley under the moonlit night, but it was enough for Tang Zhen to see the entire second underground floor. At this moment, Tang Zhen discovered something standing on the 4 walls of the second underground floor. Tang Zhen's face revealed a shocked expression after merely taking a glance. He turned around and shouted loudly, "Quickly retreat to the first floor." Tang Zhen's voice had just sounded when countless pairs of red eyes suddenly appeared on the 4 walls. At the same time, the door of the tunnel also began to slowly close. Chapter 144 Shovel Truck Bucket Puppet. Tang Zhen's reminder was still too late. Following the rapid sound of gears grinding, the door of the passageway had already been swiftly closed. Not a single gap was left behind, and the only exit was cut off. The Holy Dragon City soldiers responsible for guarding the door outside desperately pulled the switch, trying to open the metal door again, but there was no reaction at all. Tang Zhen stared unblinkingly at those red eyes that were slowly approaching. Without even turning his head, he said to Tai Seng and the others behind him, "Find a corner immediately and form a defensive circle. Before being attacked, no one is to act rashly." After Tang Zhen finished speaking, his body suddenly scuttled forward and pounced towards the owners of those red eyes. At the same time, the machine gun in his hand also began to continuously shoot out bullets, as if he wanted to attract the attention of these things. Tang Zhen's goal had been achieved. After encountering his luring attack, these things really pounced towards him. As they approached, they also emitted waves of mechanical sounds. Tai Seng and the others who were squatting in the corner finally realized that the owners of those red eyes were actually countless 2.5-meter-tall wheeled metal puppets waving their two sharp blade-like arms. They were currently surrounding Tang Zhen, who was standing in the middle like a tide. The dim lights flickered constantly because of objects passing by. Tang Zhen's figure was like a lonely boat in the raging sea. Rapid firing sounds rang out. Tang Zhen controlled the machine gun and fired for a long time before he managed to turn a puppet into scrap metal. However, he had used up dozens of bullets. The ammunition consumption was too large and the efficiency was too low. Tang Zhen came to a conclusion in his heart. Tang Zhen instantly put away the machine gun and switched to his alloy sword. After dodging the attack of a puppet, he turned his body and slashed the sword at its body. Sparks flew everywhere as the sharp sword cut through half of the puppet's body, causing it to suddenly stop its original movements and stand frozen on the spot. After getting rid of one of the bladed puppets, Tang Zhen quickly pulled out his large sword. Just as he was about to attack his next target, he discovered that he had already been completely surrounded by several hundred bladed puppets. In an instant, countless blades chopped down. There seemed to be no place to dodge. If Tang Zhen was the slightest bit careless, he would be chopped into meat buns. Tang Zhen's heart tightened. After quickly finding an opening, he did not hesitate to leap over the heads of countless bladed puppets that were brandishing their sharp blades at the sky. At the same time, a light flashed on his hand and a green chain appeared out of thin air, swiftly binding a large group of bladed puppets at the edge. The green chain could not be extended indefinitely. The current length had already reached its limit. The chains were able to help him restrain a portion of the blade-armed puppets. The pressure Tang Zhen suffered would be greatly reduced. When facing these metal-made blade-armed puppets, a human's body of flesh and blood would not have any advantage. Fuck, if I were wearing a metal shell, I would definitely kill you all. Tang Zhen secretly cursed. At the same time, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. He recalled that there seemed to be a shovel car parked in the warehouse that Peter was guarding. Using the cart to deal with the bladed puppet seemed like a good idea. Tang Zhen was overjoyed when he thought of this. He raised his leg and kicked over a blade-armed puppet that was approaching him. After being slashed by countless blades, he was teleported back to his original world. As soon as he appeared in the original world, Tang Zhen quickly ran to the shovel car. He jumped on it and found that the key was also there. It was easy to start it. He tried to put it into the space, and as expected, it was done very easily. When the forklift faced these bladed puppets, it would definitely have a crushing advantage. However, Tang Zhen was not sure if its fragile tires could withstand the slashing of the bladed puppets. He couldn't care too much now. Tang Zhen activated the teleportation and returned to the second underground floor of the fallout shelter. Tang Zhen's sudden appearance immediately attracted the attack of the bladed puppet. Fortunately, he had activated the map teleportation function and appeared at a place hundreds of meters away. With a wave of his hand, Tang Zhen released the shovel car and got into the driver's seat. He kept honking at the large group of bladed puppets in the distance. At the same time, he also turned the car lights over, shrouding the densely packed bladed puppets under the bright light. After noticing Tang Zhen in the distance, the sword-armed puppets rushed towards him in unison. The sound of the metal wheels under their feet pressing against the floor converged together, as if a mechanical army was charging. The forklift under his butt let out a roar. The throttle was already set to the maximum, and thick black smoke spurted out. Tang Zhen laughed hideously and drove the forklift to rush forward. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, boom. Tang Zhen seemed to hear a loud bell-like sound. The shovel bucket of the excavator heavily collided with the bladed puppet at the front. The braver one wins when they meet on a narrow road. The bladed puppet, which was much shorter and heavier than the excavator, was sent flying and then crushed by the giant wheel. The crazy collision continued, and neither side had any intention of retreating. The battle would only end if one side was smashed into pieces. Tang Zhen stepped on the accelerator with all his might. The sound of collision and hacking kept ringing out in his ears. The windshield in front of him was shattered, and one of his tires was also slashed until it leaked air. However, he still stubbornly continued to drive forward. His vision suddenly brightened, and there were no longer any bladed puppets in front of him. It turned out that they had been left behind. Only then did Tang Zhen realize that the army of bladed puppets that had originally gathered together had been pierced through from head to tail by him, leaving behind only metallic remains on the ground. In just a single exchange, nearly 1/3 of the bladed puppets had been killed. This was simply a pleasant surprise for Tang Zhen. But it was a pity that after the baptism of swords and knives, the cart had become extremely damaged. Who knew if it could withstand the impact of another battle? The bladed puppets were emotionless, so they would not feel sad when their own kind was destroyed. Even if they fought to the last moment, even if they were the only one left, they would not feel fear or hesitation. Fighting with such an enemy was undoubtedly a painful thing, because you couldn't get the pleasure of killing the enemy, and you would even feel a little irritated. Tang Zhen knew very well that Wu Luan had to get rid of all these bladed puppets today no matter what. Otherwise, Tai Seng and the others could forget about escaping from this place. Tang Zhen didn't think that Tai Seng and the others would be able to gain any advantage against these terrifying metal puppets. Walking out of the driver's seat of the shovel car, Tang Zhen took out an RPG from the storage space and pulled the trigger at the sword-armed puppets that pounced on him. After a loud bang, a few sword-armed puppets were blown away, and some were thrown off balance by the fragments and shock waves of the explosion. Looking at the effect of the attack, he could not help but shake his head. When facing this kind of all-metal creature, the originally powerful weapon was now reduced. Tang Zhen didn't care if the destructive power was reduced or not. It was fine as long as the attack was effective. He did not have a lot of ammunition in his storage space. However, if he used all of it to attack these bladed puppets, he would be able to cause quite a bit of damage to them. This was Tang Zhen's best choice at the moment. For a period of time, the sound of explosions rang out continuously. After Tang Zhen had emptied the rocket missiles, he began to throw grenades and explosives. Occasionally, he would use the machine gun to fire. Relying on his agility, he constantly dodged the attacks of these bladed puppets and always maintained a distance of about 20 meters from them. He was grateful to the creator of these bladed puppets for not setting up any long-range weapons for them. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would definitely be caught in an even more difficult and bitter battle. Chapter 145. The second underground floor is cleaned up. The sound of the explosion could be said to be deafening. In this confined space, the echo was particularly intense. Tang Zhen was shaken until he felt dizzy and had no choice but to plug his ears to prevent his ears from being deafened. Time slowly passed as Tang Zhen continued to dodge and fight. The ammunition reserves in his storage space had been gradually exhausted. The 4 tires of the shovel car had also been destroyed. It was viewed as an enemy by the puppet and had been brutally flogged. At this moment, it had already been slashed beyond recognition. Fortunately, after Tang Zhen's bitter battle, there were less than 30 bladed puppets that could move normally on the second underground floor. Tang Zhen killed to his heart's content, but he was also exhausted. After dodging the attack of one of the bladed puppets, Tang Zhen turned to look at the dumbfounded Tai Seng and the others and bellowed, "What the fuck are you all doing? Beat him up." Tai Seng and the others were taken aback when they heard this. They quickly raised the guns in their hands and aimed at the remaining bladed puppets before firing. Since Tang Zhen had killed 90% of the bladed puppets, the pressure on Tai Seng and the others had been greatly reduced. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen taking the initiative to draw away the bladed puppets, Tai Seng and his men would have lost more than half of their men. They might even have been completely annihilated. This was something that everyone present was very clear about. The bladed puppets were not very strong, only equivalent to ordinary level 2 monsters in combat. However, they had a solid metal shell, and they were numerous and fast. If they pounced on him together, there was no way they could fight him head-on. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Tang Zhen had saved all of their lives. Gunshots and explosions rang out, and the remaining bladed puppets were finally reduced to spare parts scattered all over the ground under the combined attacks of the group. Tang Zhen sat on the ground. He casually took out a can of beer from his storage space and gulped it down. After feeling that it was not enough, he took out 2 more cans and drank them in succession. Only then did he feel much more comfortable. When the feeling of hunger, thirst, and fatigue slowly faded, Tang Zhen immediately jumped up from the ground and walked to a puppet with a blade arm that he had broken with his alloy sword. After observing it for a while, he dismantled it in a few moves. After the outer shell of the bladed puppet was removed, a smooth golden skeleton was revealed. Golden soft threads of varying thickness were hidden under it. In addition, there were all kinds of precise parts wrapped in crystal yellow grease, filling the gaps between the bones. Tang Zhen wanted to find the energy source that maintained its movement and see what it was. He had always been very curious about the energy source used by the Flashing Gold clan. If he could master it and further research and spread it, he might be able to get rid of the energy dependence on his original world. Unfortunately, the internal structure of this bladed puppet was extremely precise. Tang Zhen was still confused after looking at it for a long time. It was impossible for him to completely dismantle and analyze it in a short period of time. Moreover, this kind of thing was not his strong suit. It required a person with a very solid professional foundation to do this. Tang Zhen could not find such a talent even after searching the entire Holy Dragon City. This made him feel helpless. However, he had no choice. After all, this was not the original world. It seemed that the experiment of soul possession had to be sped up. As long as he could complete the transmission of the soul across the plane, Tang Zhen would be able to obtain the talents he needed in large quantities. It's all because of that damn mysterious law. Tang Zhen couldn't bring the brain pearl that stored the soul to this world. He couldn't even bring a single bacteria from the original world. It could be said that he was extremely strict. Last time, he had killed 2 gunmen with fiery fists and collected their souls. However, when Tang Zhen placed the 2 brain beads that stored human souls into the storage space in his hand respectively, he discovered that the 2 brain beads had been completely destroyed after the transmission was completed. The souls inside had also completely dissipated. It was also because of this that Tang Zhen was only left with the only path that he could take, which was to transmit his soul across the plane. After Tang Zhen's dedicated research during this period of time, people like Ivanov, who had a brain bead in their brain, could transfer their soul to another spare body at the moment of death and automatically complete a rebirth. However, this kind of rebirth could only be completed on the same plane. Moreover, there were still some minor problems that had yet to be solved. However, Tang Zhen was already prepared to start the experiment. Once this experiment was successful, he could carry out the soul transmission experiment across planes. After signaling everyone to collect the remains of the bladed puppets, Tang Zhen began to look around the second underground floor, trying to find the device to open the door. After walking a large circle, Tang Zhen's gaze stopped on a pile of glittering gold clans characters on the wall. After looking at it for a while, he operated according to the order indicated by the characters and successfully opened the door between the first and second floor. The moment the metal door opened, Holy Dragon City's warriors who were guarding the first underground floor rushed down, wanting to see what was happening. When they saw that everyone was safe and sound, and that the ground was covered with broken metal pieces, they let out a sigh of relief and joined the team to clean up the battlefield. There were simply too many metallic remains on the ground, but because they were made of a very light golden metal, it was not difficult to move them. The group divided them into many small piles, and at the same time, placed some of the well-preserved bladed puppets together. The wreckage was not immediately transported to the surface because there was no place to store it outside, so it was temporarily piled up here. During this period, someone tried to swing the bladed arms of the bladed puppet and found that the long blades made of this special metal were extremely sharp. Unfortunately, the shape was strange and not suitable for human use. It could only be used as a normal weapon after it was modified. The cleaning of the second underground floor of the sanctuary did not bring Tang Zhen the brains that he urgently needed. This also caused him to be lacking confidence in the subsequent exploration. Only the heavens knew what the situation was like down there. If it was all these mechanical puppets, Tang Zhen would really want to cry but have no tears. Tang Zhen, who felt a little tired, slowly walked out of the sanctuary. He bathed in the bright sun outside and sniffed the smell of the grass. Tang Zhen took a deep breath in an intoxicated manner. He found a big stone that was very warm under the sun and lazily laid on it without moving. The feeling of the warm sun shining on his face was so comfortable. Every day, he was busy with the development of the Holy Dragon City and also had to guard against the spying of the enemies from the outside world. The battle had almost never stopped. Tang Zhen did feel a little tired. Now, he relaxed and laid on the stone. He actually fell asleep very quickly. He didn't know how long he slept. When Tang Zhen woke up, the sky was already full of stars. When Murong Ziyan and the others saw him wake up, they went up and asked him a few questions. Tang Zhen smiled and said, "It's fine." After that, he let everyone go back to rest. As for him, he carried the remains of a bladed puppet and prepared to go back and study it in detail. Chapter 146, The Attack of the Houndhead Men. The next morning, Tang Zhen was suddenly awoken by the sound of hurried footsteps. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw a soldier from the Holy Dragon City hurriedly running in. He said to Tang Zhen with an anxious expression, "My lord, we've just found a large group of houndhead men on the gravel plain, and they're heading towards the valley. Leader Tai Seng has already brought his men over and is asking you to go as well." Tang Zhen was slightly startled when he heard this. He looked around through the map and immediately confirmed that this soldier's words were true. After putting on his cloak, he walked out of the tower. Tang Zhen originally planned to run to the top of the city wall to check on the situation. However, when he saw a few Holy Dragon City residents with panicked expressions, he immediately stabilized his body and walked toward the city wall with an indifferent expression. He was the backbone of the Holy Dragon City. His every word and action would be seen by the residents. It was precisely because of this that Tang Zhen could not show any signs of panic. Otherwise, it would cause the residents to be collectively uneasy. Leading by example, the more critical the moment, the more obvious the effect. Seeing that the city lord was so calm and not worried about the attack of the kobolds outside, the terrified residents could not help but relax and continue with their work. On the road to the city wall, there were a few tractors shuttling back and forth, carrying fully armed soldiers and defensive supplies. When the resident saw Tang Zhen, he immediately stopped and invited Tang Zhen to sit on them. Tang Zhen didn't delay and jumped onto the back of the tractor. After seeing the city lord stand firm, the resident stepped on the accelerator and sped away. By the time Tang Zhen arrived at the city wall, all the Holy Dragon City's soldiers had already assembled. Fully armed soldiers were everywhere, and their faces were full of fighting spirit. The section of the city wall under their feet had been built by Tang Zhen to be extremely wide. It was a few dozen meters wide. When these soldiers gathered together, there was not even a small space to stand on. 10 machine guns were firmly set up on the firing positions made of stone and concrete. Each machine gun was guarded by 2 soldiers, and there were many ammunition boxes around them. Soldiers armed with automatic rifles also lined up on the firing positions on the wall. They stuck their rifles out of the firing holes and stared at the enemies below the wall. Next to these soldiers were compound bows, bundles of sharp arrows, and short javelins made of steel pipes. Some of the javelins still had dark brown blood stains, indicating that it was not the first time they were used in battle. Some distance behind the wall, there were also mortars and anti-aircraft machine guns. At this time, there were also special operators waiting for orders. The weapons he had obtained from Ivanov had already been equipped with the Holy Dragon City's army. However, many of the weapons had not been used and had been left in the corner to eat dust. Today, the kobold army had arrived at the city gates. Would they have the chance to display their might? As the leader of the cultivator battle team, Qian Long was also standing on the city wall with the other members of the battle team. However, these guys, who were wearing black leather shirts and leather pants and light armor, looked very idle and were chatting with each other out of boredom. Compared to the standard weapons and equipment of the ordinary Holy Dragon City soldiers, the equipment of these cultivator teams was much messier. Some of them carried swords, some carried sabers, and some even used battle axes. However, all of them were made of excellent materials and were weapons that Tang Zhen had specially prepared for them. In addition, each person must carry a pistol and 2 grenades. The rest of the equipment was up to their preferences. A cultivator battle squad wouldn't be mobilized in ordinary battles. They were the special forces under Tang Zhen and were specialized in carrying out some difficult missions. They were only deployed to the city wall as a precaution. After all, they were cultivators who mainly used cold weapons and were not used to gun combat. When he saw Tang Zhen walking over, the heavily armored Tai Seng immediately handed the telescope to Tang Zhen. However, he was rejected by Tang Zhen with a smile. With his map vision, there was no need for him to use the telescope in such an effective distance. There are about 5,000 kobolds in this group, and they have brought a lot of supplies. They are clearly prepared. I observed for a while and found that there were no women or children in the team. Instead, they were all young kobolds, all of them wearing armor and holding spears. They were obviously pure warriors, and their target was very clear, which was our Holy Dragon City's Pai Shu. Tang Zhen nodded his head from time to time. When Tai Seng was reporting to him about the enemy, he was also observing the dog-headed people in front of him through the map. The truth might be, as Tai Seng had said, that this group of aggressive people had come for the Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen was slightly puzzled in his heart. When did his Holy Dragon City enter the sights of the dog-headed people? Looking at their well-prepared appearance, they were not the kind of dog-headed people who robbed people on the road. This showed that this group of dog-headed people had long coveted the Holy Dragon City. When he thought of this, Tang Zhen couldn't help but let out a soft snort. His eyes also turned dark and cold. You want to have designs on this, daddy, Lu Cheng? Do you believe that I won't make you guys come here and never return? While Tang Zhen was observing this group of dog-headed people, the other party had already swept over in an overbearing manner. Along the way, smoke and dust billowed, which was extremely eye-catching on the gravel plain. When they were only about 500 meters away from the city wall, the arrogant kobolds stopped. For a moment, all kinds of barking could be heard. This was the kobold issuing military orders. At the same time, there were also kobolds driving wooden carts and setting up barricades in front of the team. This was quite a standard thing. In the middle of the kobold troop, there was a group of kobolds dressed in armor and gorgeous robes gathered together. They pointed at the city walls and discussed among themselves. From their expressions, it was as if they were full of disdain for the Holy Dragon City warriors on the city walls. After Tang Zhen's gaze swept through the group of dog-headed people, he actually found many dog-headed people with cultivation levels above rank 2. Among them, there seemed to be 2 dog-headed people dressed as holy masters. Tang Zhen also found a few of the tall lion-headed people who were dressed in heavy armor and had left a deep impression on him. From the looks of it, Tang Zhen frowned. The strength of this group of dog-headed people wasn't weak. They didn't seem to have good intentions. Although he didn't dare to underestimate the strength of the dog-headed people as a whole, Tang Zhen despised the knowledge of the dog-headed people to the extreme. This was because they didn't even know that they were trying to kill him. These arrogant kobolds thought that a distance of 500 meters was safe enough. Other than the mounted crossbow, ordinary long-range weapons such as bows and crossbows would not be able to reach this position. However, they didn't know that this distance was within the range of the heavy machine guns. The 12.7mm machine gun bullets would definitely teach these unscrupulous dog-headed people a painful lesson. Should he take advantage of the fact that the dog-headed people had yet to gain a firm foothold and give them a painful lesson? Zhen Tang hesitated for a moment when he thought of this. In the end, he resisted this thought. He was afraid of scaring the group of dog-headed people away. If possible, he didn't want to let a single dog-headed person leave. Don't be impatient. When they attack the city, we'll give them a good beating. After Tang Zhen gave the order, he silently stood on the city wall and continued to observe the situation within the dog-headed people's camp. Through observation, he could see that these dog-headed people were in a strict order and were mobilized in an orderly manner. They were definitely not an ordinary dog-headed people tribe. Tang Zhen suddenly thought of the dog-headed people tribe that he had exterminated. Could it be that this group of people were here to take revenge for their compatriots? When he thought of this, Tang Zhen felt that it was impossible. This was because the dog-headed people's ruthlessness was as famous as their reproductive ability. Even if they were born from the same mother, the fights between them were extremely cruel. It seemed impossible for them to take revenge for a group of dog-headed people who were killed. Moreover, it was in such a large scene. Perhaps it was just as he had guessed, that this group of kobolds had taken a fancy to his holy dragon city and wanted to take over it. Chapter 147 A One-Way Trip. Time passed by unknowingly. After about an hour, the Houndhead men, who had been biding their time, finally made a new move. With a short sound of a horn, about 1,000 kobolds rushed out of the camp and began to gather in front of the formation. They quickly divided into 10 square teams, holding shields and short spears. They let out low growls that were difficult to understand, and slowly advanced towards Holy Dragon City. A group of dog-headed people carrying simple siege ladders followed closely behind. They held the siege ladder in one hand and shields in the other, following closely behind the siege team. Tang Zhen discovered that the style of their siege ladders was extremely simple. He really didn't know if the dog-headed people were too confident or if they simply didn't think much of the human defense. As the kobolds attacked, the atmosphere on the battlefield became tense. The 1,000 kobold warriors gathered together and advanced. Their footsteps and weapons clashed. Coupled with the murderous aura that they emitted, they naturally produced a kind of sharp aura that could easily make rookies who had never experienced war go weak. However, this kind of imposing manner was not very effective in front of the Holy Dragon City's soldiers. To the Holy Dragon City's soldiers, who were armed with loaded guns, they were just a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. If they wanted to break through the line of defense formed by large-caliber bullets, they had to pay an extremely painful price. These firearms from the original world were not to be trifled with. The terrifying power of these hot weapons had already given the Holy Dragon City's soldiers a strong confidence. The kobold troops continued to advance, getting closer and closer to the city walls. All the Holy Dragon City soldiers placed their fingers on the ring of their trigger in unison, waiting for the order to attack. When the team of kobolds was less than 50 meters away from the city wall, all the kobolds raised their shields above their heads. Looking down from the city wall, one could even see the ferocious faces of the kobold warriors through the gaps in the shields. They could also see pairs of bloodthirsty eyes that were filled with contempt and cruelty. Woo woo woo. The bugle horn made of monster's leg bone was blown again, the sound short but powerful. The dog-headed people who heard the horn suddenly launched a charge. Their speed increased several times and they went straight to the city wall. At this moment, Tang Zhen gave the order to attack. Pa, 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 pa. All the guns began to spray fire, and a dense barrage of bullets poured down. The sound of gunfire filled the wilderness like a storm, scaring all the Houndhead men. However, before they could figure out the source of the sound, countless bullets whizzed through the air and enveloped all the Houndhead men on the ground. More and more Houndhead men were pierced by the bullets. The solid shield in the kobold's hands, which could originally defend against swords and sabers, was now like paper. It was easily torn into pieces by the bullets, and the kobold hiding behind it was hit. The bullets flew everywhere, and the charging kobolds fell to the ground in rows. Their armor began to be drenched in blood. After a few futile struggles, some of the dog-headed people on the ground tried to get up, but they felt that their bodies were getting weaker and weaker. Even if they managed to stand up, they were once again shot through by bullets. Then, they were knocked down by the inertia of the bullets and could no longer get up. Blood instantly dyed the ground in front of the Holy Dragon City red. Countless gravel was hit by bullets, and dust filled the air, but it could not cover the increasing amount of blood and minced meat. The air that was originally filled with the smell of sunlight and grass was immediately replaced by the smell of blood and smoke. The dog-headed warriors' screams rose one after another. The 10 parties had completely disintegrated. Half of the dog-headed people were fleeing like rats, while the other half had broken bones and tendons, all of them lying on the blood-soaked ground. The ground was covered in the corpses of kobolds, and the ground was stained red with blood. Miserable cries could be heard everywhere. In less than a minute, half of the attacking kobold warriors had been killed. All the dog-headed people were dumbfounded by the tragic scene in front of them. They had never expected that the human tower, which they thought was weak, would have such a terrifying flintlock. In fact, there were also guards who used flintlocks in the kobold troop. However, they were the kind of extremely expensive flintlocks that could only be reloaded after each shot. Compared to the firearms in the Holy Dragon City, they could simply be thrown into the sewers. A dog-headed officer in charge of leading the team was probably dumbfounded by the bloody scene in front of him. He actually barked loudly and rushed down the city wall while waving his short spear. However, he only ran 4 or 5 meters before his head was blown off by a large-caliber machine gun. The headless corpse struggled a few times before it stopped moving. Seeing the dog-head men soldiers in complete defeat, Tang Zhen immediately signaled for the anti-aircraft machine guns and mortars behind him to open fire. The target was the dog-head men's camp not far away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dog-headed people in the camp were still dumbfounded as they looked at the tragic state of their companions. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound. Some of the sharp-eyed dog-headed people even saw a few small black dots falling from the sky. They landed on the position of the camp. A dog-headed officer who had been frightened by the Holy Dragon City's firearms was shocked. He had already realized that danger was approaching and shouted at the top of his voice, "Quickly dodge, quickly dodge." However, before he could finish his sentence, the dog-headed officer felt a chill in his chest. He lowered his head with difficulty and was horrified to find that a large hole had been dug out where his heart was. Broken pink lungs hung outside his body and trembled continuously. The anti-aircraft machine gun bullet that went through its chest had already declared its death. The dog-headed officer opened his mouth a few times, wanting to say something, but he couldn't make a sound because blood had already filled his mouth. It saw its companions being torn apart by the streams of light one after another. Then, a loud noise was heard, and the dog-headed officer felt his body fly up before falling heavily to the ground. At the last moment of his life, the dog-headed officer's eyes turned black, but he was still puzzled. When did the weak human race, which had always been at the mercy of others, become so powerful? Those who had not experienced the might of the bombardment from the mortars and the flat-out shots from the anti-aircraft machine guns would never be able to understand it. In the midst of the rumbles, kobolds were constantly thrown high up into the air or hit by the flying gravel. The ordinary gravel under their feet had transformed into extremely terrifying weapons at this moment, beating up piles and piles of kobolds until they bled. The dog-headed people's camp was in chaos. There were dog-headed people scurrying around, weapons, and corpses all over the ground. The dog-headed man commander's orders were not carried out effectively. Even though he had killed a few dog-headed soldiers in a row, he still could not stop the chaotic scene. A third of the mighty 5,000 kobold army had been lost in the blink of an eye. It would be strange if they did not collapse. The kobold commander's eyes were bloodshot, and more than half of his guards had been killed. In the smoke, he held a demonic saber and stared at the humans on the city wall. He swore to himself that he would torture them to death after they broke through the city. However, when the angry dog-headed commander saw the dog-headed people's corpses on the ground, he couldn't help but sigh in dejection. In the face of such a terrifying firearm, he had no confidence in breaking through the city wall. It seemed that this expedition was going to be a crushing defeat. Occupying the floor in front of him was one of the plans of the Kobold King. He had thought that it would be an easy task, but he had never thought that it would be so difficult. Thinking of the punishment that the royal family would give to the losers, the dog-headed man commander trembled. After a moment of silence, he gave the order to retreat with a hoarse voice. Woo-woo-woo, the short horn sounded again. The kobolds, who had been hiding in all directions in fear, immediately fled in the opposite direction of the Holy Dragon City at the fastest speed they could muster. Chapter 148, Total Annihilation. City Lord, should we pursue? Jimmy Jr.'s eyes were red. He moved in front of Tang Zhen and asked with an expectant face. This little fellow's eyes were a little red from the killing. One could tell from his eyes that as long as Tang Zhen gave the order, he would be the first to jump down from the city wall and chase after the dog-headed people who had escaped. Little bastard, get lost. With a slap, Tai Seng pulled Jimmy far away before turning to look at Tang Zhen, waiting for his orders. Tang Zhen was very clear about this principle. The Holy Dragon City had a limited number of warriors. It was obviously not worth it to chase after the dog-headed people who were running around in the vast gravel plain. If they were not careful, they might even be killed by the enemy. Therefore, Tang Zhen had originally planned to let them go this time. However, when he saw the killing intent on the faces of Tyson and the others, Tang Zhen suppressed this thought and waved his hand. Get into the off-road vehicle and remember not to chase too far. If the situation turns bad, retreat immediately. Yes, sir, let's go, Tai Seng roared, and the people below immediately began to move the sandbags blocking the city gate. At the same time, a group of killers excitedly started the off-road vehicles parked under the city wall. The vehicle was loaded with heavy machine guns and had sufficient ammunition, but there were too few people. In the end, these guys brought all the vehicles that could be driven over. A pile of vehicles were parked under the city wall, full of Holy Dragon City soldiers who were rubbing their hands in excitement. When Tai Seng saw that the speed of transporting the sandbags was too slow, he was so anxious that he stomped his feet. He then looked at Tang Zhen with a pleading and fawning expression. His intention was obvious. He was asking the city lord to help him collect these sandbags. Tang Zhen shook his head when he saw this. He originally wanted the dog-headed people to run a little further away so that Tyson and the others could chase after them and kill a few more. He didn't expect this guy to be so impatient. Forget it, let them have their wish. In any case, this group of dog-headed people would be a disaster if they were left alive. The earlier they were killed, the earlier they would get rid of the root of the disaster. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen jumped down from the city wall and waved his hand at the entrance. The mountain-like sandbag blocking the entrance disappeared and was placed to the side by Tang Zhen. The city lord is so powerful. After Tai Seng absent-mindedly flattered him, he immediately jumped into the car and shouted to the back, "All of you, fucking charge." As soon as he finished speaking, the Holy Dragon City soldier driving the off-road vehicle stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Qian Long wasn't as impatient as Tai Seng and had been sitting quietly in the carriage with the cultivator battle team members. But who would have thought that as soon as the city gate was cleared, he would be the first to rush out, the wheels of the carriage kicking up a cloud of dust. Following closely behind them were numerous off-road vehicles, tractors, motorcycles, and even a few electric three-wheeled vehicles. All of them were filled with Holy Dragon City soldiers. Zhen Tang didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this scene. Seeing the group of Holy Dragon City soldiers leave with killing intent, Tang Zhen waved his hand and called over a few of the Holy Dragon City's management staff. The kobold corpses at the foot of the city wall had to be cleaned up. Otherwise, they would attract carrion-eating monsters and cause a plague to spread. The defeated kobold soldiers had already left this area, and the blocked city gate passage had already been opened. Next, all the residents of Holy Dragon City moved out and transported the corpses to the mother tree. After giving a few instructions to the dejected Holy Dragon City soldiers who had stayed behind to defend the city, Tang Zhen's body was like a bolt of lightning as he quickly chased in the direction where Tai Seng and the others had disappeared. On the gravel plain, countless kobold soldiers had abandoned their helmets and armors and were walking forward with their tongues out. Their current appearance was extremely miserable. They were far from the arrogance and high-spirited attitude they had when they first arrived. The bloody massacre in front of Holy Dragon City had sent them from the clouds to hell. The kobold army, which had always been invincible when it came to attacking cities, had finally suffered a great loss this time. There had originally been 5,000 soldiers, but now there were only about 3,000 left. All of them were injured and looked dispirited. Their morale was low, and from time to time, a few blood-stained kobolds would fall to the ground and never get up again. The dog-headed people's commander was riding on a ferocious giant dog. The armor on his body was in a mess, and his personal guards did not say a word. They had suffered a crushing defeat this time, so they were bound to be punished and ridiculed. Who could be happy at the thought of not only bleeding but also bearing a bad reputation? Gather the warriors. Let those who are seriously injured go on their way. The dog-headed man commander's face was filled with vicissitudes of life, as if he had aged a lot. As soon as it finished speaking, many of the dog-headed warriors looked panicked. At the same time, a loud roar was heard. The dog-headed man commander, who was mentally and physically exhausted, immediately looked in the direction of the sound and shouted, "Don't panic, or I'll kill you without mercy." However, when it saw the source of the sound, it was so angry that its eyes almost popped out. At the same time, it felt as if all the strength in its body had been sucked out. Its arms, which were holding the saber high, fell limply. It muttered to itself, "These bunch of human lunatics, are they trying to kill us all?" The roar became louder and louder, and as the dust filled the air, the dog-headed soldiers could clearly see the faces of the human warriors who were riding in the strange vehicles, and their faces were filled with murderous intent. Shouldn't such an expression appear on the faces of kobold warriors? Why was it appearing on the faces of the weak humans? Was the world about to change? Fear quickly erupted. The power of the Holy Dragon City's firearms had left an indelible shadow in their hearts. When they thought of the nightmarish scene of their comrades being torn to pieces by those weapons, many kobolds could not help but wail and fall to the ground. Quote, the kobold commander seemed to have come to life as he roared at the scattered soldiers beside him. The dog-headed people would rather die than surrender. There are no cowards who would die on their knees. It seems like we can't go back. Let's fight to the death and show these lowly humans the courage and backbone of us dog-headed people. Before he could finish his sentence, the old kobold commander roared and brandished his saber, pouncing on the Holy Dragon City's convoy. The originally depressed kobolds instantly regained their morale when they saw this. Their eyes were bloodshot as they bared their fangs. They roared and followed after him. Some of them brandished short spears, some brandished stones, and some even tore off the arms of the dead kobolds to use as weapons. Their faces were filled with madness and determination. The sound of gunfire rang out as bullets rained down on the charging kobolds. The splattering blood drenched the armor of the kobolds, but it did not stop their momentum. They only closed their eyes unwillingly after they were hit by the bullets. Every inch of the path that the dog-headed people took was covered with corpses. However, the remaining dog-headed people still stepped on their companions' bodies and continued to charge until their bodies covered their companions' bodies. The kobold commander was completely obliterated by the machine gun grenade, but even at the last moment of his life, he did not back down. The gunshots stopped, and the battlefield was silent. Only the sound of the kobolds dying could be heard from time to time. None of the warriors of the Holy Dragon City spoke. They silently looked at the gravel plain that was filled with the remains of the kobolds, as if they were mourning for them. Although they were houndhead men, and although humans and foreign races were irreconcilable, they couldn't disrespect their opponents who were not afraid of death. Tang Zhen quietly watched the scene before him. However, he quietly sighed in his heart. Although he had annihilated the invading kobolds, the unyielding will of the foreign tribe made him more aware that if the Holy Dragon City wanted to rise, it was destined to step on a road paved with blood, flesh, and bones. Even so, Tang Zhen had never thought of taking half a step back. Chapter 149, Exposed. 1 inch in the sacred Dragon Valley, Tang Zhen was standing under the mother tree with his hands behind his back. The monster corpses that had been piled up around the mother tree had been used up. Now, only bones were left on the ground. Thousands of kobold corpses were thrown over, covering the ground with a thick layer of white bones. The roots of the mother tree were like countless wriggling snakes, wrapping them all up. Tang Zhen noticed that the mother tree was growing very quickly. In just a few days, its trunk had become a lot thicker, the density of its roots had more than doubled, and the efficiency of absorbing nutrients had also greatly increased. Work hard. After a while, I'll get you a few high-level monsters to replenish your nutrients. Tang Zhen looked at the mother tree and said with a smile. However, he didn't expect that the mother tree would make a wah-wah sound as soon as he finished speaking. Its leaves shook as if it was protesting Tang Zhen's actions. Tang Zhen didn't have time to care about the mother tree's depressed mood. He turned and walked towards the ogre cage in the corner. Before he even got close, Tang Zhen could already smell a pungent stench. 5 ogres were violently shaking in the cage. Their legs had already recovered and were now locked by a thick iron chain. On the ogres' necks, there was a silver-white collar. If these ogres were disobedient, they would be twitched by the high voltage released by the collar. After suffering a few losses, the originally rebellious ogres had become much more obedient. A few Holy Dragon City citizens were surrounding the ogre's cage, pointing and talking about something while putting some special powder into the ogre's food. These residents were experts in monster domestication and training. When they were in the nomadic tribe, they were in charge of rearing monsters. Now, they were transferred by Tang Zhen to deal with these ogres. After seeing Tang Zhen walk over, a white-haired old man with a weather-beaten face hurriedly walked over and bowed to Tang Zhen. "City Lord, do you have any orders?" The respect in his words was revealed without a doubt. This was because Old Wan was grateful from the bottom of his heart for Tang Zhen. If it wasn't for the City Lord's mercy, they would have become the dog-headed people's food. Their bones would have been thrown everywhere. Even without the dog-headed people's pillage, a wanderer at his age would not have many years left to live. After all, the tribe had limited food, and they usually gave priority to the young and strong. Once they encountered a year where there was a lack of food, countless old guys like him would starve to death. It was already an extravagant hope to not go hungry every day. Becoming a resident of Lu City was simply something that they didn't even dare to dream of. But now, not only did he become a resident of Lu City, he could eat well and wear warm clothes every day, he didn't have to worry about his retirement, and he could even have a sip of wine from time to time. Wasn't this the good life he had dreamed of? One must be grateful. Therefore, the old man was grateful and respectful from the bottom of his heart towards Tang Zhen. He was also particularly attentive when he did things. "Old Wan, these guys are still honest, right?" Tang Zhen glanced at the ogres that were looking at him with hatred before turning to ask, "Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." Old Wan smiled and replied with confidence, "I don't dare to say anything else, but as long as it's a monster that I've tamed, there's no one that's disobedient. We have enough resources in Lusheng, so the taming process will be much easier. Don't think that these ogres are making a fuss now, but in less than a month, they'll be terrifyingly obedient." Tang Zhen smiled when he heard this. Since Old Wan was so confident, he would just wait for the results. After chatting with Old Wan, Tang Zhen got up and left. He still had other things to do. Clearing the sanctuary and defending the city consumed a lot of ammunition. There was still 1/3 of the ammunition left in the Holy Dragon City's storage. Tang Zhen did not think that the Houndhead men would give up, so he had to make early preparations. Qian Long and the others were in charge of cleaning up the battlefield, so Tang Zhen didn't have to worry about it at all. Therefore, he teleported back to his original world after making some preparations. Tang Zhen appeared in the warehouse. After looking around, he discovered that Peter was not here. He was about to take out his mobile phone to contact the other party when his expression suddenly changed. A pistol appeared in his hand like lightning. Pa pa pa. A brawny man wearing a bulletproof vest was shot in the arm by Tang Zhen, and the rifle in his hand fell to the ground. This shot seemed to have stirred up a hornet's nest. Immediately, more than a dozen black muzzles extended in from all directions, and intense gunshots suddenly erupted. In a split second, Tang Zhen had already discovered that the identity of these armed men was not simple. From their equipment and identification, they were likely to be special combat personnel of the Ice Bear Alliance. How did these guys find this place? What happened to Ivanov? There were many doubts in Tang Zhen's heart. However, before that, he had to evacuate from this place and contact Ivanov to find out what had happened. The moment the gunshot rang out, Tang Zhen had already rushed to the corner of the warehouse like lightning and kicked the hard brick wall. A boom was heard and the thick brick wall collapsed from his kick. The members of the Ice Bear Alliance who were in charge of surrounding Tang Zhen were shocked. No one thought that Tang Zhen would actually run out from this position. Seeing Tang Zhen coming out from the hole in the wall, the special combat members who were caught off guard immediately opened fire. However, they were unable to stop Tang Zhen, who had rushed into the forest. For a moment, the entire warehouse was in chaos. The police sirens kept sounding. The ground was filled with fully armed Ice Bear Alliance special forces. They rushed into the forest one after another, trying to capture Tang Zhen. A helicopter in the sky had locked onto Tang Zhen and reported his position from time to time. At the same time, there were people shooting from the helicopter in an attempt to stop him from escaping. Upon seeing Tang Zhen's strange speed and agile movements, the pilot on the helicopter could not help but curse, "Damn it, is this Asian kid a monkey on stimulants?" Tang Zhen had also noticed the helicopter in the sky. It was precisely because of its existence that Tang Zhen did not dare to activate the teleportation and leave in front of everyone. This was because doing so would be equivalent to revealing his secret to everyone. This was definitely not a scene that Tang Zhen wanted to see. Therefore, he had to participate in this boring game of pursuit and perform a perfect escape. Moreover, he couldn't show too much uniqueness during this period, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live in peace in the future. After Tang Zhen thought of this, he once again reduced his speed. He began to play hide and seek with the special combat personnel behind him. At the same time, he continuously used his pistol to return fire. His accuracy caused the pursuers behind him to suffer. A small pistol actually suppressed several special combat personnel with submachine guns, making them not dare to show their faces. Just as he rushed past a trench, Tang Zhen saw a special combat personnel hiding behind a big tree in front of him. He was waiting for him to come over and launch a surprise attack. He did not expect that Tang Zhen had already discovered him. The moment the special combat personnel revealed his head, he was knocked out by Tang Zhen's punch. After getting rid of this special combat personnel, Tang Zhen, who had already run to the edge of the forest, turned around and glanced at the helicopter in the sky. He gave a middle finger in disdain and rushed into the small alley at the side. Chapter 150. The Pursuit and Escape. Tang Zhen, who had entered the alley, paused for a moment. After he swiftly scanned the nearby map, he quickly ran toward an abandoned factory with wind under his feet. After seeing this scene, the pursuers behind Tang Zhen were in hot pursuit. The helicopter in the sky also followed. The pursuers continued to shoot in an attempt to slow down Tang Zhen's escape speed. Unfortunately, it was as if Tang Zhen had eyes on the back of his head. He agilely dodged the bullets that were shot from behind him. He leapt over the wall and jumped into the courtyard of the abandoned factory. In this area, Tang Zhen only needed to find a hidden place and activate the quantum invisibility light curtain, and he would be able to calmly leave this place. As for whether the special combat personnel of the Ice Bear Alliance would dig 3 feet deep to search for him, Tang Zhen didn't care. Tang Zhen clearly understood in his heart that no matter how powerful their abilities were or how brilliant their tracking methods were, they were destined to be unable to catch him. The ability of these black technology applications was so strange that it was unimaginable. After escaping from the pursuit here, the other party would think that Tang Zhen's counter-pursuit method was brilliant even if they could not find him. They would not consider the direction in which he could be teleported. This was the result that Tang Zhen wanted. Under the helicopter pilot's unblinking gaze, Tang Zhen jumped in from the broken window of the abandoned factory. Only then did he slowly activate the quantum stealth light screen and disappeared without a trace. As he heard the noise coming closer and closer, the police siren sounded. Tang Zhen activated the map teleportation plugin and completely broke away from the encirclement. A long line of police cars came and rudely smashed the gate of the abandoned factory. Before the cars stopped, countless armed special combat personnel jumped out of the cars and surrounded the abandoned factory while shouting. The helicopters kept circling in the sky, and the special combat personnel quickly broke into the interior of the factory. However, the expected gunshots did not sound, because the entire factory was empty. The special forces didn't believe it and began to search for Tang Zhen. They didn't miss an inch of the land. But to everyone's surprise, the man from the Asian Alliance disappeared without a trace in front of everyone. They had really seen a ghost. This was the common thought of all the people involved in the pursuit. They had clearly seen the guy enter the abandoned factory, and the surveillance from the ground and the air had not stopped during this time. No one had seen him run out from inside, which meant that the guy was in the abandoned factory. But what was the result? Hundreds of police officers were mobilized at once, and they waited for 2 days. Even helicopters were sent to support them. It was one of the few big moves the local police department had made in recent years. Everyone was confident that they would be able to capture the man from the Asian Alliance, who had been named by the Alliance headquarters. The result of the matter was unexpected. Who knew what strange method this guy used to escape from the inescapable net? Several police dogs were running around in circles. The other party's scent had suddenly disappeared in this place, causing them to be unable to track him. Their dog faces were full of confusion. Tang Zhen's disappearance was simply a ruthless face smacking. Everyone's faces were dark, especially the dozen or so Special Forces members. They knew better than the Special Forces how difficult it was to deal with the man from the Asian Alliance. After a few days of detailed investigation, all the evidence vaguely showed that there was something wrong with this man from the Asian Alliance. Whether it was Levset or the Pargo siblings, it seemed that they were only connected after he appeared. After the investigation of the Asian Alliance's intelligence personnel, it was confirmed that the man's whereabouts had been strange recently. It was as if he had suddenly become rich and often purchased large amounts of supplies, but they could not find out the specific whereabouts of these supplies. When he was in the Ice Bear Alliance, the man had first made contact with Ivanov because of an arms deal. The mysterious disappearance of the siblings, Levset and Pargo, caused the members of the Special Operation Team to agree that as long as they captured Tang Zhen, many problems could be solved. They followed the clues and after checking countless pieces of information, they finally confirmed that Tang Zhen was likely to appear in that warehouse. Therefore, they planned to wait for him to appear. The facts proved that they had guessed correctly. Tang Zhen had indeed appeared in the warehouse. However, no one expected that Tang Zhen would actually run away in the end. The moment Tang Zhen ran away, the investigation that had just made some progress immediately fell into a deadlock. In an alley 3 kilometers away, Tang Zhen's figure appeared. However, for safety reasons, he didn't turn off the quantum stealth light screen. A man was making a phone call outside the alley. Tang Zhen was only a few meters away from him, but he didn't notice anyone in the alley from beginning to end. There was no doubt about the concealing effect of the quantum invisibility light curtain. Tang Zhen took out his phone from the space. Instead of calling Ivanov, he first called Pargo because the phone in his hand had been modified by Tang Zhen and was much safer. Unfortunately, the call didn't go through. Pargo's phone was turned off, and he didn't know what happened. Next, Tang Zhen tried to call Ivanov, Peter, and Natasha. The result was that all of them had their phones turned off without exception. This made Tang Zhen realize the seriousness of the matter. Ivanov and the others seemed to be facing a police pursuit, but this guy had always been very cautious. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. There should not be any major problems. Now that he could not be contacted, perhaps he did not want to expose his hiding place. After this was over, he would definitely find a way to contact her. Without her support, not only would the rebirth altar not be able to be maintained, but he would also not have many years left to live. Ivanov had already been firmly tied to his own chariot by Tang Zhen. Zhen Tang wasn't too concerned about the police's pursuit. Unless he took the initiative to turn himself in, even if the special combat forces exhausted themselves to death, they wouldn't be able to catch him. However, the disadvantage also appeared at the same time. That was, after the subordinate in charge of running the errand ran away, Tang Zhen would have to do everything himself for a period of time in the future. It was okay to lose people, but money could not be lacking. Otherwise, nothing could be done. Fortunately, there were several bank cards and a large amount of cash in his storage space. These were the profits from the sale of gemstones. Tang Zhen kept half of it and gave the rest to Ivanov. Although the Holy Dragon City's expenditure was huge, this sum of money was enough for him to use for a long time. However, before that, he had to leave the Ice Bear Alliance as soon as possible because Tang Zhen could faintly feel that an invisible giant net was coming towards him. Tang Zhen knew that the things he took out would attract the attention of some people sooner or later. However, who knew that this was a bait that Tang Zhen had thrown out? The more fish that were hooked, the more successful his plan would be. When some things were known to the world and could not be covered up, Tang Zhen's next plan could be implemented. After all, his goal was to kidnap all the humans in the original world and not just a small number of people. If the target was set too high, one couldn't take too big a step. Otherwise, it would be easy to hurt his waist. Before the soul plane transmission experiment was successful, Tang Zhen had plenty of time to slowly lay out the layout. Tang Zhen stood in the alley and thought for a long time before activating the all-purpose electronic kit. He began to search for information on firearms. The war could come at any time, and the Holy Dragon City's ammunition had to be replenished as soon as possible. This was the most important thing to do right now. In addition to Ivanov, there were many large and small arms dealers in this city that was famous for underground arms trade. It didn't take long for Tang Zhen to lock onto a guy. However, this time, Tang Zhen did not intend to pay. The guy who was targeted by Tang Zhen could only admit that he was unlucky. Chapter 151 Transportation and the Pickle Nation. It was late at night, and in a remote corner of the city, there was a faint flash of light. Two brawny men of the Ice Bear Alliance sat in the room. On the table in front of them, there were several bottles of hard liquor and some food to go with the liquor. The brawny man was covered in tattoos and scars. He had a pistol on his waist and two automatic rifles beside the table. From time to time, different sounds could be heard from a walkie-talkie, allowing one to be sure that there were many people hiding in the dark corners. And this inconspicuous courtyard was not as simple as it looked. Tang Zhen quietly observed the layout of the courtyard. A moment later, he walked to the front of the house and gently opened the door. The two drunk people didn't realize that the door had opened immediately. By the time they realized it, Tang Zhen, who had activated the quantum stealth light screen, had already entered the house. Why did the door open by itself? A brawny man muttered, but he pulled out his pistol and looked at the door. He found that it was quiet outside and there was no movement. It seemed that he was a little oversensitive. The burly man slowly turned around and found that his companion had already fallen asleep on the chair with his head lowered. Just as he was about to wake him up, the burly man felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, and then his vision went black and he fainted. Tang Zhen lifted a hand and placed the strong man, who weighed over 200 jin, on a chair. From the outside, he looked as if he was drunk. After dealing with these two fellows, Tang Zhen walked to the wall and stretched out his hand to open an iron door on the wall. Walking down the stairs, there was an extremely spacious basement. The space was huge, but it was full of all kinds of weapons and ammunition. It was not as complicated as Ivanov's weapons, but there were more than him. Now that he had found what he wanted, it was time to start moving. Tang Zhen robotically repeated these actions. He was busy for half an hour before he finally emptied the entire warehouse. Not even a single bullet was left. Tang Zhen clapped his hands in satisfaction before walking out from the basement. The two guys who had been knocked out by Tang Zhen had yet to wake up. Tang Zhen also ignored them. When they found out that the firearms in the basement had disappeared, who knew if these unlucky people would go crazy? The other party was unjust, and he was unjust. Let's not talk about each other. It was just based on their own abilities. After leaving the arms dealer's secret warehouse, Tang Zhen came to a bridge. After standing for a moment, he suddenly jumped down. At the same time, a truck sped under the bridge and Tang Zhen steadily landed in the back of the truck. After choosing a comfortable position, Tang Zhen lay on the truck and looked at the scenery that was rapidly moving past him on both sides of the road. A strange thought suddenly appeared in Tang Zhen's mind. What was the point of reference for the round-trip transmission? Was it the immovable ground or the object under his feet? After Tang Zhen thought for a moment, he felt that the former was the most likely. Otherwise, if he set the teleportation point on the plane, wouldn't he be able to travel for free? If the plane were to explode, wouldn't he be able to teleport? In that case, a teleportation point could be set up for a target that couldn't move. Moving objects like cars and planes shouldn't be able to set teleportation points. Otherwise, if the plane flew away, he would still be in the same place. Wouldn't he fall from the sky? When Tang Zhen thought of this, he tried to activate the teleportation. As expected, the teleportation did not activate. This was the first time that the teleportation function had failed. Tang Zhen secretly rejoiced in his heart. It was fortunate that he had discovered this restriction. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would want to cry but had no tears if he only discovered that the teleportation function could not be used at the critical moment. Tang Zhen tried to use the truck as a teleportation point and successfully completed the teleportation. After a few minutes, Tang Zhen returned and found that he was still in the truck. He then nodded in satisfaction. From the looks of it, to teleport on a moving object, one had to lock onto the moving teleportation point. Otherwise, the teleportation would not be able to proceed. The truck drove along the road at high speed. Tang Zhen cleared his mind and looked at the stars in the sky. His mood also became calm. After a sleepless night, Tang Zhen discovered that he had already arrived in an unfamiliar city when the next morning arrived. This place was still under the jurisdiction of the Ice Bear Alliance, but it was a coastal city. The truck stopped at a dock. After Tang Zhen looked around, he jumped off the truck and went straight to a 10,000-ton cargo ship that was about to leave the port. After stealthily jumping onto the freighter, Tang Zhen found a secluded corner and began to wait for the ship to set sail. He didn't know where the ship was heading to, but it was fine as long as it could leave the Ice Bear Alliance because this place was not suitable for him to stay for long. Last night, through the all-purpose electronic kit, Tang Zhen hacked into the Ice Bear Alliance's intelligence network and found information about him and Ivanov. As expected, Ivanov was fine, but he was nowhere to be found. As expected of an old fox, he was clean and efficient. The Ice Bear Alliance had a lot of information on him, but it was only on the surface. It could be seen that the Ice Bear Alliance was very interested in the demonic armament and the shield. They were ready to find out the truth at all costs. This was why the Ice Bear Alliance was in danger and he should avoid them. But I'll be back. Tang Zhen could vaguely feel the body of the ship moving. He turned his head and saw that the cargo ship was slowly sailing into the sea from the port. Groups of seagulls were continuously circling above his head. The next thing to do was to wait slowly. Sailing on the sea was an extremely boring matter. Tang Zhen would read a book and daydream when he was bored. After that, he would stroll around and kill some of the boring time. The quantum invisibility light screen had not been turned off. Therefore, the crew did not know that there was an invisible fellow wandering around on the freighter. They had walked past Tang Zhen several times, but they did not discover anything unusual. The sun rose and the moon set. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. On this day's noon, Tang Zhen finally saw the long stretch of coastline. This also meant that the large ship had finally arrived at the port. Tang Zhen felt as though he was a bird that had been confined in a cage. The moment when he was finally free to fly had finally arrived, and his mood had also become incomparably carefree. When the port entered the range of Tang Zhen's map, he immediately began to check where he was. All he could see were modern buildings of different heights. The words on the advertisements were so obvious that it allowed Tang Zhen to immediately determine his location. This was the Pickle Nation, a small country on the edge of the Asian Alliance. For various reasons, it did not join the Asian Alliance. The large ship slowly entered the port. Tang Zhen slowly headed towards land. After sizing up the surrounding environment, he flashed into the middle of a pile of containers and was transported back to Holy Dragon City. Everything was normal in Holy Dragon City. The residents were busy with the construction of Holy Dragon City every day, and the training of the soldiers was not slacked at all. Another thing that made Tang Zhen happy was that yesterday evening, another Holy Dragon City resident had successfully communicated with the Mother Tree and mastered an ability that could speed up the recovery of injuries. Tang Zhen was overjoyed when he heard this. He originally thought that after using the flesh to cultivate the Mother Tree's ability that was recorded in the Tree Spirit Clan's books would not appear. He was secretly regretful about this, but he did not expect to be given a big surprise. The strength of this ability was in the later stages. When they were within the range of the Mother Tree's power, any member of the Mother Tree's side could receive the healing of the Mother Tree's power. It could be used on a single person or cast on many people at the same time. The Mother Tree's power was actually a very pure source of energy that could only be transformed into various magical abilities through the communication of different physiques, but the Mother Tree could not do it on its own. This was another kind of parasitic relationship. The communicator would take care of the mother tree, and the mother tree would pass its power to the communicator. Everyone would rely on each other to ensure that each would benefit from the other. Chapter 152, The Hierarchy and the Trading Platform. 1. In his own room, Tang Zhen saw the lucky person who had obtained the mother tree's ability. She was a girl who was only 14 or 15 years old. Her hair was withered and yellow, and she looked very thin. In front of Tang Zhen, she appeared to be uneasy and nervous. She was wearing the new clothes that she had just been given, but because she was too thin, the denim clothes seemed empty on her body, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Who would have thought that this thin and weak girl had mastered an extremely important ability of the mother tree, and this ability formed a strong contrast with her physical condition. Fortunately, after mastering the mother tree's ability, he would be unknowingly nourished by the mother tree's power, and his body would gradually become stronger. Don't be nervous. Tell me, what's your name? Tang Zhen looked at the girl who had a perturbed expression and tried his best to use a gentle tone to ask. I am Nan Sao, City Lord. The girl's voice was very small and trembling, making her seem shy and timid. Yes. Tang Zhen nodded and smiled. Since you can communicate with the mother tree and master its ability, your resident rank can be raised by 1. When you make another contribution, your rank can be raised again. Nan Sao nodded, a hint of joy appearing on her face. With contributions, one could level up. After leveling up, one could receive more welfare benefits, and appropriate welfare rewards were the motivation to stimulate people to compete and improve. Social classes would always exist. Tang Zhen had never thought of eliminating it because it would make people lose their fighting spirit. Tang Zhen didn't want to see a group of Lusheng residents who were content with the status quo. According to the normal resident ranking system, most of the residents in the Holy Dragon City were level 1. If there were no unexpected situations, they could only wait until the level of the building was upgraded to level 2 before they would automatically become level 2 residents. The new residents who joined the Holy Dragon City at this time were considered level 1 residents. When the building was upgraded to level 3, the first batch of residents would be level 3 residents. The residents who joined later would be upgraded to level 2. The new residents who joined the Holy Dragon City would still be level 1 residents, and so on. Currently, in the Holy Dragon City, only Tai Seng, Qianlong, Mirong Ziyan, Da Shang, and a few others had become Class 2 residents and enjoyed more basic welfare benefits. A few days ago, Lisa and the little boy called Mo Luo had also been promoted to second-level residents. Now, there was also this girl called Nansao. To the ordinary residents of the Holy Dragon City, this was undoubtedly a form of motivation. More and more residents chose to pray under the mother tree during their breaks to see if they could communicate with the mother tree. If they were lucky, they might become level 2 residents and enjoy more benefits, which would be good for themselves and their families. Tang Zhen had always been happy to see this kind of thing. After all, the more people with the mother tree's ability, the more benefits the Holy Dragon City would receive. Why not? After letting Nan Sao leave, Tang Zhen went to the valley and found Qianlong leading people to move things out of the second underground floor of the shelter. After taking a closer look, he realized that these guys had disassembled the scrapped puppet and then brought up some parts suitable for making armor and weapons. The golden alloy used to make the bladed puppets was of excellent quality, with excellent tenacity and hardness, far superior to the crude armor and weapons produced by the small workshop. It was within expectations that Thousand Dragon and the others would think of using this to make weapons and armor. Tang Zhen didn't disturb Qianlong and the others. Instead, he headed to the lake in the valley that he called Pearl, to check on the progress of the clearing of the aquatic plants in the lake. Because of its special growing habits, this kind of water grass only existed near the lakeshore, so it was not difficult to clean it up. A group of Holy Dragon City residents surrounded the lakeshore, dragging the water grass out of the lake with leaves and branches, and then piling them together. After the water grass was dried, it would be used as fuel and burned. Tang Zhen noticed that the seaweed was covered with disgusting worms. They were the main food for the strange fish in the lake. Without these seaweed and worms, the strange fish would die sooner or later. After returning to Lusheng from the Sacred Dragon Valley, Tang Zhen went to the cornerstone trading platform to check on the sales of his goods. As he had expected, all the goods in his room had been sold out, bringing him a generous amount of points income. Tang Zhen, who had nothing to do, planned to browse the cornerstone. trading platform to see if there were any goods that caught his eye and any information that was useful to him. The operation of the cornerstone trading platform was very convenient. Tang Zhen could search for information that was useful to him according to the categories on it. After looking at it for a while, a piece of information caught his interest. Selling large amounts of crystal carbon, 1 point per piece. Tang Zhen knew what carbon was, but he had never heard of crystal carbon. It should be a specialty of the Lusheng world. That damn seller didn't explain in detail. Who knew what this crystal carbon was? Fortunately, the cornerstone trading platform had an inquiry function that was similar to an encyclopedia. As long as you paid the points, you could get the answers you wanted. After Tang Zhen paid the 10 points, he quickly obtained the answer he wanted. Crystal carbon is a very good fuel. After burning, it has an extremely high temperature and can burn for a long time. It is suitable for forging Mo weapons. Tang Zhen came to a sudden realization. So this kind of crystalline carbon was a type of fuel with an extremely high temperature. After clearing up the doubts in his heart, Tang Zhen felt that these 10 points were not worth it. However, it was not a big loss. Tang Zhen no longer pondered over such a small matter and continued to read. When Tang Zhen saw a group of information about selling the ivy ointment, he immediately paid the points and bought it all. This kind of life-saving thing could never be too much. Tang Zhen gently picked up the ivy ointment that appeared in front of him after the light disappeared. He carefully examined it before keeping it. When he inadvertently flipped through the cultivator skills sold on the platform, Tang Zhen's mind was moved. It seemed that he had never understood any information about the cultivator skills. He still couldn't figure out what exactly these cultivator skills were. Was it similar to the existence of a martial arts secret book? He clicked on a cultivator skill called Burst. It said that it could instantly gather more than 70% of the body's strength to complete a powerful attack with a burst effect. When a cultivator used 70% of their strength to attack, the damage was terrifying. Furthermore, it had a burst effect. This burst was a pretty good skill. However, its price wasn't very flattering. This was because this common cultivator skill that everyone could buy on the cornerstone trading platform actually cost 5,000 points. Tang Zhen's mouth twitched when he saw the price. He finally understood why Tai Seng had been clamoring to exchange for cultivation techniques but had never done anything. It turned out that the prices of these techniques were too high, and Tai Seng couldn't afford them. After calculating the price of this cultivator skill and comparing it to his own black technology application, Tang Zhen, who previously felt that the mobile application store was black-hearted, instantly realized that the cornerstone trading platform was far more black-hearted than his mobile application store. The only thing that made Tang Zhen feel regretful was that there were no applications similar to cultivator skills in the mobile application store. Tang Zhen casually flipped through a few more cultivator skills and discovered that the price of each skill was not lower than 5,000 points. It seemed that this cornerstone trading platform was planning to be black-hearted to the end. Holy Masters were known as the cultivators among cultivators, so they also had exclusive skills for sale on the cornerstone trading platform. Tang Zhen saw the protective barrier skill used by the dog-headed man Holy Master he had sniped before, and it was actually sold for 8,000 points. Tang Zhen was very envious of this kind of protective skill. This was because it was an excellent life-saving method. If there was an application with the same function in the application store, he would have downloaded and installed it long ago. Although the skills on the cornerstone trading platform were not bad, Tang Zhen could not take out so many points. He could only look at it for now. However, this also reminded Tang Zhen that it was time for him to earn more points. Chapter 153. The envoy from Black Rock City. Tang Zhen shifted his gaze away from the cultivator skill option and casually looked through it for a while. He accidentally discovered another option called map. After he curiously opened it, Tang Zhen was surprised to find that there was a map near Lusheng for sale. Tang Zhen's spirit jolted. This was a good thing. It would be of great help to him in understanding the surrounding terrain and forces. After carefully reading the instructions on it, Tang Zhen understood the rules for selling this map. This was also something with a level limit. For example, the Holy Dragon City was currently a level 1 city, so the maps that could be purchased were also only level 1 maps. It could only show the actual area controlled by the Holy Dragon City, the location of the surrounding 100 kilometers of cities and the area controlled by them. Other than that, there was no other information. To put it bluntly, it was an almost blank map with the locations of a few buildings marked on it. If one wanted a more accurate map, such as the distribution of monsters, the strongholds of various forces in the area, the origin of known precious materials, and other information, one would have to pay a high amount of points to complete all the information. In other words, this map was only a simplified version. If you want to upgrade it to the complete or perfect version, you'd better pay your points. Looking at the introduction on the platform, Tang Zhen felt that it was so familiar. This fraudulent money-making mode was exactly the same as the application store. Could they have come from the same behind-the-scenes boss? After cursing in his heart, Tang Zhen still obediently paid the points and bought a nearly blank level 1 map. However, after buying the map, his points had already been exhausted. A yellow map that looked like it was made of sheepskin appeared. The first thing that entered Tang Zhen's line of sight was the Holy Dragon City. However, when he saw the area controlled by the Holy Dragon City, he felt a pain in the ass. According to the markings on the map, the Holy Dragon City only controlled a small area around the Holy Dragon Valley. Even the large gravel plain in front of the valley was a land without an owner. Looking at the Black Rock City on the map, the area it controlled was more than 10 times his own. The contrast was so obvious. On this map, apart from the Holy Dragon City and Black Rock City, Tang Zhen also discovered 7 to 8 other cities. Other than a second-level city, the rest were all first-level cities like the Holy Dragon City. As the only level 4 city within a 100-kilometer radius, Black Rock City's position as the overlord was unquestionable. Tang Zhen felt suspicious in his heart. Were these buildings all built by humans? Were there buildings built by the foreign races among them? Tang Zhen slowly shifted his gaze to a nearby level 1 city. After staring at it for a moment, some words suddenly popped up on the map. Corpse Clan's Liu Chang, level 1. Tang Zhen's heart jumped. It was actually the Corpse Clan's Liu Chang. This damned spirit brain Corpse King. It had used some unknown method to successfully build a city tower. This was truly bad news. Because of the appearance of the corpse race, the people in this area had no means of living. Now, this guy had actually built another city tower. He was simply going to make it bigger and stronger, and claim to be the overlord. Tang Zhen had a deep understanding of the terror of the corpse race. They had the characteristic of not fearing death and a body that was not afraid of pain. There were also all sorts of strange corpse race creatures that had the ability to transform humans into the corpse race. When facing such monsters, the other races would not have any advantage in a battle. Black Rock City, which had been beaten to the point where it could not even retaliate, was the best proof. With so many advantages, the corpse race could plunder resources without restraint. If the corpse race's tower wanted to advance, it would be an extremely easy matter. Since the corpse race would attack the Holy Dragon City sooner or later, they had to take action first. After he left the cornerstone trading platform, Tang Zhen's mood was a little heavy. It seemed that he was still a little presumptuous. He had originally thought that the Holy Dragon City could obtain a short-term development opportunity by developing behind closed doors and not actively touching those outside forces. However, now it seemed that this was actually an ostrich mentality. You don't find trouble with others, but others will take the initiative to find you. Since trouble is inevitable, then it's better to take the initiative and clean up this trouble completely. Tang Zhen was thinking about how to cause some trouble for the Spirit Brain Corpse King, but he didn't expect that the Holy Dragon City soldiers would find him just as he walked to the door. City Lord, Black Rock City has sent a cultivator battle squad. They have requested an audience with you. They said that they have something important to discuss with you. The soldiers' words caused Tang Zhen to be stunned. Black Rock City actually took the initiative to send someone to look for him. They even said that they had something important to discuss with him. What were they planning? Many thoughts flashed through Tang Zhen's mind, but his actions were not affected in the slightest. He walked to the square, rode a motorcycle, and quickly headed to the city wall. After stepping on the city wall, Tang Zhen glanced down and saw a 5-man cultivator battle team waiting below. Tang Zhen recognized the person in the lead. He was the young man named Xiao Rui. After seeing Tang Zhen's appearance, Xiao Rui, who was wearing a black cultivator's uniform, cupped his hands together and greeted him. He then opened his mouth and said to Tang Zhen, "City Lord, I'm an emissary from Black Rock City. I would like to send my regards to you on behalf of the City Lord. At the same time, I would like to invite you to join the Alliance Army to fight against the corpse race." Tang Zhen laughed hideously when he heard this. He looked down at little Rui and said, "It seems like Black Rock City can't hold on any longer. Now, He's targeting our small cities. He didn't even think about it. If Black Rock City can't do anything to this group of undead, do we, small families, have the ability to fight against the undead? Xiao Rui's expression turned serious when he heard this, and he replied in a neither humble nor overbearing manner, Governor Tang, you're wrong. Black Rock City is only temporarily on the defensive. This is just a tactical strategy. I don't know if you've ever thought that once my Black Rock City is destroyed, the next target of the corpse race will definitely be your Holy Dragon City. I've heard an old man say that the teeth grow cold when the lips are gone. I believe that with City Lord Tang's talent and ability, he would have thought of this, right? Knowing or not is one thing, and doing it is another. Do you really think that we have no other way other than fighting the Corpse Clan? Running away is not a solution. Once the entire world is occupied by the corpse race, where will we run to? I admit that the corpse race is very strong, but the endless wilderness is so vast that there must be more than one race stronger than the corpse race. You said that the corpse race will control the entire world, but I think you think too highly of that group of rotten meat that is neither human nor ghost. After Tang Zhen said this, he glanced at Xiao Rui and put on an expression that said, I won't fall for your trap. Let's see what you can do to me. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Even if the undead race was his enemy, Black Rock City would still have to provide him with sufficient benefits if he wanted to send out his troops. Seeing Tang Zhen's impervious attitude, Xiao Rui and the cultivators behind him felt very helpless. This time, they had followed the orders of the city lord to contact the nearby towers. Almost none of the teams had completed the mission easily. The people who were usually respectful when they saw Black Rock City were now all acting arrogantly, as if they were certain that Black Rock City would not survive this disaster. As for whether their own city would follow in the footsteps of Black Rock City, these guys did not seem to care at all. After all, that was a story for another time. The current situation was that Black Rock City was the one begging them. Black Rock City was a big city. If they did not take this opportunity to reap some benefits and bite off a piece of meat from it, who knew if they would have another chance like this in the future? Chapter 154. A failed negotiation and the enemy's situation. Once Xiao Rui understood the meaning behind Tang Zhen's words. He was telling his Black Rock City not to think about taking advantage of him. He could help him, but he had to give him some benefits. Although he had a bit of a friendship with Tang Zhen, that was only a matter between the two of them. It had nothing to do with the current situation. Moreover, from Xiao Rui's point of view, he couldn't wait for Black Rock City to be in trouble. Regarding the murder of his parents, he had already hated all the management of Black Rock City. If they had not colluded with each other, his parents would not have died, and he and his sister would not have to suffer so much, be bullied, and be looked down on. He had to avenge his parents' death. However, he was currently representing Black Rock City. He was discussing with Tang Zhen about how to send troops to resist the Corpse Clan. Therefore, he had to correct his attitude and not let the cultivators from Black Rock City behind him see through his plan. After thinking up to this point, Xiao Rui took a deep breath and said to Tang Zhen, let's not beat around the bush. As long as Castellan Tang agrees to send troops, please let us know if you have any requests. We, Black Rock City, will consider them and do our best to fulfill them. When a cultivator from Black Rock City heard this, he was about to say something but was stopped by his companion. However, his eyes were filled with a trace of contempt and disdain as he looked at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen was happy when he heard that. He looked at Xiao Rui and said with a smile, good, you're indeed a person who does things efficiently. If you continue to waste time on nonsense like if the lips die, the teeth will be cold, then I'll turn around and leave. Let's just state our conditions. If it works, we'll cooperate. If it doesn't work, we'll just drop it. It's such a simple thing. As soon as Tang Zhen's voice fell, a cultivator from Black Rock City jumped out from the city wall and pointed at Tang Zhen as he cursed, who do you think you are? I've given you face, but you don't want it. I'm giving you face by asking you to send out your troops. How dare you raise conditions? Do you believe that after Black Rock City has eliminated the undead race, your city tower will be the first to be destroyed? As soon as he said that, the scene suddenly fell silent. Xiao Rui was so angry that his teeth itched. He wished he could kill this bastard who claimed to be helping him but was actually monitoring him. Among all the cultivators in charge of the negotiations, there was one such person. Just because they were the juniors of the higher-ups in Black Rock City, they were all arrogant and would jump out from time to point their fingers. They were all useless trash who could not accomplish anything. Who knew what the higher-ups of Black Rock City were thinking to make such a stupid decision? Or could it be that they did not trust these emissaries and were afraid that they would betray the interests of Black Rock City? No matter how he looked at it, this was a bad move. It also meant that Black Rock City's decline was not far away. Xiao Rui's face was as dark as water, and he stood in place without saying a word. The other 3 cultivators from Black Rock City had looks of agreement on their faces. It was as if it was only right and proper for the Holy Dragon City to send out their troops, and it was outrageous for them to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For benefits, the cultivator from Black Rock City, on the other hand, had a smug look on his face. He would look at Xiao Rui with disdain from time to time. Tang Zhen simply disdained to care about the mood of the few people below the city. He was already laughing crazily in his heart. Fuck, there was actually such a fellow who could not see the situation clearly in this world. Tang Zhen was originally worried about finding an excuse to extort a sum of money. In the end, this fellow took the initiative to jump out. If he did not take the opportunity to raise the price, he would simply be letting down this weirdo. Oh, I didn't expect your Black Rock City to be so powerful. Fine, my Holy Dragon City shouldn't overestimate its capabilities. Since you have the ability to destroy my Holy Dragon City, you can naturally exterminate the corpse race as well. Take care, everyone. Tang Zhen turned around to leave after he said these words with an expressionless face. City Lord Tang, you haven't told us your conditions yet, Xiao Rui quickly said. Seeing this, the cultivator who had jumped out shouted again, you're actually so submissive to the Castellan of a mere level 1 city. You've completely disgraced our Black Rock City. Just you wait, I'll report this to the Castellan when we get back. You'll be punished. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and gave Tang Zhen a contemptuous smile. Xiao Rui was overjoyed. He looked at the cultivator coldly and laughed coldly. Then, he turned around and left without hesitation. Seeing that the leader had left, the other cultivators from Black Rock City quickly chased after him. Looking at the cultivators from Black Rock City who were gradually disappearing into the distance, Qianlong crossed his arms and sneered, this bunch of people really think they're something. They're really stupid. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Black Rock City is in a life and death crisis this time. Quote, under such circumstances, there's still a guy who can't see the situation clearly. Such big words, I really don't know if he has a brain or not. As soon as Qianlong finished speaking, Tai Seng lit up a cigarette and took a deep puff. Just look at that guy's appearance. He must be a junior of the higher-ups in Black Rock City. He's in charge of monitoring the leader of the team. He's a brainless idiot. After a short pause, Tai Seng continued, Black Rock City is becoming more and more dejected. They're no longer popular with the people. Now, they're even spying on their own people. Who else can they trust? The young man who led the team was an understanding person and could see the situation clearly. Unfortunately, he was from Black Rock City. That place was not a place where you could rise to power just because you had the ability. Don't think that this matter has been messed up by the junior of the higher-ups. When we return to Black Rock City, that fellow will definitely be fine. On the other hand, the young man who led the team will inevitably be punished. Tisk tisk tisk, what a world this is. Tang Zhen did not interrupt when he saw the mocking expressions on the faces of the two. He only waited for the two of them to finish speaking before he spoke with a somewhat serious tone. Even if the emissaries from Black Rock City didn't come, I still plan to go to the nest of the undead race to take a look. You may not know this, but the undead race is actually monsters from another world. There were 8 powerful corpse kings in that world, and this corpse tide was triggered by a guy called the Spirit Brain Corpse King. This Ling Brain Zombie King's cultivation is at least at the Overlord tier and above, and the most powerful thing about this guy isn't his cultivation, but his arrogance. Tang Zhen pointed at his own head and looked at Qianlong and Tai Seng, who had shocked expressions, before continuing, although the intelligence of the corpse race is extremely simple, the Corpse King is different. It is the king of the corpse race, so you must never underestimate those guys who look stupid, or you might suffer a big loss. Tang Zhen slowly turned around and looked in the direction of the strange building of the corpse race. He softly said, not to mention that the spiritual brain corpse king has already successfully built a city with some unknown method. We can't let our guard down against such a powerful enemy. The corpse race actually constructed a city. Tai Seng and his partner were shocked by Tang Zhen's words. The two of them weren't fools, so they naturally knew what this meant. The corpse race was originally that kind of abnormal existence. Now that they had a base, it would be difficult for them not to grow. As the corpse race grew stronger, the living space of the human race would also become smaller and smaller. When they thought of the severity of this matter, the two of them immediately fell silent, and their brows could not help but furrow. Tang Zhen laughed softly as he looked at the worried expressions of the two people. You don't have to worry too much. Everything in the world is bound to counter each other. The seemingly powerful corpse clan must have an irresistible natural enemy. Since we can't beat them head-on, we'll try to take a roundabout route. Who knows, we might get unexpected results. After he finished speaking, Tang Zhen gave a mysterious smile. He ignored the two of them and slowly walked down the city wall. That's right, if the emissaries from Black Rock City come again, tell them that without 20,000 level 2 brains, don't expect Holy Dragon City to send troops. Tang Zhen's voice faintly sounded. Thousand Dragon Tai Seng looked at each other and laughed in unison. If the Holy Dragon City wanted to advance to rank 2, they would need to sacrifice 20,000 rank 2 brains. It seemed that the Lord Castellan really wanted to slaughter the Black Rock City. Chapter 155. The Mother Tree runs out of food, and the policewoman in black. After Tang Zhen came down from the city wall, he walked around the sacred Dragon Valley one by one. Only then did he slowly walk back to his room and sit on a chair as he looked around. Looking at the room that was less than 40 square meters, Tang Zhen felt a little sullen as the city lord. As the city lord, he could only get such a small room. This also showed that the Holy Dragon City's building area was still too small. When Blackstone sends the Brain Pearl over, I'll upgrade the tower to level 2. First, I'll be able to solve the problem of accommodation. Second, I'll be able to gather the nearby monsters and clear them all. This will not only increase the safety of the tower, but also provide more food for the Mother Tree, which is running out of food. Two birds with one stone. Tang Zhen had only just found out that the Mother Tree's absorption ability was so strong. The remains of the Houndhead men were completely absorbed in just a few days. At this moment, among the piles of white bones, there were already colorful flowers growing all over, looking very beautiful. However, that would mean that the Mother Tree would be out of food. Although the Mother Tree could absorb nutrients from the soil, sunlight, and air, its production speed would also be severely affected. Previously, under the nourishment of sufficient flesh and blood, the diameter of the Mother Tree's trunk had increased by more than a meter. However, without the nourishment of flesh and blood, it would take at least 100 years to increase the same size. The contrast was so obvious that Tang Zhen had no choice but to think of ways to find food for this big eater. As for whether the Mother Tree was willing or not, Tang Zhen did not have the mood to care. If he had that moon spring water, Tang Zhen wouldn't mind watering the Mother Tree and pacifying that Tsunere guy. But the problem was that he didn't have it at all. He didn't even know what it looked like. There might be a large number of monsters on the third underground floor of the sanctuary, which could be used as nourishment for the Mother Tree, but that was only a guess. Before the door was opened, no one knew what the hell was hidden below. Tang Zhen was prepared to clean up the third underground floor in the next 2 days. The earlier he finished cleaning, the earlier he would be able to obtain the building foundation of the underground shelter and build an underground city that truly belonged to him. When he thought about the huge area of the underground shelter, Tang Zhen felt that it was worth it no matter what he did. Once it was successfully built, the Holy Dragon City would no longer have to worry about the lack of housing. After deciding on what to do in the next few days, Tang Zhen got up and changed his clothes. He was ready to go to the original world to purchase some things to fill the gap in the cornerstone trading platform. It was time for the stores in the Holy Dragon City to restock. Mirong Ziyan had already told him about this a few days ago. The teleportation was activated, and Tang Zhen's figure appeared on the dock. After he saw that there was no one around, he removed the quantum invisibility light screen and walked out. Who knew that he had only taken a few steps when Tang Zhen saw a young man running over from the corner with a flustered expression. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen's agility, he would have collided with him. Hey, friend, watch where you're going. Tang Zhen spat in the Asian Alliance language and no longer paid attention to the other party. When that person heard Tang Zhen speaking in the language of the Asian Alliance, his eyes immediately lit up. He also spoke to Tang Zhen in the language of the Asian Alliance. Brother, we're all from the Asian Alliance. Help me stop that group of people behind me. They're trying to harm me. Tang Zhen was startled when he heard this. He turned his head and looked in the direction that the man had pointed. Indeed, he discovered a group of people pouncing over. All of them had unkind expressions. Explain yourself. Why should I help you? Tang Zhen was not a good person. Even if he wanted to help someone, he had to make things clear. The man revealed an anxious expression when he heard this. He no longer paid any attention to Tang Zhen. He turned around and began to run with all his might. His figure quickly disappeared in the middle of those shipping containers. Tang Zhen looked at the back of the man. His eyes moved slightly before he turned around and continued to walk forward. The panting group of people who rushed over were divided into two groups. One group continued to chase while the other group stopped Tang Zhen. A young man in a black suit in the crowd pulled Tang Zhen and asked in a stiff tone, "Who are you? What did that person say to you?" Tang Zhen turned on that universal language translator and naturally could understand the other party's question. However, the other party's attitude made him very unhappy. He squinted at the man in the black suit who was asking him a question and smacked his hand away. He coldly said, "Mind your attitude. Why should I answer your question?" Tang Zhen used kimchi language. His pronunciation was clear and there were no flaws. The expression of the man in the black suit who was pushed away by Tang Zhen changed. He was about to step forward to say something when he was pulled back by someone. At the same time, a woman walked out of the group and walked in front of Tang Zhen with small steps. The woman was about 1.68 meters tall. She had short, dark blue hair and a fair and delicate face. She wore flat leather shoes and a black suit. Her figure was very impressive. She was a beauty in every way. "Sir, we're chasing after a dangerous man, the man who stopped you just now. Please tell me what he said. It's very important to us, so please cooperate." After all that, it turned out to be a police officer from the Pickle Nation. No wonder he was so arrogant. Hearing the policewoman's words, Tang Zhen was much more satisfied. He said that the person asked him to help stop the police, but he didn't agree. That was indeed the case, but Tang Zhen didn't mention that they were both from the Asian alliance. Tang Zhen's words obviously didn't satisfy these kimchi countries' police officers. They instinctively felt that Tang Zhen must be hiding something, so the policewoman asked again, "Then, sir, may I ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks? If that person gave you anything?" Tang Zhen spread his hands and shrugged, indicating that he did not. The few of them had a disappointed expression and a trace of unwillingness on their faces. Tang Zhen saw it in his eyes and did not say anything. He was about to turn around and leave, but he did not expect that the female police officer would stop him. "I've already said what I need to say. Why are you still stopping me? Are you crazy?" Tang Zhen frowned slightly and asked in a cold voice. The policewoman wasn't angry and only extended her hand to Tang Zhen. "Please show us your identification so that we can contact you in the future. This is just a routine." Tang Zhen touched his pocket and revealed a regretful expression. "I'm sorry, I didn't bring it today." The female police officer smiled slightly when she heard this. Her nose wrinkled slightly as she said to Tang Zhen, "It's okay. Just tell us your name. We'll find out after a quick check." "Hehe, my name is xianxia, Zhao Rishan." Tang Zhen cursed in his heart. This group of damn kimchi countries' police officers are going to be exposed this time. A man holding a mobile device entered a search on the screen. A moment later, he showed a strange expression and lowered his head to say something to the female police officer. Tang Zhen's hearing was abnormal. He heard the contents of the whisper without missing a single word. "Don't believe him, he's talking nonsense." The corner of Tang Zhen's mouth twitched. He made preparations to retreat. Just these few people in front of him did not have the qualifications to make him stay. After the female police officer heard her colleague's whisper, she still looked at Tang Zhen without changing her expression. At the same time, she extended her hand and said, "Sorry to disturb you, but thank you for your cooperation." Under normal circumstances, any normal man would be embarrassed to reject such a beautiful female police officer's handshake. Tang Zhen naturally reached out and grabbed the other party's soft and boneless hand. No one noticed the sneer that flashed past Tang Zhen's eyes. The moment the two of them shook hands, the female police officer's expression changed. Her slender palm suddenly exerted force and tightly clasped Zhen Tang's wrist. At the same time, she twisted the joint in an attempt to subdue Zhen Tang. At this moment, the policewoman felt like she was holding a bronze statue. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make the other party's palm move. He raised his head in shock and found the man who called himself Zhao Rishan, looking at him with a mocking expression. Damn it, he already knew that I was going to subdue him, but he didn't dodge. So he wanted to see me make a fool of myself. The female police officer was furious and shouted at her colleagues, "What are you waiting for? Quickly catch him, there's definitely something wrong with this person." Upon hearing the policewoman's angry order, these police officers realized that the situation was not good. They rushed to Tang Zhen, who was close at hand, in an attempt to subdue him. Unfortunately, they didn't know that even if 10 times more people came, it would still be impossible to capture Tang Zhen. Chapter 156. New Application and Super Thief. The man in the black suit who had pulled Tang Zhen earlier was the first to pounce over. At the same time, he threw a hook punch at Tang Zhen's lower ribs with great force. It could be seen that he harbored a grudge against Tang Zhen and wanted to take the opportunity to use underhanded means. Unfortunately, in front of Tang Zhen, his little plan did not have the possibility of succeeding. Tang Zhen did not move. He raised his hand and slapped the face of the man in the black suit, causing him to stagger. Blood immediately flowed out from the corner of his mouth and half of his face immediately swelled up. This was still the result of Tang Zhen showing mercy. Otherwise, if he used all his strength to slap out, the head of the man in the black suit might fly up. The rest of the people didn't get any advantage either. Tang Zhen used one hand to control the female police officer. After a round of punches and kicks, the police officers who came forward were all knocked to the ground as they cried out in pain. When the female police officer, who was restrained by Tang Zhen, saw that Tang Zhen had unleashed his divine might and put all her colleagues down, she could not help but feel anxious in her heart. Her other hand reached for her waist. Seeing this, Tang Zhen gently pulled her and the female police officer fell into his arms. Before she could struggle, Tang Zhen locked her neck and she could no longer move. At the same time, she felt a big hand reach for her waist, and her gun fell into the man's hand. The policewoman was shocked. Once a gun fell into the hands of such a skilled person, the power would increase a lot. When she thought of the possible serious consequences, the policewoman prayed in her heart that this person did not know how to use a gun. Unfortunately, the female police officer's prayer was destined to fall through, because not only did Tang Zhen know how to use a gun, but he also used it very well. When the police officers who were knocked down by Zhen Tang saw that Zhen Tang had subdued the policewoman and pulled out her gun at the same time, their expressions changed greatly as they took out their guns and aimed at Zhen Tang one after another. Tang Zhen did not show the slightest fear despite being aimed at by 5 or 6 black muzzles. Instead, he smiled softly and pointed the muzzles at the female police officer's head. He had a relaxed expression as he pushed the safety off. Only then did he tilt his head and look at the police officers who were acting as if they were facing a great enemy. "Let go of Officer Han, or we'll shoot," a middle-aged man shouted at Zhen Tang. The hand holding the gun was very steady. It could be seen that he was a wily old man. He could still remain calm in the face of an unexpected situation, unlike the other young police officers whose hands were already shaking. In fact, Tang Zhen was also very helpless in his heart. He had been dragged into this matter for no reason, causing him to be targeted by the police as soon as he landed in the Kimchi country. This was very unfavorable to his future actions. Forget it, I'd better not go too far, or I'll have to run. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen immediately activated the all-purpose electronic kit and began to hack into the Kimchi Nation's network to retrieve the household registration information. Tang Zhen quickly searched for a man who looked very similar to him through his thoughts and downloaded all of his information. At the same time, Tang Zhen unexpectedly discovered that this guy was actually a mental patient and had disappeared 3 years ago. Tang Zhen was happy. The heavens were really helping him. After obtaining all the information on this guy, Tang Zhen ignored the police officers who were still holding their guns and confronting each other. He quickly opened the application store with his mind and downloaded an application called Virtual Reality Simulator. Virtual Reality Simulator. It can project an item through a projection. Through special sound, light, and touch, it can stimulate and mislead the person who comes into contact with it to achieve the effect of passing off a fake as the real thing. Download cost: 2,000 gold coins. Friendly reminder: the 5 senses of the person in contact with it exceed the standard of ordinary people. This application is invalid, and it cannot block the scanning of professional equipment. This was an application of black technology in the life and entertainment options. It could be used to deceive ordinary people in the original world, but if it was used to deceive cultivators, it would be seen through with one look. No matter what, it was enough to fool people. Tang Zhen selected that person's id and activated the application at the same time. Under the gaze of those armed police officers, Tang Zhen put down the pistol and slowly took out an id from his pocket. Then, he waved it in front of the female police officer and the police officers. No one could tell that it was an id that did not exist at all, because even if you touched it with your hand, you would be mistaken for something real due to the special interference of the application. Officer, this is my id. Do you think there's any problem? Tang Zhen stuffed the ID into the female police officer's hand and slowly released the arm that was holding her neck. In a flash, the female police officer escaped from Tang Zhen's embrace. At the same time, she glanced at her identification card. With her professional eyes, she confirmed that this was a genuine identification card that was not forged. There's no problem with the ID, but why didn't you take it out just now? The female police officer asked Tang Zhen with a cold face. I was afraid that you would bring me back to that place, so I didn't dare to take it out. Tang Zhen explained with an innocent face. After he finished speaking, he feigned vigilance as he glanced at the police officers who were still holding their guns. His body began to slowly retreat. He had already achieved his goal and successfully hid his identity. He would just let these police officers investigate that fellow using his identification. Facing a patient who had been missing for 3 years, he believed that they wouldn't be able to find out anything. When the police officers focused their attention on this guy, he could get away safely. Oh right, give me back my id. Tang Zhen shouted at the female police officer. After the other party handed over his id, he pretended to take it and put it in his pocket. Then, he slowly took a few steps back and threw the gun in his hand at the female police officer. At the same time when the female police officer received the gun, Tang Zhen flashed toward the gap in the container beside him and activated the quantum stealth light screen at the same time. His entire person disappeared without a trace. After catching the gun that was thrown over, the female police officer's heart relaxed. However, her actions did not stop in the slightest. She immediately pounced toward the gap that Tang Zhen had entered through, only to discover that the other party had already disappeared without a trace. Damn it! The female police officer kicked the container angrily, then said to the police officers who had surrounded her, surround this area immediately. He shouldn't have gone far. Also, send a message to the headquarters and ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Them to investigate a man named Jin Mingzi. He's born in the year XXX and his household registration is in Xuanji, XX City, XX Road. Not to mention the flustered and exasperated female police officer and her subordinates. After Tang Zhen activated the quantum stealth light screen, he began to wander around the container area, wanting to dispel the trace of depression in his heart. It was just because of a sentence that caused a lot of trouble. It made Tang Zhen remember the guy who framed him in his heart. If they met in the future, he must beat him up. It was also because of this incident that the Kimchi country's police officers left a very bad impression on Tang Zhen. He was eager to find more trouble for them and make them work overtime every night without rest. Tang Zhen's heart stirred as he looked at the countless containers piled up beside him. He chuckled softly and walked to a container that was located in a hidden location. After putting on a pair of gloves, he removed the lock and unlocked the container. Then, he got in. Without even looking at what was inside the box, Tang Zhen waved his hand and kept it. Then, he activated the teleportation and returned to the Holy Dragon City. He quickly walked to the empty space in front of the building and placed his things there. After instructing Tyson and the others not to move around, Tang Zhen teleported back to his original world and quietly walked out of the empty container. When he saw that no one was paying attention to him, Tang Zhen swaggered to the next container and repeated his previous action, emptying the container again. As he moved, Tang Zhen became addicted to it. The things in these boxes were too rich. The volume of dozens of cubic meters led to a sufficient number of goods. Among them, there were many things that Tang Zhen wanted to buy but didn't. This time, he actually gathered all of them, and he was rich. Tang Zhen, who had been busy for a long time and successfully played the role of a shocking thief, patted the dust off his hands and returned to the Holy Dragon City to check his harvest with satisfaction. By the time they found out that the containers had been cleaned up and there were no traces left, the kimchi police officers would probably go crazy with work. Quote question mark. Chapter 157. Taking inventory of the harvest and opening the third underground floor. In the Holy Dragon City Square, all kinds of goods were piled up like mountains. A large group of residents were pointing at the goods that were randomly piled up, their eyes full of curiosity and excitement. They had long known about the magical ability of the city lord, but it was the first time they had seen such a large-scale transportation of goods. Everyone immediately stopped their conversation after seeing Tang Zhen walk over. After which, they looked at him without blinking. There was a trace of anticipation in their eyes. How could Tang Zhen not understand their thoughts? It was nothing more than there being something that moved their hearts. They wanted to see if the city lord could give one or two to everyone. Xian, take some people and check these things, then put them all into the warehouse. If anyone who doesn't know what they're used for comes to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Me, Tai Seng, don't just stand there and do nothing. Ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Your people to go up and help. After the checking is done, every resident can pick an item that they like from the inside. Tang Zhen's voice had just sounded when everyone cheered. They quickly surrounded him and opened the boxes one by one to count. Tang Zhen chuckled as he looked at the happy faces of the residents who were busy working. He then called Tai Seng and Xianlong to the side and started discussing how to clean up the third floor of the shelter. The three of them walked for a distance and sat down on a large rock. Tang Zhen took out 2 packs of cigarettes and threw them to the two of them. He then said, "The last time we cleared the second floor, our actions were a little too rash. This could easily cause unnecessary casualties. The Holy Dragon City's foundation is weak now, and I'll feel heartache for a long time if one of them dies. So, this time, we have to be more careful when clearing the third underground floor." The two of them deeply agreed when they heard this. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen's display of godly might, the Holy Dragon City's soldiers who entered the second underground floor would probably be reduced to a few. The two of them had a deep understanding of the power of the bladed puppets. After seeing the expressions of the two, Tang Zhen continued, "That's why I'm planning to go down by myself. After I'm sure there's no danger, I'll inform you to bring your men down. That's the safest way." Upon hearing Tang Zhen's words, the two of them fell silent. Qianlong hesitated for a moment before asking, "City Lord, we all know that you are very strong. However, you can't always be the one to take on all the dangers, right? If that's the case, what's the point of having us?" Tai Seng, who was standing at the side, nodded his head, clearly agreeing with Qianlong's words. Before the two of them joined the Holy Dragon City, they were not ordinary people. At least, in Tang Zhen's opinion, as long as there were suitable conditions, the two of them could do great things. It was only after joining the Holy Dragon City that Tang Zhen's radiance was too dazzling that it overshadowed the radiance of the other two. How many of those who could survive in the endless wilderness were simple? Now, under the leadership of the two of them, the Holy Dragon City was operating very well. Tang Zhen, the head shopkeeper, also had less to worry about. He only needed to focus on providing logistics and commanding during the war. It was a pity that such people would not be willing to be ordinary. Hiding behind danger and watching was not their style. Even though this would be very safe, if the two of them were given a choice, they would definitely choose to shed their blood in the shadows of the blade without hesitation. Patting the shoulders of the two, Tang Zhen pointed at the sky above his head. He then pointed at the smiling faces of the Holy Dragon City's residents and said, "Don't you think the sky is very blue and the Holy Dragon Valley is very beautiful?" Tang Zhen continued as he looked at the two people who did not understand the situation. "No matter what the two of you think, I'm sure that the residents of Holy Dragon City will think the same way, because this place can provide them with shelter and a life without worry." However, it was easy to wake up from a beautiful dream. If he wanted to finish this dream without being disturbed, he must have a stable sleeping environment. It's the same for the Holy Dragon City. It's still very weak and can't withstand too many storms. That's why I'm protecting it with all my might, blocking any wind and rain that can hurt it, just so that it can grow steadily. It's the same for Holy Dragon City and you all. When you have enough strength to face the storms of the endless wilderness one day, I'll naturally hide behind the scenes. You're my blade and shield. I look forward to the day when I can see you lead millions of soldiers and sweep across the world. I'll use the blood of the non-human kind to mark the glory of our human race. So before that, what you need to do is to raise your cultivation and take care of your subordinates. Don't die so easily. I don't want to wait until Holy Dragon City's name is known throughout the world, without the two of you by my side." After Tang Zhen finished speaking with a smile, he turned around and walked towards the mother tree. He did not even turn his head as he continued, "Remember to go back and pack your equipment. We'll start clearing the third underground floor tomorrow morning." Early the next morning, Tai Seng and Qian Long brought along their fully armed men and followed Tang Zhen into the depths of the second underground floor. Following Tang Zhen's instructions, they were to guard the entrance of the third underground floor and wait for his orders. Tang Zhen, who was wearing a black cloak and light armor, stretched out his hand and opened the door to the third underground floor. He then strode in. Tang Zhen, who had activated the all-rounded digital battle interface, quietly walked through the passage of the third underground floor and officially entered the interior of the third underground floor. Following the scanning of the application, all kinds of data rapidly flowed in front of his eyes. At the same time, a three-dimensional building image appeared on the right side of his field of vision. With the map view, Tang Zhen had a preliminary understanding of the third underground floor. It was not a residential area, but a complex of buildings that looked like a shopping mall. There were 5 main streets, and on both sides of each main street were connected shops, occupying the entire space of the 3 underground floors. For the time being, Tang Zhen was unable to find the lighting control system of the entire third underground floor. He could only fumble his way forward. With the assistance of the omnipotent digitized combat interface, Tang Zhen did not need to worry about not being able to see the scenery in the dark. However, up until now, Tang Zhen had yet to see the shadow of a monster. This caused him to feel a little suspicious in his heart. There must be a demon behind this abnormal situation. Tang Zhen did not dare to lower his guard. With the machine gun in his hand, Tang Zhen carefully took a few steps forward. He still did not discover any abnormalities. The uneasiness in his heart became increasingly dense. He could not help but stop his footsteps and once again carefully looked around. There was still no abnormality in the surroundings. There was also nothing wrong with the application. However, Tang Zhen's extremely sensitive senses reminded him that something was spying on him. That kind of feeling that made one's scalp numb could not be faked. "Damn it, what the hell is that?" Tang Zhen secretly cursed in his heart. He inhaled a deep breath of air and finally calmed his mind. He once again searched for the source of the uneasiness. When his gaze inadvertently swept past a shop, a blurry figure suddenly flashed past. Tang Zhen only felt his hair stand on end. At the same time, he turned his gun, aimed at the shadow's position, and pulled the trigger. In the dark underground third floor, the unique sound of guns firing immediately rang out. Streams of light flashed and went straight to the moving shadow. At the same time, a painful scream suddenly sounded. Chapter 158. Strange Monster. Tang Zhen's shot had clearly hit the target. However, other than an ear-piercing scream, there was no other movement. Tang Zhen, who had a deep understanding of the might of a machine gun, could not help but feel a little nervous. It was obvious that the thing that was spying on him had not suffered too much damage. It was most likely hiding in some dark corner and preparing to launch a sneak attack on him. This thought had just appeared when Tang Zhen felt a gale coming from behind him. The target seemed to be heading straight for his back. Tang Zhen, who sensed the danger, quickly dodged. Soon after, he heard a swish swish sound as a few golden blades brushed past his body and deeply embedded themselves into the wall not far away. Looking at the hilt that was still trembling, Tang Zhen angrily shouted. Several grenades were thrown out by him continuously, and the explosion sounded one after another. Tang Zhen could only see a slender figure swiftly flash past amidst the flashing light and shadow of the explosion. Due to the speed being too fast, Tang Zhen could only vaguely see that it was a human-shaped object. It was wearing clothes that were sparkling with golden light. At the same time, it was wearing a strange golden mask. Although he had only taken a glance, Tang Zhen was already able to confirm that this was a monster. With a cultivation that was not the slightest bit weaker than his own. The wariness in his heart multiplied. The only thing that made Tang Zhen feel abnormal was that his map was unable to show the figure of this monster. What method did it use to achieve this? No matter what, he had to deal with this monster first. When Tang Zhen thought of this, he simply put away the machine gun in his hand. With a shake of his hand, he took out the purple electric short sword and pounced straight at the spot where the monster had disappeared. This was a shop that sold clothes. The walls and floor were scattered with clothes. Perhaps the glitter gold race's aesthetic concept was more inclined to gold. The clothes in this shop were mainly golden, occasionally mixed with dark gold fabric. The fabric and metal matched perfectly, giving people a different kind of visual stimulation, looking very beautiful. Similar to the original world, there were mannequins in the shops here. However, when Tang Zhen's gaze swept across the rows of mannequins, the feeling that made his scalp numb appeared once again. These models were made with the women of the flashing gold tribe as samples. They looked very tall and slender, wearing golden clothes and strange golden masks on their faces. It was as if the monster he had just seen was dressed in this way. Tang Zhen quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was now certain that the monster was hiding among the pile of mannequins and was observing him through the ice-cold mask. After realizing this, Tang Zhen didn't dare to move. Instead, he carefully looked at these models and tried to distinguish them. However, these mannequins looked almost exactly the same except for the slightly different styles of clothes. Tang Zhen looked around and didn't see which one was the hidden monster. What should he do? Tang Zhen tightly held the purple lightning short sword. The muscles of his entire body tensed up as he guarded against the monster's sneak attack while thinking of a countermeasure. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Tang Zhen's mind as he hurriedly switched to the map's perspective. Since the monster couldn't appear on the map, it was currently hiding among a bunch of mannequins, which directly exposed it. Tang Zhen only needed to compare his normal vision with the map's perspective to find the monster. Sure enough, as he had expected, through the map view, Tang Zhen found that there was an obvious gap in the row of models to his left. In his normal field of vision, there was a graceful human model standing there. It's this, it can't be wrong. Tang Zhen's expression did not change as his gaze swept past its body. It was as if he did not discover anything unusual. However, a green light flashed on his finger. A slender chain was like a poisonous flood dragon that had come out of its hole as it headed straight for the model. At the same time, with a thought, Tang Zhen opened the Argon Magnesium Explosion Flash application that he had rarely used since he downloaded it. An incomparably dazzling light burst out from the darkness. The all-around digital battle interface immediately filtered the glaring light. Tang Zhen clearly saw that the monster tried to move to avoid the chain when it was halfway through its flight. However, the sudden burst of bright light caused it to be flustered. After living in a dark environment for a long time, the sudden exposure to sunlight would cause great harm, not to mention the light emitted by the argent magnesium flash. Its brightness far exceeded the sun's light, and could instantly burn the retina, causing permanent blindness. It was unknown how long the monster had stayed in the dark third-floor basement. Its eyes had already completely adapted to the dark environment. Tang Zhen's method was extremely effective and the monster had already fallen for it. Another ear-piercing screech rang out, causing Tang Zhen's eardrums to hurt. The monster covered its eyes with both hands as its body was firmly bound by the green chains. It was continuously writhing on the ground. The chains that were binding it would occasionally stretch out, but it was unable to break them. Tang Zhen did not dare to let his guard down as he watched the monster struggling desperately after being tied up. He held the purple lightning short sword in his hand and carefully approached it, preparing to find an opportunity to finish off this monster. The monster that was struggling did not seem to notice Tang Zhen's approach as it continued to struggle. Tang Zhen seized the opportunity and raised the purple lightning short sword, ruthlessly stabbing it into the back of the monster. A few meters. The purple lightning short sword had just touched the monster's back when a clear and painful sound suddenly sounded. This caused Tang Zhen to fiercely pull back the purple lightning short sword that was about to pierce into the monster's body. With a soft, "Yi" sound, he took 2 steps back and silently looked at the monster. From the size of the monster, it was obviously a female transformation of the flashing gold tribe. Its strength was slightly higher than Tang Zhen's. Other than that, there were no other abnormalities. However, the sound that came from the monster's mouth just now made Tang Zhen confirm that this monster was not simple. According to Tang Zhen's knowledge, monsters would only have the ability to talk after their strength reached the Lord tier. This was because their intelligence had already begun to slowly recover. The higher the level of the monster, the higher the intelligence it possessed. The monster under his feet only had a level 4 cultivation base, but it was able to talk to people. This was very abnormal. It was also because of this reason that Tang Zhen did not kill it. After activating that universal language translator, Tang Zhen kicked the monster and said in a deep voice, "What do you want to say?" After the monster that had been kicked heard Tang Zhen's question, it opened its mouth and spoke in that strange language. However, Tang Zhen, who had turned on that universal language translator, understood the content of its words. "Why did you break into my home and even hurt my eyes?" When Tang Zhen heard this, he thought in his heart that this was indeed the case. This was a monster that possessed intelligence. Fortunately, he did not kill it. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss. The moment he thought that it came from the flashing gold race, Tang Zhen was secretly happy. Perhaps he could get all the information about the sanctuary from it. "Your sanctuary appeared under my building. I haven't held you responsible yet, but you're blaming me. What kind of logic is that?" Tang Zhen acted like a scoundrel, bullying the other party for not understanding the outside world's information as he retorted with conviction. Tang Zhen had used the translated language of the flashing gold race, so the monster understood his question. After it stopped struggling, it turned its body around with difficulty and faced Tang Zhen. Although he was certain that this monster was blind, Tang Zhen still felt a burning gaze coming from behind the mask. It was as though it wanted to see through him. This kind of feeling made Tang Zhen feel very uncomfortable. "You're not a member of the Flashing Gold tribe, but you can speak our language. This is really amazing. Can you tell me where your tower is? Is this still the Golden Rock world?" After saying this, the monster faced Tang Zhen without moving and waited for his reply. Chapter 159. The Queen of the Flashing Gold Race. 1. It spoke clearly and its tone was as calm as water. It seemed to not care that Tang Zhen had blinded its eyes. This was not a monster that was easy to deal with. After this thought flashed through Tang Zhen's heart, he gently squatted down and said to the Flashing Gold clan monster, "My tower is right above this shelter, and this is definitely not the Golden Rock world you're talking about." The monster nodded and said in a slightly low voice, "Ever since I've regained my consciousness, I've had a vague feeling that this is no longer the world I'm familiar with. I wanted to go out and take a look, but I discovered that there seemed to be an invisible force restraining me, making it impossible for me to leave the shelter." Tang Zhen replied, "You naturally can't leave because your current identity is a monster from the wild building. You are bound by the laws of this world. When the foundation of this sanctuary is taken away, this sanctuary and the monsters inside will completely disappear, including you." Tang Zhen's words caused the monster's body to tremble slightly. It twisted its body and barely managed to sit up. It continued to ask, "I can also vaguely sense the rules you mentioned, but I'm not willing to accept it. In order to avoid the calamity, our Flashing Gold race exhausted all our resources to build this underground shelter, but who would have thought that the calamity's power was far more than we thought? Even the sturdy shelter couldn't withstand it. It's an invisible demon. We can't see it, but it's everywhere. My clansmen died one after another in front of me, but I was helpless. Later on, I couldn't withstand the attack of that strange power and the power in my body slowly flowed out. When I was about to die, perhaps it was the blessing of the ancestors of the Flashing Gold tribe that I actually retained a trace of consciousness and finally became this half-human, half-ghost appearance. I didn't want the Flashing Gold tribe to disappear from the world, so I tried everything I could to restore my tribesmen from their monster state. However, after nearly 100 years, I still couldn't do it. In the end, I had to give up on this idea and could only drive them all to the top of the sanctuary, hoping that one day I would find a way to save them and then release them." Tang Zhen nodded from time to time as he listened to the monster's description. After which, he suddenly asked, "I still don't know. What's your identity in the Flashing Gold tribe?" The monster smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I'm the only survivor of the Golden Glittergold race's royal family. If the catastrophe didn't come, I would have become the queen of the Golden Glittergold race. It's the queen of the Flashing Gold race. I've been disrespectful." Tang Zhen nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the queen of the Flashing Gold race and said, "As you said, you can control the Glittergold race to turn into monsters. I can control some of the lower-level monsters, but I can only control some of the more powerful ones for a short period of time. If I have a way to let you see the light of day again and change into a normal body, what benefits can I get?" The queen of the Flashing Gold race was stunned. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "If you can help me return to my normal life, I can give you all the treasures of the Flashing Gold race. What do you think?" Tang Zhen's face was filled with disdain as he pointed at the chains on the queen of the Flashing Gold race. Now that the entire Shelter is in my hands, the treasures you mentioned will be mine sooner or later. Don't you think it's ridiculous to use my things to do me a favor? You're shameless. This is the territory of the flashing gold race. Since when did it belong to you? The queen of the flashing gold race asked indignantly. Don't forget, the flashing gold tribe no longer exists, and the sanctuary has become an ownerless object. Since it's an ownerless object, and it appeared under my tower, it naturally belongs to me. As for your existence, I can completely ignore it, right? When Tang Zhen said this, he smiled and glanced at the queen of the flashing gold race, waiting for her answer. The queen of the flashing gold race was silent for a long time before she raised her head and said, "It seems that I'm overthinking it. I really don't have the right to talk about conditions now, but looking at your attitude, I think you have something to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks." Of me, I can agree to it, but I can also refuse it. Since it's a deal, you have to at least ensure fairness, so tell me your conditions. Tang Zhen dusted his hands and stood up from the ground. He said to the queen of the flashing gold race, "I can help you return to normal, and I can also help the glitter gold race people who have intelligence like you to see the light of day again. However, the glitter gold race people who have turned into monsters must be killed, and the rest of them must become the residents of my city. At the same time, I will teach you all the technology of your glitter gold race without any reservation." The queen of the flashing gold race chuckled. Her voice was pleasant and she said in a mocking tone, "You have a big appetite, but the conditions are not unacceptable. After all, after they become monsters, they are no longer considered glitter gold people, and the possibility of them returning to normal is almost zero. I'm just curious, where did you get your confidence from? Aren't you afraid that we'll hide some important things and then wait for an opportunity to betray you?" Tang Zhen shook his head with a disdainful expression. "To tell you the truth, I'm only interested in your technology. It's not that I have to have it. It doesn't matter even if I can't get it. However, once your flashing gold clan leaves me, it's absolutely impossible for you to survive in the endless wilderness. You'll know whether I'm exaggerating or not after you get out." A trace of a smile appeared on the corner of Tang Zhen's mouth when he said this. "Moreover, in my holy dragon city, I can give you a long life. Living for a few hundred years is not a problem. After leaving the holy dragon city, your new bodies will age rapidly in less than 10 years. Only if I replace your bodies can you continue to live." After talking about the stakes, Tang Zhen no longer said anything and quietly waited for the queen of the flashing gold race to make a decision. The reality was right in front of them. If the queen of the flashing gold race didn't want the entire race to be exterminated, she had no choice but to accept Tang Zhen's conditions. Sure enough, as Tang Zhen had expected, although the queen of the flashing gold clan was a little unwilling, she finally agreed to Tang Zhen's request and told him that there were more than 30 people who still retained their consciousness. There were almost 1 million people in the flashing gold tribe, but only 30 of them had retained their intelligence. This was a terrifyingly low ratio, but it also meant that the queen's wish to revive the flashing gold tribe would be extremely difficult to achieve. After dealing with the queen of the flashing gold race, a big stone in Tang Zhen's heart fell to the ground. Now that he had the cooperation of the queen of the flashing gold race, the entire sanctuary no longer had any secrets to speak of in front of Tang Zhen. The speed at which he cleared the sanctuary would also greatly increase. Once the sanctuary was cleaned up and the useful materials were moved out, Tang Zhen could then build an underground auxiliary city that belonged to the Holy Dragon City. The appearance of the queen of the flashing gold race not only saved Tang Zhen a lot of time and resources, but also prevented casualties in the battle. It also helped the Holy Dragon City to gain a lot of benefits. It was definitely a big deal. He hoped that everything would go smoothly and that there would be no more mishaps. Tang Zhen didn't completely believe the promise of the queen of the flashing gold race because the location where she appeared was too coincidental and she surrendered too easily. Tang Zhen still didn't know anything about the core of the flashing gold race's sanctuary. Did the appearance of the queen of the flashing gold race also have the intention to stop him from continuing his exploration? If that was the case, Tang Zhen's interest in the sanctuary would be even stronger. If the queen of the flashing gold race was sincere, Tang Zhen didn't mind helping them. If she had unfathomable intentions, Tang Zhen wouldn't mind. Tang Zhen coldly snorted in his heart. He casually broke the knife that the queen of the flashing gold race had used to sneak attack him into two. However, before that, Tang Zhen had to change the body of the queen of the flashing gold race and her people first before he could talk about the follow-up matters. There were two sources for a new body. One was to use a ready-made corpse, and the other was to cultivate it himself. Tang Zhen thought about it for a while and still chose to cultivate it himself. Although it was a little complicated, he could accumulate experience through the cultivation process and make some preparations for his future plans. As for the raw materials to cultivate the new body, there were plenty in the sanctuary. He could just grab as many as he wanted. Chapter 160, Cultivating Body. When Tang Zhen told Qian Long and the other man about this matter, the two of them had an expression of disbelief. They were already prepared to suffer heavy casualties in the process of clearing the sanctuary. They did not expect the unexpected appearance of the Queen of the Glittergold race to lead to such a change in the situation. This was simply beneficial to the Holy Dragon City. With the cooperation of the Queen of the Flashing Gold race, there was almost no need for Tang Zhen to make a move. They could completely clean up the Flashing Gold race's sanctuary. Those killing machines of the Flashing Gold race could also become the Holy Dragon City's combat auxiliary force. During this period of time, Tang Zhen would not be too idle. He still needed to cultivate a body for his soul to reside in. This was an extremely important task. In the book that recorded the soul lodging secret technique, there was a detailed record of how to cultivate a soul lodging body. Tang Zhen had studied it for a long time and now had some insights. This kind of body, which was cultivated with the flesh and blood of monsters, had very strong physical strength and could provide a healthy and strong body for the host. However, this kind of body also had a flaw, which was that it could not give birth normally. From Tang Zhen's point of view, this was a huge problem. He had to think of a way to resolve it, otherwise, this flaw would turn into a disaster as time passed. Just think about it, when countless people from the original world came to the Lusheng world and used hundreds of years to manage a business, only to find that there was no one to inherit it, how depressing would that be? Tang Zhen had a few solutions to deal with such a situation. First, Tang Zhen would bring the original world's human body that had completed the soul transmission into the Lusheng world. Then, these original world's residents would use their original bodies to give birth to the younger generation. The second was to raise the offspring in their original world and send them to the Lusheng world when they grew up. The third was to build a large enough sperm and egg bank to cultivate offspring. In fact, there was still a trace of worry in Tang Zhen's heart. Since the other worlds could be destroyed, the original world also had the possibility of being destroyed. If that day really appeared, the world of Lusheng would be the eternal home of the humans in the original world. Therefore, this problem of not being able to reproduce had to be solved as soon as possible, or else there would be endless trouble. Tang Zhen threw away the messy thoughts in his mind and turned his thoughts back to body cultivation. Before he obtained the mother tree, Tang Zhen could only create a soul host body according to the records in the secret technique or the cloning technology of the original world. However, after obtaining the mother tree and the secret books of the Tree Spirit clan, Tang Zhen had another method to cultivate a soul host body. The mother tree had the ability to bloom and bear fruit, which was used to spread its own seeds. However, this depended on the mother tree's mood, and if it felt that it was not necessary, it would turn off this ability. After many years of research and experiments, the Tree Spirit tribe had discovered a special method that could breed life through the fruits of the mother tree. These special life forms were called the children of nature. They were born with the ability to communicate with the mother tree, and they were extremely close to it. With the power of the nature child, the Tree Spirit tribe had maintained 1,000 years of peace, but it had also led to the corruption of the Tree Spirit tribe. The materials used to nurture the nature child were extremely rare and precious. It could be said that the number of times it could be used was limited. Before the Tree Spirit tribe was destroyed, they no longer had any materials to nurture the nature child. If the nature child had existed at that time, they would have been able to communicate with the mother tree in time, and the Tree Spirit tribe would not have been exterminated without any preparation. Tang Zhen had taken a fancy to the Tree Spirit tribe's method of cultivating the nature child. He wanted to use it to cultivate a body for the soul to reside in. Since he was cultivating an ordinary body, he did not need those rare and precious materials. He only needed the flesh and blood of ordinary monsters. With the mother tree's current level, it could cultivate 100 bodies at once, which was definitely enough for Tang Zhen to use. Of course, the cultivation method of the Tree Spirit tribe could not be completely copied. Some things recorded in the original secret technique could also be used as reference. It was fine as long as the body where the soul resided was cultivated. Tang Zhen pondered as he took out a pen and paper to write and draw. After being busy for half a day, he finally dropped the pencil in his hand in satisfaction and walked out of the room to the mother tree. Lisa and the others were cultivating under the mother tree. When they saw Tang Zhen coming over, they were about to stand up and bow, but were stopped by Tang Zhen with a wave of his hand. He then walked straight to the mother tree and sized it up. After watching for a while, Tang Zhen turned to Lisa and said, "Tell the mother tree that I hope it can produce 100 fruits. I plan to use them to cultivate a human body." Lisa's mouth was slightly agape as she nodded in shock. Following Tang Zhen's instructions, she closed her eyes and began to communicate with the mother tree. In less than a minute, Li Sha opened her eyes. She looked at Tang Zhen and said with a bitter smile, "The mother tree said that it won't agree. It also said that doing that kind of thing is much more disgusting than devouring flesh and blood. It wants you to give up." Tang Zhen expressionlessly shook his head and said to Li Sha, "Tell the mother tree that it has to do this, or I'll use my authority as the city lord to force it to do it, but it won't do either of us any good." Lisa nodded and continued to communicate with the mother tree, and she got the answer after a moment. The mother tree agreed, but it also made a request. That is, you must find moon spring water for it as compensation. Otherwise, it would rather be cut down and burned than continue to be the Holy Dragon City's auxiliary city. This was the trouble of the Tower of Wisdom. Once dissatisfaction was born, there was even the possibility of a strike or self-destruction. Tang Zhen couldn't force him too much. Since the mother tree had agreed to help him cultivate the body and had also put forward the corresponding conditions, he would just agree to it. As for whether he could get moon spring water, Tang Zhen was actually not confident in his heart. He would just take it one step at a time. At most, he would use a secret technique to grow his body in the future. That way, he would not have to bargain with the mother tree. After the conditions between Tang Zhen and the mother tree were settled, the residents of Holy Dragon City saw a wonderful scene that they would never forget. The mother tree, which had been quiet and peaceful, suddenly trembled. Then, huge white petals sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye between the green leaves of the mother tree. With a gentle breeze, they emitted an alluring fragrance. After nearly 100 petals bloomed, the trunk of the mother tree began to shake gently. Yellow pollen began to dance and scatter on the crown of the tree, like a light yellow cloud covering the sky above the mother tree. After a short while, these white petals began to wither and fall, followed by small fruits emerging from the petals one after another. These fruits grew at an extremely fast rate. It didn't take long for them to grow to the size of millstones. At the same time, the handles of the fruits began to extend and droop to the ground. In less than 5 minutes, nearly 100 millstone-sized fruits fell from the mother tree, stopping about 2 meters above the ground like countless hanging pendulum. If one were to observe the fruits carefully, they would find that they were gently dancing in the wind, and there seemed to be nothing inside the fruits. Blooming, pollinating, bearing fruit, and maturing. The entire process of reproduction was accelerated by countless times. This was the magical thing about the mother tree. Tang Zhen carefully observed the fruits hanging from the mother tree. After studying them for a while, he turned around and returned to the Holy Dragon City's warehouse. Since he already had the fruits of the mother tree, he should prepare the raw materials for cultivating his body. Chapter 161 Besieging the city. The monster's flesh, blood, and bones were distributed according to a certain ratio. After adding a special medicinal liquid, Tang Zhen transported these meat lumps under the mother tree with the help of the Holy Dragon City residents. The outer skin of the mother tree's fruit was extremely flexible. Tang Zhen could only easily cut it open with the purple electric dagger and seal the flesh and blood into the fruit. After that, the mother tree automatically healed the cut. Tang Zhen used the monster's blood to draw a special rune on the fruit. Then, he used the monster's brain to set up a simple array under the mother tree. The main work of cultivating the body was completed. In the following month, Tang Zhen only needed to follow the records in the secret technique and change his brain pearl in time. This work took a total of 2 days. Tang Zhen was so busy that his feet didn't touch the ground, but he also enjoyed it. Tang Zhen could not help but feel a sense of achievement in his heart as he looked at the 100 giant fruits hanging and swaying slightly under the mother tree. Life in the tower world was tense and exciting. Compared to the mediocre and boring life in his original world, this was the world that was suitable for him. Tang Zhen was holding a bottle of fruit juice in his hand. He was about to take a sip when he suddenly jumped up from his seat and looked in the direction of the city wall with a grave expression. Through the map view, Tang Zhen saw a dense army of kobolds slowly advancing in the direction of the Holy Dragon City. This was a true army, well equipped and dignified. They did not lack any of the siege weapons, grain, and supplies needed for the expedition. This dog-headed man army was divided into several groups according to the type of soldiers. Tang Zhen found nearly 100 lion-headed men in heavy armor. In addition, there were also some ferocious monsters that seemed to have been domesticated by the dog-headed men. A rough estimate showed that there were about 20,000 kobolds in this group. It was a spectacular scene. Damn it, these dog-headed people are really persistent. I just destroyed a gang, and now another one is coming to die. Tang Zhen rubbed his somewhat numb temples as he took out his walkie-talkie and said to Tessin, "Call all the warriors of the Holy Dragon City. Our old enemy is here. The number of kobolds this time is 4 to 5 times more than the last time. Get ready." Tai Seng immediately growled, and then a series of shouting and running sounds came from the walkie-talkie. It was obvious that the soldiers were getting ready for battle after receiving the news. This time, there were too many kobolds. He definitely could not let his guard down. Otherwise, Holy Dragon City would be in danger of being destroyed. When he thought about the tall siege weapons that the kobold army had brought along, and then thought about the 15-meter-tall walls of Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen felt a little uncertain. Taking advantage of the distance between the kobold army and the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen gritted his teeth and exchanged all his brain beads for gold coins. Once again, he activated the terrain transformation plugin, which was a gold gobbler. The ability of the terrain transformation plugin was indeed too amazing. Among all the black technology applications that Tang Zhen had downloaded, this application had the most visual impact. With the activation of the application, under the horrified gazes of all the Holy Dragon City soldiers on the city wall, a giant semicircular stone wall connecting two cliffs quickly rose from the ground. Its huge shadow instantly covered the entire entrance of the Holy Dragon City Valley, completely blocking the sun. After the stone wall had completely covered the original city wall, it was raised to a height of 50 meters before it stopped rising. In the direction of the Holy Dragon Valley, a transportation ramp quickly appeared, directly connecting to the top of the stone wall. Then, the top of the stone wall began to change again, as if a hollow passage had appeared, and countless windows appeared. The Holy Dragon City's warriors were enjoying themselves when they saw that the power to expand the window seemed to have disappeared, leaving only a small section of the stone wall with no windows. Those with obsessive-compulsive disorder felt that something was wrong. Tang Zhen shifted his gaze back from the map. It was only a minute and this was all he could do. Other than the box of brains in the ghost bank, Tang Zhen couldn't even take out a single brain from his pocket. He was a standard pauper. However, after building such a majestic city wall and rendering the kobolds' siege weapons useless, Tang Zhen felt that the gold coins were worth it. When Tang Zhen rushed to the city wall, Tai Seng was commanding the Holy Dragon City's soldiers and residents to move firearms and ammunition onto the newly built city wall. When they saw Tang Zhen appear, all the residents looked at him as if they were looking at a god, their eyes filled with respect. "City Lord, this is your xianxia." Tai Seng pointed at the majestic city wall and asked Tang Zhen. His voice was filled with excitement and his eyes were shining. "That's right, I did it. Hurry up and get to work. The Houndhead men are coming." Tang Zhen appeared to be unconcerned as he waved his hand. However, after hearing the definite answer, the gazes of the residents, who were about to prostrate themselves on the ground, caused Tang Zhen to feel quite pleased. He also felt a trace of pride in his heart. After all, such a technique was almost no different from that of a god. "Long live the city lord." Tai Seng's eyes were red with excitement. He yelled at the top of his lungs, and everyone immediately agreed. They all shouted at the top of their lungs, wishing they could use all their strength to shout out their respect for the city lord. The boiling emotions and the sky-shaking roars continued for a long time, causing Tang Zhen to feel a little uncomfortable. He waved his hand to signal everyone to stop cheering. He also said that with the great enemy in front of them, it was more important to quickly go up the city wall and arrange the defense. Everyone was quite obedient and buried their heads to start working. All of them were full of energy, and they walked with the wind. With Tang Zhen's storage space, the weapons and ammunition were first sent to the city wall. The soldiers placed the machine guns and other weapons while sizing up the giant city wall under their feet. After Tang Zhen's modification, the top of the giant city wall was also very wide. Tang Zhen had made a long row of rooms near the valley. When he went in to take a look, it was actually a vertical cave that opened up along the wall. The space inside was very large. It could store weapons and ammunition, and it could also be used for living. It was just that it was a little rough and uneven. This could not be helped. After all, it could only be used for a limited time. In the direction of the gravel plain, there was a 2-meter-high stone wall with many gaps in it, making it easy for the warriors to observe and shoot. Through these gaps, they could clearly see that the kobold army had set up camp less than 2 kilometers away from Holy Dragon City. However, at this moment, they were all stunned by the magnificent city wall in front of them. In the dog-headed people's camp, a tall dog-headed man with an angry expression was beating up the dog-headed warrior in charge of scouting. It was because of this group of bastards, wrong information that led to the current dilemma. In the face of such a tall city wall, all the siege weapons lost their effectiveness. Their large army's expedition seemed to have become a huge joke. They couldn't possibly let the dog-headed soldiers fly over a height of 50 meters. Glancing at the dog-headed warrior who was beaten up and spitting blood, an old dog-headed man in a long robe coughed lightly, indicating that they should stop fighting. The furious dog-headed man cursed angrily and sat back on a folding leather chair. The dog-headed elder glanced at the dog-headed generals sitting in the tent. Seeing their worried faces, he smiled and said, "You don't have to worry, 17th Prince." After all, no one thought that those lowly humans would have such a magical technique. They could actually build a giant city wall in the blink of an eye. The dog-headed man who had attacked him earlier was still indignant. He said to the old dog, "Master Maronis, you might not know this, but I made a military pledge to my father. I said that I would take down this human city in the shortest time possible and use it as the rear camp of the Royal Kobold clan. Who would have thought that this would happen? How am I supposed to complete my mission?" Chapter 162, The 17th Prince in the Car Snatching. This angry dog-headed man was the 17th Prince of the Royal Dog-Headed Clan, Ao Feng. He was also the commander of the dog-headed army that was attacking the Holy Dragon City. The old dog-head man, who was called Master Marini by the 17th Prince, smiled and said with confidence, "Don't worry, 7th Prince. When I saw this city wall, I sent a message to the royal family's tower and asked the messenger to ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help from the Tower of Black Feather. I believe that there will be a reply soon." The 17th Prince's expression relaxed slightly. With the help of the flying guys from Black Feather Tower City, it would not be difficult to attack the human race's Holy Dragon City. After letting go of his worries, the 17th Prince turned to the group of dog-headed officers and said, "Last time, the Yellow-Toothed General led 5,000 soldiers to attack this city tower. For some reason, they were all wiped out. So, don't let your guard down just because the enemy is a human. You must be more vigilant." The 17th Prince was being cautious, but when the arrogant dog-headed officers heard it, they felt that the 17th Prince was being too careful. They started to look down on him. They were just a group of lowly humans. There was no need for them to be so vigilant. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the city wall, the dog-headed people's army would have broken through the city wall and killed all the humans inside. As for the last time when the Yellow-Toothed General's army was completely annihilated, they might have encountered some powerful monster along the way, and none of the unlucky ones managed to escape. They would never believe that the Holy Dragon City humans had killed them. The 17th Prince felt helpless as he looked at his generals' nonchalant expressions. The Kobold King had many descendants, and it was just one of them. It was already extremely lucky to be able to participate in the Kobold King's grand plan and become the commander of an army. Originally, he thought that it would be easy to conquer a low-level human city. However, who would have thought that there would be such twists and turns? This made the 17th Prince feel a little uneasy. If he couldn't take down this tower, he would probably never be able to stand out among the Royal Kobold clan. Tang Zhen stood on the city wall and looked down at the dog-headed people's camp. His gaze shifted slightly, but he was continuously planning in his heart. Tang Zhen would definitely give them an unforgettable memory tonight. After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen walked down from the city wall. He needed to make some preparations and prepare a big gift for the dog-headed people. In the original world, Kimchi country, Tang Zhen walked out from a gap in a container in a remote location. As expected, the container that he had emptied had been discovered by someone and reported to the police. At this time, the entire dock was filled with a tense atmosphere. From time to time, police officers from the Pickle Nation would pass by. Tang Zhen ignored the others. After tidying his clothes, he directly headed to the street outside the dock. The officers from the Pickle Nation, who were still at the dock, could never have imagined that the notorious thief who had kept them so busy would slip away right under their noses. Ever since the news of the stolen containers at the dock spread, because of the huge amount of money involved and the involvement of many countries and companies, there was a lot of attention on it, which also put a lot of pressure on the Kimchi police. For the past few days, the police officer in charge of the case had not had a good night's sleep. He had been investigating for clues and collecting relevant information all day long, trying to catch the guy who had moved the empty container in broad daylight without anyone knowing. Tang Zhen had come over this time to get a batch of fuel. The Holy Dragon City's stock was already insufficient. After a while, the Holy Dragon City's motor vehicles would run out of fuel. Small fights weren't Tang Zhen's style. This time, his target was the fuel truck that was transporting fuel. After activating the all-purpose electronic kit and hacking into the network of the fuel company, Tang Zhen got the transportation route of all the fuel tank cars and quickly selected the target. After arriving at the road that the tank truck must pass through, Tang Zhen found a slightly remote road section. After adjusting his view to the map view, he sat on a chair by the roadside and waited. Time slowly passed. Tang Zhen waited for a long time, but the fuel truck still didn't arrive. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. The Holy Dragon City was currently surrounded by a large number of soldiers and could be in danger at any time. He could not waste too much time here. If he really could not do it, Tang Zhen could only head to those gas stations. While Tang Zhen was thinking about this problem, he didn't notice that a car had stopped beside him. At the same time, the car window rolled down and a man wearing sunglasses shouted at him, "Hey, how do I get to Jinpu Road?" Ignoring this fellow, Tang Zhen was still pondering if he should change the route. However, he suddenly noticed a tank truck slowly driving over. His mood immediately relaxed. Tang Zhen clapped his hands and stood up. He then began to prepare for action. When the young man who was driving saw that Tang Zhen was ignoring him, he couldn't help but curse in a low voice. He ignored the girl in the front passenger seat who was blocking him and slammed the door as he walked in front of Tang Zhen. "Brat, you're very arrogant." The young man wearing sunglasses pushed Tang Zhen, but he felt like he had hit a wall. The other party didn't move at all. Tang Zhen slowly turned his head and used an ice-cold gaze to sweep over the young man. The killing intent that he unintentionally revealed caused the other party's body to stiffen. Before the young man could recover from his shock, Tang Zhen reached out and took off his sunglasses. After which, he gently pushed his slightly handsome face. It was as if the young man had been knocked down by a car. He immediately flew out and his body slammed into the car with a bang, causing the girl in the car to scream in shock. "Brother, are you okay?" The girl jumped down and helped the young man up. She then shouted to Tang Zhen, "Hey, what's wrong with you, uncle? Why did you hit me? Do you believe that I'll call the police right now?" The young man's face was filled with anger. He pushed away the girl's hand and was about to rush up to regain his face. He had been slapped by Tang Zhen just now, making him feel very humiliated. "You'd better get out of here, or I'll kill you." Tang Zhen coldly snorted. He looked at the fuel truck that was getting closer and slowly walked to the middle of the road. "I think you're the one who's looking for death." The young man didn't seem to be a law-abiding person. Tang Zhen's words didn't scare him. Instead, it aroused his fierce nature. After seeing Tang Zhen walk to the center of the street, he took off his coat and threw it on the ground before striding towards Tang Zhen. A shrill horn sounded. The young man saw a tank truck coming from afar and kept honking, but the arrogant kid who had stolen his sunglasses stood in the middle of the road like a fool. He didn't even dodge the car. Is there something wrong with his head? As the young man thought of this, his footsteps slowly came to a stop, his eyes filled with doubt. When the fuel tank truck driver saw that Tang Zhen was blocking the middle of the road and didn't dodge, he quickly stepped on the brake and barely stopped when he was less than 3 meters away from Tang Zhen. "Bastard, are you fucking looking for death?" The driver of the fuel tank truck stuck his head out of the cab and cursed at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen didn't say anything. He walked a few steps to the tank truck, opened the door, and grabbed the stunned driver. Then, he punched the driver's jaw. After the driver was hit, his eyes rolled back and he passed out. 1. Chapter 163. Night Raid on the Camp. After kicking the tank truck driver out of the car, Tang Zhen closed the door and directly started the tank truck, continuing to move forward. The young man who was prepared to fight with Tang Zhen stood at the side. He looked at the scene in front of him in a daze and felt confused. He really couldn't understand what Tang Zhen was thinking. He actually robbed a fuel tank truck in broad daylight. Looking at the unconscious tank truck driver, the young man thought for a moment, then finally took out his mobile phone and called the police. Tang Zhen didn't drive the tank truck far before he found a fork and drove down. After running for a while and seeing that no one was paying attention, he put away the tank truck and returned to the Lusheng world. After returning to the square of the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen released the fuel truck. Then, he took a container and put the fuel inside. Immediately after, Tang Zhen returned to the warehouse and stored a large pile of things in the storage space. Only then did he stop his busy work. After returning to the city wall, Tang Zhen looked at the dog-headed people who were preparing to eat and started to wait silently. Night quietly descended and the entire dog-headed people's camp fell into silence. Only the patrolling sentries were still walking around from time to time. Tang Zhen noticed that every 100 meters around the dog-headed people's camp, there was a wooden stick that emitted a green glow. It looked like a street lamp. This thing seemed to have a strange effect. Ever since it was inserted, the monsters wandering on the gravel plain avoided the dog-headed people's camp as if they had encountered a flood. Tang Zhen was secretly amazed. He pondered about getting a few of them later and taking them back to study. The Holy Dragon City's soldiers were also eating. They had been on edge for the entire day and could finally relax a little. The group of people gathered together and laughed, as if they did not care about the kobold army. Tai Seng put away his night vision goggles, walked in front of Tang Zhen and asked, "City Lord, how do you plan to deal with those guys? Tell us, it's really uncomfortable to not fire a shot." Tang Zhen smiled when he heard this. He pointed at the dog-headed people's camp and said, "Don't worry, you'll be busy in the second half of the night." Tyson didn't know what was going on and wanted to ask, please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. More questions, but Tang Zhen only told him to prepare the mortar and anti-aircraft machine gun and wait for his order to attack. Tai Seng nodded his head, his face filled with anticipation. When midnight came, Tang Zhen activated the quantum stealth light curtain and jumped down from the 50-meter-high city wall. Just as he was about to land, he gently knocked the wrist guards on his arms and his entire body was like a feather as he quietly landed on the ground. Tang Zhen tried his best to keep his footsteps as light as possible as he began to move towards the dog-headed people's camp. When he arrived in front of the dog-headed people's camp, Tang Zhen carefully observed it. After confirming that there was no alarm device, he slowly walked into the dog-headed people's camp. The dog-headed people had a very sensitive sense of smell. He had already used a small trick to hide it earlier, but there was still the danger of being exposed. Therefore, Tang Zhen had no choice but to be extra careful. Tang Zhen had already clearly seen the dog-headed people's camp through the map's perspective. The direction he was heading toward was the place where the dog-headed people stored their rations and supplies. After avoiding the two patrolling dog-headed man sentries, Tang Zhen went into the middle of the pile of food and drinking water. He took out all the fuel barrels he had gotten and then tied them to remote explosives. The smell of fuel was very strong, and he believed that the dog-headed people would be able to discover it very quickly with their developed sense of smell. Tang Zhen had to end the battle quickly. Next, Tang Zhen began to place explosives all over the dog-headed people's camp. After placing more than 10 explosives, the dog-headed people's sentinels finally discovered something unusual. A shrill bone whistle sounded, attracting the attention of the patrolling kobold sentinels. However, before they reached the location of the whistle, they heard an earth-shattering sound. At the same time, a huge fireball rose from the rations and supplies, and at the same time, small fireballs scattered in all directions, setting the rations and tents on fire. The fire that soared into the sky was extremely dazzling in the night. The splattering fuel produced an astonishingly high temperature, and the food and drinking water were swallowed by the fire in the blink of an eye. Some kobolds wanted to put out the fire, but they couldn't get close to it. They could only stomp their feet in anxiety. As the fireball rose, the camp of the Houndhead men immediately became chaotic. Countless Houndhead men ran out of their tents to see what was going on. However, before they could figure out what was going on, they heard a series of loud noises. The huge shock wave set off the Prologue of death in the dog-headed people's camp. Some unlucky dog-headed soldiers lost their lives in their sleep, and some tents were lifted into the sky, with none of the dog-headed people inside surviving. From time to time, broken limbs of the kobolds fell from the sky, causing a huge panic. The kobold officers roared loudly, but they could not control the chaotic situation. This situation meant that the kobolds had already blown up the camp. Tang Zhen hid in the dark and threw out 2 grenades. Then, through the communication cracking function of the all-rounded digital battle interface, he connected to Tyson's walkie-talkie. "Don't worry about the ammunition. Hit it hard." As soon as Tang Zhen's order was given, Tyson, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately gave the order to attack. The 5 mortars produced by the Ice Bear Alliance let out a roar, and the killing explosive shells streaked across the night sky, smashing down on the dog-headed people's camp. Boom! The cannonballs exploded one after another, and the debris and air waves tore the nearby kobolds into pieces. The power of the explosion was like the collapse of the heavens and the earth, and it completely threw the kobold camp into chaos. Countless dog-headed soldiers in unkempt armor and clothing ran out of their tents like headless flies. They began to flee in all directions, afraid that they would be affected by the terrifying artillery fire. The sound of anti-aircraft machine guns followed closely behind. The bullets from above still produced a terrifying killing effect within the effective distance they could barely reach, knocking down the dog-headed soldiers who were running in all directions. The trajectory of the light drag bullet and armor-piercing burning bullet was extremely beautiful in the night sky, but it represented the gorgeous blooming of the flower of death. The dog-headed people's officers were furious. They shouted at the panicking soldiers and tried to restore order, but it was to little effect. From time to time, a wave of bullets would hit the kobold officers who were standing in conspicuous positions, cutting them in half. When they saw the unlucky fellow who was wailing in pain with half of his body behind him, the kobold officers did not dare to stand in conspicuous places. They only hid in the corners and berated him loudly. Master Marini and the 17th prince of the kobold royal family looked at the chaotic kobold camp in a daze. They then looked at the deadly flashes of light that kept flying from the Holy Dragon City's wall. Their faces were ashen. The siege hadn't even started, and his side had already blown up the camp. This was a great taboo in the first place. Coupled with the sneak attacks of the despicable humans, the kobold army was bound to suffer heavy losses tonight. The 17th prince took a deep breath and shouted to the cultivator team beside him, "All of you, get out. Kill all those who are shouting and disturbing the morale of the army." "Yes, sir." After the 17th prince's order was given, the 100 lion and dog-headed people scattered in all directions. They shouted, "Don't panic," while their blades flashed non-stop. Soon, nearly 100 dog-headed people were killed. All of the dog-headed people's officers also spread out, each taking charge of a region, gradually calming down the chaotic dog-headed people. Although the gunshots and artillery fire were still going on, the camp of the dog-headed people had strangely quieted down after the explosion. There were no more dog-headed people running around in the camp. Even when the cannonballs exploded beside them and their companions were blown to pieces, the dog-headed people still lay quietly on the ground, not moving an inch. Tang Zhen sighed in his heart. He gently opened and closed his mouth a few times. The all-rounded digital battle interface recognized his mouth into a voice and sent it to Tyson. "Stop firing. Don't waste any more ammunition." As soon as the order was given, the attacks on the city wall stopped. The entire kobold camp fell into a dead silence. Tang Zhen, who was hiding in the dark, looked at the 17th prince, who was obviously the commander-in-chief. A murderous intent rose in his heart. He held the purple lightning short sword and quietly moved to its side. Chapter 164 Killing Master Maronis. The dog-headed people had a keen sense of smell. If it wasn't for the smell of blood and smoke in the dog-headed people's camp, which concealed Tang Zhen's aura, he would have been discovered by the dog-headed people. It was precisely because of this concern that he did not dare to get too close. When he slowly moved to about 10 meters behind the 17th prince, Tang Zhen shot out like a sharp arrow and the purple lightning short sword in his hand went straight for the 17th prince's neck. Tang Zhen's attack was too sudden, causing the guards around the 17th prince to be unable to react in time. By the time they realized that something was wrong, the purple lightning short sword had already touched the 17th prince's skin. "Prince, be careful," Master Marini, who was beside the 17th prince, roared. An invisible shock wave spread out with him as the center. Tang Zhen was the first to be affected, and his body was violently bounced back. The sword that was supposed to kill him only cut open the 17th prince's skin. "There's an assassin, catch him." The nearby kobold warriors all rushed over, vowing to capture and kill the assassin. Although Tang Zhen was invisible, he still couldn't escape the sniffles of the numerous dog-headed people. They had already faintly locked onto Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen's body trembled in midair, and he ingeniously removed the force from his body. He glanced at Master Marini and confirmed that this dog-headed man was a level 4 cultivator. Looking at the methods it used, it was likely to be a holy master. Tang Zhen's eyes narrowed slightly when he thought of the fact that the dog-headed man was a grade 4 holy master. The 17th prince, who was ambushed, did not pay any attention to the wound on his neck. After he sniffed, he looked in Tang Zhen's direction with a cold and sinister expression. Tang Zhen's attack was launched again before the guards could block the 17th prince's body. He took advantage of his invisibility and actually approached the 17th prince's side again. Master Marini seemed to be able to easily judge Tang Zhen's position. Seeing that he was about to attack again, he wanted to use the same trick and send Tang Zhen flying with air waves again. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen's purple lightning short sword had pierced over. It was less than 2 meters away from the 17th prince. Perhaps in the next second, the 17th prince's blood would splatter on the spot. However, at this moment, Tang Zhen, who intended to assassinate the 17th prince, suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Master Marini. Maronis, who was about to cast a spell, suddenly felt that he was in trouble. He desperately retracted the spell he was about to release and moved his feet to dodge, but it was too late. A piercing light flashed from Tang Zhen's fingers. It seemed to have passed through space and landed on Marini's head. The cooldown period of the miniature death light weapon was up and Tang Zhen activated it again, catching Marini off guard. PFF'd. Marloki's head, which was filled with horror, disappeared in an instant, leaving only a hunched body standing in place. Tang Zhen waved his hand and put away Maroni's body. He laughed and ignited a giant cluster bomb. At the same time, he activated the map teleportation plugin, and his figure directly appeared on the Holy Dragon City's city wall. He turned around and looked at the kobold camp. A huge fireball soared into the sky. In the dazzling light, countless kobold limbs and gravel fell. After a while, the light dissipated, leaving only the sparks of fire and the faint wails of the kobolds. Tang Zhen looked at it for a while, then walked to a stove that had been changed from an oil barrel with a lid and released Maronis's body. After discovering that Marini was a level 4 holy master, Tang Zhen changed the target of his assassination at the last minute. He went for the 17th prince on the surface, but in fact, he put Marini on his must-kill list. He was just the commander of the kobolds. Whether he was killed or not, it did not matter much to Tang Zhen. In the face of the Holy Dragon City's giant city walls, the role of a commander was dispensable. However, Tang Zhen did not dare to let his guard down against a level 4 holy master. Who knew what strange means these people had? Therefore, he had to kill them as soon as possible to get rid of any future trouble. By creating a diversion and relying on the abnormal power of the deathlight weapon, Tang Zhen had indeed easily gotten rid of Marini, removing this big worry in his heart. Maronis, a holy master with a high reputation among the kobolds, would never have expected that he would die so carelessly. Tang Zhen slowly squatted down and began to examine Marini's body. He had always been curious about the holy masters, and now he hoped to get a better understanding of the so-called cultivators among cultivators through Marini's belongings. After rummaging inside and out, Tang Zhen threw the naked body directly outside the city wall. After a long time, a bang sound was heard. All of Marini's personal belongings were here. Tang Zhen began to check them one by one. The first item was an identity card, which should be Marini's proof of identity in the dog-headed people's Lusheng. He wondered how many points he had left in it. Seeing this identity card, Tang Zhen could not help but recall a matter that he had discovered by chance a few days ago. After killing the invading dog-headed man army, some of the Holy Dragon City's soldiers treated the dog-headed man's identity cards as spoils of war. They picked them up and handed them to Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen, who originally thought that these things were useless, tried to read the points in them. However, he was informed by the Cornerstone trading platform that the dog-headed people were a hostile force to the human race by default. Therefore, he could withdraw the points from them for himself, but he would have to collect 10% of the fees. Tang Zhen had never known that the cornerstone trading platform had such a rule. He immediately withdrew all his points and tried to withdraw the points of the Holy Dragon City residents at the same time. In the end, he was told that he could not do it. Tang Zhen, who had finished exchanging his points, fell into deep thought. Could it be that the cornerstone trading platform was encouraging the various races to fight against each other and snatch resources and points? Tang Zhen retracted his thoughts and started to look at the other items. A leather bag filled with messy little bottles, dozens of level 3 and level 4 brain beads, a sharp demon weapon dagger, and a bracelet decorated with colorful metal with a level 4 brain bead embedded in it. Tang Zhen's line of sight fell on the bracelet. He carefully sized up the level 4 brain that was obviously larger in size and could vaguely guess its function. Other than these things, Tang Zhen also found a thick diary on Marini's corpse. It was bound with monster skin made of an unknown material. It was soft, smooth, and extremely comfortable to the touch. Gently opening the diary, what entered his eyes were curved words. The color was blood red and messy. There were even special symbols used in some places. If it wasn't for mysterious word cracker, Tang Zhen really wouldn't be able to understand. However, with the aid of the application, he no longer felt any pressure when reading. Tang Zhen began to read word by word. This diary recorded what Marini had experienced since he was a teenager. He was born in a small kobold tribe and had a good talent for cultivation. After he was discovered by the cultivators from the kobold Lusheng, he had been keeping him by his side. After Maroni's became a holy master, he began to wander alone. Compared to the situation where monsters ran amok in the human living area, the dog-headed people were much safer. This was because their buildings were all centered around the royal city and gradually spread out. Therefore, this area was the dog-headed people's world. The monsters were effectively suppressed and rarely caused too much harm. Marini had lived in the kobold capital city and other kobold towers of various sizes for decades. His cultivation had gradually advanced to level 4, and he had later become a guest of honor of the 17th kobold prince. Tang Zhen had a preliminary understanding of the dog-headed people race through the contents of the diary. He never expected that in a certain area in the distance, there would actually be a foreign race force that was like a kingdom. They had many buildings and countless dog-headed people residents. Originally, he didn't take the dog-headed people to heart. However, he didn't expect that there would be such a powerful force behind them. This caused Tang Zhen to be a little surprised. Chapter 165. Doomsday of the Kobold Army. Tang Zhen saw Maroni's understanding and application of divine arts in his notebook. After becoming a holy master, Maroni's had to save up points for 5 years before he could exchange for his first divine spell from the cornerstone trading platform. He had spent 10,000 points. This was a divine spell that could control a dagger and instantly cast it. It could control a dagger to fly and kill enemies within a range of 5 meters, which was why it always carried a dagger with it. With this divine art, Maroni's gradually became famous and accumulated more and more points. Later on, it exchanged for a few more divine arts, including the shock wave that was used to stop Tang Zhen's assassination. If time allowed, it would have released divine arts one after another. It was a pity that the might Tang Zhen had used was too overbearing. He had killed him with a single strike. Looking at Maroni's understanding and application of the divine arts, Tang Zhen felt that these divine arts were a weakened version of mobile phone applications. For example, the ability to control daggers that Maroni exchanged could be downloaded in the application store. Super Item Manipulation Magnetic Field Basic. Able to control all metal objects. Can be upgraded. The higher the level, the greater the range and power of control. Download cost: 10,000 gold coins. There were also several other divine spells that Maroni's had mastered. There were similar applications downloaded in the application store. The connection between them was intriguing. Tang Zhen watched all the way until dawn. Only then did he put away Marini's notebook. Under the light of the morning sun, he sized up the dog-headed people's camp. The neat and orderly dog-headed people's camp the day before could only be described as a scene of devastation at this moment. There were ashes left behind by the fire everywhere. The smoke had not dispersed, and corpses were strewn all over the place. The kobold corpses that had died in the attack last night were being cleared out one by one and piled up on the gravel plain outside the camp. Corpses piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like rivers. Tang Zhen estimated that the night attack last night had killed at least 4,000 kobolds and burned countless tents and rations. The kobold army was about to face the crisis of running out of food and water. They had to either think of a countermeasure and fight to the death, or withdraw their troops. Other than that, they had no other choice. Tang Zhen couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw the dog-headed prince fly into a rage. He took out a heavy sniper rifle from his storage space, locked onto the 17th prince, and gently pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced through the morning mist and hit the 17th prince's body. The scene of the 17th prince's body being torn to pieces did not appear. A green protective shield appeared on the surface of the 17th prince's body, blocking the attack of the bullet. However, the attack frightened him so much that he quickly hid behind cover under the cover of his guards. Tang Zhen was very clear about the defensive power of the protective shield. He also knew that he would not be able to kill the 17th prince, who had already taken precautions after the assassination. This shot of his would only be a hindrance to the 17th prince. Tang Zhen, who was in a good mood, was planning to go back and have a meal. However, when he noticed the dust rising in the distance, he couldn't help but frown. This was clearly a large-scale army. Could it be that the kobold army had increased in number? Quickly switching to the map view, Tang Zhen looked at the scene that appeared in front of him. An expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry appeared on his face. At the same time, he repeatedly shook his head and said, "The commotion last night was too big. It attracted a bunch of people. This time, the Houndhead men are in big trouble." The kobold sentries who had been released also noticed the group of people who had suddenly appeared. When they saw what it was, their expressions changed greatly. Without hesitation, they drove their huge dogs back to the camp to report the situation. However, before the kobold sentry could run a few steps, it was pressed down by a huge rotten claw. The huge force directly squashed the kobold sentry. Then, the corpse was swallowed by a huge head that revealed its cheekbone. The giant rotting beast that had swallowed the kobold sentinels roared at the sky and continued to run towards Holy Dragon City. Behind it were all kinds of corpse monsters that covered the sky and the earth as they slowly walked over. It was stinky and ferocious, as if all the evil ghosts from hell had come out. Close to 100 corpse monster centurions were scattered among these corpse monsters. They obviously had simple intelligence and could command the scattered corpse monsters. It was as if their roars had some kind of magic that could make the brutal and bloodthirsty corpse monsters advance according to their orders. The ones pushing and shoving at the forefront were mostly infected wanderers who had turned into zombies, as well as all kinds of infected monsters. They were like cannon fodder, and it would not be a pity no matter how many of them were consumed. Following around these corpse monsters were all kinds of creatures from the corpse race world. Each of them had a strange shape, some were tall and fierce, some were petite and strange. Compared to the infected monsters, they were undoubtedly much more agile. Further back was the spiritual brain corpse king's world-conquering army. Sword shield ghost soldiers, corpse monster archers, spearmen, and heavy armored cavalry formed into square formations and advanced at a steady pace. What surprised Tang Zhen was that the spirit brain corpse king didn't appear in this army of the undead race. It was unknown where it was hiding and brewing its scheme. The army of undead monsters was huge and attracted the attention of the Houndhead men from far away. They quickly formed a defensive formation and looked in the direction of the undead army with a serious expression. The 17th prince looked at the approaching army of corpse monsters, and his face became gloomier. First, the camp was attacked in the middle of the night, and now the army of the corpse race blocked the way back. Was he destined to return in defeat after leading his troops to battle? The 17th prince wanted to retreat, but he found that he had no way out because he was surrounded by enemies. Where could he retreat to? A touch of sorrow flashed through its heart. It was afraid that it would die here today, and its bones would be buried under Holy Dragon City. Fine, I'll fight to the end and use my death to make the kobold royal family famous. After the 17th prince thought of this, he slowly drew his saber and walked to the front of the line with a solemn expression. On the city walls of the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen looked at the two armies that were about to clash. However, there was not much joy on his face. From the current situation, the kobolds would definitely lose. Before the wolves were driven away, the hungry tiger had come again. From Zhen Tang's point of view, a dead dog-headed man was not as good as a living dog-headed man. After a living dog-headed man was killed by him, it meant that he was completely dead. However, the dog-headed man killed by the corpse clan would become a corpse monster, an accomplice to the tiger's evil deeds. Unfortunately, he couldn't control this kind of thing, and he had no choice. The day he was worried about had finally arrived. The corpse race had already arrived at Holy Dragon City. They would not let any living creature off. From the start, both sides were destined to have no possibility of reconciliation. Below the city wall, the undead army and the kobold army finally collided. The white gravel plain was completely covered, and deafening battle cries resounded through the clouds. The dog-headed people were extremely brave in battle. They waved their short spears and machetes, and used their hands and feet to fight against the zombies and zombified monsters. Their weapons were constantly attacking the vital points of their enemies. They were excellent warriors, but unfortunately, the enemy they were facing was a monster that could not feel pain and only knew how to kill. Ordinary attacks were useless against the corpse monsters. Even though they were covered in bloody holes and had broken limbs, they still stubbornly crawled towards their enemies, trying to tear them apart and devour them. After the two huge waves collided, the dog-headed people's side was quickly devoured. The corpse race's army commander drove straight in and gradually spread out. Unknowingly, he separated the dog-headed people's army and gradually surrounded them, devouring Bayan. Over 10,000 kobolds fought to the death, but they couldn't escape defeat. The dog-headed people who had died in battle stood up from their pools of blood. They dragged their broken limbs and joined the army of corpse monsters, starting to attack their own kind. The battle lasted for nearly an hour. When the last surviving kobold leaned against the Holy Dragon City's wall and waved their weapons to block more and more zombie monsters, it meant that the kobold army had completely lost. This was the terrifying aspect of the corpse clan. Once they formed a large scale, they would be unstoppable like an avalanche. Chapter 166. Upgrade to Class 5 and the purchase of Fire Truck. When the last kobold fell, the Holy Dragon City had already become a sea of undead. Looking down from the top of the city wall, the sight was filled with disgusting corpse monsters. They occupied almost every inch of the land under the city wall, rubbing shoulders and constantly roaring. Some of the corpse monsters that were good at climbing got close to the city wall. Their sharp claws latched onto the stone wall in an attempt to climb up the city wall. However, they were all hit by the Holy Dragon City warriors who were already prepared and had their heads blown off. Throwing javelin grenades as if they were free, even if the zombie monster's eyes were closed, they could still land on it. Tang Zhen was operating an anti-aircraft machine gun, searching for the corpse monster centurion below. Once he locked onto a target, he would pull the trigger and directly smash the corpse monster centurion into pieces. A level 4 corpse monster centurion was just enough to provide him with the experience points to level up, helping him to advance to level 5. As the saying goes, good fortune and bad luck go hand in hand. This undead army was a huge crisis for the Holy Dragon City, but from another perspective, it was also a huge opportunity. If he could destroy all of these corpse monsters, he would definitely obtain a huge amount of brains, which would be more than enough to upgrade Holy Dragon City to a level 2 building. The sound of the anti-aircraft machine gun did not stop. When the corpse monster centurions hiding among the corpse monsters faced the large caliber bullets, they simply had no ability to resist. They could only howl as they were killed one by Tang Zhen. After Tang Zhen had killed an unknown number of corpse monster centurions, he suddenly felt an incomparably abundant energy surge through his entire body. His bones and muscles sounded in unison, causing him to involuntarily let out a long howl towards the sky. Advancing to rank 5 and having the strength of 5 people, the feeling was so wonderful. After becoming a level 5 cultivator, killing monsters below level 5 would not give any experience. Tang Zhen then handed the red barrel of the anti-aircraft machine gun to the soldier beside him. He waved his fist and wished that he could immediately fight a great battle with the corpse monster. He turned his head to check on the soldiers who participated in the defense of the city. Tang Zhen discovered that they all appeared very tired. This kind of mechanical repeated attack could easily exhaust the strength of a strong soldier. Corpse monsters were different from living creatures. If one couldn't blow up their head or completely destroy their body, then the corpse monsters wouldn't be considered exterminated. It was also because of this that the ammunition consumption was extremely high, but the number of zombie monsters killed was very small. Tang Zhen estimated that the number of zombie monsters that were killed was only a few thousand. However, 60% of his ammunition had been consumed. Tang Zhen's heart was slightly shocked. He secretly thought that he could not continue like this. Otherwise, he would run out of ammunition. Without any weapons to protect himself, the Holy Dragon City would really be in danger of being destroyed. Tang Zhen called Tai Seng over and told him that he only needed to be wary of the monsters that were climbing the walls. As for the corpse monsters on the ground, he didn't need to worry about them for the time being. Tang Zhen planned to use other methods to deal with them. On the giant city wall, Tang Zhen glanced at the densely packed zombie monsters. Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, he activated the teleportation function. In the Pickle Nation of his original world, Tang Zhen walked out of a secluded path. He ran that universal electronic kit as he walked, quickly searching the internet in an attempt to get 2 fire engines. Soon, he found the result he wanted. A company was selling 2 fire engines. After looking at the location of the company, Tang Zhen found that it was not far from him, so he decided to go directly. The best way to deal with these zombie monsters was to use fire. However, there were too many zombie monsters and special tools were needed to spray fuel. Tang Zhen thought for a while and found that only the fire truck was the most suitable. Tang Zhen hailed a taxi on the road and told the driver the address. After which, he sat in the back seat and closed his eyes to rest. The taxi drove for more than 20 minutes before Tang Zhen got off the car and paid. He glanced at the factory's gate and walked in. After telling the guard that he was here to buy a fire truck, the guard picked up the phone and said a few words before letting Tang Zhen follow him in. The area of this factory was not small. Tang Zhen followed the security guard for a while before he saw the person in charge of this factory, a middle-aged man with a short figure. After the two of them exchanged a few words, the middle-aged man led Tang Zhen to a row of garages and opened the garage door to invite him in. 2 water tank fire trucks that were 60–70% new were parked in the garage. They looked like they were well maintained. Tang Zhen inspected them a little and confirmed that they could be used normally. He then decided to buy them. Tang Zhen walked out of the garage and was planning to discuss the price with the middle-aged man. However, he did not expect that a young man's flustered and exasperated voice would suddenly be transmitted from behind. "Bastard, you actually dared to come here." At the same time, a hand was placed on his shoulder, and he was even moved forcefully. Tang Zhen was slightly startled. He thought in his heart, "Which fellow is this?" After which, he turned his head and took a look. He didn't expect to know this man. He was the young man who had his sunglasses stolen when he intercepted the fuel tank truck last time. Pushing away the young man's hand, Tang Zhen coldly snorted, "You'd better stay away from me. Don't look for trouble. If you delay my official business, I'll deal with you." The young man staggered and almost fell to the ground. He had been defeated by Tang Zhen twice in a row, which made him feel very embarrassed. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward to compete with Tang Zhen. The middle-aged man quickly hugged him and shouted to the young man, "Yu Shi, what are you doing? If you cause any more trouble, I'm going to call the chairman." The young man called Yu Shi struggled a few times, but was unable to break free from the middle-aged man's embrace. He pointed at Tang Zhen and roared, "What is this guy doing? Why is he here?" "He wants to buy a fire truck," the middle-aged man quickly replied. "The 2 trucks that were returned." Upon hearing this, Yu Shi didn't even think. He roared at Tang Zhen, "Get lost, I won't sell this car to you. Leave right now." The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. The chairman's son had never done anything serious except causing trouble. No wonder his father sent him here. He thought that it would be more peaceful. Who knew that he would quarrel with the client after just a few days? The middle-aged man didn't want to know the reason for the enmity between the two. He only knew that this young master was too willful. Tang Zhen looked at Yu Shi, who was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, and shook his head slightly. He had no interest in dealing with this kind of guy. He had originally planned to pay for the goods honestly, but after this guy's trouble, it would be strange if Tang Zhen was willing to pay. After a while, I'll get rid of these 2 cars and fill in the traffic. Did they really think I don't have a temper? After thinking up to this point, Tang Zhen turned around and left. He didn't care about the middle-aged man's urging to stay and Yu Zai's mocking. He quickly walked out of the factory and turned into a nearby alley. 10 minutes later, Tang Zhen, who had activated the quantum invisibility screen, returned to the garage and sent the 2 fire trucks back to the Holy Dragon City's city wall. Only then did he begin preparing the next item of materials with satisfaction. Chapter 167. Burning corpses in the camouflage net. 1. If he were to use fuel oil alone, the killing effect on the zombie monsters would be too low. Therefore, Tang Zhen also planned to add some seasoning to ensure that the fire would burn for a longer time and it would be more difficult to extinguish it. Tang Zhen had used this method to deal with corpse monsters before. Therefore, he had some experience. After walking around the market once, he had gathered most of the required materials. He placed them in a hidden corner and sent them back to the Holy Dragon City while no one was paying attention. The last thing he needed to prepare was a large amount of fuel. There were many gas stations in the vicinity of this city, but the amount of gas storage was unable to meet Tang Zhen's needs. After screening through the possible locations for gas storage, he finally locked his target on a large airport in this city. The all-purpose electronic kit obtained the relevant information. Through the satellite map and building drawings, it could be seen that there was a large oil depot built on the airport, and the tall oil tank was shining in the sun. He got into the car and went straight to his target. It didn't take long for him to arrive near the airport. A passenger plane was taking off from the airport and slowly rising into the sky. After activating the quantum stealth light curtain, Tang Zhen easily entered the airport and effortlessly found the huge storage tank. He raised his head and sized it up a few times before he began to think about how to move the fuel away. The size of the oil tank was too large, and it was impossible to store it directly into the space. However, the fuel in bulk could not be transported, which gave Tang Zhen a headache. Could it be that he had to bring the fire truck's tank over, fill it up, and then bring it back? Tang Zhen, who did not have a suitable container in his hands, could only use this method in the end. However, the problem came again. How could he block the huge water tank of the fire truck and prevent others from seeing him stealing oil here? Fortunately, there was plenty of black technology in the application store, so solving this problem was a piece of cake. Holographic camouflage screen. After operation, it can perfectly disguise fixed objects 100 meters by 100 meters by 100 meters, blocking a variety of detection methods. Download cost: 2,000 gold coins. The price was not high, but Tang Zhen was short of money. If he had not obtained some brain beads from Maroni's, he would not be able to afford it. After exchanging the brain pearl for gold coins, Tang Zhen chose to download and install it. After the installation was completed, Tang Zhen launched the application. According to the instructions, Tang Zhen chose the oil tank above his head as the camouflage target. Only the user, Tang Zhen, could see that countless rays of light were connected together to form an inverted semicircular light shield that covered all the oil tanks. From now on, as long as Tang Zhen didn't turn off the application, no matter what he did in the net, even if he dismantled the oil tank, the outside world wouldn't notice anything unusual. They would only see the oil tank that was still standing. Moreover, this camouflage net also had the function of blocking the sound inside, so there was no fear of the people outside finding out anything unusual after making any sound. After solving the problem of disguise, Tang Zhen brought the two fire trucks in turn. After they were filled with fuel, they were sent back. Then, he got a lot of containers, filled them all, and sent them back to the back of the Holy Dragon City. Only then did he turn off the holographic camouflage screen and return to the top of the wall in the other world. The battle to defend the city continued, but the intensity had decreased a lot. As they only needed to defend against the monsters that could climb the wall, the soldiers could now take a break. Although the 50-meter-tall city wall looked very high, it was necessary to distinguish the targets. Against the perverted zombies, the city wall of this height might not be safe. Up until now, more than 10 Holy Dragon City soldiers had been hit by the flying rocks. One soldier even had his ribs broken. These rocks were thrown up by a kind of undead monster that looked like a monkey. There were about 1,000 of them, hiding behind the undead monsters as cover. The rocks were almost overwhelming. Fortunately, the city wall was high enough, and most of the rocks hit the unlucky undead monsters. The corpse race and the corpse monsters were on two completely different levels. Facing the corpse monsters whose skulls had been smashed by the rocks, the corpse race remained indifferent. Dodging a few rocks that were flying toward him, Tyson roared and fired at the zombie monsters with his machine gun. After the mummy monkeys that were throwing rocks were beaten up, he laughed a few times and took a sip of water from a bottle. Other than the stone-throwing undead monkeys, the undead archers were also shooting arrows non-stop. A height of 50 meters was already the limit of a normal arrow, but it was still within the killing range. If it was not for the high walls and the fact that they did not dare to get close to the bottom of the walls, the dense rain of arrows would have definitely caused a lot of casualties to the Holy Dragon City soldiers on the walls. It seemed that before these cheap zombie cannon fodders were used up, the undead army didn't intend to personally go into battle. At most, they would provide support and carry out harassment attacks. The seemingly wooden corpse race also had their cunning. Tang Zhen had never underestimated these guys. After carefully examining the various monsters of the undead race, he then commanded the residents on the city wall to add special seasoning to the fuel. After working for a while, the fuel in the 2 fire truck tanks had been processed. After the fire truck started, Tang Zhen pulled a water dragon belt and aimed it at the zombie below. As the high-pressure water pump was running, a dark red turbid liquid splashed out. As Zhen Tang's arm moved, it was all sprayed on the heads of the corpse monsters. The fuel that Tang Zhen had mixed was very sticky and it was very difficult to get rid of it after it stuck to the corpse monster's body. It looked greasy and the smell was also very pungent. After the can of fuel was completely sprayed out, Tang Zhen took out a cloth soaked in fuel, lit it and threw it down. The fireball floated down leisurely under everyone's gaze and finally hit the head of a corpse monster that was drenched in fuel. There was only a boom. The area below the huge city wall immediately turned into a sea of fire. The waves of fire soared into the sky, bringing with them thick smoke. The burning undead kept howling and struggling in the sea of fire. The fat in their bodies was ignited and turned into countless moving torches. Looking from above, the ground was full of these burning fireballs. The stench of burning flesh mixed together, making people want to vomit. In this fiery hell, the number of standing corpse monsters decreased, but the charred remains on the ground increased. The corpse clansmen who were hiding in the back saw that the situation wasn't good and had already dodged far away. Only the corpse clansmen with simple intelligence had already been frightened by the monstrous flames. The fire burned for a long time before it slowly extinguished. However, the bottom of the city wall had already become charred black. There were layers of corpse monster corpses everywhere, already stuck together, and green smoke floated in spirals. The number of zombie monsters was already quite large. In addition, the kobolds that turned into zombie monsters after dying in battle caused the number to be even more shocking. Tang Zhen's fire only burned a small portion of them. Although it was only a small portion, it still meant that at least several thousand brains had fallen below the city wall. However, Tang Zhen was not anxious. He had a calm and steady appearance. As long as you dare to come close, I will set fire to you. Anyway, the brains are not afraid of being burned, and they can't run away even if they are placed under the city wall. It's not too late to go down and clean them up after the undead army is driven away. As he watched the brainless zombie monsters approach the city wall again, Tang Zhen signaled the soldiers to start the other water tank fire truck and prepared to light another fire truck that soared into the sky. Chapter 168. Harvest. Unstoppable. The flames soared into the sky several times. The air near the city wall was extremely dirty, and the ground was piled with a layer of black ash. When he picked it up and rubbed it with his fingers, it felt greasy. This terrifying method finally intimidated the undead, making them not dare to approach the area within 500 meters of the city wall. They could only surround the city from a distance, trying to cut off the Holy Dragon City's access and trap the Holy Dragon City to death. When they were dealing with Black Rock City, they had used the same method, and the results were obvious. Now, they were using the same old trick to deal with the Holy Dragon City, but they were destined to go for wool and come home shorn. Tang Zhen was still hoping that these people would stay in their original places obediently and help him farm monsters and accumulate brain matter. After filling the 2 fire truck tanks with fuel, Tang Zhen stopped moving, leaving only one empty tank. If it wasn't for the lack of containers, Tang Zhen would have emptied all these tanks and carefully stored them. With weapons like tanks and fire trucks, the Holy Dragon City would not have to worry about zombie attacks for a short period of time. Glancing at the growling corpse monsters, Tang Zhen ordered people to prepare a large number of ropes. He called over a dozen Holy Dragon City cultivators and let them fall down from the city wall. Some corpse monsters tried to rush forward, but they were torn into pieces by the bullets before they could run a few steps. After killing nearly 100 of them, the corpse monsters controlled by the corpse clan became obedient. Other than moving around anxiously, they did not take another step forward. Tang Zhen simply ignored these low-level corpse monsters. With his current rank 5 cultivation, he could completely kill his way in and out of the group of corpse monsters. He did not even need to rely on his strength. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, one's strength would undergo a qualitative change. Currently, Tang Zhen could already feel a trace of it. It was as if the strength in his body was undergoing a subtle change. It was just that it was not obvious. Tang Zhen needed to sacrifice the brain beads. Therefore, he went through the trouble to come down and collect them. Otherwise, he would only need to come down alone and order his phone to directly absorb them. It was simple and saved time. Unfortunately, the application store only had the option of exchanging brain beads for gold coins, but not the function of extracting brain beads. Enduring the strange burnt smell, everyone began to search for the brains among the charred remains. With the keen senses of cultivators, they could easily find the brains among the remains. Compared to the other cultivators who had their backs bent and heads lowered, Tang Zhen was much more relaxed. He discovered that his perception ability was getting stronger and stronger. He could easily sense any brain pearl within a 10-meter radius. Tang Zhen controlled his storage space and quickly collected the buried brains. His work efficiency was equivalent to the sum of everyone else's. Every time he walked through a designated area, a pile of brains would appear in his storage space. The brain beads collected were of different levels, with most of them being level 2. It was clear that after a period of evolution, these corpse monsters, which were mostly wanderers, had all leveled up once. Seeing that Tang Zhen was leisurely picking out the brains and was getting closer and closer to his position, a corpse race centurion who was in charge of controlling the corpse monsters roared and pounced towards Tang Zhen. When the corpse race's centurion was less than 5 meters away from Tang Zhen, it had already raised its huge bronze battle blade in an attempt to split Tang Zhen in half. Tang Zhen, who was removing the brain, didn't even raise his head. Instead, he turned his body to the side and kicked the stone on the ground. A piercing sound suddenly rang out, followed by a blood-curdling scream from the corpse race centurion. Half of his neck had been smashed by the stone. The corpse race's centurion was dressed in heavy armor. This was a part of his body that was rarely exposed, but when he faced Tang Zhen, it became a fatal weakness. The corpse race's centurion, who had half of his neck broken, was extremely tenacious. He still staggered and pounced forward, trying to kill Tang Zhen. However, he was sent flying by Tang Zhen's kick and fell heavily on the ground, unable to get up again. Compared to the corpse monsters that were purely transformed from infection, these corpse race members were actually a bit weaker. Tang Zhen did not use much strength and killed this level 4 corpse race centurion. Seeing that Tang Zhen had killed a level 4 monster so easily, the soldiers on the city wall began to cheer in unison. This sound also stimulated the undead race. They immediately roared and drove the undead monsters to pounce on the crowd. "You guys go back, I'll cover you." Tang Zhen took out his large alloy sword. After he easily brandished it, he spoke to the people behind him in a deep voice. The black mass of corpse monsters rushed over. Tang Zhen roared and rushed forward. The alloy sword in his hand was waved by him, creating countless afterimages. It was like a red iron rod that fell into the snow. The ice and snow immediately melted wherever it passed. Flesh and blood flew in the air, and blood splattered everywhere. It was unknown how many zombies were chopped into pieces by the alloy sword, but anyone who was within a 3-meter radius of Tang Zhen was not able to escape the fate of being beheaded. The power of a grade 5 cultivator was this terrifying. Tang Zhen was in the midst of killing when he suddenly felt countless rocks falling from the sky. He turned his head to take a look, only to discover that there was a group of mummified monkeys squatting on the ground. They were emitting mournful roars as they continuously threw rocks at him. There were too many rocks and they continuously fell around him. Tang Zhen was extremely annoyed and anger rose in his heart. He took out a grenade and threw it towards the group of mummified monkeys. The grenade exploded, scaring the group of mummified monkeys into jumping all over the place. However, they still persevered in throwing rocks at Tang Zhen. He took out his machine gun and fired. After driving these mummified monkeys far away, Tang Zhen laughed at himself. He thought to himself, "Why am I angry with a group of mummified monkeys?" After slashing another level 4 zombie with the body of a giant crocodile and the head of a giant python, Tang Zhen took out the brain pearl and began to retreat in the direction of the city wall. The zombie monsters stopped chasing after them when they reached the border of the burning area. They only roared at Tang Zhen continuously. Tang Zhen let out a sigh of relief. He had just fought and exhausted a lot of his strength, but his battle results were outstanding. The corpses of the corpse monsters on the ground were powerful proof. Tang Zhen sat on the body of a level 4 corpse monster. He rested for a while before getting up to collect the brain beads again. After being busy for half a day and cleaning up the battlefield, Tang Zhen followed the rope and returned to the city wall. He began to count the gains this time. A large pile of brains was scattered on the ground. Tang Zhen led Qian Long and Tai Seng as they squatted on the ground and divided the brains into small piles according to their ranks. It didn't take long for them to finish counting. This time, he had obtained more than 5,000 level 1 brains, more than 14,000 level 2 brains, less than 1,000 level 3 brains, and only a few dozen level 4 brains. Number matter what, he had gained a lot this time. At the very least, he had gathered enough brain beads to upgrade the building. One must know that in order to gather enough brain pearls to upgrade the tower, Tang Zhen had racked his brains and had even shamelessly extorted Black Rock City. Now that he had enough brain beads, it was time to prepare for the upgrade of the building. Due to the lack of brain pearls, Tang Zhen originally planned to wait until the flashing gold race's sanctuary was completely cleared before considering the problem of upgrading the tower. However, it seemed that there was no need for this now. Chapter 169, Temporary Reinforcement. Tang Zhen decided to upgrade the Holy Dragon City to level 2. He had waited for this day for a long time, and in his heart, he was already somewhat impatient. But before that, he still had some things to prepare. The first was the defense of the city tower. Compared to the monster attacks when the city tower was built at level 1, the attack would be 50% stronger when it was upgraded to level 2. However, for the Holy Dragon City, which was currently surrounded by a large number of troops, that number of monsters was not even a fraction of the total number. However, due to the undead army surrounding the city, when the undead monsters were leveling up in the Holy Dragon City, they would definitely launch a crazy attack on the Holy Dragon City due to the influence of the law. The strength of the attack would far exceed that of an ordinary monster attack. Therefore, Tang Zhen had to be prepared. Secondly, the Holy Dragon City's food warehouse was almost empty, and Tang Zhen had to replenish it. Currently, the Holy Dragon City was still unable to be self-sufficient. The residents' main food had been purchased and supplemented by Tang Zhen. The last time he asked Peter to transport the food, it was only enough to support the Holy Dragon City's consumption for a month. Now that Peter and Ivanov had disappeared together, and he was in Kimchi country, Tang Zhen could only personally complete the purchase. After giving some instructions to Tyson, Tang Zhen started the teleportation and appeared under the fuel tank of the airport in Kimchi country. Tang Zhen, who had activated the quantum invisibility light curtain, observed the surroundings. It seemed that the matter of the missing fuel had not been discovered by anyone. The area around the fuel tank was still quiet, with only the occasional ground crew and vehicles passing by. After leaving the airport, Tang Zhen went to the market to buy a batch of food. After walking around the market and gathering enough food, Tang Zhen was planning to return to the airport. However, he accidentally discovered a familiar-looking person in a restaurant by the roadside. After some thought, Tang Zhen remembered the identity of this person. It was the guy who caused him to be pestered by the Kimchi police. Tang Zhen walked into the restaurant and sat opposite the person. He looked at the guy without saying a word. The young man, who was burying his head in his food, noticed that someone was sitting opposite him. He looked up, but unfortunately, he did not recognize Tang Zhen. After glancing at Tang Zhen, he continued to bury his head in his food. Tang Zhen smiled. He suddenly extended his hand, grabbed the young man's head, and directly pressed it into the bowl of noodles in front of him. No matter how that fellow struggled, he refused to let go. The struggling young man immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding diners. Some of them tried to come up and rescue him, but were frightened by Tang Zhen's eyes that were filled with killing intent. They could not help but step back resentfully and point at Tang Zhen from a distance. Seeing that there were more and more onlookers, Tang Zhen decided to change the place to do his business. Tang Zhen dragged the young man whose face was covered in soup. He didn't care about this guy's protests and struggles. He directly dragged him to a nearby alley and then threw him on the ground. "Bastard, who are you? Do you want to die?" The young man, who had fallen to the ground, rubbed his buttocks and spat out a mouthful of saliva that contained blood as he furiously cursed at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen coldly laughed when he heard this. He stepped forward and kicked the young man a few more times. Only then did he shake his head and slowly said, "Your memory is too bad. If you are unlucky one day and get killed by the people you have tricked before, I'm afraid you won't be able to recognize who did it, right?" After the young man was kicked a few times, he felt unbearable pain. He was afraid that he would be beaten up again, so he became more well-behaved and said to Tang Zhen, "If you have something to say, say it. Don't beat around the bush. You said that I've tricked you in the past. What do you think?" Tang Zhen retorted, "I really can't remember. Why don't you give me a reminder?" This young man was also a cheeky person. When he saw Tang Zhen's attitude ease up a little, he immediately crawled up from the ground with a flattering face. "All right, stop pretending. Tell me, why did the kimchi police chase after you at the dock last time?" Tang Zhen looked at the young man and asked with an expressionless face. Upon hearing Tang Zhen's question, the young man immediately recalled Tang Zhen's identity. After curling his lips, he vaguely replied, "It's nothing. It's just a small matter." Tang Zhen slapped the young man's head and scolded, "Do you fucking think I'm an idiot? Tell me the truth, or I'll kill you." The young man didn't take it to heart. He was about to rebut when he felt a chill on his forehead. When he looked at it, he saw a gun pointed at his forehead. The young man's legs trembled in fear and he almost knelt on the ground. "Big Brother Pai Shu, we're all from the Asian Alliance. Let's talk this out." The young man trembled and didn't dare to move. He only took a glance and confirmed that the iron in Tang Zhen's hand was real iron. At this moment, his heart was in his throat. Tang Zhen saw that he was quite frightened and kept his weapon. He said to the young man, "Tell me, if you dare to hide it again, I'll open a hole in your head." At this point, the young man did not dare to hide anything and explained the entire matter. It turned out that the young man was an underground middleman. He had accepted a business deal some time ago, but he was involved in a transnational case, so he was pursued by the Kimchi country's police. The young man hid here and there, and then he ran into Tang Zhen at the dock. He took the opportunity to frame him and tried to distract the attention of the Kimchi police. Tang Zhen nodded his head after hearing the entire story. With his sharp senses, he knew that the other party did not lie to him. Since that was the case, this person still had value. Tang Zhen wasn't so idle that he would randomly find trouble with this person he had only met once, let alone have any deep hatred for. It was nothing more than feeling that he was wasting too much time purchasing supplies and wanted to find a purchaser to run errands. This guy was an underground middleman, and because of his profession, he definitely had a lot of connections. He just happened to be the person he needed the most. In the future, he would leave all matters in Kimchi country to this guy. As for whether this fellow wanted to do it or dared to do it, Tang Zhen didn't care. With his money and club methods, he didn't believe that he couldn't deal with this fellow. "This isn't the place to talk. Come with me, I have something I need you to do." Tang Zhen called the young man and the two of them found a restaurant. After staying in a single room for an hour, Tang Zhen left alone, leaving the young man with a complicated expression but eyes full of anticipation, staring at the ceiling in a daze. What he had just experienced was like a dream to the young man. It was so crazy, but it was extremely real. Perhaps this is an opportunity. As long as I grasp it, I can escape. The young man seemed to have thought of something, and a smug smile appeared on his face, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Throwing away the cigarette butt in his hand, the young man picked up the heavy bag on the ground and stepped out of the restaurant's private room. In the next few days, the young man dealt with a large amount of gold of unknown origin through his own connections. At the same time, he rented a warehouse in the suburbs. From time to time, vehicles filled with food and fuel would enter and fill the warehouse to the brim. Then, they would be transported away by Tang Zhen. With the assistance of the young man, Tang Zhen did not need to worry about logistics for a short period of time. All he had to pay was a simple performance and a few large pieces of gold that he had casually picked up from the fallout shelter. Chapter 170 City Upgrade, Monster Siege. When the tower was upgraded to Grade 2, the city lord only needed to offer a sacrifice in the tower. The Holy Dragon City's walls were filled with fully armed soldiers. They looked solemn and expressionless as they looked at the undead army below. Beside them were all kinds of weapons and equipment used to defend the city. Tang Zhen had already told them that he wanted to advance Lu Cheng. Now that the corpse army had surrounded the city, the monsters summoned by the rules could only be corpse monsters. They only needed to deal with these corpse monsters that were attacking the city using the previous method. In the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen took out the brain beads from the stone altar and piled them on top of it. At the same time, he began to communicate with the foundation stone to confirm the upgrade of the tower. As the foundation of the Mother Tree Tower city was already bound to the main city, it only needed to level up at the same time. However, the number of brain pearls sacrificed had to be doubled, which meant that the Holy Dragon City's main city and the Mother Tree Auxiliary City needed to sacrifice a total of 20,000 level 2 brain pearls. The image of the level 2 city appeared in his mind. Compared to the previous level 1 city, the level 2 city was more than twice as large and as tall as before. It looked quite magnificent. After slightly changing the layout of the level 2 main tower city, Tang Zhen confirmed the construction. Following the order, the entire city tower immediately became illusionary. Following Tang Zhen's modifications, it quickly widened and rose. In the blink of an eye, the upgraded level 2 city tower appeared in front of the Holy Dragon City's residents. Looking at the even taller and more majestic city, the residents cheered in unison. Everyone's face was filled with happiness and gratitude. Before they could finish cheering, the mother tree in the valley suddenly moved. The soil at the roots of the tree trembled slightly, as if a prehistoric beast was lurking underground and was about to break out of the soil. Voila! Under everyone's shocked gazes, the mother tree's trunk continued to extend into the sky as if it was going to pierce through the heavens. At the same time, its trunk was also growing thicker, and the roots of the tree were cracking the ground. By the time the mother tree stopped growing, the area covered by its crown was actually a mile wide. It was a spectacular sight. A gentle breeze blew past, and the leaves of the mother tree trembled slightly. Speckles of 7-colored light fell from the tree. It was exceptionally beautiful even during the day, and the residents of Holy Dragon City were stunned by it. After the tower city finished upgrading, Tang Zhen rushed to the city wall without stopping. However, before he reached the city wall, he heard a monster's roar that resounded through the clouds. At this moment, the countless corpse monsters had already begun to attack the Holy Dragon City. Under the influence of the rules, they became extremely crazy, and even the corpse race could not interfere at all. Sure enough, it was as Tang Zhen had guessed. The monsters that were attacking the city were the zombie monsters that had surrounded the city. As they did not need time to gather, there was no lack of high-level monsters. Therefore, the moment the building was upgraded to level 2, these zombie monsters could not wait to start attacking the city. These corpse monsters were stacked under the city wall, and they were actually more than 30 meters tall. Looking down from above, they looked like countless squirming insects, which was a terrifying and disgusting scene. They crazily bit the wall, trying to climb up the tall city wall. A few of the corpse monsters used some unknown method and had even climbed up the top of the city wall. Fortunately, the soldiers were prepared and killed the monsters in the shortest time. 2 water tank fire trucks were spraying fuel continuously, but there were too many zombies. Often, just as a zombie was filled with fuel, it would be stepped on by a few other zombies. After spraying for a long time, 90% of the zombies that were sprayed with fuel were actually buried under the pile of zombies. This way, the burning effect would be greatly reduced, but he could not care too much at the moment. A few burning fireballs were thrown down and hit the bodies of the corpse monsters, but they did not cause a huge flame like before, only igniting a small area. Upon seeing this, Tai Sang ordered his men to push down all the oil barrels around him and then fired armor-piercing fireballs, finally igniting a few large fireballs. The flames rose up once again. The warriors endured the scorching heat and beat the zombies that were still climbing up the wall into the sea of fire. As for the undead that were slightly further away, they were suppressed by machine guns and mortars. It was unknown what method the Spirit Brain Corpse King used to make them not affected by the rules, so they were not as crazy as the corpse monsters. After a few tentative attacks, they chose to wait and see. This helped to reduce the pressure on the soldiers, and they only needed to deal with the crazy zombie monsters. Looking at the horde of zombie monsters under the city wall, the soldiers sighed in their hearts. If it wasn't for the city lord's godlike means to build this giant city wall at the critical moment, the Holy Dragon City would have been razed to the ground by the kobold army and these zombie monsters. Even with such an advantage, the battle was still fraught with danger. From time to time, some special corpse monsters would rush up the city walls, their bodies burning with fire as they scurried around, causing chaos. Every time this happened, the members of the cultivator battle team would quickly surround them and kill these corpse monsters in the shortest time possible, taking out their brains and throwing them down on the city wall. Flames, smoke, blood, and debris. The scene on the city wall was like hell. If one's mental strength was too weak, they would have been paralyzed on the ground and hiding in a corner, trembling. Fortunately, none of the Holy Dragon City's soldiers were cowards. They were immersed in this hellish scene, operating the weapons in their hands, adding a touch of blood to the picture of death. When the howls of the zombie monsters became weaker and weaker, and finally completely disappeared, everyone realized that the monster siege battle had ended. Tang Zhen threw down the javelin in his hand. His gaze swept across the faces of every Holy Dragon City soldier before he finally swung his fist with all his might. "We've won." As soon as the words left his mouth, all the Holy Dragon City soldiers burst out in earth-shattering cheers, laughter, and curses. Then, they sat on the ground and began to pant. They were too tired. The fierce battle had completely exhausted their last trace of physical strength. Many people gritted their teeth and persevered. They even tied themselves with ropes and leaned their bodies against the wall, unwilling to retreat even half a step. As soon as the battle ended, the Holy Dragon City's residents immediately went up the city walls, bringing hot water and food to reward the Holy Dragon City's warriors. Tang Zhen looked at the undead army in the distance. An indescribable feeling of disgust rose in his heart. He felt that this group of people deserved to die. Although the Holy Dragon City, which was besieged by the corpse race, did not have to worry about food supply, the speed of development would definitely be greatly limited. Tang Zhen did not want to see the corpse race expand without any restraint, so he had to reverse this situation. What Tang Zhen wanted to do was to completely clean up the undead army. Then, he would return an eye for an eye and directly attack the nest of the undead. The Holy Dragon City currently did not have such means, and Tang Zhen did not have such black technology in his hands. Therefore, he had to find countermeasures from the original world. After changing his clothes, Tang Zhen activated the teleportation function and appeared in the Kimchi country. Chapter 171. Emptying the warehouse and driving the helicopter. Ordinary weapons wouldn't have much effect on these undead. What Tang Zhen needed was a weapon of mass destruction, such as high-temperature pressure bombs, cloud explosion bombs, napalm bombs, and the like. However, there were many restrictions when these weapons were used. Although they were powerful, they did not seem to be suitable for the current situation in Holy Dragon City. Other than that, he could also pilot a helicopter and drop some packages from the sky, letting these corpse monsters have a taste of blooming everywhere. According to the altitude of the helicopter, coupled with Tang Zhen's mobile storage room, it seemed that the expected effect could be completely achieved. Moreover, compared to ordinary weapons, those restricted weapons were even more difficult to obtain. Therefore, Tang Zhen rejected the previous plan and chose to use a helicopter to drop them. The plan had been set, so let's begin. Through the all-purpose electronic kit, Tang Zhen could determine where he could find the things he needed. The power of black technology was once again demonstrated. That kind of top-secret information was completely defenseless in front of the all-purpose electronic kit. It was easily hacked and obtained, and then listed in front of Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen looked around for a while and chose a location. It was a military base in Kimchi country. It was in a completely closed state. The underground arsenal of the base had the things Tang Zhen needed. The car headed to the military base. After getting off the car from a distance, Tang Zhen turned on the quantum invisibility light screen and quietly entered the interior of the base. A virtual topographic map marked Tang Zhen's destination. With this thing as a guide, Tang Zhen did not need to worry about getting lost in this huge base. Avoiding the soldiers on duty in military vehicles that passed by from time to time, Tang Zhen entered the basement of a building. After making 2 rounds, he came to a huge iron door. This was the destination of his trip. The metal door was locked with an electronic lock and was extremely secure. However, it was useless in front of Tang Zhen. The all-purpose electronic kit easily opened the door and Tang Zhen walked in. After looking around, Tang Zhen realized that he had made a big profit this time. This warehouse was filled with all kinds of weapons and equipment, including the high military explosives that Tang Zhen needed. The amount of weapons and equipment far exceeded his expectations. After Tang Zhen looked around, he began the work of transporting the goods. It had to be said that Tang Zhen was getting bolder and bolder. He had actually set his sights on the military base. However, in the face of an existence like Tang Zhen, who could not be treated with common sense, the military was probably helpless. After the moving work was over, Tang Zhen looked at the clean weapons warehouse and proudly snapped his fingers. He could totally imagine the wonderful expressions on the officers' faces when they found out that the arsenal had been stolen. Then, they would fly into a rage and dig 3 feet into the ground to find the mastermind. Let them be. The more they caused, the better. When there were more and more mysterious events in the original world, people would get used to it. Then, the theory of soul transmigration would not be so unacceptable. After leaving the underground weapons warehouse, Tang Zhen sneaked into the hangar and took away 2 assault helicopters and their weapons before leaving. A few hours later, some soldiers discovered that the plane had been stolen, and the entire base's alarm went off. Then, they found that the entire weapon warehouse had been moved away, without a single bullet left. The entire base was in a state of panic. All the forces that could be used were activated, trying to investigate the matter to the end. As the boss of the base, the American alliance in the original world immediately responded and mobilized elite troops to Kimchi country to take over the investigation. The entire original world became lively because of this matter. All forces were ready to make a move. The most active one was the force from the Ice Bear Alliance. The wind and rain in the original world seemed to have nothing to do with Tang Zhen. At this moment, he was standing in the square, studying how to control the Iron Bird in front of him. The assault helicopter was different from ordinary transportation. It was a powerful flying weapon that required professional training and rich piloting experience to fully pilot it. Tang Zhen didn't meet any of these conditions, but fortunately, he had the application store. There were applications that could solve the problem for him to download: all-purpose auxiliary controller. With it, you can even pilot a spaceship. Download cost: 50,000 gold coins. This application could completely solve Tang Zhen's troubles, but the price of 50,000 gold coins was unacceptable to him. After searching for a while, he finally found an application that was suitable for him: Aircraft Pilot Assistant Beginner. With its assistance, you can pilot any aircraft from the original world. Download cost: 5,000 gold coins. Tang Zhen gave a satisfied smile when he saw this. The price wasn't high, and it could solve the problem at hand. This would be it. After downloading and installing it, Tang Zhen jumped onto the armed helicopter and began to operate it according to the instructions. When Tang Zhen made a mistake, the application would automatically correct it to ensure that every action reached perfect standards. This plane was equipped with large caliber artillery and many rockets. In the battlefield of the original world, it was definitely a super killer on the battlefield. However, if it was used to deal with the shocking number and powerful undead, it would not have much effect. Fortunately, Tang Zhen didn't plan to use this thing to deal with the corpse race. He only used it to block the flying vehicle. After modifying the ammunition and storing it in his storage space, Tang Zhen called Tai Seng and Xianxia over to let them experience the feeling of flying in the sky. The two of them came down from the city wall and looked at the military helicopter in the square with curiosity. When they heard Tang Zhen say that this thing could fly into the sky, the two people who were exclaiming about the sturdiness of the armed helicopter had suspicious expressions on their faces. They secretly thought, how can this metal lump fly? Since he had already mastered the method to pilot the armed helicopter, Tang Zhen directly pushed the two people into the helicopter. After giving them some instructions, he started the armed helicopter. The huge propeller started to turn, and the roar of the plane made Xianxia and the other man nervous. When the plane slowly took off from the ground, the two of them howled in excitement and looked down at the Holy Dragon Valley beneath their feet. The residents cheered in unison as they watched the city lord drive the Iron Bird higher and higher. While they were envious, they were also afraid that the city lord and the others would fall from the sky. Fortunately, such a situation did not happen. The city lord and the rest also flew higher and higher, further and further away. When they flew over the Holy Dragon City's walls, the soldiers who knew about the situation cheered again. Little Jimmy even kept shouting that he wanted to go up, but he was kicked a few times by the Bone Cat and the other soldiers. At the same time, he cursed, "Who is the city lord? No matter how high he flies, he's not afraid of falling to his death. Why the hell are you following him? Get lost." After going out of the city wall, what came into view was a dense horde of zombie monsters. After seeing the military helicopter in the sky, they roared uneasily. Some of the zombie race even jumped up more than 20 meters high, trying to catch the helicopter. After flying to the center of the undead, Tang Zhen got Tai Seng and his partner to push down a few giant bags on the plane while constantly raising the plane up. Boom, swish, a deafening explosion was heard. After the super cluster bomb modified by Tang Zhen exploded, a shockwave that was visible to the naked eye spread out. All the undead within the range of this shockwave turned into a pile of rotten meat. Chapter 172. The retreating undead. the plundering of the insect bandits, all the corpse clansmen were alarmed by the loud noise. They howled madly to vent the uneasiness in their hearts. A huge package with a parachute fell from the sky, heavily landing in the middle of a group of sword-shield ghost soldiers. Seeing the assault helicopter rapidly flying up, the ghost soldiers roared in anger, and slashed at the package. However, these saber-shield ghost soldiers only managed to slash a few times before they were engulfed by a searing wave of air. Even the countless saber-shield ghost soldiers around them were blasted into nothingness. After seeing the power of the cluster bombs, the three of them were amazed, especially from the perspective of the sky. The visual impact was even stronger. Seeing countless undead being blown into the sky by the shock wave, the three of them were boiling with blood. Seeing that the effect of the attack was very good, Tang Zhen became spirited and threw the cluster bombs on the plane one after another. The impact of the falling large package that weighed hundreds of kilograms could easily smash the undead into meat patties. Although there were many of the corpse race, the power of the explosion was too terrifying. It was not inferior to the power of the self-destruction bomb. These corpse race members were simply unable to resist and could only escape in all directions. There were more and more giant pits on the ground, and the remains of the monsters covered the gravel plain. After Tang Zhen threw all the cluster bombs, there was no longer a zombie monster in front of Holy Dragon City. Now that the undead army had retreated, it was time to harvest the spoils of war. Tai Seng took out his walkie-talkie and informed the soldiers on the city wall to come down and clean up the battlefield. Tang Zhen, on the other hand, piloted the assault helicopter and circled 2 more rounds before landing it on the gravel plain. The three of them jumped off the plane and started to collect the brains of the high-level undead. Tang Zhen stepped on the gravel that had yet to dissipate from the smoke. He put away the brain of a corpse centurion and was about to collect another monster's brain when he heard a sound similar to the sound of horse hooves coming from the distance. Tang Zhen looked in the direction of the voice, only to see nearly 100 people riding war horses as they galloped in his direction. After this group of people entered the area filled with the corpses of the undead race, they immediately jumped down from their horses and began to collect the brain beads in a swaggering manner. They did not put Tang Zhen in their eyes at all. Tang Zhen was initially startled. He smiled and shook his head before slowly walking over. "Buddy, after you guys collect the brain beads, put them all here." Tang Zhen pointed at the ground under his feet and spoke to those people. His face carried a very serious expression. Through the clothes of these people, Tang Zhen recognized that they were the notorious insect thieves who were currently taking advantage of him. After hearing Tang Zhen's words, these insect bandits feigned a blank look at each other. Then, they began to laugh wildly without any restraint. After laughing for a long time, one of the insect bandits pointed at Tang Zhen and scolded, "Is there something wrong with your brain? Could it be that these corpse monsters belong to your family, so you won't let us collect their brains?" Tang Zhen replied with an, "Oh." After which, he feigned a blank expression and asked, "But I killed them. Shouldn't they belong to me?" The insect thieves laughed wildly again, and the eyes that looked at Tang Zhen became contemptuous. "Fuck your mother, who do you think you are? And you killed them all. How did you kill them? Are you farting? What's the point of talking to him? Just cut him down with a knife." The insect thieves spoke one after another. They did not place Tang Zhen in their eyes at all. They even discussed how to torture and kill him for fun in front of him. When the bug thieves heard the loud noise in the distance, they rushed over on their horses to take a look. In the end, they did not see the scene of Tang Zhen blowing up the monsters. Instead, they saw the corpses of the corpse monsters on the ground, and there were even some high-level monsters among them. The bug thieves were not interested in what caused the death of these corpse monsters, they were only interested in the brains. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would know that this meant a huge fortune. The insect bandits, who had always made a living by killing and robbing, would naturally not let go of this opportunity to make a fortune. As for this overconfident and crazy brat in front of him, he would just kill him directly. He dared to show off in front of the insect bandits who killed people like flies, shamelessly saying that he killed all these monsters, and not allowing them to collect their brains. Wasn't he tired of living? Tang Zhen, who had retracted his aura, looked like an ordinary person. It was inevitable that the insect thieves would misunderstand. Furthermore, this group of people acted arrogantly. Previously, they even dared to intercept and kill the cultivator battle team from Black Rock City. It was believed that they did not place Tang Zhen, the city lord of Holy Dragon City, in their eyes. When he saw a few insect bandits walking over with sneers and unsheathing the battle swords at their waists while staring at him with killing intent, Tang Zhen shook his head and muttered to himself, "Actually, not all human beings should be saved. For example, you scumbags should be exterminated." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Zhen flicked his wrist and a machine gun appeared in his hand. Da 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 da. The scorching hot bullets whistled out. Before the 10 or so insect bandits in front of Tang Zhen could even recover from their shock, they were already torn into two by the bullets. They fell to the ground and howled in pain. The strange insects on the faces of the insect bandits gave them a strong life force, but it made them suffer even more in this situation. All of the insect bandits were stunned. They looked at the dozen or so of their comrades who had died and cursed as they pounced forward. Some of them waved their swords while others raised their arms. Through the strange parasites on their arms, they shot poisonous stingers at Tang Zhen one after another. Tang Zhen dodged the attacks of the bug bandits while retaliating. As time passed, more and more bug bandits fell. Qianlong and Tai Seng had also rushed over. The two of them had automatic rifles on them and were currently dodging the poisonous stingers of the bug bandits while attacking them from different directions. As more and more bug bandits fell, the leader of the bug bandits saw that the situation was bad and immediately led the rest of the bug bandits onto their warhorses and began to escape into the depths of the wilderness. "This bunch of damned insect thieves, they actually set their sights on us, they really don't know what's good for them." Qianlong spat out a mouthful of saliva before opening fire on the head of an insectoid who was trying to launch a sneak attack. He then turned to Tang Zhen and said, "These insect thieves are the most shameless. They can do anything. Since we've made enemies today, we'll be harassed by them in the future. It's impossible to guard against them." Tai Seng also had a look of agreement on his face, and the disgust on his face was the same as Qianlong's. No wanderer would have a good impression of the black sheep of the human race, the insect thieves. It would not be an exaggeration to say that everyone wanted to kill them. Tang Zhen coldly looked at the bug thieves that were running further and further away. He turned his head and asked, "Since the insect thieves are so despicable, does no one want to destroy them? It's not that I don't want to exterminate them, but that these guys are very secretive, and no one knows where their nest is." Everyone, including Black Rock City, had tried to hunt down the bug bandits. In the end, not only did they not find their nest, but they also caused quite a number of casualties. Therefore, no one paid attention to these bug bandits after that, which made them more and more arrogant. Qianlong's face was filled with regret as he spoke. From his expression, it seemed like he hated the insect thieves to the core. Tang Zhen didn't know what kind of grudge Qianlong had with the insect bandits. However, these fellows had come to take advantage of him and had such a bad reputation. If Tang Zhen didn't deal with them, it wouldn't be in line with his character. Moreover, he had been a bandit for many years. These insect bandits must have accumulated a lot of wealth. How could Tang Zhen miss such an opportunity to make a fortune? "You two get on the plane first. We'll go back to the city to get some things, and then we'll go to the wilderness to meet those bastards." Chapter 173 The Bug Thieves, Lair, the dock reconnaissance. Tang Zhen's speed was extremely fast. Since he did not wish to let these insect thieves off, he naturally would not waste any time. Once these fellows disappeared from the map, it would be unknown when he would be able to catch their traces again. After replenishing their supplies, the assault helicopter whizzed out and flew straight into the depths of the wilderness. At this time, the bug thieves had already run out of the map's display range. Fortunately, the plane's speed was fast enough. It didn't take long for the bug thieves to appear on the map again. However, Tang Zhen discovered that the place where these guys were moving forward was actually a huge lake. Tang Zhen stared unblinkingly at these insect thieves as he piloted the plane. He wanted to see what they were doing by the lake. Could it be that their nest was in the lake? This was a good location that no one could guess, but how were they going to enter and live underwater? After observing for a while, Tang Zhen noticed that the bug thieves had all jumped off their warhorses. Then, they took out two semicircular objects from their pockets. One of them was placed on the warhorse's mouth, while the other was placed on their own mouth. Tang Zhen zoomed in on the map. Only then did he discover that those semicircular things were actually disgusting bugs with countless tentacles. Then, the insect thieves led their warhorses and walked into the lake from a shore full of gravel. They quickly disappeared without a trace, leaving only faint ripples on the water surface. So that's how it is. No wonder we couldn't find it. Also, that semicircle insect that covers its mouth should have the ability to provide oxygen underwater. After figuring out these things, Tang Zhen had an idea of what to do. After talking to Qianlong and the other man, he returned to the Holy Dragon City. The nest of the insect thieves was located under the lake, and they didn't know the exact situation. Therefore, Tang Zhen planned to go alone and find out what was going on. It wasn't suitable for Qianlong and the other two to follow. After returning to the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen parked the plane on the city wall and decided to head to the bug thieves' lair. Inadvertently, he saw the Holy Dragon City's soldiers struggling to go up and down the city walls. Tang Zhen thought for a moment and resisted the thought of opening the city gates on the city walls. It was better to wait until the threat of the undead race and Houndhead men was completely resolved before he considered whether to open the city gates or not. After arriving at the place where they had fought with the insect bandits, Tang Zhen greeted the Holy Dragon City's soldiers and bent over to search one of the insect bandits' bodies. He quickly found the semicircular insect that was placed in a bottle filled with water. It was still struggling non-stop in his hand. In addition, Tang Zhen also studied the bugs that could be parasitic on the arm and the face-hugging bug, the symbol of the bug thieves. It was a pity that these two types of bugs were already dead. It seemed that they were something that depended on the user's life. When Tang Zhen was studying the insect, Tai Seng and the others were worried about a large pile of warhorses. This was a good thing, and even money might not be able to buy it. However, the city walls of the Holy Dragon City were too high, and it would take a lot of effort to get it into the valley. A group of men were discussing how to get the warhorses in. After Tang Zhen heard this, he pointed at the helicopter on the city wall and said, "You don't have to worry. With that thing, I can even get an elephant in." Tai Seng and the others were overjoyed when they heard this, and they requested Tang Zhen to quickly bring the warhorses into the Sacred Dragon Valley. If they were to escape, they would suffer a great loss. Tang Zhen had originally planned to head to the insect thieves' lair after this, but after hearing Tai Seng's request, he felt that he was a little too impatient. Thus, he nodded and said that he would take care of it. However, he had to make some preparations before that. If they wanted to use the military helicopters to transport these warhorses, they would need a suitable cage. The Holy Dragon City currently did not have one, so they had to go to the original world to find one. Tang Zhen chose the container at the dock as his target. This was because the size of the container was just right. It also saved him the trouble of looking for it everywhere. After being teleported back to his original world, Tang Zhen directly took a car to the dock. At a hidden location near the dock, he activated the quantum stealth light curtain and went straight to the container storage position at the dock. This time, his target was a container. Therefore, there was no need for him to open it and inspect the goods. After he found a hidden location, Tang Zhen kept a container of a suitable size. The entire process was extremely easy. When Tang Zhen saw that he had finished his business, he teleported back to the tower world. However, Tang Zhen did not know that at the instant he collected the container, a series of urgent alarm sounds immediately sounded from a hidden room at the dock. 4 or 5 American agents who were chatting suddenly jumped in front of a large row of computer screens. Their fingers moved quickly, and a concise report sounded from time to time. Abnormality found in area No. 1. Comparison complete. A container is missing. Unknown energy signature detected in area No. 1. Duration 0.1 seconds. Area number 1 has been locked. No unusual people have been found. Scan of area number 1 complete. Abnormality detected, but cannot be accurately determined. An unknown energy has appeared in area number 1 for 0.1 seconds. The energy has disappeared. Quote. At the same time, a group of fully armed American soldiers appeared like ghosts and quickly surrounded Tang Zhen's previous position. However, Tang Zhen had already teleported away, so they naturally missed. However, the area was strictly sealed off. In less than 5 minutes, several cars arrived and a dozen American experts entered the scene with all kinds of equipment. When they arrived, a huge canopy was set up, completely blocking the peeping from the sky. They set up all kinds of equipment and searched the area for half a day. In the end, they carefully picked up a few pieces of sand and a strand of hair from the ground and put them into a sealed box. Then, they removed the equipment and ran away like the wind. Perhaps, Tang Zhen himself had never imagined that the debris that had fallen from his shoes would reveal so much information. However, even if he knew, he would not place it in his heart. This was because from the beginning to the end, he had been using some not-so-obvious methods to declare his existence to the masters of this world. The day they knew about him would be the day Tang Zhen laid his cards on the table. As for whether he would fall into danger or be controlled, Tang Zhen was not too worried. Compared to the mysterious and strange world of buildings, the power of the original world was still too simple and shallow. In the face of the application of black technology, it was almost defenseless. Tang Zhen believed that he would definitely be the final victor. Moreover, from the very beginning, he had the intention of bringing benefits to his original world. He was walking on the righteous path, so what was there to fear? After returning to the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen and the others tied the steel wire rope to the container and secured it with a U-shaped bolt. Tai Seng and the warriors rushed the warhorses into the container and closed the door firmly. Then, Tang Zhen started the helicopter and hoisted the warhorses to the sacred Dragon Valley. After the warhorses were finished, Tang Zhen also hoisted a batch of high-level zombie corpses to increase the nutrition of the mother tree that had just advanced to level 2. They busied themselves until the evening before everyone returned to the Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen threw the plane onto the city wall and immediately ran out to check on today's harvest. In the resting room on the city wall, Qianlong and Tai Seng stared at the pile of leather bags on the ground with wide eyes. Opening the leather bag and grabbing a handful of sparkling brains, Tai Seng and Qianlong looked at each other and burst into laughter. With these gains, the city lord finally doesn't have to worry about his brain anymore, hee. That's right, we don't have to look at his ugly face all day long, it's all because of this damn brain bead. Tang Zhen, who had just entered the door, Yingluo. Chapter 174. The lakebed 1. After the three of them finished counting the brain beads, Tang Zhen's face was filled with unconcealable joy. He kept the brain beads into his storage space and said to Thousand Dragon Tai Sen, whose hands were about to cramp, "I'm so happy today, let's go drink." The two of them were overjoyed and immediately ordered the soldiers to drive to the warehouse to get the wine. At the same time, they also brought a cartload of meat, intestines, and other things that they had gotten from the container last time. Since they were going to drink wine, they must drink to their heart's content. The originally exhausted soldiers immediately jubilantly drove the two pickup trucks that Tang Zhen had brought over and ran straight to the Holy Dragon City's warehouse. They moved 2 carts of food and wine from the warehouse that Mirong Ziyan was in charge of and ran back in a flash. Someone had already cleared out the area, and a large row of tables made from ammunition boxes was arranged. When the pickup truck arrived, the soldiers immediately moved the beer, white wine, and red wine onto the truck. Then, there were all kinds of food, most of which were canned food and military food. Next, everyone gathered around the table, filling it up. Under their feet was the huge city wall, and above their heads was the bright moon in the sky. The oil barrels around them were burning fiercely, and the monsters were howling for food below the city wall. In this atmosphere, everyone raised their glasses and drank to their hearts' content, and the laughter were endless. Some of the soldiers who could not drink took a pile of food and drinks and ate while observing the situation below the city. Their vigilance did not drop at all. The meal lasted until midnight. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, those who were supposed to sleep went to sleep, and those who were supposed to stand guard went to sleep. The crowd dispersed in a hubbub. Tang Zhen ran to the mother tree's treehouse and slept for the night. It wasn't until the next morning when the sun shone in through the cracks of the treehouse that Tang Zhen stretched his body and walked out. After taking in a breath of fresh air, Tang Zhen stood on the mother tree's 2-meter thick branch and sized up the mother tree that had advanced to rank 2. The mother tree's trunk had expanded to an extremely exaggerated extent. Tang Zhen estimated that it had a diameter of at least 20 meters, which was extremely spectacular. Sitting under the mother tree, one could see bits of light falling from the branches and leaves from time to time, which was an extraordinary beauty. The remains of the high-level zombie monsters that Tang Zhen had brought over yesterday were now swept into the ground by the roots of the mother tree. It was not visible from the outside at all, but this was good. After all, those hideous zombie monsters' remains looked too disgusting. Perhaps, it was the nature of the mother tree to worship nature. Even if it was fed with flesh and blood by Tang Zhen, it still could not change the proud nature in its bones. Currently, within the 1-mile radius of the mother tree, the ground was covered with inch-long light green grass, like a flat green carpet, soft and comfortable. Every now and then, there would be piles of bright flowers blooming, and a faint fragrance would drift in the air. After not seeing them for a day, a group of colorful birds with long tail feathers flew over from God knows where. They occupied a corner of the mother tree without the permission of the city lord, Tang Zhen. At this time, they were chirping happily among the branches and leaves. The warhorses that had been brought into the Holy Dragon Valley yesterday were now having fun on the lawn under the mother tree. There was also a pair of shameless guys doing it in broad daylight. The stallion's long face had a triumphant expression. After Tang Zhen took a glance, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind. He felt that he should take out the dog-headed people's building foundation and use it as a livestock pen after the building was built. He believed that the livestock's fertility rate would definitely increase greatly. The more Tang Zhen thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. He secretly thought that after the Holy Dragon City's scale increased and expanded, he would definitely use the dog-headed people's building foundation to build a livestock pen. If the kobold royal family knew of Tang Zhen's plan, they would definitely send their troops to attack again. They would use the building foundation that had been separated from the kobold royal city's foundation to build a pigsty. Only Tang Zhen could think of such a despicable move. This was simply a huge insult to the kobolds. After sweeping a glance at the increasing number of beautiful treehouses, Tang Zhen greeted Li Sha, who was living in another treehouse, and descended to the ground along the tree vines. He went to the lakeside to wash up and then went to the cafeteria for breakfast. Only then did Tang Zhen carry his bag, which contained the insect thieves, strange insects that could breathe underwater. He drove a pickup truck and went straight to the insect thieves' nest. In the boundless wilderness, Tang Zhen drove the pickup truck all the way. From time to time, there would be wandering monsters blocking the road. In the end, all of them were shot in the head by Tang Zhen without exception. The car did not stop at all along the way. After running for a while, Tang Zhen finally arrived at the edge of the desolate lake. He put the pickup truck into the origin space and placed the insect that could breathe underwater into his mouth. After sensing the breath coming out of Tang Zhen's mouth, the strange insect immediately sealed Tang Zhen's mouth completely and inserted 2 wriggling tentacles into his nasal cavity. At the same time, on the back of the strange insect, countless leaf-like organs stretched out and began to shake. Tang Zhen sensed for a moment and discovered that his breathing wasn't greatly affected. He only felt a little suffocated. Doubt immediately rose in his heart. Could it be that this strange insect had other effects other than breathing underwater? He turned on the quantum stealth light curtain and slowly walked into the water. In the blink of an eye, he entered the depths of the lake. After entering the water, the strange insect started to absorb oxygen from the water to provide Tang Zhen with breathing. Although it was not as comfortable as outside, it was enough to support normal breathing. After confirming that there was no problem with his breathing, Tang Zhen began to size up the environment at the bottom of the lake. As the lake was not polluted, the lake water was extremely clear. One could easily see the scenery at the bottom of the lake in the distance. However, Tang Zhen did not see any aquatic creatures after looking around. He did not know why. He switched to the map view and the entire scenery at the bottom of the lake was immediately reflected in his eyes. It was also at this moment that Tang Zhen discovered a huge monster swimming not far away. Its appearance resembled a deformed worm. This was a level 4 monster and Tang Zhen could easily kill it. As he was afraid of alerting the enemy, Tang Zhen did not kill it. As the quantum invisibility light curtain was activated, the monster did not discover Tang Zhen. It continued to wander aimlessly and soon swam to an extremely far place. After Tang Zhen looked at the terrain at the bottom of the lake, he did not discover any traces of the insect thieves. However, he had personally seen the insect thieves enter the lake, so he firmly believed that the nest of the insect thieves was at the bottom of the lake. Tang Zhen once again checked every corner of the bottom of the lake. He finally found a dark cave entrance on a cliff at the bottom of the lake. Tang Zhen's spirit was shaken. He immediately walked toward the cave. After he arrived in front of the cave and carefully observed it for a while, Tang Zhen carefully stepped inside. The inside of the cave was very spacious, and the stone walls were covered with fluorescent aquatic grass. The entire cave was shrouded in a layer of misty light, which did not affect the normal vision at all. After walking for a distance, Tang Zhen discovered that the cave had begun to gradually extend upwards. Some places on the top of the cave had already left the water's surface. After walking for a distance, the lake water in the cave had completely disappeared. At this moment, Tang Zhen was located in an underground karst cave. The space was very spacious and there were clusters of fluorescent plants here and there. They were growing very luxuriantly. After searching and probing once more, Tang Zhen chose a passage and quietly walked over. After walking for a short distance, Tang Zhen heard a series of intermittent conversations. Immediately after, he saw two insect thieves walking over from the opposite side of the passage. Licking his old face for a subscription. The number of subscriptions was too terrible, and it was annoying to look at. He could only thicken his face and ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For subscriptions, he hoped that friends who followed the book could come to Kidian to subscribe and support him. Thank you again. Chapter 175, The Interior. Of the hive, the foreign girl I got a few days ago is really not bad. Her figure and skin are really good, and her little face is really mesmerizing. It's a pity that we can't play with this kind of thing, and can only be enjoyed by the big boss. What a pity, Yingluo. Kid, if you don't want to die, don't say such things in the future. If someone tells on you, be careful not to catch you and feed you to the insects. The big boss can't hear me. He hasn't left the house for a long time. I'm just talking to you, brother. Hehehehe. The two insect thieves were wearing strange insect armor, and they were talking with lecherous smiles on their faces as they walked. They didn't seem to notice that an enemy who had just sneaked in was standing beside them. Tang Zhen hid in a corner and waited for the two insect bandits to come over. He then directly broke the neck of one of the insect bandits and gently put his corpse down. The other insect bandit had just realized that something was wrong when Tang Zhen's purple lightning short sword was pressed against the neck of the insect bandit. At the same time, he said in a low voice, "Don't speak, or I'll kill you." The insect thief panicked as it felt the chill of the sharp blade. It threatened the invisible enemy in front of it. Who are you? How dare you be so presumptuous here? Do you believe I'll run away? Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Zhen's purple lightning short sword had already cut off one of the bug thief's ears. The bug thief was about to scream in pain, but Tang Zhen had firmly locked his throat. At the same time, Tang Zhen turned off the quantum stealth light screen and waved his middle finger in front of the bug thief. If you don't behave, I'll cut your throat open. The bug thief looked at the enemy that suddenly appeared in front of him and nodded slightly. After saying this, Tang Zhen slowly released his hand. The insect thief coughed and took a deep breath. He looked at Tang Zhen and said, "What do you want to know? How many people are here? Who has the highest cultivation?" "There are more than 500 people in total. The one with the highest cultivation is the big boss, a level 5 cultivator. Where's the big boss and the others?" "The big boss hasn't appeared for a long time. The others are in the other caves." Tang Zhen nodded before asking, "Where's your treasure room? And where are those strange insects?" "I don't know the location of the treasure room, but the bugs are all in the glowing iron room." "What glowing metal house?" Tang Zhen was startled when he heard this and asked. The bug bandit raised his chin and turned his eyes to the other end of the passage. "It's right there. You'll know if you go and see for yourself." After saying this, the insect thief looked at Tang Zhen and sneered, "I've said what I need to say. Be quick when you attack." Tang Zhen stared at the insect thief for a long time before he nodded his head and stabbed his sword into the insect thief's heart. The insect thief's body stiffened and struggled a few times before it stopped moving. After putting away the two bug bandits' corpses, Tang Zhen activated the quantum stealth light screen and continued to explore. After turning the corner from the passage, a huge underground space appeared in front of Tang Zhen. The scenery here was even more beautiful. The strange plants that emitted 5-colored fluorescent lights illuminated the place, making it beautiful. It was just that the piles of human bones everywhere destroyed this beautiful scenery. A metal building that was like a crystal palace was reflected in Tang Zhen's eyes. Its shape was strange and it had a very high-tech feeling. Its entire body emitted a faint purple light, just like a peerless treasure. Tang Zhen was dumbstruck. He only recovered after watching for a long time. He inhaled a deep breath of air and began to slowly approach the metal building at the center of the space. A few bug thieves were chatting outside and did not realize that an enemy had sneaked in. Tang Zhen carefully avoided these people and brought them to the front of the metal building. After sizing it up, Tang Zhen discovered that the main door of the building had already been locked. The surface of the building was as smooth as a mirror. He had no idea how to enter. The appearance of a building with a technological aura appeared in his mind. Tang Zhen activated the all-purpose electronic kit and let it try to scan it. It might be useful. The application was activated. Tang Zhen looked at the data in front of him and refused to miss a single thing. The words that Tang Zhen could understand suddenly changed. At the same time, a strange word began to roll crazily. After a full minute, the words suddenly stopped rolling and a series of prompts appeared in front of him. The core secret of the laboratory has been cracked. Highest control has been obtained. The words disappeared and the smooth metal door quietly opened. Tang Zhen did not hesitate when he saw this. He immediately stepped in and the metal door quickly closed. This was a room that was filled with a sci-fi atmosphere. The different architectural style gave one a refreshing feeling. After Tang Zhen looked around for a moment, he slowly walked along the dreamlike building's passageway. Not long after, he entered a room that was similar to a laboratory. However, after seeing the scene in the laboratory, Tang Zhen suddenly had an impulse to kill. There were more than 30 corpses in the room. They were all broken and there were traces of parasites gnawing on them. Judging from their painful expressions, they must have been cruelly abused before they died. In the transparent container at the side, there were many strange-shaped insects and insect eggs of various colors, which looked terrifying and ferocious. Tang Zhen saw the underwater breathing insect, the face-hugging insect, and the scorpion-like insect that was parasitic on his arm. As for the other insects, Tang Zhen didn't know what they were used for. There were too many insects, and Tang Zhen was dazzled by them. A wave of faint moans was faintly transmitted into Tang Zhen's ears, causing his nerves to immediately tense up. Following the direction of the sound, Tang Zhen carefully moved closer. It was another spacious room. Through a transparent wall, a strange insect close to 3 meters in size entered Tang Zhen's sight. It had a dark and solid outer shell and looked very ferocious. However, it seemed to have been dissected as its abdomen had been completely hollowed out. On top of the strange insect's head, there was a heart-shaped mass of meat. It was covered with red blood vessels, and countless red tubular fibers hung down from it, connecting to the strange insect's body. Upon closer inspection of the strange insect's limbs, one could see that it was twitching slightly, which proved that it was still alive. What surprised Tang Zhen was that there was currently a naked brawny man standing inside the strange insect's body. He seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. The brawny man's body was covered in muscles, but now his body had actually grown together with the insect's body. It seemed that it would not take long for him and the insect to become one. Tang Zhen felt uncomfortable all over his body when he thought of a human being merging with the strange insect's body. However, if the appearance was a little more beautiful, and he did not need to merge with the insect for his entire life, Tang Zhen would be able to accept it. No matter what was said, this fellow who tried to merge with the insect was someone Tang Zhen had to kill. Tang Zhen walked into the room and came in front of the man. He pulled out a pistol from the quick-draw holster on his waist and aimed it at the man's eyebrows. As if he sensed the danger of death, that man actually opened his eyes. After seeing Tang Zhen standing in front of him, he revealed an incomparably shocked expression and asked with a hoarse voice, "Who are you? How did you get in?" Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the man was shot in the middle of his eyebrows. He hung his head down unwillingly. "The person who killed you walked in on his own." Tang Zhen pulled the trigger and fired a few more shots at the man's head. Only after his head was smashed did he reply with a relaxed expression. Chapter 176. The Strange Insect Laboratory. If Tang Zhen's guess was correct, the fellow that he had killed with a single shot should be the big boss of the insect bandits. From Tang Zhen's point of view, this fellow was a complete lunatic. He had cultivated those strange insects and even used humans for his experiments. The mountain of white bones outside and the wreckage in the laboratory could prove this point. Perhaps he wanted to pursue greater power, or perhaps it was just a crazy idea, but now he actually thought of fusing himself with the insects. If the experiment was successful, perhaps he would have a strong combat power. It was just that kind of neither human nor ghost appearance, just thinking about it made people feel disgusted. The leader of the insect bandits, who had yet to complete his experiment, was like a helpless lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Despite having a level 5 cultivation, his life was easily ended by Tang Zhen. This metal building was made of special materials, so it was almost impossible to open it by force. Therefore, the boss of the bug bandits thought that it was extremely safe here, and no one could enter except himself. It was a pity that the boss of the bug bandits never dreamed that someone would be able to crack the password of this building and even obtain the highest control of this place. This big boss of the insect bandits had done many unjust things, so he deserved to die. No longer paying attention to that fellow, Tang Zhen began to look around the building. It didn't take long for him to find a computer-like device in one of the rooms. Tang Zhen fiddled with it for a while, and through the wireless connection of the all-purpose electronic kit he learned all the information about the building. Tang Zhen looked at the information that was rolling before his eyes. He combined the information that he already knew and made the following judgment. This building also came from another plane. Before it was destroyed, this building was a scientific research laboratory in that plane, mainly used to study those strange insects. The laboratory appeared in the world of Lusheng after the main plane was destroyed, becoming part of the wild building. And the place where this building appeared was at the edge of the lake. At that time, a group of ordinary wanderers had discovered this wild building. They immediately explored it, and in the process, they found this strange building that was incompatible with the wild building. After cleaning up the building, the insect thieves did their best to move the metal building underground. This underground space was once the secret base of the insect thieves. It was the best place to hide the laboratory. The head of the insect thieves was lucky enough to obtain the authority to enter this room. Relying on the strange insects in the building, the insect thieves rose rapidly, becoming stronger and more arrogant. Ever since the big boss of the insect thieves had obtained the strange insects in this building, he had relied on speculation, analysis, and continuous experiments to grasp the characteristics and breeding methods of 7 to 8 strange insects. However, behind these achievements, countless wanderers had died an unnatural death. Now that Tang Zhen had obtained the highest authority in this laboratory, he naturally had all the information about these strange insects. After a simple glance at the introduction of these strange insects, Tang Zhen realized that these insects were indeed mysterious. The research results of the insect thieves' leader had only scratched the surface at best. For example, the parasites that were like scorpions were harmless. Even if they were to parasitize a human body, they would not cause any harm to the human body. Through the information, Tang Zhen discovered that its ability was not as simple as shooting poisonous stingers. Through a special energy input method, the Zerd could not only shoot out poisonous stingers that were as powerful as bullets, but it could also shoot out compressed energy bullets with astonishing power. As long as they were ordinary human cultivators, they could send the extra energy into the parasite and shoot it out at a critical moment. This kind of energy could be compressed and accumulated, and its power was extremely shocking. Its lethality was not inferior to that of a 100mm grenade. Tang Zhen's heart immediately became greatly interested after reading the insect's data. He slowly walked to the transparent containers used to cultivate the insects and picked out a scorpion that had a purple-black appearance. According to the introduction of the laboratory's information, this kind of dark-colored scorpion was the strongest and healthiest super insect with the most potential for development. Unfortunately, the boss of the insect thieves didn't know what was good, and Tang Zhen got it for nothing. Tang Zhen placed the scorpion in front of his eyes. He carefully sized up this fellow that was continuously struggling. After which, he slowly placed it on his left arm. As soon as the scorpion touched Tang Zhen's arm, its waving claws and tail immediately pierced into his skin and flesh. Its transparent legs began to suck blood. As Tang Zhen's blood entered the scorpion's body, the originally purplish-black limbs immediately turned blood red. A minute later, the color of the scorpion's outer shell began to gradually become lighter. In the end, it was actually the same color as Tang Zhen's skin. Half of its body had also sunk into Tang Zhen's arm. At a glance, one would only mistake it as a scorpion-shaped huge scar. Tang Zhen moved his arm and felt that his body was not affected. He then raised his left arm and aimed it at the corpse of the big boss of the insect bandits. Whoosh! The scorpion's venomous sting hit its target, creating a hole in the corpse of the boss. It was no less powerful than a bullet. After seeing the power of these scorpions and strange insects, Tang Zhen nodded his head in satisfaction. He decided to cultivate more strange insects in the future. It would be best to give one to every Holy Dragon City soldier. Who would complain about having too many good things? Suppressing his curiosity to test out other bugs, Tang Zhen began to search for the treasure room of the boss of the bug thieves. Since this laboratory was regarded as the safest place by the great leader of the insect bandits, he would definitely hide his treasures here. As long as Tang Zhen searched carefully, He would definitely find something. After carefully searching for half a day, Tang Zhen finally found the treasure room of the big boss of the bug bandits. It was a small room filled with a mess of things. There were ores, medicinal herbs, and materials from monsters. The sparkling and resplendent brain beads were mixed among these treasures, and it was impossible to tell the number. At first glance, it looked like a huge garbage dump. Tang Zhen did not have the time to sort it out. He simply put it all into his storage space and prepared to slowly count it when he returned to Holy Dragon City. After understanding all the functions of this laboratory, Tang Zhen wanted to take it back to Holy Dragon City and make it his own. However, before that, Tang Zhen had to get rid of all the insect bandits here. After eliminating evil, there was no longer a need for these insect thieves to live. Silently walking out of the laboratory, Tang Zhen carried a military rifle equipped with a silencer and pulled the trigger at the defenseless bug thieves. Da da da, even with a silencer, the automatic rifle's sound was still very loud. However, before the insectoid could react, the cold bullets had already shattered their skulls. After easily dealing with the few insect thieves, Tang Zhen chose a passage and walked in with his gun. Chapter 177. The Imprisoned Wanderer. Tang Zhen had just entered the tunnel when he saw a group of insect thieves aggressively charging out. Clearly, the gunshots and the miserable cries of a few insect thieves before they died had alarmed them. After the two sides met, without any unnecessary movements, Tang Zhen's rifle opened fire once again. The bullets seemed to have eyes as each bullet landed on the head and neck of the bug thief, each shot fatal. Tang Zhen's current reaction speed was extremely abnormal. Coupled with the support from his application, those insect bandits did not have the strength to fight back at all. Even when some of the insect bandits used the scorpions to spit out poisonous stingers in an attempt to kill Tang Zhen, he was able to easily dodge them. After annihilating this group of insect thieves, Tang Zhen continued to move forward. Seeing another group of insect thieves pouncing over, he casually threw out 2 grenades. The smoke and dust from the explosion had yet to dissipate when Tang Zhen took out his machine gun and fired continuously at the group of dizzy bug thieves. Tang Zhen did not have any extra thoughts in his mind. All he wanted to do was to kill. The gunshots stopped and all the bug bandits fell to the ground. Tang Zhen crossed the pool of blood and looked at a bug bandit who had not died and was staring at him angrily. "Who are you? Why are you in a rush?" Bang! Tang Zhen was simply too lazy to care about this kind of scum and directly ended it with a shot. The intense sound of gunfire alarmed all of the bug bandits. They swarmed over and let out strange howls while shooting poisonous stingers at Tang Zhen, throwing javelins and bows. A few poisonous stingers were unable to pose a threat to Tang Zhen. However, once the number exceeded 100, it could not be easily ignored. Tang Zhen did not dare to be careless when he saw the dense poisonous stingers peeling off the rocks that he used as cover. After throwing out a few hand grenades, he swiftly dodged to another position. The chain of bullets for the machine gun was used up. Tang Zhen quickly took out the machine gun grenade and bombarded the bug bandits. His inventory was filled with ammunition, enough to support the consumption of this battle. When the grenade launcher was empty, Tang Zhen took out a sniper rifle and directly used it as a semi-automatic rifle. The insect bandits were turned over and their bodies filled every corner of the underground space. The insect thieves were frightened. They looked at Tang Zhen, who was like a god of death, and secretly cried out bitterly. They were completely unaware of when they had offended such a ruthless person. Looking at his posture, it seemed like he wanted to exterminate the entire family. The sound of gunfire and explosions rang out, and the screams of the insectoid thieves rang out. Faced with Tang Zhen, an abnormal existence with a high cultivation level, sufficient weapons and strange abilities, the insect bandits did not have any advantage from the start. The longer the battle dragged on, the fewer the number of insect bandits that could continue fighting. After fighting for half an hour, the insect bandits discovered that there were only a few of their companions left. Realizing this, the bug bandits were scared out of their wits and immediately gave up on the battle. The remaining dozens of bug bandits fled along the tunnel. Tang Zhen coldly snorted. He touched his face that was covered in dust, picked up the grape shotgun that he had just changed, and chased after them. In less than a minute, a continuous muffled sound rang out in the passage, mixed with the screams of the insect thieves, which did not subside for a long time. After the gunshots finally stopped, Tang Zhen walked out with the smell of gunpowder. His entire body was covered in fine bits of meat and blood, making him look abnormally ferocious. Letting out a long breath, Tang Zhen took out a paper towel and wiped the dirt off his hands and face. Then, he got up and went to another passage. After walking for a short distance, Tang Zhen smelled a pungent smell. At the same time, a large row of firm cages appeared in front of Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen's eyes flashed across these cages. He no longer regretted killing the insect bandits. If he was given a chance to choose again, his methods would likely be even more brutal. It was unknown how many people were imprisoned in the long cage. Each and every one of them was dressed in tattered clothes. Their faces were yellow and their bodies were emaciated. Their bodies emitted a foul smell as they looked at Tang Zhen with dull eyes. In some cages, some wanderers were already dead, but their bodies were left there. No one cared about them, and they were left to rot and stink. When Tang Zhen passed by a cage, he found that it was full of women. It was just that their private parts were not covered at all. Their bodies were covered with dirty filth. After seeing Tang Zhen, they did not have any reaction. It was as if their souls had dissipated, leaving only a weak body. A bug thief poked his head out from a corner and tried to use a poisonous stinger to sneak attack him, but he was discovered by Tang Zhen through the map view. He pulled him out and cut off his head without saying a word. "I've killed all the insect bandits. You're free." When they saw the headless corpses spurting blood, the wanderers with numb faces finally realized something. Their intermittent voices rang out like a bee's buzz. All of them begged Tang Zhen to save them. Tang Zhen did not say any nonsense. He released over a dozen men from a cage and ordered them to release everyone. For a moment, the cave was filled with the sound of locks being unlocked and tears of joy. Even though the detained wanderers were seriously injured, they still insisted on climbing out. Then, they touched the ground outside the cage with their faces and began to sob silently. After everyone was released, a few men who looked tall but had been starved to the point that they were emaciated came to Tang Zhen and knelt on the ground with a plop sound, paying their respects to him. Tang Zhen was just about to stand up and refuse when he saw all the wanderers that had been released kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to him. Tang Zhen, who felt a little suffocated in his heart, did not help them up in the end. He merely received their kowtows with an expressionless face. However, everyone noticed that his fists were clenched tighter and tighter, continuously emitting a crack sound. After the wanderers stood up, Tang Zhen spoke to the brawny man who was the leader. "I'm the Lord of Holy Dragon City. If you don't have a place to make a living, you can work at my place. I'll provide food and shelter, and you don't have to worry about being harassed by monsters." When everyone heard this, they were first stunned, then their faces were filled with joy. They lowered their heads and talked. They had just escaped from death, and now they had a place to eat and take refuge. The successive surprises made them suspect that they were in a dream. The brawny man was not in a hurry to celebrate. Instead, he asked Tang Zhen about the specific location of the Holy Dragon City before he silently retreated to the side. Tang Zhen glanced at the brawny man before turning around and activating the all-rounded digital battle interface. Through the communication interface, he contacted Tyson. "Bring your men to the direction where we chased the insect thieves last time. There's a lake here, and I saved a group of wanderers here." Just as Tang Zhen's words fell, Tyson complained, "City Lord, if I were to bring people to that location, it would take at least half a day. It's still fine during the day, but at night, Wan." Tang Zhen interrupted Tai Seng's words and asked, "Why did you take so long? You don't know how to drive, Ying." Tang Zhen's words came to an abrupt end. He suddenly remembered that the Holy Dragon City's walls did not have a gate yet. The car could not drive out at all. If he had known about this earlier, he would have opened the city gate. Tang Zhen scratched his head. Just as he was regretting that he shouldn't have been too careful, he suddenly recalled that other than these wanderers, he also planned to bring the metal research laboratory back. However, how was he supposed to transport such a huge building back? After thinking about it, it seemed like he could only use the terrain transformation plugin, which was a gold gobbler. Chapter 178. Transforming the Holy Dragon City. In the end, Tang Zhen still opened a passage on the city wall of the Holy Dragon City. Otherwise, it would be too inconvenient to travel. At the same time, he also added a sliding gate to the city gate. The entire city gate was made of thick and heavy steel plates, and there was a slide at the bottom. Once it was closed, 3 sides were embedded into the wall, and the bottom was held in place by 12 iron rods as thick as a child's arm. It was extremely strong, and even a heavy truck would not be able to break it easily. The problem of the city gate was left to the residents of the Holy Dragon City to deal with. Tang Zhen led Tai Seng and the rest to start all the cars in the Holy Dragon City and pulled back the hundreds of wanderers that were imprisoned by the insect bandits. However, when they were pulling people in, Tai Seng pointed to a woman in a cloak and asked Tang Zhen, "How should we deal with this alien?" Tang Zhen glanced at the woman. She had unkempt hair and a dirty face, and she was no different from an ordinary wanderer. He had no idea how Tai Seng could tell that the woman was a foreign race. Tang Zhen retracted his gaze and said to Tessin, "If they're enemies, kill them. If they're neutral, do as you see fit." Tai Seng nodded his head and ordered his men to help the woman onto a carriage before calling for everyone to set off. The mighty fleet of cars slowly left. After an hour, Tang Zhen activated the terrain transformation plug-in and circled the surrounding area of the lake. Then, he immediately ran. As he ran, the entire lake and the surrounding desert seemed to have grown legs. They began to closely follow behind Tang Zhen, stirring up a cloud of dust. Tang Zhen, who had a level 5 cultivation, could run a distance of nearly 4 kilometers in a minute. Coupled with the map teleportation plugin, he only needed a few days to get the underground space under the lake to the Holy Dragon City. After sleeping in the open for a few days, Tang Zhen finally shifted his target to the back of the Holy Dragon City. This wasn't the end. Tang Zhen, who had a bulging wallet, used the terrain transformation plugin to circle the area 10 kilometers behind the Holy Dragon City and use the steep mountains as a barrier. From now on, this place would be the Holy Dragon City's backyard, mainly used for planting and breeding. In this way, it could greatly alleviate the food supply problem. This series of actions took Tang Zhen nearly 20 days. When he finally finished, the entire Sacred Dragon Valley had completely changed. Tang Zhen's hard work and gold coins were not in vain. The current Holy Dragon Valley had become even tidier and more beautiful. It was filled with vitality everywhere. Every morning, after the residents had breakfast, they would put on clean clothes and go to work. With their efforts in construction, the peach blossom spring in the wasteland was changing every day, and laughter was everywhere. Currently, the number of residents in the Holy Dragon City had already exceeded 1,000. To Tang Zhen, this was a very meaningful matter. It made him feel that what he was doing was not meaningless. The wanderers that were rescued the last time were all young and strong. After they were brought back to the Holy Dragon City for inspection for a period of time, Tang Zhen allowed them to join the Holy Dragon City, making these people grateful. Now, everyone was working hard to make themselves worthy of this trust. Tang Zhen, who finally had some free time, began to stroll around the Sacred Dragon Valley. However, no matter where he went, a girl wearing a black leather jacket and leather pants would follow behind him. She looked just like Tang Zhen's shadow. Tang Zhen turned his head and glanced at the fellow beside him who was even more beautiful than a woman. He could not help but curse Tai Seng in his heart. He was the foreign woman that they had brought back from the bug thieves' lair. It was only when he was giving the stinky wanderers a bath that everyone realized that he was actually a man. What a beautiful face, what a perfect figure. He was simply the best among women, but this guy was a good man. At that time, everyone's eyes fell out of their sockets in shock. What was even more unacceptable was that this guy was clearly a man, but his character was as soft as water, with a look of pity, and his movements were almost no different from that of a woman. "You're courting death." Tai Seng, who had planned to give him to Tang Zhen as a maid, couldn't wait to throw him over. When Tang Zhen saw the disdainful expression on that fellow's face, he immediately gave him a hard kick in the butt. "You think it's disgusting, but do you think I'm not worried? What does this mean? Does he not take the city lord seriously? You're Xuanji Yulang, right? You said you're a half-elf and have been to the Royal Elven City. Can you tell me what you've seen there?" Tang Zhen walked on the back valley's main road that had just been opened up as he asked the beautiful fellow behind him. The half-elf named Yulang immediately laughed and replied with a bell-like voice, "Since the city lord wants to hear it, then I'll tell you." This coquettish voice caused Tang Zhen's entire body to shiver. He forcefully resisted the urge to hit her and revealed an expression of being all ears. The elven capital is the holy city in the hearts of all elves. This city is a massive world tree, and countless elves live around it. At the same time, there are other races from the endless wilderness who admire the beauty and prosperity of the elven capital and live around it all year round, unwilling to leave. I've heard people say that the elven race's buildings are all connected to the world tree, so they'll suffer losses together. That's why the elven race is the most united and arrogant. There are very few races that they treat with respect. In addition, the proportion of holy masters in the elves was very high, and the cultivator team was also very famous. Ordinary foreign races and monsters did not dare to cause trouble in the areas controlled by the elves, or they would be severely punished. Humans don't have a good life in the fairy clan's territory, and most of them are treated as slaves. Since the fairy clan hates dirty things, they won't allow wanderers to exist in their territory. Yu Lang spoke with great energy and Tang Zhen also listened attentively. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive in front of a large piece of land. This was a piece of fertile land that Tang Zhen had moved using the terrain transformation plugin. Now, it had been cultivated and various grain crops were planted. As far as the eye could see, the fields were filled with busy Holy Dragon City residents who were fertilizing and watering. Tang Zhen looked for a while before turning to Yu Lang and asking, "Since you've been to so many places, then tell me, how does Holy Dragon City compare to those places?" Yu Lang chuckled upon hearing this. He looked at Tang Zhen and shook his head, "City Lord, there's no way to compare. Those towers have their own races to rely on, so it's understandable for them to be prosperous and powerful. Holy Dragon City, on the other hand, was built by you. The starting points of the two are completely different. Although the Holy Dragon City is still very weak, it is the city with the greatest potential for development that I have ever seen. With you here, I think that it is very possible for the Holy Dragon City to be promoted to a level 10 city." After witnessing Tang Zhen's magical ability for the past few days, Yu Lang was shocked by Tang Zhen. These words were said from the bottom of his heart. It was also because of this that Yu Lang, who had half-elven bloodline and a trace of pride in his bones, was willing to serve Tang Zhen. In the hearts of the elves, they were the noblest race. Even if they were half-elven, they were still much nobler than the lowly humans. If Tang Zhen was an ordinary human city lord, even if Yu Lang was submissive to his tyrannical abuse of power, his heart would still be filled with contempt. How could he be as humble and respectful as he was now? Strength determined everything, and it was the same everywhere. Chapter 179, The Missing Purchaser. At the entrance of the flashing gold race's sanctuary, Tang Zhen watched as the residents carried out bundles of golden cloth. He curiously walked forward, planning to see what was going on. After seeing Tang Zhen walk over, the residents immediately greeted him. After Tang Zhen gestured for everyone to dispense with the formalities, he carefully examined the golden cloth. This kind of cloth felt very soft in his hand and was no different from ordinary cloth. However, when Tang Zhen forcefully tore it, he discovered that the toughness of this cloth was simply beyond his imagination. Tang Zhen's curiosity was piqued. He immediately used the purple electric short sword to cut off a large piece of cloth. After conducting electricity, burning, soaking in water, and acid corrosion, he was able to figure out the properties of this cloth. At the same time, he was able to confirm that the material used to weave this golden cloth was a special kind of insulating metal thread. "Where did you get these metal cloths, and how many are there in total?" Tang Zhen found the foreman and asked. "My lord, these metal cloths were moved out from the third floor of the sanctuary. There are more than 500 bundles in total. The ones that were moved out earlier have already been stored in the warehouse. These are the last batch." The foreman was very respectful, and he answered the questions in a straightforward manner. Tang Zhen nodded when he heard this. He secretly thought that if this kind of metal cloth was used to make clothes, it would be an extremely good material. It could completely block the penetration of ordinary arrows and greatly increase the defense of soldiers. The Flashing Gold clan had a lot of good things. This kind of metal cloth was very good. When he had time, he would ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. The Queen of the Flashing Gold clan about the weaving and sewing method of this metal cloth. If it wasn't too troublesome, Tang Zhen was prepared to make more for storage. The figure of the Queen of the Flashing Gold race flashed in front of his eyes. Tang Zhen's expression was serious. He did not dare to let his guard down against this mysterious and strange woman. He did not believe that this woman would compromise so easily. She might be brewing some scheme in her heart, waiting for him to jump into the pit. The Queen of the Flashing Gold race had returned to the fourth underground floor. The space on the upper three floors had been vacated for the Holy Dragon City to clean up. However, no one from the Holy Dragon City had entered the fourth underground floor so far. The body for the soul to reside in had yet to be fully cultivated. Tang Zhen was not in a hurry to have a showdown with the queen of the flashing gold race. He intended to give this woman a chance. If she was still stubborn and wanted to plot against the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen would not mind letting the flashing gold race become history. As for the mechanical puppets of the flashing gold race, Tang Zhen had also researched some names and found a way to restrain them. However, he was not sure about the specific effects. While Tang Zhen was racking his brain to think of a way to deal with the queen of the flashing gold race, in the base of the United States in Kimchi country, more than a dozen military senior officials and some military experts were gathered together, discussing their latest findings with serious faces. Through the analysis of the samples collected from the dock last time, we found several unknown substances in it. We can basically confirm that they don't belong to Earth. In addition, a strand of hair was found at the scene. After analysis, it should belong to some unknown creature. This creature's muscle density is extremely high, and I believe it is an extremely powerful beast. After the expert finished speaking, he nodded and looked at the information in his hand. Another expert spoke. He pointed at the content displayed on the screen and said, "The mysterious theft at the dock and the missing container are the same as the theft at the arsenal at the military base. I believe they're all done by the same organization. According to the information we've received, a similar thing has happened in the Ice Bear Alliance, but they're very strict with keeping information confidential. So far, we haven't gotten enough information, but we think there must be a connection between the two." After the expert finished speaking, a man in a black suit said, "We've already sent out our elites, and I believe it won't be long before we get valuable information. However, this time it involves supernatural forces and unknown creatures. Should we invite more experts in this area to cooperate with the investigation?" The military has already contacted a few experts in this area and they're on their way. I believe that, before the officer could finish his sentence, there was a knock on the door. Then, an officer walked in and said to everyone, "An unknown energy has appeared at the dock. The special forces stationed there have begun to move. The current situation is unknown." Tang Zhen, who had activated the quantum invisibility light screen, walked out from the grass. He dusted off the dust on his body and began to slowly move along the road. This time, he returned to his original world to purchase some sewing machines and other things. Who knew that as soon as he completed the teleportation, a group of fully armed soldiers rushed over, and the target was the position he was teleported to. Tang Zhen, who saw this scene, immediately realized that he had been caught by the tail. It made sense when he thought about it. Bizarre theft cases had occurred one after another at this dock, and the method was the same as the incident at the military base. It would be strange if the other party did not use the method of waiting for the rabbit to come out of the tree stump. Without saying anything, he directly activated the minimum teleportation plugin and ran to the side of the road several kilometers away in the blink of an eye. He would just let those guys torment themselves. It would be a miracle if they could find him. As he thought about this, Zhen Tang took out his phone and dialed the number of the young man he had chosen as the purchaser. Unfortunately, after calling twice, the other party's phone was turned off. She had told him to turn on his phone all day long so that she could contact him easily. Now, this guy had turned off his phone. Could it be that he had run away with the money? The gold was worth a lot, and he wondered if this guy had any ill intentions. Tang Zhen thought for a moment before activating the all-purpose electronic kit and began to search for the location of the phone. At the same time, he forcefully turned it on and opened the call mode. When Tang Zhen turned on the application, in a room in a remote corner of the city, a mobile phone placed on the table suddenly turned on. Its screen flashed and then fell into darkness, but the communication and camera functions were already turned on. At the same time, a three-dimensional map of the city appeared in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. The red dot on the map indicated the location of the mobile phone. The camera was turned on. Tang Zhen could only see darkness, but there were intermittent sounds transmitted over. A few men who spoke in Kimchi language were talking in low voices. The content of their discussion involved information, remuneration, plans, and other words. Perhaps it was because they were too far away from the phone. Tang Zhen could only hear a rough idea. All of this wasn't important. Tang Zhen only needed to determine the location of the phone and directly kill his way in. Tang Zhen called a taxi and directly rushed to the location marked on the map. The taxi finally stopped on a street that was filled with low-rise buildings. Tang Zhen walked down from the taxi and swept his gaze over the surrounding environment. He tidied up the wind coat that was used to cover his cloak before walking out of the street. After walking along the winding alley for a while, Tang Zhen stopped in front of a 2-story building. He planned to push the door and enter, but he discovered that the courtyard door was tightly locked. He took out the purple lightning short sword, inserted it into the gap of the door, and made a cut. The lock on the door was easily cut off, and Tang Zhen stepped into the small courtyard. A brawny man came out to take a look after hearing the sound of the door opening. He immediately saw Tang Zhen standing in the courtyard. His expression changed as his right hand quickly reached for his waist. However, just as his fingers touched the gun handle, he was knocked unconscious by Tang Zhen's punch. Stepping over the brawny man, Tang Zhen entered the house. When he saw another 2 men with weapons coming over, he immediately fell to the ground and went straight to the cell phone in the room. On the messy table, there was a black mobile phone. It was the young man's communication tool. However, the mobile phone was here, but the young man was nowhere to be found. Tang Zhen looked at his phone, and an ominous feeling suddenly gushed out in his heart. Chapter 180. Collecting the scattered spirits. Putting away his phone, Tang Zhen dragged a man lying on the ground to the sink, turned on the tap, and poured water on him. After being splashed by the cold water, that person immediately woke up. He dizzily wiped his face and immediately started to struggle. Unfortunately, Tang Zhen's hand was as hard as iron and he was unable to break free. Where did the owner of this phone go? Tang Zhen took out his phone and waved it as he asked the man. The man, whose face was covered in water, had a fierce expression as he roared at Tang Zhen, "Who the fuck are you? Do you think I won't kill you?" Tang Zhen sneered when he heard this. He took a badly maintained pistol from the man's waist and stared at his head as he coldly said, "Don't talk to me with such an attitude, or you'll lose your life." Feeling the killing intent from the cold muzzle, the man finally calmed down and said in a low voice, "That guy knew a lot about us. The boss asked us to kill him just to be safe. His body is in the basement, and we haven't had time to deal with it yet." Tang Zhen's expression was grave as he nodded his head. He knocked the man unconscious with the butt of his gun and casually threw him on the ground. In the basement, Tang Zhen's face was filled with unwillingness as his eyes widened when he saw the young man's body. Tang Zhen patted the young man's face and shook his head, "You're really unlucky, kid. You just met me, a rich man, and before you could get rich, you were killed. You must be full of grievances before you died, right?" The dead couldn't speak. Tang Zhen's behavior was just a kind of dark humor with a hint of self-mockery. Although this young man had not followed him for a long time, he was still considered his subordinate. Tang Zhen's heart was naturally filled with anger when he was killed just like that. However, before this, he still wanted to see if this unlucky fellow's soul had dissipated. If his soul was still there, Tang Zhen had the confidence to resurrect him. If it had already dissipated, Tang Zhen would be helpless. He took out a pistol and opened a hole in the young man's head. Tang Zhen put a brain bead in and took it out 10 minutes later. However, he found that only less than half of his soul power had been injected. Tang Zhen shook his head. The young man had been dead for too long, and more than half of his soul had already dissipated. Even if he was resurrected, he would most likely be a fool with incomplete intelligence. There was no meaning in doing this. After looking at the brain in his hand and thinking for a while, Tang Zhen opened the application store. After searching for a while, he found an application. Spirit Body Seeker, able to scan all spirit bodies within a set range. It also indicates the spirit body's energy strength and type. Download price, 20,000 gold coins. This application belonged to the Fantasy Secret Technique category. Tang Zhen had long read the introduction about it, but he had never had the opportunity to use it. Now, it seemed that he could use it. Although the download price wasn't cheap, when he thought about how he had to rely on this thing to collect the young man's scattered soul, he was afraid that he would need it more in the future. Tang Zhen immediately paid the gold coins and chose to download and install it. After the application was activated, a gloomy and terrifying interface immediately appeared in front of Tang Zhen's vision. It was as if the entire world had turned into the netherworld. It made people shiver with fear. According to the application's explanation, the scene that Tang Zhen was seeing now was the world where his soul was. It existed as a part of the normal world and was not seen by others. Because of the existence of resentment, it was filled with desolation and loneliness. This was a strange world that looked extremely terrifying. After Tang Zhen walked one round around the house that was constantly emitting black smoke, he entered the soul fluctuation of the young man and began to search. Like a radar wave, a green halo constantly spread out with Tang Zhen as the center. It passed through the buildings that were constantly emitting black smoke and spread to an extremely far place. Not long after, a green dot of light appeared in front of Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen glanced at the location on the map and immediately rushed towards the location of the target. He had to race against time for this kind of thing, so his speed was very fast. In less than 5 minutes, Tang Zhen had already appeared in a remote alley. In Tang Zhen's eyes, this small alley that was extremely ordinary in the eyes of an ordinary person was actually a place filled with strange scenes. Many strange things were entrenched here. The faintly discernible spiritual body of the young man was standing here with a blank and ignorant face. Tang Zhen stepped forward and touched the young man's forehead with the bead of the brain in his hand. The young man's spirit body was immediately absorbed into the bead of the brain. Tang Zhen shook his head. He swept a glance at those strange things that were restless before he turned around and left the small alley. There were too many secrets in the world. Tang Zhen was not interested in being an old pedant. He had to figure out everything that he didn't understand. As long as it had nothing to do with him, Tang Zhen was not interested in it. After obtaining the first scattered spirit body, another green dot of light appeared in Tang Zhen's field of vision. However, this green dot of light was a little far away. It seemed to be at the other end of the city. Tang Zhen got into a taxi and ran towards his destination. After passing through the bustling city and running for a while, Tang Zhen finally arrived at his destination. This was a very high-end villa. The greenery inside was very good, exquisite and pleasant, but the high walls and courtyard blocked the view. Inside, Tang Zhen stood at the door and took a look. He then jumped in and went straight to the location of the young spirit body. After sneaking into the villa's room, Tang Zhen saw the young man's spirit body. However, at this moment, he was blankly looking at a woman who was sleeping on the sofa. His wooden face seemed to be filled with something called happiness. Tang Zhen glanced at the woman and discovered that her appearance was not bad. She was gentle and moving. Her figure was also very well proportioned. No wonder the young man's spirit body was unable to take his eyes off her. This young man's spirit body didn't go anywhere but this woman's house. There was obviously a reason he didn't know. Could it be that he had been secretly in love with this woman and was brought here by his obsession after his death? Tang Zhen was not in the mood to investigate this gossip. He walked forward and kept the young man's spirit body. At this time, the brain was already filled with soul power and could be used to complete the secret technique of soul lodging. Tang Zhen was just about to turn around and leave when he saw a slightly chubby man walk into the room. He was first stunned when he saw Tang Zhen. Immediately after, he was about to open his mouth and shout, but unfortunately, Tang Zhen smashed a teacup at him and directly fainted on the ground. After walking out of the villa, Tang Zhen stood on the side of the street and waited for a car. He was prepared to run his own errands and collect the materials needed to resurrect the young man. Tang Zhen, who was waiting for the car, didn't notice that a black car was passing by not far from him. It quickly turned back and slowly stopped by the roadside. A woman wearing black sports attire with a hat covering her head and a pair of color-changing glasses on her face jumped out of the car. She slowly walked over from a direction that Tang Zhen couldn't see. Tang Zhen casually took out a cigarette. He had just lit it when he felt a hard object pressing against his back. At the same time, a low shout was transmitted into his ear, "Don't move, or I'll shoot." Tang Zhen was startled. From the map view, he saw the woman standing behind him and the gun she was pointing at him. Officer Han, what a coincidence. Tang Zhen held a cigarette in his mouth and laughed. His face was filled with disapproval. He was wearing a black cloak and was not afraid of being shot by such a gun. Tang Zhen's original plan was to take action and restrain the other party before leaving. However, when Tang Zhen remembered the organization that had killed the young man, he decided to fill in the gaps and let the Kimchi police deal with them. If it wasn't because he didn't have any free time, this matter would have been personally handled by Tang Zhen. Chapter 181. Killing with borrowed knife. Cut the crap. Put your hands behind your head and squat on the ground. Officer Han, who was holding a gun, didn't dare to be careless in front of Tang Zhen. She was very clear about the strength of the man in front of her. When they were at the dock, 5 or 6 big men couldn't get close to him. Once he found an opportunity, she might be countered by him. Thinking of the scene of being controlled by Tang Zhen last time, Police Officer Han had a lingering fear. After that, They investigated through the documents that Tang Zhen showed and found out that he was a mental patient who had been missing for 3 years. His family had been looking for him, but there was no news of him. They didn't expect him to suddenly appear near the dock. This guy was a patient, and he would go crazy once he was provoked. He had to be extra careful. Police officer Han secretly reminded herself, afraid that Tang Zhen would make any strange movements. Although she held a gun in her hand, she was still very nervous. The hand holding the gun was also slightly trembling. Tang Zhen raised his hand slightly. After which, he turned his head to look at Officer Han and said with a smile, "You don't have to be so nervous, I'll just cooperate with you." Seeing Tang Zhen turn his head, Police Officer Han involuntarily took a step back. After thinking for a moment, he threw out the handcuffs and said to Tang Zhen, "Handcuff yourself and don't play any tricks, or I'll really shoot." "Okay, I'll do as you say." Tang Zhen laughed softly as he used the tip of his foot to hook the handcuffs. He buckled them on his wrists and looked at Police Officer Han. "I've cuffed it up, you should be at ease now." Police Officer Han secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He lowered the muzzle of his gun slightly and pointed at Tang Zhen, "Don't play any tricks. Squat on the ground and wait." After that, Officer Han took out his mobile phone and was ready to find someone to help him. "Officer Han, aren't you curious why I'm here?" Officer Han, who was about to make a call, said casually, "Why?" "Because the group of people you're chasing has kidnapped my friend. I have half an hour to get there, or they'll kill my friend." "Friend? And you still say you don't know him?" Police Officer Han put down the phone and said to Tang Zhen, "Who's on the phone? Where is he?" "I don't know who they are. They just gave me an address and told me to be there in time. But looking at the time, they should be here soon." Tang Zhen shrugged his shoulders and feigned a helpless expression. Police Officer Han grabbed Tang Zhen, but Tang Zhen didn't move at all. She was the one who was dodged. She cursed in her heart. Police Officer Han pointed at Tang Zhen and said, "Get in the car with me now, we're going to save your friend." "I'm sorry, but can you do it?" Tang Zhen sized up Officer Han with a suspicious look. Good figure." Being swept by Tang Zhen's invasive gaze made Officer Han feel a sense of shame as if her clothes were seen through. This made her feel quite uncomfortable. She snorted coldly and shouted at Tang Zhen, "Cut the crap. Get in the car." Tang Zhen obediently got into the car when he heard that. After Officer Han warned Tang Zhen not to move, he immediately started the car and went straight to the second floor where Tang Zhen had been before. As Police Officer Han drove, he monitored Tang Zhen behind him, afraid that Tang Zhen would do something. Tang Zhen, on the other hand, had a comfortable expression on his face as he lazily laid on the back seat. After glancing at the identification on the car, he said to Police Officer Han, "Officer Han Yian, please focus on driving, or I'll really have to take the wheel and drive for you." After the female police officer heard Tang Zhen call out her name, she rolled her eyes in a bad mood and shouted at Tang Zhen, "Be good, or I'll deal with you right now." Tang Zhen let out a tisk sound. His face was filled with disdain as he curled his mouth. The female police officer's driving skills were pretty good. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the place where the young man was killed. Tang Zhen jumped out of the car with her. The female police officer threatened him with a gun, but Tang Zhen didn't fall for it. Han Yian had no choice but to let Tang Zhen follow her. The 3 guys that Tang Zhen had knocked down hadn't recovered yet, so Han Yian didn't use any strength to tie up all 3 of them and call for help. However, after she was done with all of this, she discovered that Tang Zhen had disappeared. Han Yian looked around but didn't find any trace of Tang Zhen. She was so angry that her body trembled and she kept cursing Tang Zhen. However, just as she turned around and was about to walk into the courtyard, she felt someone pounce on her from behind and press her to the ground. Before she could resist, she heard gunshots and bullets flying past where she had just been standing. Han Yian was shocked. If she hadn't been pressed down in time, she would probably have been shot by now. She turned around and saw Tang Zhen getting up from her body. He even reached out and smacked Han Yian's perky butt. Feeling pain and numbness in her butt, Han Yian wrinkled her nose and cursed, "Pervert," in her heart. She immediately got up from the ground to find cover and took out her weapon to fight back. Tang Zhen was also hiding in a corner. He was observing the situation outside through the view of the map. At this moment, there were 6 people who had entered the courtyard and were attempting to enter the house. A man holding a short-barreled hunting rifle carefully pushed open the door. He was just about to poke his head in when Tang Zhen kicked the door. The man's face was covered in blood as he fell unconscious in the courtyard. Seeing that their companion had been ambushed, the remaining 5 people immediately rushed to the window and shot randomly into the room. Han Yiyan couldn't lift her head from the pressure. Tang Zhen picked up a leather shoe from the ground and smashed it at a man outside the window. The strength of a level 5 cultivator was no joke. Even if Tang Zhen restrained his strength, he still sent the man flying. Since he wanted to act, he had to act more realistically. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would send this group of people to heaven in less than half a minute. Seeing that another comrade had been killed, the remaining 4 panicked and quickly squatted down to avoid the attack. Tang Zhen took the opportunity to quickly run to the place where Han Yiyan was hiding. When he passed by the 3 men who were tied up, Tang Zhen pulled out a gun from one of the men's waist and said to the nervous Han Yiyan, "Let's go to the 2nd floor. It's safer there." "No, there are suspects here, we can't let them take them away." Han Yiyan didn't move and continued to stare outside. Tang Zhen patted her butt again, making Han Yiyan so angry that her eyebrows were raised. She fiercely bared her teeth at Tang Zhen and said, "You bastard, if you do this again, I'll blow up your dick." Tang Zhen revealed a, "I'm so scared," expression, but his movements did not stop. He raised both his arms and fired a shot at the door. A blood-curdling scream rang out. Tang Zhen's shot had pierced through the door and hit the person's abdomen. 3 of their companions had been taken down in succession, causing the remaining 3 to become timid. They were hesitating whether to continue the attack or to evacuate directly to avoid further casualties. In the corner of the room, Han Yiyan looked at Tang Zhen in surprise. She snatched his gun and coldly snorted at Tang Zhen, "You better behave yourself, who told you to shoot?" Tang Zhen didn't pay attention to Han Yiyan. Through the map, he saw a few police cars rushing over. They would arrive in a minute. With such a short amount of time left, the remaining 3 people probably wouldn't be able to escape. Since the attention of the Pickle Nation's police had been attracted, Tang Zhen could finally retreat. While Han Yiyan's attention was focused on the outside, Tang Zhen jumped up to the 2nd floor, activated the quantum invisibility, and jumped onto the street outside. After cutting open the tires of the cars of these fellows with the purple lightning short sword, Tang Zhen looked at the police cars that were speeding over and turned around to leave in satisfaction. Chapter 182. Modified Tank. A day later, in a certain block. This is half a year's rent and security deposit. Please check it. Tang Zhen smiled as he handed a stack of brand new cash to the middle-aged woman in front of him. After chatting for a while, he sized up the surrounding environment and nodded in satisfaction. He had previously used the all-purpose electronic kit to check the rental information of the city's houses and found this house that was currently being rented. The environment and location were very suitable for him, so Tang Zhen used forged documents to rent this house. The house was huge and had a basement, enough for him to set up the rebirth altar. After the female landlord left, Tang Zhen began to clean the basement. At the same time, he found someone to install a strong anti-theft door before going to the market to purchase. The materials needed for the rebirth altar were quite a lot. Tang Zhen busied himself for half a day before he finally purchased all of them. For convenience's sake, he even bought a second-hand pickup truck. As for his id, he could use the virtual reality simulator to get through. After bringing the materials he bought back to his residence, Tang Zhen went back to the basement and started to set up the rebirth altar. Tang Zhen was very familiar with this kind of thing. However, this time around, he had changed it to a modular layout. It was very convenient regardless of whether it was dismantling or assembling. The reason why he did this was naturally to make it convenient for him to pack up and escape in the future. After being busy for 3 hours, Tang Zhen finally finished setting up the altar. Next, he only needed to obtain a suitable body in order to help the young man complete his rebirth. The body cultivated by the mother tree was about to mature, and Tang Zhen was not in a hurry. Therefore, the matter of rebirth could wait for a few days. Before that, Tang Zhen still had other things to do. He tried to contact Ivanov and the others again, but there was still no response. It was even possible that his mobile phone had been destroyed, so Tang Zhen could not lock onto their specific location. This bunch of useless guys can't even handle such a small matter. Tang Zhen cursed as he sat down on the sofa. He held a teacup in his hand as he watched the program on the television and enjoyed a rare leisure time. Now that the Holy Dragon City had already repelled the enemy that had surrounded them, it was time for him to show off his extraordinary abilities. Tang Zhen would definitely not be satisfied if he did not beat up the corpse race and the dog-headed people until he was afraid of pain. I've been bullied by this bunch of foreign bastards for so long, it's time for me to get back at them. To do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools. Tang Zhen had a deep understanding of this saying. If not for the weapons from the original world that he had obtained, the Holy Dragon City would not have been able to hold on until now. It might have even been destroyed several times. This time, he planned to get some transport vehicles suitable for the Holy Dragon City. At the same time, he would also modify these vehicles into special combat vehicles. Through an online search, Tang Zhen ordered 20 high-performance heavy trucks. They were available in stock, and Tang Zhen could pay for them at any time. Due to the lack of equipment in the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen could only choose to carry out the modification in Kimchi country. After driving around, he finally contacted a car modification factory and agreed to place the 20 cars there for modification. The scope of the modification included the safety protection of the driver's seat, the protection of the tires, the modification of the rear compartment, the mounting of weapons, and other aspects. It was not too complicated, but it was not simple either. In addition to modifying the car, Tang Zhen also needed to store enough fuel and buy some easily damaged parts for backup. In the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 days had passed. Early in the morning, Tang Zhen was about to drive out again. There were too many things to do. Tang Zhen's feet barely touched the ground. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. The cars had basically been modified, and the other things that needed to be prepared were almost ready. Tang Zhen only needed to bring these cars back to the Lusheng world. "Good morning, uncle," a clear and melodious voice sounded from not far away. Tang Zhen, who had just opened the car door, turned his head and took a look. He smiled and replied, "You too." This was a 17 or 18-year-old girl who lived next door to Tang Zhen's rented house. The two of them had met a few times in front of the house and became familiar with each other after a while. Tang Zhen didn't know the girl's name and had never asked. He only felt that her smile was very good-looking and gave people a pleasant feeling. To ordinary people, he was destined to be a passerby. If he came into contact with them too much, not only would it bring trouble to them, but it would also bring inconvenience to himself. Therefore, Tang Zhen had been subconsciously avoiding contact with strangers. The girl might only be curious about Tang Zhen, this uncle who rented a large house by himself and left early in the morning and returned late every day. They were all neighbors, so it was normal to greet each other when they met. "Do you need me to send you to school? It's on the way." Tang Zhen was only being polite out of habit. He did not expect the girl to immediately walk over and sit in the front passenger seat. "Then thank you, uncle." After saying that, she even smiled sweetly, causing Tang Zhen, who was secretly scolding himself for being talkative, to be helpless. He could only start the car with a smile. The car slowly moved along the road while the girl was chatting with Tang Zhen. "Uncle, what's your job?" "As long as I can earn money, I'll do anything." Tang Zhen was expressionless. "Then wouldn't uncle be unprincipled?" The girl pouted. The corner of Tang Zhen's mouth twitched. "Yingluo, it's still alright." "And NBSP, uncle, don't you feel lonely and scared living in such a big house by yourself?" The girl asked. "You'll get used to it." Tang Zhen's face was filled with black lines. The girl's eyes lit up. "Are you single, uncle? Do you want me to introduce you to a girlfriend?" "Ha, are you embarrassed?" "It's okay, it's a deal." Tang Zhen, Yingluo, damn it, when did I promise you anything? After the girl finally got off the car, Tang Zhen heaved a long sigh of relief. He thought to himself that his ears could finally be quiet for a while. However, in the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen gently smiled again. He did not know why, but the conversation earlier had made him feel very relaxed and his mood was also very happy. The merciless killing in the other world and the wandering in his original world had always kept his nerves in a tense state. The higher the position and power, the more the strength increased, the further Tang Zhen felt that the distance between him and ordinary people was. This kind of feeling was intoxicating, but it was also very easy for him to feel lonely. This was because he had no way to communicate with others normally. Most of the time, he could only bury his happiness, anger, and sorrow in his heart. There were always losses for everything, but as long as he was willing, what did it matter how hard and tiring it was? Tang Zhen arrived at the place where the cars were modified. He looked at the row of cars that were parked in the courtyard and nodded his head in satisfaction. The modified truck was completely different. However, in Tang Zhen's opinion, it was the most suitable vehicle for the Holy Dragon City. After all, it was easy to operate and did not require too much maintenance. The last time at the military base, Tang Zhen had considered whether to get a tank, but in the end, he dismissed this idea. This kind of land god of war was not easy to operate, and the requirements for logistics were too high. The Holy Dragon City could not afford to support it at the moment. After finding the boss of the factory, Tang Zhen paid the rest of the money and told the boss to pick up the car at night and remind the workers responsible for the night watch. After the boss counted the money, he naturally agreed without hesitation. Time passed by, and Tang Zhen appeared in the factory at midnight. He first put sleeping pills in the food of the night watchman, making them fall asleep, and then used the universal electronic kit to forge a video of a car driving out of the factory and inserted it into the surveillance video of that night. Then, he sent the modified tanks to the square in front of the Holy Dragon City. Chapter 183, The Secret of the Fallout Shelter. Through the map view, Tang Zhen watched as Xiaofeng left in his car before switching to his normal vision. Xiaofeng was a very smart young man, and he was very reliable in his work. However, he was not suitable to be a leader. Tang Zhen had never planned to let him take charge of the rebirth altar. This was a very serious matter and Tang Zhen had to be cautious. This might seem like a dangerous task for the time being, but once the test of the interplane soul transmission was completed, the humans from the original world would head to the world of Lusheng on a large scale. By then, the people who were in charge of the rebirth altar would definitely receive great honor and prestige. Therefore, Tang Zhen would definitely not use those who did not have the ability or those who harbored evil intentions. The matters in the original world had basically been settled. The next thing Tang Zhen had to do was to clean up the sanctuary and wait for Black Rock City to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For help again, he walked out and locked the courtyard door. Tang Zhen returned to the house and activated the teleportation. Holy Dragon City, the third underground floor of the Glittergold Race's sanctuary. Tang Zhen looked at the empty underground third floor. After confirming that there was nothing abnormal in the surroundings, he activated the instant teleportation map plugin. This time, he needed to teleport down. However, the map did not show the environment of the fourth underground floor. Therefore, Tang Zhen did not have a clear teleportation coordinate to set. The teleportation this time was based on the general structure of the sanctuary. As for where he would be teleported to, it would depend on luck. Fortunately, this kind of teleportation wouldn't squeeze Tang Zhen into the stone. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would have to go through a lot of trouble to teleport back to his original world. After the cooldown the next day, he would open the teleportation plugin again. However, it was very likely that he would be covered in dust during the process of teleportation. Tang Zhen wanted to enter the fourth underground floor of the sanctuary without anyone knowing. This was the only effective way at the moment. Otherwise, if he opened the entrance to enter, it would definitely attract the attention of the Queen of the Flashing Gold Race. Then, Tang Zhen would definitely not be able to see what he wanted to see. Tang Zhen only felt his vision turn dark as he activated his teleportation. His body gently landed on the ground. He extended his hand and touched it. He confirmed that he had successfully entered the fourth underground floor. After quickly activating the quantum invisibility light screen, Tang Zhen opened the all-rounded digital battle interface and carefully explored. The fourth underground floor was also a spacious space. Tang Zhen walked around a few times and did not find any traces of monsters. God knows where the Queen of the Flashing Gold Race had taken those monsters. After confirming that there was no abnormality on the fourth underground floor, Tang Zhen checked the passage to the fifth underground floor and was surprised to find that the passage was not closed. Tang Zhen was overjoyed. This way, he didn't have to wait for the cooldown and his investigation speed could be much faster. After carefully entering the fifth underground floor, Tang Zhen could smell the unique smell of monsters. It seemed that there should be monsters appearing on this floor. What Tang Zhen didn't expect was that there still weren't any monsters on the entire fifth underground floor. Instead, the ground was covered in traces of blood and minced meat. They were dried up and black, as if they had existed for a very long time. Tang Zhen looked at the dirt on the ground. His expression was silent and he revealed a thoughtful expression. The situation in the Flashing Gold Race's sanctuary was really strange and completely beyond Tang Zhen's expectations. Could it be that the queen of the Flashing Gold Race was right? She had imprisoned all the monsters at the bottom of the sanctuary. Unfortunately, Tang Zhen didn't believe the queen of the Flashing Gold Race. He thought that this woman was very scheming and that there must be some unspeakable secrets hidden in the sanctuary. After stopping for over 10 minutes, Tang Zhen headed to a deeper space once again, planning to explore it. On the 6th underground floor, he found the same bloodstains. Compared to the situation on the previous floor, this floor was more messy. Many metal objects had traces of fighting and cutting. These traces clearly indicated that an unusually intense battle had taken place here. Tang Zhen had a faint guess in his heart. However, he needed more evidence to prove it. Therefore, Tang Zhen continued to head deeper into the forest. Like a night walker, he was passing through the gloomy ghost's domain. He passed through the water supply area, the energy area, the living area, and many areas with unknown uses. Tang Zhen was already close to the bottom of the sanctuary. During this time, he did not encounter a single monster, but more and more clues supported his guess, which made his face more and more gloomy. The queen of the Flashing Gold Race didn't know what was good for her. She must have set a trap for him. Ka-ba, a soft sound was transmitted over, causing Tang Zhen, who was moving forward, to stop in his tracks. His eyes were fixed in the direction of the sound. A Glittergold Race monster was slowly walking along the passage. It was wearing a set of soft armor-like clothing, and its expression was ferocious and terrifying. It seemed no different from an ordinary monster. In the monster's hand, there seemed to be a stack of golden paper, which was full of runes and patterns. Tang Zhen hid in the dark and quietly looked at this monster. He felt that this monster was not simple. If one looked closely at the monster's eyes, they would be able to discover something different. This was because the monster's eyes were constantly moving, and they shone with the light of wisdom. After seeing the performance of this Flashing Gold Tribe monster, Tang Zhen remembered that the queen of the Flashing Gold Tribe had once mentioned that there were other Flashing Gold Tribe people who had retained their intelligence like it. It seemed that this guy was one of them. Tang Zhen didn't take any action. Instead, he allowed the Flashing Gold Tribe monster to walk past him. The situation was still unclear, so it wasn't wise to act rashly. After the Flashing Gold Tribe monster walked past, Tang Zhen continued to move forward. However, this time, he was more careful to avoid being discovered by the Flashing Gold Tribe monsters. After walking for about 20 minutes, Tang Zhen once again entered the space of the next level. This space was different from all the other spaces above. It was much larger, but in this space, there were all kinds of mechanical marionettes lined up in rows. The small ones were only the size of a fist, while the big ones were 4 to 5 meters tall. They were fully armed and looked majestic. Tang Zhen carefully approached one of the mechanical puppets and used the purple electric short sword to cut it a few times. The golden outer shell of the mechanical puppet was peeled off. At the same time, his fingers hooked into the inner part of the mechanical puppet, and a golden disc embedded with several level 2 brain beads slid into his palm. Tang Zhen carefully studied the golden disc and found that these level 2 brain beads were firmly fixed on it. At the same time, the disc was densely covered with golden wires. When placed into the puppet's body, these wires would connect to the wires inside the puppet. The design was simple and clear, and it was easy to tell that the power source of these puppets came from their brains. Tang Zhen secretly sighed. The Flashing Gold Race was indeed powerful. They had actually modified their puppets and used the energy of their brains on the spot. Tang Zhen coldly looked at the huge number of mechanical puppets and a mocking smile appeared on his face. He had now completely figured out the plan of the queen of the Flashing Gold Race. A woman's heart is the most vicious. This queen of the Flashing Gold Race is quite a character. However, isn't she afraid of losing and not being able to recover by betting the fate of her entire race? Even though Tang Zhen had already mentally prepared himself, he still felt fear in his heart after he had seen all the types of mechanical puppets. He could completely imagine the scene when these puppet army appeared on the ground. To the Holy Dragon City, it was a terrifying disaster. Chapter 184, The Wasteland Tank and the Revived Teenager. On the Holy Dragon City's wide square, a row of crude and eye-catching modified war chariots were now neatly arranged. Tai Seng led his large group of men and gathered together, surrounding the war chariot that Tang Zhen had brought back last night and clicking his tongue in wonder. They were no longer strangers to cars. Now, The Holy Dragon City's soldiers were all skilled at driving, so when they first saw these chariots, Tyson jumped on them and started the car skillfully, circling the valley 5 to 6 times. After jumping out of the car, Tyson laughed out loud, saying that this car was prepared for war, and that it was a pleasure to drive it. Tang Zhen watched from the side for a while before walking forward and introducing the functions of this modified war vehicle to everyone. The modified tank could be equipped with a heavy machine gun, and there were firing holes on both sides of the carriage that could be closed. At the same time, the top of the carriage was sealed with dragon bones and steel plates, which were connected to the head of the tank. The warriors needed to enter the tank through the rear carriage. The modified war chariots could transport troops quickly and provide basic protection. They could also carry powerful weapons. Tang Zhen's goal had already been achieved by being able to do these. Out of the 20 combat vehicles, 15 would be used for combat. The required ammunition and weapons would be carried by the combat vehicles. Of the remaining 5, 2 were fuel tank cars, 1 was a food supply vehicle, 1 was an ambulance, and 1 was a command vehicle. The Holy Dragon City did not have many warriors at the moment, and these chariots were enough for them. The basic functions of the tank had been introduced. The next thing for the warriors to do was to install the weapons and interior, and then carry out adaptive training. The last time they were at the military base, Tang Zhen had gotten quite a lot of military equipment. Now, everyone was given a set. However, when these authentic equipment were worn by the Holy Dragon City's soldiers, Tang Zhen felt like he was looking at gorillas. Look at the appearance of these guys. They are wearing leather clothes, jeans, combat boots, tactical vests, and Kevlar helmets. They are completely dressed like modern soldiers, but why do they have a 2-foot-long self-made machete on their waist and 4 or 5 short javelins on their backs? Is a rifle not enough for you? This combination was fine, but what about the plate armor under the tactical vest? A bulletproof vest, and that bone cat bastard, can you fucking throw away that shiny silver hat on your head? That's for matching armor, okay. Tang Zhen was also drunk when he saw the creative mix and match style of this group of people. He had no energy to complain about these people who were wasting good things. Tang Zhen asked Mirong Xian to find a few skillful women and let them watch the battlefield medical rescue video brought by Tang Zhen. He was prepared to train them to become military doctors on the battlefield. He had spent too much energy and money on this group of people. Tang Zhen was not willing to let this group of people die so easily. That would really be a loss. Tang Zhen would try his best to do what he could. As for the results, Tang Zhen would not force it. Before the cross-plane soul transmission experiment was completed, professional technical talents had always been the resource that Tang Zhen lacked the most. He watched as a group of excited guys assembled weapons around the tank, and some even placed a huge 6-horned monster's skull on the front of the tank, making the already wasteland-style tank look even more ferocious. It looked like a perfect match. Tang Zhen no longer bothered with these guys and left the square. He walked all the way to the mother tree and checked the hanging fruits. Only then did he take out the purple lightning short sword and carefully cut open the outer shell of the fruit. As the cracks on the fruit gradually widened, a green liquid like egg white flowed out, and at the same time, a healthy and muscular male body was revealed. This was the soul host body that Tang Zhen had cultivated. There was no breathing and no soul. It was just an incomparably pure body. Tang Zhen examined the body for a moment. After confirming that there were no flaws, he extended his hand and kept the body into his storage space. At the same time, he activated the transmission and returned to his rented house. He took out a drink from the refrigerator and took a sip. Then, Tang Zhen changed into a white coat and walked into the basement while tightly locking the anti-theft door. The materials for rebirth had already been prepared. Tang Zhen threw the cultivated body into the blood pool and then implanted the brain bead that stored the young man's soul into the body, directly activating the rebirth altar. Tang Zhen was already extremely familiar with this rebirth secret technique. Even if he were to close his eyes, he would still be able to complete the entire step. As the strange light disappeared, the body in the blood pool moved and slowly opened its eyes. If you're awake, then get up quickly. Go to the bathroom to take a shower and change your clothes. Tang Zhen held a cigarette in his mouth as he glanced at the young man who had a blank expression and slowly said. The young man stood up from the blood pool and felt the air he breathed in. He took another look at his almost perfect body, especially the swaying thing under him, and grinned. Tang Zhen looked at the proud expression on the young man's face and could not help but mock. although that thing of yours can be used, it's a pity that it can't give birth. Other than making you feel good, its most important function has already disappeared. The corners of the young man's mouth twitched. He silently went upstairs and washed himself. Then, he came down in loose clothes. Boss, what's going on? The young man sat opposite Tang Zhen. His face was filled with curiosity and joy. Didn't I tell you that as long as you follow me, I can guarantee that you won't die? Did you think I was bragging and turn a deaf ear to it? Tang Zhen looked at the young man and said in an unpleasant tone. The young man smiled awkwardly and quickly explained, I was so shocked by the gold that you took out that I didn't hear what you said. You're not scared out of your mind. You're just too greedy. It's just a few pieces of gold and you're already so flustered. I really don't know if choosing you back then was a wrong decision. Tang Zhen shook his head with a regretful expression. The young man quickly expressed his loyalty. Boss, you have good eyes. Didn't I complete my previous missions well? This time, if it weren't for those guys who were determined to kill me, I wouldn't have been so cowardly. Tang Zhen waved his hand and stopped the young man from speaking. He spoke in a deep voice, I don't care about your past. From now on, you're a different person. Your past life has nothing to do with you. The price of resurrecting you is not small, so I hope you do your best in your job. Otherwise, if I can resurrect you, I can naturally kill you. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. I believe you'll soon realize that money is just a set of numbers that keep increasing to you. After saying this, Tang Zhen waved his hand and over 10 pieces of gold, which seemed to have been cut by a sharp blade, appeared in front of the young man. They were dazzling. The young man estimated that the weight of the gold was definitely more than 200 kilograms. Take these gold when you leave. Then, you can gain a firm foothold in this city and work hard for me. Tang Zhen thought for a moment before taking out a military pistol and a few magazines filled with bullets from his space and handing them to the young man. When the young man was about to leave with his things, Tang Zhen suddenly thought of something and asked, Oh right, I still don't know your name. I thought you wouldn't ask, boss. Just call me Feng. The young man smiled bitterly. Okay, I know. You can go now. Chapter 185. The destruction of the flashing gold race. Tang Zhen wanted to get rid of these puppets once and for all. Other than removing all the brain pearls that acted as their internal power source, he could also download an application for emergency use, electromagnetic pulse bomb, destruction radius of 1 kilometer. Download cost, 10,000 gold coins. Tang Zhen had studied the structure of the puppets of the flashing gold race. After his analysis, the technology of the flashing gold race had many similarities with the technology of the original world, and the electromagnetic pulse bomb might be effective. It was just that this application would only take effect after the puppets had started running. Now that all the puppets were shut down, Tang Zhen couldn't use it even if he downloaded it. There was another way, which was to kill the queen of the flashing gold race and the others. Without the glitter gold race's control, these puppets would not be able to be activated. This was the most thorough solution. However, if he were to get rid of this group of people, Tang Zhen might never be able to obtain the technology regarding the usage of the brain pearl's energy. He might not even be able to make these mechanical puppets his own. Tang Zhen felt very conflicted in his heart. This kind of technology that could transform the brain pearl into a power source was too important to him. As long as he could master this method, he would be able to get rid of his dependence on the energy of his original world and gradually develop a brand new energy system. After thinking for a long time, Tang Zhen finally made up his mind. The disaster of the flashing gold race could not be left alive. Otherwise, they would only bring disaster upon themselves. Even if nothing happened this time, Holy Dragon City might be bitten by these guys in the future. With the existence of an unstable factor like the queen of the flashing gold race, Tang Zhen wouldn't be surprised no matter what they did. As for the energy conversion technology, Tang Zhen believed that as long as he studied it carefully, he would eventually master it. After all, there was a pile of physical objects there, so reverse cracking should not be a problem. In that case, let's start. Tang Zhen selected an application from his list of applications and clicked on it to start it. At the same time, a low-frequency sound wave began to ripple in the fallout shelter. This was not the first time Tang Zhen had used an infrasonic weapon. Therefore, he was extremely familiar with the might of such an application. It was an invisible blade that could kill without spilling blood. It could attack the most sensitive and fatal part of the enemy's body. Because this application had the function of protecting the user, Tang Zhen did not need to worry that he would be hurt by the infrasonic waves. He only needed to wait for the results quietly. The last time he heard the Queen of the Glittergold race talk about the destruction of the sanctuary, he had a vague guess about the invisible devil. It might be a kind of terrifying infrasonic wave, but the Glittergold race did not understand this thing. Compared to the technology of the original world, which was developing in all aspects, the Glittergold race was somewhat biased. They were obsessed with the technology of metal machinery and had created metals similar to memory alloys, metal cloths with excellent performance, and mechanical puppets similar to robots. However, in other aspects, the Flashing Gold tribe was very backward, only slightly better than the aboriginals in the world of Lusheng. In other words, the Flashing Gold tribe was a pure metal civilization. They had a natural advantage, but they also had a fatal flaw. They could rise easily, but they could also be destroyed easily. While Tang Zhen was thinking about this problem, the remaining Glittergold clan members in the sanctuary under his feet were in extreme pain. The Glittergold clansmen who had just gathered together to discuss how to plot against Holy Dragon City suddenly felt their bodies trembling non-stop, and traces of dirty blood began to seep out of their orifices. Their souls also began to tremble, and a sense of panic and madness overwhelmed them. It made them feel as if the whole world was spinning upside down, as if their souls would be completely destroyed in the next second. This feeling was so familiar, and it made them extremely fearful. It was the culprit who had killed the Glittergold race in the sanctuary, the invisible and terrifying devil. At this moment, almost all the surviving members of the Glittergold race were lamenting in their hearts, lamenting why the heavens were so unfair. Not only did the Glittergold race encounter a catastrophe of extinction, but they had just had a chance to leave the sanctuary and return to the surface. Who knew that they would be entangled by this hateful devil again? Perhaps this time, the Flashing Gold race is going to be completely exterminated. The Queen of the Flashing Gold race waved her hands in vain. The strange mask had fallen off, revealing her twitching and deformed face. The blood flowing out of her 7 orifices made her look even more hideous and ugly. The pain of the body and soul was nothing, because the torture of the resentment in the heart was 10 times more painful than this. Ever since the Queen of the Glittergold race regained consciousness and found out that the sanctuary had been destroyed and all her people had died, she had been resentful. She hated the gods and all the living beings in this world who could live normally. After being trapped in the sanctuary for so many years, the Queen of the Glittergold race and her remaining subordinates had paid a huge price and finally confirmed that they had left their original world and were now in a world full of monsters. Like them, the monster had a brain that contained strange energy. Other than that, the Glittergold race also discovered that the mechanical puppets they created were not affected by the rules and could move outside the sanctuary. However, because the mechanical puppets had to be controlled by the Glittergold race at a close distance, the range of movement of the mechanical puppets was extremely limited. The last time Tang Zhen was attacked by the bladed puppets on the 2nd underground floor of the Fallout shelter, it was actually the Queen of the Flashing Gold race who was hiding on the 3rd underground floor and controlled the bladed puppets to do it. The restrictions on the use of mechanical puppets made the Glittergold race realize that they had to find a way to leave the sanctuary. Only then would they have the hope of rising again. Otherwise, they could only wait for the day of decay and death. However, after experimenting for decades, they still could not find a suitable method. Instead, they accidentally discovered a method to convert the brain into power, which increased the combat power of the mechanical puppets by more than several times. It was also because of this invention that the Queen of the Flashing Gold race killed all the zombies without intelligence, except for the monsters on the 1st floor, so that they could make their final contribution to the Flashing Gold race. In fact, even if the Queen of the Flashing Gold race didn't do anything, these monsters would still devour each other, because they needed to eat too. As for the massive amount of monster corpses, they were burned and converted into energy. Some of the corpses were used to feed a type of scavenger fly. Monsters also needed to eat, and what they ate were these fly eggs. After many years, the new mechanical marionettes of the Glittergold race were completed and placed in the bottom few floors of the sanctuary. The Queen of the Glittergold race and her people continued to wait for the opportunity to leave the sanctuary. After Tang Zhen appeared, the Queen of the Flashing Gold race knew that the opportunity she had been waiting for had finally arrived. What Tang Zhen didn't know was that from the moment he entered the 1st floor, the Queen of the Flashing Gold race had been observing and plotting against him. Until the two of them reached an agreement on the 3rd floor, Tang Zhen's every move in the sanctuary was under the surveillance of the Queen. It was also because of this kind of constant surveillance that the Queen of the Flashing Gold race discovered many secrets about Tang Zhen. It also gave the Queen of the Flashing Gold race hope of escaping the sanctuary. The soft cloth armor worn by the Queen of the Flashing Gold race could block Tang Zhen's detection, so Tang Zhen had never discovered the existence of the Queen. If it wasn't for the fact that the Queen had deliberately revealed a flaw on the third underground floor, Tang Zhen would never have discovered her. The Queen of the Flashing Gold clan put on a good show in front of Tang Zhen. Although Tang Zhen was skeptical, he still cultivated the body with the greatest sincerity. Tang Zhen was ready to fulfill his promise. The Queen of the Flashing Gold race also thought that the plan was going to succeed. She would immediately lead the mechanical puppet army to the ground and occupy the so-called Holy Dragon City. Then, she would restore the glory of the Flashing Gold race. But why did the invisible demon reappear when the plan was about to succeed and wanted to take away the lives of it and its people again, taking away the last hope of the Glittergold race's revival? Her people were all dead, and the Queen of the Flashing Gold race felt that she was about to die as well. However, in her daze, she seemed to hear familiar footsteps. It should be the young man who had made a deal with her. How did he appear here? Did he discover the secret? When did he discover it? Yingluo. The Queen of the Flashing Gold race had countless questions in her mind, but she could not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Them because a large amount of blood was spurting out of her mouth. However, the young man walked up to her and said in a mocking tone, "I know your plan, but it's a pity that you're destined to fail. Also, I was the one who released that demon, Yingluo." When the Queen of the Flashing Gold race heard this, her body trembled violently. She struggled to reach out to grab Tang Zhen, but her arm only reached out halfway before it fell limply. The Glittergold clan was exterminated. Chapter 186. Emptying the fallout shelter. Looking at the Queen of the Flashing Gold race's twisted and unwilling face, Tang Zhen was speechless for a long time. Originally, the foundation of cooperation between the two sides was very weak. After the Queen of the Flashing Gold race, Tang Zhen could only choose to fight. This was the result that Tang Zhen did not want to see the most. Think about it, if the cooperation between the two sides was successful, Tang Zhen would obtain the technology of the Flashing Gold clan, and the Flashing Gold clan would get a chance to revive with Tang Zhen's help. What a win-win result. It was a pity that things never went as one wished. Situations like the Queen of the Flashing Gold race's scheme, which ended up in vain, were not uncommon. After all, the Queen of the Flashing Gold race had suffered the consequences of her own actions, and she could not blame anyone else. The matter was over, and the Glittergold race was history. What he had to do next was to clean up the entire sanctuary and rebuild his own underground city. As for the original sanctuary of the Flashing Gold race, after Tang Zhen took out the cornerstone to build a new auxiliary city, it would disappear from this world and become history forever. After Tang Zhen carefully searched the bottom of the sanctuary a few times, he finally found the foundation of the sanctuary. The Queen of the Flashing Gold race didn't touch it and just let it float in the middle of a room. There were no powerful monsters guarding the foundation stone. Perhaps they had been completely cleaned up by the Queen of the Flashing Gold race. The harvest of the brain pearls was not as much as he had imagined, because most of the brain pearls were used by the Glittergold race to make mechanical puppets. Now, only a small portion was left, and they were placed in some metal boxes according to their ranks. Tang Zhen glanced at them and kept them all in the storage space. Next, Tang Zhen began to search for the literature of the Flashing Gold clan. As long as it was metal paper with words, he put it all into his storage space. These things were related to the technology of the Flashing Gold race, so Tang Zhen didn't dare to be careless. He thoroughly searched every corner of the bottom floor. After confirming that he didn't miss anything, he returned to the body of the Queen of the Flashing Gold race with satisfaction. As the blade flashed, the brains of the Queen of the Flashing Gold race and her clansmen also entered Tang Zhen's storage space. However, he had stored them separately. He had already gotten what he wanted, and now it was time to send people to clean up the place. Slowly walking back to the surface, Tang Zhen informed the residents of the Holy Dragon City and asked them to organize a cleanup. There were too many things in the fallout shelter. Tang Zhen estimated that it would take at least 1 to 2 months to clean up, and this did not include the metal puppets. Fortunately, the Flashing Gold tribe had a special metal puppet transportation channel that could transport these metal puppets to the surface in batches. Tang Zhen had already figured out the use of this elevator-like transportation device. When the time came, they only needed to transport them up in a concentrated manner. The residents who received the order immediately got busy. Because they would encounter strange things when they entered the building at night, they could only work during the day. Time was tight, and everyone was racing against time. Seeing that almost all of them had been mobilized, but they still felt that there was not enough manpower, Tang Zhen felt that the Holy Dragon City should recruit residents again. Under normal circumstances, as long as a city was announced to be recruiting residents, it would not take long for the wanderers to swarm in. However, the undead clan was wreaking havoc now, and almost all the wanderers in this area had fled. Even if they sent out a message to recruit residents, it would probably not be very effective. In order to raise people, they had to provide for food, drink, and accommodation, which was not a small expense. Therefore, the other towers were extremely strict with the number of residents and the qualifications to be selected. Those wanderers who were lucky enough to obtain the preparatory qualifications were so excited that they were about to go crazy. Tang Zhen, who had the support of the original world, did not have such concerns. He dared to take as many people as he could. Although he still had to rely on the resources of the original world, once the Holy Dragon City was on the right track, Tang Zhen would be able to get rid of his dependence on the original world, whether it was food or weapons. When that time came, the original world's greatest use would be to provide a massive number of immigrants to the Holy Dragon City, making the Holy Dragon City even more powerful. Tang Zhen sat on the grass under the mother tree and thought for a long time before he collected his thoughts. He began to think about how to store the huge amount of supplies in the sanctuary. The flashing gold race's sanctuary was too big and there were too many things inside. In line with the principle of not wasting anything, Tang Zhen asked the residents to move out as much as possible. Who would have thought that these residents would be worse than him? They were used to living a life without anything. In the eyes of these residents, they couldn't tolerate any waste. If they didn't move away all these good things, they would definitely not be able to sleep. Therefore, even if Tang Zhen didn't give this order, they would have dug the ground 3 feet and moved the flashing gold race's sanctuary clean. Tang Zhen watched as the residents moved the pure gold sculptures that weighed more than a ton to the ground. He couldn't help but admire their perseverance. Now, there wasn't even a piece of paper left in the places that they had cleaned up. However, in this case, the material reserves had become a big problem. They couldn't just randomly throw them in the Holy Dragon Valley, right? Tang Zhen thought for a long time before finally locking his eyes on the cliffs that provided the Holy Dragon City with a protective barrier. He wondered if he should open some caves in these cliffs so that he could store these resources. Taking advantage of the abundant brain beads in his hand, Tang Zhen didn't hesitate and immediately activated the terrain transformation plugin, starting to transform these cliffs. This application could only be used for 1 minute a day, and it would consume a large amount of gold coins. Therefore, Tang Zhen had to plan it in his heart before he could start to modify it. Tang Zhen's eyes swept around these cliffs. After he had a draft in his heart, he launched the application and began to quickly operate on the map. With the activation of the application, the interior of the cliffs began to undergo earth-shaking changes. As long as Tang Zhen's finger passed through the 3-dimensional image of the cliffs, a straight and wide giant cave would instantly appear under the cliffs. These cliffs were all very high and wide. The caves that Tang Zhen had opened up had no effect on them. It was as if he had just drilled a hole in a huge rock. However, once one entered the ground, one would discover how wide the inside was. After 1 minute, Tang Zhen had just finished opening up the cave he had designed. If it wasn't for the extremely fast hand speed of a rank 5 cultivator, Tang Zhen wouldn't have been able to complete the design before the time was up. Looking at the cliffs of the Holy Dragon Valley again, one could see many holes at the bottom. Once one entered, they would find that the inside was extremely spacious. Moreover, the inside of the cave was not completely dark, because the sun was shining in through the holes above them. After informing the Holy Dragon City's management of this news, Tang Zhen also joined the cleaning team. They kept the larger metal objects into the space and then placed them back into the cave. With the addition of Tang Zhen, the residents didn't need to carry those heavy objects, so the carrying work doubled. However, there were simply too many resources in the sanctuary. Even Tang Zhen, who possessed a terrifying speed, had to work for 4 to 5 days without his feet touching the ground before he could move all the heavy metal objects into the cave. In the process of moving the goods, Many residents had injured their hands and feet by the flashing gold tribe's artifacts. Some even had their heads broken. Tang Zhen felt that this could not go on. He had to provide the residents with basic labor protection. Therefore, after carrying the heavy metal objects, Tang Zhen activated the teleportation and appeared in the rented house in the Pickle Nation. Chapter 187, Girl Next Door. 1. Tang Zhen planned to purchase some labor protection supplies this time. Because it was a small matter, he didn't need Xiaofeng. He could easily settle it himself. In addition, Tang Zhen also planned to buy some meat and oil for the residents to improve their meals. The food for the Holy Dragon City's residents was pretty good. In addition to a sufficient supply of rice and steamed buns, there were also many canned food, dried fish, and dried meat. They were all good things that Tang Zhen had transported back from the pier of the Pickle Nation. However, he would definitely get sick of eating these things every day. Tang Zhen didn't know what other people were thinking, but he had eaten enough and didn't want to eat a single bite. If Tang Zhen's thoughts were to be known by the residents of the Holy Dragon City, they might not say anything, but they would definitely think that the city lord was not content. Now, in the endless wilderness, where could one find a good place like the Holy Dragon City? Not only did the residents have enough to eat, but they also didn't need to spend money. This way, the residents could save up the jade coins they earned and go to the shops in the Holy Dragon City to buy some things they liked. Different life experiences naturally led to different thoughts. This was a very normal thing. Driving his own pickup truck, Tang Zhen directly rushed to the shopping mall. He didn't care what brand it was. As long as it was something he thought was delicious, he would throw it into the shopping cart in piles. The customers at the side stared at him and thought that they had never seen people buy things like this. Could it be that these things didn't cost money? Of course, these things required money, but Tang Zhen wasn't short of money now. After buying a large cart of food and drinks, Tang Zhen left the market. When no one was paying attention, he put these things into the storage space and began to buy raw meat, chicken and fish, as well as labor protection supplies for the residents. Tang Zhen treated this purchase as a holiday and enjoyed himself. When it was time to eat, Tang Zhen found a restaurant on the street. After ordering a few dishes, he buried his head and started eating. Halfway through the meal, Tang Zhen's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Tang Zhen's phone number was very special. It was a messy combination of numbers and symbols. It was also encrypted by the all-purpose electronic kit. Other than people familiar with Tang Zhen, there was almost no possibility of a wrong call. He pressed the answer button and a low male voice with a strong accent of the North Sea Alliance immediately came from the receiver. Your Excellency, I am Pargo. Tang Zhen placed his chopsticks on the table and softly said, "What's wrong with you guys? Why have you disappeared for so long?" "You don't know," Pargo said. "Some force in the Ice Bear Alliance is after us, and we've just gotten rid of them. We're hiding in a primitive forest, and Mr. Ivanov is right next to me." As soon as Pargo's voice fell, Ivanov's voice came from the phone. "Your Excellency, I've underestimated my enemy this time. But don't worry, it won't take long for me to solve the problem, because I've already obtained the support of an important figure." Ivanov talked for a long time, and Tang Zhen finally understood the cause and effect of the matter. To put it bluntly, it was the trouble caused by the magic soldier armor and the card's protective shield. Ivanov and the others were targeted by a high-level force of the Ice Bear Alliance, who wanted to get these things into their hands. Fortunately, Ivanov was prepared for this situation. Now that he had found a strong shelter, it would not be long before he could appear in public. Tang Zhen wasn't too interested in these things. Whatever Ivanov wanted to do was his own business. Tang Zhen only needed to give him the most basic help. Of course, this basic thing was also the most important thing to Ivanov. After chatting for 20 minutes, Tang Zhen hung up the phone. Since he had confirmed that Ivanov and the others were fine, the stone hanging in Tang Zhen's heart was finally lifted. Ivanov was a very important chess piece in his original world. Tang Zhen could not give up on him easily. In fact, Tang Zhen had already made a plan. If Ivanov still did not appear, he would personally look for him. After receiving the good news, Tang Zhen's mood naturally became much better. He ordered 2 more dishes and slowly ate while drinking. Unfortunately, Tang Zhen's meal was destined to be unable to be eaten in peace. The waiter had just served the dishes when Tang Zhen saw 2 people coming in from the door. He knew one of them. It was the girl from his neighbor's house. The one beside her was also a little familiar. It was just that Tang Zhen could not recall where he had seen her before. The girl from the neighbor's house was clearly here for Tang Zhen. She pulled the arm of the girl beside her and directly sat in front of Tang Zhen's table. She said to him, "I saw your car at the entrance just now, so I came in." "Uncle, you disappeared for so many days, where did you go?" Tang Zhen raised his head and smiled. "I'm busy with my business. I just came back today." "What are you doing? Do you want to eat together?" "Sure, Howian and I haven't eaten yet, so we'll help ourselves then." The girl winked at the girl next to her. The other person showed a helpless expression, as if she thought that this was not good. However, she could not resist her friend's constant eye signals, so she could only smile dryly and did not get up to leave. Tang Zhen was indifferent. He called the waiter and ordered a few more dishes. Only after that did the three of them start to chat. It was only then that Tang Zhen found out that the girl next door was called Jin Mingzhen and her friend was called Lin Haoyan. They were currently in the same university and had a very good relationship. After eating, Tang Zhen planned to leave, but who knew that Jin Mingzhen would insist on shopping with him. Tang Zhen couldn't resist and could only follow along. Ever since he came to the kimchi country, Tang Zhen had never seriously shopped once. Now, he felt pretty good to be shopping with two little girls, so Tang Zhen was not in a hurry to leave. After walking around for a while, the three of them came to an arcade. The two girls immediately went in and chattered about what game they wanted to play. Tang Zhen wasn't very interested in this kind of thing. However, he couldn't resist the two girls, pulling and pulling. Thus, he also went over. In front of a shooting game machine, a few men immediately greeted Jin Mingzhen and her partner when they saw them. They seemed to be familiar with each other. When they saw Tang Zhen and the girl walk over, a blonde man's expression turned a little off. He turned to Lin Haoyan and asked, "Who's that guy?" It was obvious that this guy was interested in Lin Haoyan and even treated her as his exclusive property. That was why he was hostile to the strange man beside her. Now that he was speaking in such a tone in front of Tang Zhen, it was obvious that he had the intention of making things difficult for Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen also ignored this fellow. His gaze gently swept over his body and directly treated him like air. As though he was provoked by Tang Zhen's attitude, the golden-haired man swept his gaze at the game console beside him. He raised his chin towards Tang Zhen and said, "Hey, uncle, do you dare to have a match?" After he finished speaking, he raised the toy gun in his hand and made a provocative aiming gesture at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen originally wasn't in the mood to pay attention to this guy with exuberant hormones. He was about to open his mouth to refuse, but who knew that Lin Haoyan, who had been quiet all the way, would suddenly walk up and place a toy gun in Tang Zhen's hand. At the same time, she smiled sweetly and said, "Come on, uncle. I believe you can win." Tang Zhen was stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look at the golden-haired man and discovered that his expression was gloomy and his nose was almost crooked from anger. Chapter 188, Helping in the Battle 1KK, Tang Zhen laughed softly. He sized up the tall girl in front of him and nodded, "Since that's the case, let's have a competition. I'll say this first, you're not allowed to cry if you lose." Tang Zhen's serious tone caused the two girls to continuously laugh. However, it also caused the golden-haired man to become even more infuriated. He coldly laughed and stood in front of the machine. There was a fury suppressed in his heart. He thought that he would definitely make Tang Zhen lose all face later. The game in front of him was his strong suit. Among the old players in the entire arcade, he was ranked in the top 3. In the blonde man's opinion, Zhen Tang would definitely lose. Using what he was best at to defeat his opponent, only then could he show his excellence in front of Lin Haoyan. When the game started, the golden-haired man aimed with both hands, appearing very professional. On the other hand, Tang Zhen had a relaxed expression. The pistol was held loosely by him, as if it would fall at any time. The golden-haired man sneered repeatedly when he saw this. He had already started to imagine how he would use the sharpest words to ridicule Tang Zhen after he won the competition later. Swish! On the big screen in front of him, a door opened, and 2 zombies pounced out. The blonde man pulled the trigger on reflex, but at this moment, 2 crisp, pa-pa, sounds were heard, and the 2 zombies' heads had been blown up. The golden-haired man was startled. He turned his head to look at Tang Zhen by the side, only to see the latter raising a gun with one hand and smiling at him in disdain. "Wow, uncle's shooting speed is so fast. Lin Haoyan's exaggerated shout made the blonde man even angrier, and his hands started shaking. Pa pa pa, as the game progressed, the two of them continued to shoot at each other. Compared to the golden-haired man's nervousness and concentration, Tang Zhen appeared to be much more casual. However, for some unknown reason, the pistol in his hand seemed to have activated its automatic positioning. Every bullet would land on the monster's head. It was fast and swift, and none of the bullets missed. Looking at the points obtained by the two, the gap was getting bigger and bigger. The golden-haired man inadvertently saw Tang Zhen's points and was greatly shocked. At this moment, he finally realized that he had kicked an iron plate. He couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. How would Lin Haoyan look at him if he lost later? Who knew that he would be so depressed after failing to act tough? The game finally ended. Seeing the crazy number of points Tang Zhen obtained, the onlookers were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. This was because they had never thought that this game could still obtain such a high score. A few men and women who were watching looked at Tang Zhen as if they were looking at a god. They were just short of pouncing over and asking to be taught by him. Jin Mingzhen and Lin Haoyan's performance was even more exaggerated, as if they were the ones who won the competition. They surrounded Tang Zhen and chattered non-stop, making the single dogs feel inferior. The golden-haired man's face was gloomy and he did not say anything. He coldly glanced at Tang Zhen before turning around and leaving. Tang Zhen looked at the golden-haired man's back and softly laughed. He thought in his heart, I have only displayed a small portion of my strength. If I were to display all of it, I would definitely cause you to explode. After playing and making a scene, Tang Zhen planned to leave. The two girls also didn't plan to play anymore, so they followed him out. As soon as they reached the door, the three of them heard the sound of a fight. Lin Haoyan listened for a while, then rushed over with an anxious expression. Tang Zhen could only follow when he saw this. From afar, he could see a man waving his fist and fighting with 7 or 8 people. Tang Zhen swept his gaze over and was surprised to find that it was a familiar face. It was the young man whose glasses he had snatched and who had stolen the water tank from his fire truck. The fellow who was fighting with him was not anyone else. It was the golden-haired man who was competing with Tang Zhen. Lin Haoyan rushed over to protect the young man's back, loudly reprimanding the blonde man. Unexpectedly, the blonde man seemed to have turned his love into hatred. He actually laughed hideously and waved his hand, pushing Lin Haoyan to the side. The crowd once again swarmed forward. Jin Mingzhen hurriedly rushed over to help Lin Haoyan up, at the same time looking at Tang Zhen for help. Tang Zhen was unable to turn a blind eye to the two girls, who were like helpless kittens. However, when he thought about how he had finally managed to get a day's rest, he ended up encountering so many terrible things, causing Tang Zhen to feel depressed in his heart. Tang Zhen slowly walked forward. He extended his hand and picked up a young man. After which, he threw him to the side. A voila sound was heard as the young man was thrown a few meters away, knocking over quite a number of display items. As the sound of collision was heard, the golden-haired man also noticed Tang Zhen. Jealousy flickered in his eyes. The golden-haired man immediately called 3 people and headed straight for Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen did not show any mercy when he attacked the golden-haired man, who had a bitter and hateful expression on his face. These 4 people had just rushed in front of him when Tang Zhen slapped each of them in the face. The 4 of them were slapped until they spun 2 rounds on the spot before they dizzily fell to the ground. Just as they wanted to force themselves to get up, Tang Zhen pressed down on their bodies one by one. The 4 of them immediately cried out for their parents in pain and began to roll on the ground. In a short while, snot and tears flowed down. When Tang Zhen had nothing to do and was reading books, he had once seen the meridian network diagram of the human body. He tried to use the energy in his body to break through the acupuncture points and found that it was very effective. It was just that different acupuncture points gave people different feelings. The intensity of the pain was also proportional to the energy that Tang Zhen injected. The 4 guys rolling on the ground had to endure 10 minutes of painful torture before they could gradually calm down. This painful and miserable cry immediately startled the few people who were fighting at the side. When they saw the golden-haired man and the other 3 people rolling on the ground, they immediately abandoned the young man who had been beaten until his face was bruised and directly charged toward Tang Zhen. When the young man who was being beaten up saw that it was Tang Zhen who came to his rescue, his face was filled with disbelief. He was about to jump up and say something, but Lin Haoyan grabbed his arm and kept wiping his nose with a tissue. Tang Zhen was impartial towards the few people who rushed forward. He gave each of them a slap and then pointed at their acupuncture points. The ground of the shopping mall was filled with snot worms rolling around and wailing like a large group of fat pigs waiting to be slaughtered. The sound was extremely ear-piercing. Jin Mingzhen and Lin Haoyan supported the young man with a bruised face as they walked over. When they saw Tang Zhen, their eyes were full of stars. "Uncle, you're really amazing. What kind of kung fu is that?" After saying that, the two of them even stretched out their white and tender fingers and rubbed them together, occasionally letting out a burst of delicate laughter. The young man with a bloody nose and a swollen face snorted, but he did not say anything. However, his constantly moving eyes betrayed him. It was obvious that he was also very interested in this. "We'll talk about this later. I'm ready to run. What about you guys?" Tang Zhen turned around and walked outside as he spoke. The two girls hurriedly pulled the pig-headed young man and chased after him when they saw this. While they were walking, Lin Haoyan said to Tang Zhen, "Uncle, you don't have to worry. Someone will help us deal with this matter. You're fine, so you don't have to worry." The pig-headed young man immediately added, "That's right. Don't be afraid, I'm the one who's going to teach that guy who's been bothering Haoyan a lesson." "It's not your fault." Tang Zhen was speechless. He thought to himself, "How can you tell that I'm afraid? I just don't want to deal with the Kimchi country's police." Chapter 189. Big Bear's talent. After walking out of the mall, Tang Zhen walked to his pickup truck and opened the driver's seat. He didn't expect the three people behind him to actually follow him into the car. "Hey, I'm going home. Why are you following me?" Tang Zhen turned his head to look at the three of them as he asked with a puzzled expression. "Of course I'm hitchhiking. Uncle, you won't be so stingy, right?" Jin Mingzhen replied with a sly look on her face. At the same time, she blinked her eyes and looked at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen silently turned his head and started the car. Very quickly, it merged into the rolling traffic. The pickup truck arrived at the entrance of Jin Mingzhen's house. The three of them got off the truck and headed to Jin Mingzhen's house. At the same time, they invited Tang Zhen over to have a seat, but Tang Zhen politely declined. After returning to his own house, Tang Zhen locked the door and activated the teleportation function, returning to the world of Lusheng. After sending the food he bought to the dining hall to cook, Tang Zhen distributed labor protection appliances to the Holy Dragon City residents who were working. Then, he went to the old man who trained the ogres to see the progress of the training. Tang Zhen saw an ogre tied up in chains from a long distance away from the taming site. The ogre was being led by a big bear and was wandering around the valley. Old Wan and a few Holy Dragon City residents followed behind, talking about something as they walked. After seeing Tang Zhen come over, Big Bear pulled the ogre over as if he was presenting a treasure, and he couldn't stop smiling foolishly. Big Bear's height was already abnormal, but in front of the huge ogre, he was as tall as a child. However, as the big bear pulled it, the ogre followed obediently like an obedient baby, giving off an extremely awkward visual impact. Perhaps Tang Zhen had left a shadow of fear in the ogre's heart. After seeing Tang Zhen, the ogre seemed to cower and didn't dare to move forward. Da Shang immediately became angry when he saw this. He kicked the ogre's legs twice, and the ogre followed him. Tang Zhen, who saw this scene, could not help but sigh in his heart. If the size of the ogre was reduced by countless times, its current performance would be similar to that of a puppy. This old man Wan is quite resourceful. I'll tell Xian later to give them some appropriate rewards. If the effect of the domestication can be maintained, they can definitely be upgraded to a higher level as residents. Tang Zhen took the iron chain from Big Bear's hand and gently pulled it. At first, the ogre seemed to resist, but after being kicked by Big Bear, it immediately became obedient. Tang Zhen looked at this scene curiously. He turned around and asked Old Wan Tou, "What's going on?" The ogres seemed to be afraid of the bear. Old Wantu laughed and said, "You're right, my lord. These ogres are really afraid of Big Bear. As long as Big Bear is angry, these ogres will immediately become obedient. There's also something strange about Big Bear. It seems like Big Bear can understand the ogres' language. I don't know what's going on." This was a rare thing. He didn't expect Da Shang to have such an ability. Tang Zhen looked at the big bear that was feeding the ogres. He glanced at the bear's unusual size and recalled the bear's habit of eating brains. He could not help but think of a forbidden scene. Could it be that the bloodline of the big bear contained the genes of the ogres? Shaking his head to drive away the strange image in his mind, Tang Zhen chatted with Hilao Wan for a while. After figuring out the progress of the taming of the ogres, he began to study the custom weapons and equipment for the ogres. Considering the magical power of the ogres and their strong recovery ability, Tang Zhen decided to equip them with heavy armor that was covered with sharp blades. Then, he would equip them with blunt weapons like maces to increase the destructive power of the ogres. The Holy Dragon City was unable to make this kind of armor, so Tang Zhen had to take the time to go to the original world. After leaving Old Wan's place, Tang Zhen went to the mother tree again to check on the cultivation progress of Lisa and the other two. Under the huge mother tree, Tang Zhen was surprised to see the pure man, Yulang, who had the elf bloodline and was more beautiful than a woman. At this moment, his eyes were closed with a pious expression as if he was communicating with the mother tree. No wonder she didn't see him when she came back. It turned out that this kid had run here. Tang Zhen walked forward and suddenly discovered that Yulang's body seemed to be flashing with light. From the signs, it was clear that he had successfully communicated with the mother tree. Tang Zhen was both surprised and happy when he saw this. Although Yumeng was a half-elf, he was also a resident of the Holy Dragon City. Tang Zhen was naturally happy that he could communicate with the mother tree because this meant that the Holy Dragon City's strength had once again increased. However, for Yumeng to be able to communicate with the mother tree so quickly, did it mean that the elf bloodline that worshipped nature was more suitable for communicating with the mother tree? And there was some kind of origin between the tree spirit tribe and the elves. Tang Zhen didn't disturb Yulang, Lisa, and the other two. He turned around and returned to the tower. In the newly transformed study room, he began to read the books and materials of the flashing gold race. As his level increased, Tang Zhen's analytical ability gradually improved and his insight became sharper. Through the records in the books and Tang Zhen's experiments, he had basically figured out the principle of the lighting system in the flashing gold race sanctuary. The next thing he had to do was to lay the lighting equipment in the main locations of Holy Dragon City. The energy used by the glitter gold race came from a kind of transparent crystal. They put it into special metal equipment and produced a large amount of energy through special means. This energy was similar to electricity, but it did not need to be transmitted by wires and other conductors. Compared to electricity, it was undoubtedly much safer. Only when it came into contact with a special material would this energy produce a continuous light. The lighting used by the glitter gold race was made of this special material, and there were still some in stock. The sanctuary would disappear sooner or later. Therefore, Tang Zhen ordered people to take down all the lamps and put them in the cave. They would only move them out when they needed to be used. Tang Zhen was very free until Black Rock City asked him for help in dispatching troops, or until the kobolds recklessly harassed him again. He could use this time to renovate Holy Dragon City and make it more beautiful and neat. Looking down at the Sacred Dragon Valley through the map view, Tang Zhen began to plan. At the same time, he took out a pen and paper and recorded his thoughts. As he thought about it, he recorded it down. Very quickly, Tang Zhen had written down a whole chapter. After carefully checking it, Tang Zhen walked to the Holy Dragon City square and shouted at Tai Seng, "Call your men over, we're starting to work." Yes, seeing his boss in such high spirits, Tai Seng didn't dare to delay any further. He immediately called over all the soldiers who weren't assigned to defend the city and waited for Tang Zhen's orders. When Tang Zhen saw that everyone had arrived, he ordered the residents in charge of managing the production tools to get pickaxes. After giving each person one, he directed everyone to dig trenches and level the soil. He also called all the foremen in charge of the valley's construction and explained his construction plan to them in detail. In Tang Zhen's plan, the entire front valley would be installed with lighting devices, so the amount of work would be huge. It was impossible for Tang Zhen to keep an eye on the construction all day long. It was also impossible for the soldiers to work all day long and neglect their training. Therefore, these jobs ultimately still needed the residents to complete them. Therefore, before this, Tang Zhen must let the residents in charge of management figure out what they wanted. After these people understood his thoughts, Tang Zhen would hand over the draft he had drawn to them. He would then have to travel between the two worlds as a porter. Chapter 190. The black-feathered birdman that was blown up in the air. Since the work had been arranged properly, Tang Zhen naturally became a hands-off manager. Just as he was about to return to his study to continue reading and studying the Glittergold race's cumbersome technology, a shrill alarm suddenly rang out, echoing throughout the Sacred Dragon Valley. Tang Zhen's heart tightened. This was an emergency alarm signal that would only be activated by the city guards when a major enemy situation was discovered. Tang Zhen switched to the map and glanced at it. He then looked at the sky above his head and suddenly turned around to run straight for the city wall. Kill! Tai Seng roared like a tiger, and all the Holy Dragon City soldiers who were working immediately raised their weapons and ran toward the city wall as fast as they could, each of them filled with killing intent. These soldiers were the most aware of how powerful the Holy Dragon City's combat power was. They were already doing a good deed by not causing trouble for others. Now, there were actually some ignorant fellows who came to attack them. Did they think that the Holy Dragon City was easy to bully? Outside the Holy Dragon City's city walls, close to 100,000 monsters had lost their lives. Their battle results were clear, and it was definitely a real bloodbath. At the top of the city wall, hundreds of soldiers in charge of defending the city had all entered battle-ready mode. Their eyes were fixed on the sky in front of them, because there was a large black dot flying over from far and close. Tang Zhen had already clearly seen the appearance of the person who had arrived through the map's view. It was a half-human, half-bird creature. It had huge black wings, a human body, and bird feet. It wore a black mask on its face, and a leather tube was tied to its abdomen, which was full of sharp javelins. There were many of these black feathered birdmen. Tang Zhen estimated that there were at least 100 of them. Once they formed an attack formation and threw javelins from the air, the killing power would be extremely terrifying. It would be a nightmare for any defenseless ground targets to encounter these black feathered birdmen. Tang Zhen's expression was solemn. After seeing the attire of these birdmen, Tang Zhen was certain that they were not monsters but some kind of foreign race creature in the wilderness. Looking at the direction these foreign tribes were heading, they were clearly heading straight for Holy Dragon City. What were their intentions? The enemy can throw javelins from the air, so don't underestimate them. All of you go back to your rooms and hide. Load your weapons and get the anti-aircraft machine guns ready. Wait for my order. After Tang Zhen gave the order, the soldiers on the city wall immediately entered their rooms. At the same time, hundreds of guns were pointed at the sky, leaving Tang Zhen standing alone on the huge city wall. The group of black-feathered birdmen quickly approached. When they were less than 500 meters away from the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen already saw some of the black-feathered birdmen taking out short javelins from their leather tubes and getting ready to throw them. As expected, he didn't come with good intentions. Since that was the case, he didn't need to be polite. Tang Zhen's face was cold. When these black-feathered birdmen were less than 50 meters away from the Holy Dragon City, he suddenly swung his arm down and dodged to the side. PFF'd, PFF'd, PFF'd. A few sharp javelins landed on the spot where Tang Zhen was originally standing. They were full of force and actually deeply embedded into the rocky ground. The black-winged birdmen had already begun their attack. A large number of short javelins poured down. However, before their javelins fell to the ground, a thunderous sound of gunfire rang out at the same time. The metal torrent shot into the sky and hit the black-winged birdmen team. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with black feathers and splattering blood. The screams of the black-feathered birdmen were endless. Their broken bodies fell from the sky one after another, and then heavily fell to the ground, turning into piles of rotten meat. A black-feathered birdman held a short javelin in his hand, but before he could throw it, a rifle bullet blew up his head. The black-feathered birdman's body trembled, and the javelin fell to the ground. Then, he fell like a stone and hit the wall heavily, staining the wall with blood. From a distance, it looked like a strange, abstract rock painting. Dozens of black-feathered birdmen tried to throw their javelins into the rooms on the city wall after dodging the barrage of bullets. However, before they could get close to the city wall, a series of anti-aircraft machine gun bullets were fired at them. These black-feathered birdmen were directly torn into countless pieces, and their flesh and blood kept falling on the roofs. More than a dozen black-feathered birdmen rushed over the city wall and were about to rush into the Holy Dragon Valley, but they were sniped by the 1,000 dragons and the cultivators of the cultivator battle team one by one. Not a single one of them escaped. Other than the dozen or so black-feathered birdmen who were lucky enough to break through the blockade line, the rest of the black-feathered birdmen were blocked by the barrage of bullets and could not move an inch forward. The Holy Dragon City's wall ground, which was originally very clean, was now covered with minced meat and blood mixed with feathers, looking very bloody. The battle was extremely intense, but it was one-sided. The aggressive black-feathered birdmen were completely destroyed in less than 5 minutes. There were less than 100 black-feathered birdmen left in the dark sky. They were all dodging the bullets in panic. From time to time, some unlucky black-feathered birdmen would be shot and fall. If they were unlucky enough to be hit by the anti-aircraft machine gun, they would explode into a cloud of blood mist in the air. Sorrowful wails filled the air, and it was an unspeakable tragedy. The black-feathered birdmen, who had always regarded themselves as the overlords of the sky and looked down on the creatures on the ground, even slaughtering them as they pleased, had now encountered a group of humans who could easily kill them. This made them feel like their guts were being torn apart. This strong contrast made them at a loss, and many of the black-feathered birdmen were still unwilling to die. The leader of the black-feathered birdmen had rushed to the sky above the city wall several times in an attempt to kill the detestable human. He was the one who had given the order to attack just now. Furthermore, he had been looking at the noble dark-wing clansmen as if they were pigs or dogs. This kind of gaze made the leader of the black-feathered birds extremely furious. It swore that it would definitely kill this human and dismember his body into 1,000 pieces. With the support of his anger, the leader of the black-feathered birds finally reached the top of the city wall. However, before he could vent his anger, he saw the human raise his left arm and a white light shot out. The leader of the black-winged birdmen felt a sudden pain in its body, and then its head was separated from its body. For the first time, it flew without the support of wings. Seeing his clansmen falling from the sky, the leader of the black-feathered birdmen wanted to order them to retreat, but he could not make a sound. Bang! A large foot flew over and kicked the head of the leader of the black-feathered birdmen away like a ball. Another black-feathered birdman was knocked down in midair, and the two instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, floating below the Holy Dragon City's walls. Seeing that their leader had been killed in an instant, the black-feathered birdmen who had managed to escape by luck did not dare to hesitate any longer. They immediately turned around and retreated in the direction they had come from. In their opinion, as long as they were further away from the city wall, the humans who could not fly would be helpless. This time, the flying feather race had suffered heavy casualties. He must take revenge. When he returned to the tower, he must report to the master of Blackfeather City and gather a large group of warriors to take revenge. There were also the damned dog-headed people. Didn't they say that they had already sent out a large number of troops to surround the human city? However, there wasn't even the shadow of a dog to be seen. Were they toying with the Dark-Winged tribe? After flying a few kilometers away from Holy Dragon City, the black-feathered birdmen who were lucky enough to escape with their lives heaved a sigh of relief. Some of the injured black-feathered birdmen even began to bandage their wounds in the air. Looking at the few tens of Dark-Winged tribe members left, and then thinking about the spectacular scene of hundreds of their tribesmen brothers, the black-winged birdmen felt a wave of sorrow. Damn humans, we must take revenge. We must attack their city, lift them into the air, and throw them to their deaths on the cliff. This was the black-feathered birdmen's favorite way of execution, and now it was all reserved for the Holy Dragon City's residents. Chapter 191 Chase to the base. A violent explosion sounded, causing the black-feathered birdmen who were licking their wounds to be shocked. Then, they all looked towards the sound in unison. On the Holy Dragon City wall in the distance, a huge metal object reflected the sunlight. It slowly rose into the sky and pounced toward the black-feathered birdman. The black-feathered birdmen turned pale with fright. The terrifying massacre earlier had already made them tremble in fear. Now that they saw that this group of humans actually had metal tools that could fly in the sky, the black-feathered birdmen felt despair from the bottom of their hearts. Looking at the metal flying object that was flying at high speed, the black-feathered birdmen did not hesitate to choose to retreat and escape. They had already been frightened by the Holy Dragon City and could no longer muster the courage to resist. In an instant, these black-feathered birdmen were like a flock of chickens that had their nest blown up, fleeing for their lives. On the assault helicopter, Tang Zhen, who was sitting in the driver's seat, turned his head around and looked at Qianlong, who was staring ahead without saying a word. Do you think we should just chase after them and kill them, or should we just follow them slowly and tire them out? Qianlong looked at Tang Zhen when he heard this. His face was filled with astonishment. Of course I'm going to exhaust them to death. I don't think that's a problem, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them looked at each other and laughed at the same time. The other members of the cultivator battle team on the plane looked around speechlessly, but they were in full agreement with the city lord and their leader's wicked idea. The birdmen who attacked today were not good people at all. If Holy Dragon City did not have powerful weapons and defenses, the Holy Dragon City would have been covered in blood by now. Against the weak human race, these foreign races would not hesitate to kill. Therefore, the best way to talk to these alien races was to kill them. The military helicopter roared and followed the panicking black-feathered birdmen at a distance. When it saw the black-feathered birdmen slowing down, it fired a round of bullets. The exhausted black-feathered birdmen were so scared that they increased their speed again, afraid that they would be hit by the bullets. In the process of the pursuit, from time to time, a black-feathered birdman would exhaust its strength and fall to the ground. Every time this happened, the cultivators on the plane would reward it with a burst of bullets to end its pain earlier. After chasing for a while, some of the black-feather birdmen flew in other directions, trying to escape in different directions. After a dozen of them were killed, they no longer dared to run around. They could only run in the direction of Blackfeather Tower City. After about 2 hours of pursuit, a huge, straight mountain appeared on the horizon. It was surrounded by flat land, so it was very abrupt. When the remaining black-feathered birdmen saw the mountain peak, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They increased their speed once again and ran towards the cliff. Tang Zhen observed the huge mountain in front of him through the map view and confirmed that this should be the building of the black-feathered birdmen. This was because he saw a group of black-feathered birdmen with the same appearance flying out of the cave on the mountain peak and heading straight for the armed helicopter. The distance between this tower and the Holy Dragon City was obviously more than 100 kilometers, so it was not displayed on the Cornerstone Trading Platform's map. "Get ready, we're going to work," Tang Zhen softly ordered. At the same time, he turned on the weapon operating unit and locked on the approaching black-feathered birdmen as targets. Pa pa pa, a muffled sound suddenly rang out, and the attack helicopters began to spray fire. The large-caliber artillery bullets collided with the aggressive black-feathered birdmen, and blood and flesh exploded in the sky. Dozens of black-feathered birdmen were enveloped by the 30mm cannon as soon as they came into contact with each other. None of them were spared. The terrifying power of this weapon not only scared the black-feathered birdmen, but even the Holy Dragon City cultivators on the armed helicopters grimaced in pain. Just imagine the scene of this kind of weapon bombarding the body. That was the real death. Tang Zhen flew the assault helicopter over the mountain peak and looked at the black-feathered birdmen that were on the verge of collapse. They were unable to move at all and were paralyzed. He turned his head and signaled Qianlong to kill them. Since they had already completed their mission of leading the way, there was no need for these guys to live anymore. It was definitely a dream to think that they could escape unscathed after attacking Holy Dragon City. Gunshots were heard. A large group of black-feathered birdmen who had just rushed out of the cave watched as their own people were shot and twitched a few times before dying miserably in front of them, bleeding all over. All of them roared in anger. Tang Zhen could sense the fury in their eyes. They wished for nothing more than to tear him into 10,000 pieces. "Don't worry. I'll send you to hell to reunite immediately." Tang Zhen gently shook his head as he looked at the black-feathered birdman that was about to fly. He pressed the launch button again and an air-to-ground missile left the armed helicopter. After drawing a trajectory in the air, it bombarded the entrance of the cave. A huge explosion rang out, and the gathered black-feathered birdmen were immediately swallowed by the flames, not even their bones were left. The entire mountain peak seemed to be shaking, and boulders kept falling from the peak. Many of the black-feathered birdmen who had just run out of the cave were smashed to the ground by the boulders. The survivors looked at the cave entrance that had completely collapsed in fear, and their faces were filled with unconcealable horror and panic. Tang Zhen, who was sitting on the plane, watched for a while and fired another missile. This time, the missile directly blew off the top of the mountain. A huge rock rolled down and fell to the ground after crushing a few black-feathered birdmen to death. Since the city lord of the black-feathered birdman didn't come out, I'll blow it out. After a series of cannon attacks, when Tang Zhen was about to launch another missile, several loud bird calls were heard. Then, more than 10 tall black-feathered birdmen flew out of a hole at lightning speed. They held bows and arrows and aimed at the armed helicopter. "Who are you? Why did you destroy my tower?" A birdman with sparse golden and black feathers loudly questioned Tang Zhen. However, from its appearance that was fierce on the outside but weak on the inside, it seemed that this sentence was just to support its clan. "Cut the crap. Who gave you the guts to attack my tower? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation and a satisfactory compensation, I'll destroy your bird's nest completely." Tang Zhen's voice came out from the loudspeaker. Because of the loud noise, it actually scared the black-feathered birdmen. Because Tang Zhen was using the language of the black-feathered birdmen, the other party could completely understand his words. It was also because of this reason that the black-feathered birdmen's expressions changed and they immediately began to chat. As the higher-ups of Blackfeather Tower, they were naturally aware of the military operations of the tower. However, they did not take this operation to heart. He had only collected the brains of the kobolds and attacked a human city. It was not enough to attract their attention. However, who would have thought that after delaying the attack for a few days, not only did the dog-headed people not ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks for help again, but these lowly humans even came to their door and destroyed Blackfeather Tower City to this extent. These lowly humans should be hung on the rocks and dried, then used to raise meaty bugs. Out of his usual contempt for the human race, one of the black-feathered birdmen couldn't help but curse. However, just as it finished speaking, a few cannon bullets were fired at it, turning it into a pile of rotten meat. The blackfeather birds were shocked. The arrows on their bowstrings were deflected by the strong air current, and they didn't even touch the helicopters. Instead, the archers were hit by the bullets from Thousand Dragon and the others. However, these black-feathered birdmen were all wearing demonic soldier armors, so the bullets did not cause much damage to them. Just when they thought that the Holy Dragon City could not do anything to them, Tang Zhen's cannon bullets arrived and directly killed these black-feathered birdmen. Although the defense of the demon soldier armors was extremely strong, they could not withstand the attack of a cannon. Moreover, they were only wearing low-level demon soldier armors. After the Lord of Blackfeather Tower saw this scene, he realized the horror of the attack helicopters. He was not willing to see his own people being slaughtered like this, so he could only shout loudly, signaling Zhen Tang to stop the attack. Chapter 192 Ruthless Extortion. Following the Lord of Blackfeather City's roar, the intense gunshots gradually died down. Zhen Tang's voice once again came out from the loudspeaker. So, have you thought about it? Now tell me your answer. A blood-stained broken feather floated past. The master of Blackfeather City's face was ashen. He looked at the remains of the Blackfeather birdmen scattered on the ground and shouted angrily, "What do you want? Just say it." The Lord of Blackfeather City's face was twisted, showing that he was very unwilling to give up. It was only because of the mask that no one could see it. Although it was extremely eager to kill Tang Zhen, the lethality of the armed helicopter was too terrifying. The black-feathered birdman had no room to resist. If the stalemate continued, Blackfeather Tower City might really be destroyed. These damn humans, I must take revenge on them. I'll kill them all, not letting a single one go. The master of Blackfeather City suppressed his anger and swore in his heart. Tang Zhen, who was in the plane, frowned and thought for a moment. Then, he shouted at the governor of Blackfeather City, "I want 1,000,000 brain beads, now." In the endless wilderness, level 1 brains were the basic unit of measurement. Therefore, Blackfeather Tower only needed to take out brains equivalent to 1,000,000 brains, for example, 100 level 5 brains. The master of Blackfeather City's expression changed. He roared at Tang Zhen again, "This is extortion. We don't have that many brains." Tang Zhen sneered when he heard this, "Your city tower is at least level 3. It should have been built for quite a few years, right? Furthermore, you guys can kill monsters in the sky and have the advantage. So, I don't believe that you don't have 1,000,000 brain beads. Since you're not willing to compensate me with your brain, let's fight." After Tang Zhen finished speaking, the sound of the cannon firing rang out once again. The remaining black-feathered birdmen were so frightened that they hurriedly flapped their wings and fled. "Damn human, I promise you." The master of Blackfeather City let out an indignant roar and gave an order to the terrified blackfeather birdman beside him. Without saying a word, he flapped his wings and floated in the air. His cold mask was covered in frost. Tang Zhen's exorbitant demand this time had completely emptied the foundation of Blackfeather Tower City. This was the accumulation of many years. However, in order to protect Blackfeather Tower, it had to do this. After all, Blackfeather Tower was its foundation. If it lost the tower, it would be better off dead. He could earn more brain pearls, but he had to protect Blackfeather Tower. He had to take revenge, but he didn't have to be in a hurry. Within the assault helicopter, Tang Zhen turned around and asked Qianlong in shock, "It agreed just like that, shouldn't it haggle for a bit?" Qianlong shrugged, indicating that he didn't know the situation either. If I had known that it was so rich, I would have asked for 2 million brain beads. Tang Zhen pouted and mumbled. If the governor of Blackfeather City had heard this, he would have fainted from anger. This was too shameless. Dozens of Blackfeather birdmen flew out from the tower, each holding a huge leather bag in their hands. Following the orders of the Lord of Blackfeather City, they piled the bags on the ground. The brains you want are all here. Please take them and leave immediately. Don't try to ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For anything else, or I'll fight you to the death even if I have to risk my entire clan being exterminated. The Lord of Blackfeather City roared and flew back into the tower without looking back. The remaining Blackfeather birdmen looked at each other and followed him back. Tang Zhen landed the assault helicopter on the ground and jumped down to inspect it. He then waved his hand and kept all the brain beads into his storage space. Tang Zhen turned around and looked at the Lord of Blackfeather City, who was standing at the highest point of Blackfeather Tower. He then jumped into the military helicopter and flew away under the hateful gazes of countless people. The next time he set foot in Blackfeather Tower City, it would be the time when the Birdmen City would be destroyed. Tang Zhen had never let down his guard against these damned people. This time, he had relied on the help of the armed helicopter to completely intimidate the Blackfeather birdmen. Under the threat of destroying the city, the governor of Blackfeather City had unwillingly handed over the brain bead. They would definitely not be willing to be extorted by Tang Zhen. They had probably already begun to discuss their revenge plan. Unfortunately, they did not know that the Holy Dragon City was not an ordinary human city. If they dared to attack, they had to be prepared for a one-way trip. The assault helicopter sped all the way back to Holy Dragon City before night fell, attracting cheers from all the soldiers on the city wall. Tang Zhen and the others jumped off the plane, and Tai Seng and the others, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately pounced over and asked Xianxia and the others about the situation. During this period of time when Tang Zhen and the others were pursuing, everyone was on tenterhooks. Although they were very confident in the city lord's strength, there were countless accidents in the endless wilderness. No one dared to guarantee that they would never encounter any accidents in the wilderness. Now that the city lord had returned, he must have returned with a great victory. When they heard that Tang Zhen had blown up the buildings of the black-feathered birdmen, killed and injured many of them, and even successfully obtained 1 million brain beads, they immediately cheered in excitement. Tang Zhen laughed and joked with them for a while, then walked to the ammunition box at the side and sat down. He thought about how to deal with the possible retaliation of the black-feathered birdman. From today's battle, it could be seen that as long as one's cultivation was not above level 5, they would be extremely fragile in the face of guns and weapons. Even the black-feathered birdmen, who were wearing low-level demonic soldier armor, could not withstand the impact of large-caliber artillery. If they were equipped with more powerful combat weapons, they should be able to guarantee Holy Dragon City's invincible position in this area. Tang Zhen had many channels to get his hands on heavy weapons. However, these weapons required too much professional knowledge. The guys from the Holy Dragon City could play with rifles, but to expect them to pilot tanks and aircraft, they would have to wait until the sun rose from the west. If they could get a batch of cannons, they could easily control them, but at most, they could use them to defend the city. Therefore, the Holy Dragon City had more than enough power to protect itself, but not enough power to attack. Before a large number of talents from the original world poured in, Tang Zhen could only temporarily slow down the pace of his expansion. At the same time, he could constantly improve the self-protection ability of Holy Dragon City. Even if he expanded his territory, he would at most wipe the corpse race in Black Rock City off the map. He had to speed up the progress of the cross-plane soul transmission experiment. Otherwise, who knew when Holy Dragon City would be able to reach the scale of Tang Zhen's dream? This time, he had obtained quite a number of brain beads. He could upgrade the Holy Dragon City to level 3. However, before the flashing gold race's sanctuary was cleared, Tang Zhen did not plan to upgrade the Tower City. Instead, he chose to upgrade it together with the underground auxiliary city. At that time, Holy Dragon City would have one main city and 2 auxiliary cities, both of which would be third-class turreted cities. Those applications that were useful to him could be upgraded or downloaded. Even if he didn't need them now, he could download and install them in advance so that he wouldn't be short of money when using them. Then, he helped Tai Seng and Xianxia exchange for 2 cultivator skills. They had followed him for a long time and had been very careful. Each of them exchanged for 2 cultivator skills as a reward. This was what Tang Zhen wanted to do next. Chapter 193 Cultivator's Skill. Summoning Tai Seng and Qian Long over, Tang Zhen led the 2 of them down the city wall and headed straight for the tower. Although they really wanted to know what Tang Zhen wanted to do, neither of them asked. They only silently followed behind and entered the foundation stone hall that had become even more spacious after the upgrade. Looking at the puzzled faces of the 2 capable generals, Tang Zhen smiled and explained, "The 2 of you have been with me for a long time, building Holy Dragon City from scratch. It can be said that the Holy Dragon City's current situation is entirely due to your hard work." When Tang Zhen said this, he glanced at the 2 of them and gently nodded his head in thanks. Qian Long hurriedly waved his hand. "City Lord, there's no point in saying that. Before I met you, I was just a wandering wanderer who lived in constant danger. If it wasn't for the fact that I saw how extraordinary you were and wanted to form a good relationship with you, I probably wouldn't be where I am today. In my heart, you're a mysterious and magical person who's very protective of your citizens and subordinates. Without you, Holy Dragon City wouldn't have its current scale. At most, I'm just running errands. It's not as serious as you make it out to be." Tai Seng also laughed and rubbed his bald head. "If the city lord didn't appear, Lisa and I would have become food for the bloodthirsty gnomes. Other than fighting the war, I can't contribute to any of the Holy Dragon City's matters. If fighting the war is considered a contribution, then the City Lord's contribution is the greatest. If it wasn't for the City Lord's weapons and equipment, as well as those god-like abilities, how could our Holy Dragon City defeat so many powerful enemies again and again?" Tang Zhen laughed when he heard that. He pressed his hands down and said, all right, let's not flatter each other. I called you 2 over today to exchange for cultivator skills for you 2. 2 for each person, no price limit." Qian Long and Tai Seng looked at each other and immediately burst out laughing. After bowing to Tang Zhen, the 2 of them immediately ran to the cornerstone trading platform and picked out the cultivator skills that they were interested in. In fact, the 2 of them were even more clear than Tang Zhen about the cultivator skills in the cornerstone trading platform. When they had nothing to do, they would often discuss the pros and cons of these skills. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't have enough points and brains, the 2 of them would have long come here to exchange for skills. The 2 of them had already chosen the cultivator skills that were suitable for them. Therefore, they quickly finished choosing and waited for Tang Zhen to pay the points. After this period of sales, Tang Zhen had already accumulated more than 30,000 points. However, the 4 skills that the 2 of them had chosen required more than 70,000 points, so Tang Zhen needed to add 40,000 level 1 brain beads. Tang Zhen himself also wanted to exchange for 2 kinds of cultivator skills to use, so he simply paid 100,000 level 1 brain beads, obtaining 130,000 points. Following the payment of the points, Tang Zhen saw 3 light orbs floating out from the cornerstone trading platform and slowly landing in front of the 3 of them. Following the instructions in his mind, Tang Zhen stretched out his hand and grabbed a ball of light. After which, he violently squeezed it. After a soft, "pooh" sound, the 5-colored flowing light dispersed from Tang Zhen's hand and formed an oval-shaped light egg. After his body completely surrounded it, it slowly floated into the air. 3 rays of light flew out from the cornerstone trading platform. After it was connected to the light egg, it caused the surface of the light egg to flow with brilliance. Tang Zhen and the other 2 entered a state that seemed to be sleeping but not sleeping. The information of the 2 cultivator skills that they had exchanged was also completely transmitted into their minds. After an unknown amount of time, Tang Zhen finally recovered from his soul-leaving state. When he opened his eyes, he noticed Qian Long and Tai Seng were still floating in the sky, and they had yet to wake up from that state. After confirming that there was nothing abnormal with the 2 people, Tang Zhen began to comprehend the 2 cultivation skills that he had just obtained. Flame Rage. When attacking, the surface of the body will emit a flame-like energy fluctuation. Duration: 1 minute. The target is hit by fire damage, consumes 50% of strength, and attack power is doubled. Ice Edge Battle Armor. When activated, a dark blue mystic ice battle armor will form all over the body. Lasts for 1 minute, consumes 50% of strength, and increases defense by 1-fold. These were the 2 cultivator skills exchanged by Tang Zhen, 1 for attack and 1 for defense. It wasn't that Tang Zhen lacked a cultivator's skill for self-defense. He was more curious and wanted to see what this cultivator skill was all about. According to the information obtained in his mind, Tang Zhen activated Raging Flame Strike. Then, an orange flame rose from his palm. This flame did not burn his clothes, but quickly covered his entire body. In the blink of an eye, Tang Zhen had become a man of fire. He tried to touch the door with the flame on his finger and issued a burning command in his mind. A black pit was immediately burned on the wooden door sill, and green smoke slowly drifted out. It seemed that before he gave the order, the flames would not be able to hurt anyone. After Tang Zhen understood this point, he was about to try out the Ice Edge battle armor's effect. However, at this moment, his phone suddenly vibrated. At the same time, a set of words appeared in front of his eyes: unknown application detected. It's an incomplete version with a degree of incompleteness of more than 60%. It has been included in the application store and has been completely supplemented. You're rewarded with a free download of the application and a free upgrade of the application level. Tang Zhen looked at the subtitles in front of him and frowned. He immediately opened the application store and quickly searched for the new application. Raging Flames, Level 1, total of 10 levels. Through special guidance, natural energy can be used to stimulate a special flame that can be controlled. Beginner usage duration: 1 minute. Consumes 50% of the body's energy. Attack power is doubled. Download cost: 50,000 gold coins. Looking at the introduction of this application and comparing it with the cultivator's skill introduction in his mind, Tang Zhen felt that there might be a special connection between the two that he didn't know about. Since the phone had already notified him that he could download it for free, Tang Zhen naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. After downloading and installing it, Tang Zhen started the application. The orange-red flame once again covered his body, just like the cultivator's skill. A minute later, the flames on his body disappeared. Tang Zhen opened the application store again and found the upgraded version of the application. Raging Flames, Level 2, total of 10 levels. Natural energy can be guided through a special channel to stimulate a special flame that can be controlled. The basic use lasts for 2 minutes, consumes 45% of the body's energy, and the attack power is doubled. Download cost: 100,000 gold coins. With just one level up, the duration of the flame frenzy had doubled. The energy consumption had been reduced by 5%, but the attack power had doubled. Tang Zhen once again had a deep understanding of the heaven-defying ability of the application store. Because of the reward, Tang Zhen could upgrade once for free, which would save him 10,000 brain beads. After downloading and installing the upgraded version of Raging Flame Frenzy, Tang Zhen immediately started the application. Only this time, the flames covering his body turned yellow and white, and the temperature increased by nearly 1,000 degrees. Tang Zhen felt it for a while before closing the application. Then, he slowly activated the cultivator's skill called Ice Edge Battle Armor. An incomparably dazzling dark blue battle armor covered the surface of Tang Zhen's body. As Tang Zhen's arms shook, two 1.5-meter-long blue ice blades appeared on his arms. They appeared incomparably sharp. As expected, a row of words once again appeared in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. Chapter 194, The Secret of Mobile Applications. Unknown application detected. It's an incomplete version with a degree of incompleteness of more than 60%. It has been included in the application store and has been completely supplemented. You're rewarded with a free download of the application and a free upgrade of the application level. The content of the subtitles was exactly the same as Raging Flames. Both of the cultivator skills were identified as incomplete applications by the mobile phone and were stored in the application store. With the experience from the first time, Tang Zhen directly downloaded and installed the original and upgraded versions. Then, he tried to start them. This time around, the speed at which the ice armor appeared was even faster. With just a thought from Tang Zhen, the ice armor that had turned a deeper color rapidly condensed on the surface of his body. At the same time, some sharp ice spikes also appeared on his shoulders and elbows. The icy saber that was condensed by his will seemed to be even sharper and more threatening. Both its sharpness and hardness had increased by a lot. Tang Zhen really wanted to test out the might of these two techniques. However, he was currently inside the tower and didn't have any space to use them. It seemed like he could only wait for Qianlong and the other man to finish before he went to find a suitable testing ground. After another 10 minutes or so, Tang Zhen saw the light on the surface of Qianlong and Tai Seng's bodies dissipating at the same time, and the two of them slowly landed on the ground. Qianlong and Tai Seng opened their eyes one after another with a pleasantly surprised expression. After exchanging a glance, they did not say anything and followed Tang Zhen out of the tower. On an empty plot of land in the valley, Qianlong first displayed his cultivation skills. Of the two cultivator skills he had exchanged for, the first was a movement skill, which could double one's speed for a short period of time. However, this skill consumed a lot of physical strength and could not be used for a long time. The second cultivator skill was a stealth skill. It could help Thousand Dragon's body become as light as a swallow, and he could land without making a sound. After using this skill, for some unknown reason, the place he was in would become blurry, causing people to subconsciously ignore that position. After Qianlong displayed his skills, Tai Seng couldn't wait to display his cultivation skills as well. Among the two skills, one was mainly for attack. When it was used, it was abnormally violent, making people not dare to block its edge. The other skill focused on defense. It could form a gaseous armor on the surface of his body. Not only would it not affect his movement, but it could also block the attack of javelins and poisonous smoke. It was a good defensive method. After the two of them displayed their respective skills, Tang Zhen also started to use them and displayed them in front of the two of them. Qianlong and Tai Seng furrowed their brows as they watched. They had also understood the two skills that Tang Zhen had exchanged for. However, from the introduction, these skills were only so-so. How could they be as powerful as the one that Tang Zhen was using right now? However, Tang Zhen did not explain. The two of them did not ask. Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Further, after familiarizing themselves with the exchanged cultivator skills for a while and exhausting the energy in their bodies, the three of them left. Tang Zhen once again returned to the cornerstone trading platform. After browsing through all the cultivator skills, he tried to download two more skills. One was an offensive skill of a cultivator, while the other was a defensive skill of a holy master. The egg of light appeared once again. Tang Zhen floated in the air and entered a state of comprehension. After he returned to normal, he immediately began to use the skill he had just obtained. When he used the cultivator's attack skill, words popped up on the screen again, exactly the same as the previous two prompts. However, when Tang Zhen used the Holy Master skill, the group of subtitles did not appear. This situation made Tang Zhen let out a soft "Yi" and stand in place as if he was deep in thought. From the current experiment, the phone's application store should only be missing cultivator skills, or an application similar to cultivator skills. That was why when Zhen Tang used it, the phone would prompt him and give him a reward. However, there was no reaction from the phone after the Holy Master's skill was used. Did that mean that the skills used by the Holy Master had a corresponding application in the application store? After Tang Zhen thought up to this point, he filtered the items according to the characteristics of the Holy Master's protective shield that he had exchanged for. Unfortunately, he did not find the corresponding download after searching for a long time. What's going on? Don't the cell phone see the Holy Master's skills? That was not right. The skills of a Holy Master should not be inferior to that of a cultivator, and might even be a level higher. But why was it not in the application store, and why did his phone not prompt him to record it? Tang Zhen, who was full of doubts, looked through the application store but once again discovered that something was wrong. The two cultivator applications that he had downloaded earlier had actually disappeared. As for the subsequent upgraded versions, they did not appear at all. These applications had clearly existed just now, but why couldn't he find them now? What was the secret behind this? Tang Zhen furrowed his brows and thought for a moment. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. He could vaguely guess why such a strange situation would appear in the application store. He remembered that after the phone was upgraded last time, the application categories had been changed, and there were many new options in the application store. Did that mean that he could only download and upgrade the cultivation applications after the phone was upgraded again? Also, when the phone was upgraded again, would there be more applications similar to the Holy Master skills? The more Tang Zhen thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the strange disappearance of these cultivators' applications. He was suddenly filled with anticipation for the upgraded phone. He wondered how many more magical applications would be added. However, when he thought about the amount of gold coins needed to upgrade his phone, Tang Zhen felt that he was being treated as a spendthrift. The last time his phone was upgraded, it used up 1 million gold coins. Moreover, it was upgraded without Tang Zhen's consent. Every time he thought of the 1 million gold coins that were wasted, Tang Zhen felt heartache. If he wanted to upgrade the phone this time, he would need 10 million gold coins. According to the 110 exchange rate between the brain and the gold coins, Tang Zhen would have to take out 1 million gold coins for nothing in order to complete the phone upgrade. A million brain beads. If it wasn't for Tang Zhen's successful extortion this time, he wouldn't even know what a million brain beads would look like when piled up. It was not easy for him to have some savings, so Tang Zhen would definitely not give it away for nothing. It was better to wait until he was not short of money and could easily take out a million brain beads. Then, he would study the problem of upgrading his mobile phone. After no longer dwelling on these problems, Tang Zhen went to the warehouse to move a batch of goods over and placed them on the cornerstone trading platform for sale. After exchanging for the cultivator skill, the points that he had originally accumulated had been used up. If Tang Zhen wanted to earn points, the only way at present was to sell goods. The useless items that he got from the containers at the dock were all placed on the cornerstone trading platform for sale. Because they were ordinary items, the price wasn't too high. Tang Zhen sold nearly half of them and barely obtained 30,000 points. In fact, there were many items on the cornerstone trading platform that could be exchanged for a high amount of points. For example, salt, firearms, and weapons. There were also the special cards that Tang Zhen had obtained from the lottery. The last time, Tang Zhen placed the 2 cards he got from the lottery on the cornerstone trading platform. He casually marked the asking price of 1,000 points and then went to do other things. In the end, when Tang Zhen came to the cornerstone trading platform again, he was surprised to find that the 2 cards had already been bought by someone. The buyer even left a message asking if there was any stock. If there was, he could buy them all. Tang Zhen didn't pay any attention to the buyer. Although these 2 cards had allowed him to earn a full 500 points, he was more concerned about how many brain beads the cards could exchange for him. This sale was just to test the waters. To Tang Zhen, the points on the cornerstone trading platform were very unreliable. Only the real brain beads were what he needed the most. Chapter 195, Equipping the Scorpion, Strange Bug. Tang Zhen had a lot of valuable items in his hands. Other than the valuable lottery draw cards, the price of the firearms on the cornerstone trading platform was also extremely high. Even the dwarven and goblin firearms that were like trash in Tang Zhen's eyes dared to bid hundreds of points. If Tang Zhen's firearms did not bid a few thousand points, the Holy Dragon City's soldiers would be the first to object. And NBSP, now, when training soldiers, especially new recruits, the most common phrase that Tai Seng said was, "You guys should be happy. Look at your food and drink, and look at your weapons and equipment. In total, they are worth a few thousand brain beads. I'm afraid that even the city lords of some small cities can't afford to wear such equipment, but you guys wear it all day long. This is fucking rich soldiers. So if you don't train well and let down your nouveau riche equipment, I won't beat or scold you. I just want you to take off your equipment and leave. Don't waste such precious good stuff." After a long time, the Holy Dragon City's soldiers had developed a habit. No matter when and where, their weapons and equipment would always be as bright as new, and they would keep on maintaining them when they were free. The Holy Dragon City's soldiers were filled with pride when they wore such equipment. Tang Zhen wouldn't sell firearms to the outside world. This was the basis of his standing. In the future, when his manufacturing level increased, he could consider selling some refined gunpowder guns. He could completely snatch over the business of the dwarves and gnomes and let them starve. Salt was also in high demand. The price on the cornerstone trading platform was very high, but Zhen Tang still didn't sell it on the platform. The reason he did this was to build a supermarket and use these fist products to attract caravans from all over the world, making them trade in Holy Dragon City. In this way, the Holy Dragon City would become more and more prosperous. At that time, Tang Zhen would also earn more brain pearls. When the Holy Dragon City's reputation became more and more well-known, and more caravans and wanderers came here, Tang Zhen could carry out the next step of his plan. They were different from the natives of the original world. Most of them lived, reproduced, and lived their lives in a city. However, Tang Zhen had never thought that he would only guard a single city tower for his entire life. In his dream, other than having a main city, the Holy Dragon City should also have countless auxiliary cities. They would surround the Holy Dragon City's main city and form an incomparably huge cluster of buildings. As the Holy Dragon City grew stronger, it would have more and more auxiliary cities. When that time came, Tang Zhen would raise the threshold to become a resident of the Holy Dragon City and use another method to recruit residents. Building a city, doing real estate, and then making a lot of money. Want to become a citizen of Holy Dragon City? Sure, but please pay the brain first. He did not have a brain in his hand, yet he wanted to become a citizen of Holy Dragon City. No problem, you can take out a loan. The Holy Dragon City's Spirit Bank welcomes you. You only need to use your soul as collateral and you can obtain a large number of brain beads. The more you mortgage, the more points Tang Zhen will get. This is the benefit of being the city lord. He didn't want to pawn his soul, and he didn't have a brain in his hands, yet he still wanted to become a citizen of Holy Dragon City. This was also not a problem. The Holy Dragon City Market, the Holy Dragon City Auction House, the Holy Dragon City Mercenary Guild, the Holy Dragon City's Exploration Team, and the Holy Dragon City's farms and ranches all provided you with the opportunity to earn wealth and work. As long as you work hard, you can own a house and become a citizen of Holy Dragon City. It's no longer a dream. Tang Zhen wasn't the kind of person who would resort to military tactics. He deeply understood the logic that it was easy to conquer a country but difficult to defend it. If the people were tired of the war after he conquered a large piece of land, and he was short of money because of the war, all his hard work would be meaningless. Having money and power, and being able to realize his own ambitions, this was the goal that Tang Zhen was pursuing. After walking out of the room on the cornerstone trading platform, Tang Zhen slowly walked towards the back of the mountain. It didn't take long for him to arrive in front of a huge lake. There was a small island in the middle of the lake, and there was a small cave on the island. The last time he used the terrain transformation plugin, he had placed the entrance to the underground tunnel of the bug thieves' lair inside. Tang Zhen untied the small boat by the lake and paddled the small boat straight to the small island. The monster in the lake had been killed by him, and there was nothing in the lake now. Its purpose was to prevent unrelated people from approaching the island and to prevent the insects from running out of the strange insect laboratory. After landing on the small island, Tang Zhen entered the cave and gradually walked down along the passage filled with fluorescent plants. It did not take long before he arrived in front of the special metal building. Tang Zhen stood at the entrance. The door of the building automatically opened as he slowly walked in. He had already cleaned up the laboratory, and all the corpses and dirt had been thrown under the mother tree. Now, the floor of the laboratory was as smooth as a mirror, and the walls and corners were spotless. Tang Zhen walked in front of a row of breeding containers for eggs. After observing the squirming scorpion larva for a while, he casually threw a handful of feed inside. This was a feed that had been mixed through a special method, and it could increase the quality and level of this strange insect. After leaving the container that was used to cultivate the larva, Tang Zhen came to a transparent cabinet full of adult insects. There was a huge monster's leg bone with a dark brown scorpion lying on it. It looked very scary. These scorpions had already matured. The purpose of Tang Zhen's visit this time was to take a batch back and prepare to let the cultivator battle team members under Qianlong parasitize them. After picking out a few dozen scorpions, Tang Zhen put them in a container and checked the condition of the other insects before returning to the ground from the strange insect laboratory. In a secluded corner of the Holy Dragon City, the members of the Holy Dragon City's cultivator battle team were gathered together, waiting for Tang Zhen's arrival. Thousand Dragon had already told them that the city lord was going to equip them with a mysterious bug that he had gotten from the bug thieves. It was very well hidden and powerful. It was the lifelong pursuit of all cultivators to have powerful strength. However, the thought of having parasites on their bodies made them feel uncomfortable. The members of the cultivator team had all seen the corpses of the bug bandits and were very disgusted with their half-human and half-ghost looks. Therefore, they couldn't help but feel nervous, afraid that the city lord would turn them into that kind of disgusting ghost. After understanding his team members' thoughts, Thousand Dragon laughed and told them not to worry. This time, the parasites were only placed on their arms. Hearing Thousand Dragon's words, the team members finally relaxed. When Tang Zhen arrived, Qianlong was the first to step out and ask please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. Tang Zhen to install the strange parasitic worm. It didn't take long for the strange insect on Qianlong's arm to become one with him. Under his control, the strange insect spat out a poisonous thorn and shattered a rock. After seeing the scorpion's power, the cultivator battle team's members revealed happy expressions. They impatiently asked Tang Zhen to place the strange parasitic worms in them. After busying himself for a while, all the members of the cultivator battle team had parasitized the scorpion's strange insects. After Tang Zhen explained how to store energy in the scorpion's body, he bade farewell to the members of the cultivator battle team who continued to cultivate and returned to his original world alone. Chapter 196. Ogre Guild 1. The main purpose of returning to the original world this time was to make a set of special armor and weapons for the ogres. If it was in the Ice Bear Alliance, Tang Zhen didn't need to worry about this kind of thing at all. As long as he explained his request clearly, a large group of people would run around to help him get everything done. However, Tang Zhen was currently in the Pickle Nation, and the only person he could command was the purchaser Xiaofeng. Unfortunately, the gap between this guy's ability and Ivanov's was like the difference between heaven and earth, so Tang Zhen did not plan to count on him. Tang Zhen would be satisfied as long as he could deal with his food and supplies. Unlike ordinary armor, ordinary metals were not suitable for making weapons and armor for monsters like ogres. Otherwise, these armor and weapons could be worn out and damaged in a few days. The ogre armor was very large and seemed to have a simple structure, but it involved a lot of mechanical processing procedures. There were many parts that needed to be punched and forged. Tang Zhen had to find a suitable manufacturer to produce them. Fortunately, with the all-purpose electronic kit, there was almost no information that Tang Zhen couldn't find. After filtering through the search results in front of him, Tang Zhen chose a factory in the suburbs. After driving his pickup truck away from his residence, Tang Zhen drove straight to the factory. Following the map's guidance, he chose the most unobstructed road and arrived at the factory not long after. After parking the car at the entrance, Tang Zhen walked into the factory and quickly found the owner of the factory. After exchanging a few words with the boss, Tang Zhen explained his intentions. At the same time, he took out the advance payment and stated that as long as the quality was good, he would definitely not be short of money. Although the boss didn't understand why Tang Zhen wanted to make these huge metal objects, he accepted the order after seeing Tang Zhen pay so readily and that he could also make a small profit. After negotiating with the factory boss, Tang Zhen got a USB drive and used the all-purpose electronic kit to scan the ogre's body data and enter it. At the same time, there was also a set of automatically generated armor blueprints. After making some slight changes to the appearance of the armor, Tang Zhen found a printer and printed it out. These blueprints had to be handed over to the factory's boss to be processed according to the blueprints. Since the ogres were all similar in size, the data changes were very small, so the processing would be much easier. After sending the drawings, Tang Zhen only needed to wait for the finished product. On the way, Tang Zhen called his purchaser, Xiaofeng, to confirm that the food and other miscellaneous items were ready. Then, he went to the warehouse to transport them. This was a warehouse built on the outskirts of the city. Every time Xiaofeng would store the purchased materials in it, Tang Zhen would transport all of them away after receiving the notice. This kind of transportation would be carried out once every 10 days. The resources in the warehouse were mainly food. It was not that the Holy Dragon City's food was not enough, but Tang Zhen planned to store more. This way, he could ensure that the Holy Dragon City's food reserves could last for a period of time if an accident happened. During this period of time, Xiaofeng had sent over a large amount of grain. It was said that all of them came from a world-class grain merchant giant, and the quality was good and the price was low. Currently, Tang Zhen's cave that was used to store grain was filled with the company's food products. He drove the car to the vicinity of the warehouse with ease and familiarity. Tang Zhen observed the surroundings through the map view. After confirming that there was no abnormal situation, he walked into the warehouse and began his boring moving work. After being busy for half an hour, Tang Zhen finally moved all the supplies in the warehouse. He walked to the pickup truck outside and dialed Xiaofeng's number. The other party quickly picked up, and Xiaofeng's respectful voice came from the phone, "What's your order, boss?" And NBSP, Tang Zhen raised his phone and said in a deep voice, "The quality of the grain this time is not bad. If there are more, get another batch in the next 2 days. The faster the better." "No problem, I'll get it done right away," Little Feng said. "You need to be careful. Remember not to let anyone associate you with these grains. Don't forget that." Tang Zhen warned Xiaofeng to prevent him from accidentally exposing his identity. Last time in the Ice Bear Alliance, Peter had to abandon his wife and children because the location of the warehouse was exposed. He had to run away with Ivanov in a hurry. It was said that he was shot on the way and almost lost his life. Although one could be resurrected after being killed, how could a new body be as useful as the original? Unless it was a body specially cultivated by Tang Zhen. It was precisely because of this precedent that Tang Zhen began to pay attention to the safety of his subordinates in his original world. After all, it was not easy to train a qualified subordinate. Tang Zhen did not wish for his subordinate to be inexplicably killed or captured after only a few days of use. He had caused quite a stir in the kimchi country, and he believed that he had already alarmed many forces. Tang Zhen was indifferent. He knew in his heart that they would not be able to catch him even if he exhausted himself to death. However, Xiaofeng wasn't like him. He didn't have that kind of ability. Once he got involved, it would be very difficult for him to escape. Now that he could only use this one person in the kimchi country, Tang Zhen had specially reminded him. "Don't worry, boss, I've already died once, so I know what to do." Little Feng's tone carried a trace of emotion. He had always held a heart of respect for his boss, Tang Zhen, who had magical abilities. Especially after Tang Zhen resurrected him, other than respect, Little Feng also had a strong sense of gratitude. When he heard the concern hidden in Tang Zhen's words, his heart was naturally moved. After hanging up the phone, Tang Zhen drove away from the warehouse and returned to his home. Unfortunately, Tang Zhen had underestimated the American alliance's interest in him. When Tang Zhen approached the warehouse, a satellite had already locked onto this place and clearly captured his appearance. On the roof of a building 2 kilometers away, a few American Secret Service agents gathered together and locked their eyes on a monitor. If Zhen Tang was present, he would be able to see the scene of him moving food. 3 days later, Tang Zhen arrived at the factory outside the suburbs. The custom-made ogre armor was already completed. Tang Zhen checked it once and paid the rest of the money. He then asked the boss to drive the armor to the warehouse where the food was stored. After the ogres unloaded the trucks, Tang Zhen sent the truck and forklift drivers away and began to move the armor. The technical level of this factory was good. The ogre armor made was beautiful and firm. Whether it was the polishing or welding process, Tang Zhen was very satisfied. After putting away a portion of the armor, Tang Zhen activated the teleportation and sent it directly to Old Wan so that they could try to put it on the ogres. Old Wantu and the others came forward and touched the extra-large steel armor in front of them. They looked at the silly ogres and felt a trace of envy for some reason. Even a fool could see that these armors must be very expensive. The city lord had given these monsters such good things, which really made people jealous and distressed. Chapter 197 Trapped in Siege. After the ogres wore this beautiful armor, they would definitely be very powerful. Although they were envious, Old Wan and the others shivered when they thought of what had happened to the ogres. At the same time, they cursed themselves for being so obsessed that they would envy a group of tamed monsters. Tang Zhen didn't know the thoughts of Old Wan and the others. Otherwise, he would definitely laugh his head off. Were these guys out of their minds? Why would they envy a bunch of monsters who were destined to be targets on the battlefield? If he wasn't afraid that these tamed ogres would die easily, Tang Zhen wouldn't have run around and wasted a few days to make armor for these monsters. Returning to the warehouse of the Pickle Nation, Tang Zhen finished moving the rest of the ogre armor. Just as he was about to move away the food that he had accumulated over the past 2 days, he suddenly noticed 5 assault helicopters flying towards the warehouse. At the same time, countless armed American soldiers suddenly appeared in the nearby buildings and pounced on the warehouse. When Tang Zhen saw this scene, he knew that the location of the warehouse had been exposed. This group of people was imitating the Ice Bear Alliance's tactics and had come to wait for him. He quickly activated the quantum invisibility light screen and rushed out of the warehouse like lightning. He pounced toward the place where the encirclement was the weakest. This location had already been exposed, so it definitely couldn't be used as a teleportation point. Otherwise, he would really be controlled by others. Tang Zhen ran a few steps out of the warehouse and came face to face with a group of American soldiers. Tang Zhen didn't put the American soldiers in his eyes because he had activated the quantum invisibility screen. However, when he noticed that the soldiers' eyes were moving in the direction he was moving, he immediately realized something was wrong. Sure enough, just as this thought appeared, Tang Zhen saw the American soldiers open fire at the same time. Their target was where he was. Damn it, these guys actually have an instrument that can see through the quantum stealth light screen. Tang Zhen glanced at the special glasses that these soldiers were wearing and knew where the problem was. Countless bullets flew over, completely sealing off Tang Zhen's escape route. Fortunately, the black cloak under the trench coat easily blocked these bullets. However, the trench coat was riddled with holes. Tang Zhen's gaze swept over the bullets on the ground. He let out a soft, "huh," and randomly picked up a bullet in his hand. This was a bullet that was suppressed with a special material. After hitting the body, it actually turned into powder. The all-rounded digital combat interface was activated, and he immediately analyzed that this was a special anesthetic bullet. Now, even the air was filled with a faint sweetness. It was the smell of the powder-like anesthetic powder. Tang Zhen hurriedly covered his nose and mouth to prevent himself from inhaling the anesthetic powder. Another wave of bullets rained down. Tang Zhen used the Holy Master skill that he had just exchanged for. A protective barrier appeared around Tang Zhen, blocking all the bullets. Just like countless raindrops smashing into a lake, the bullets continuously created waves on the protective shield. Under the impact of the rapid bullets, the protective shield was on the verge of breaking at any time. This kind of Holy Master skill looked very scary, but to Tang Zhen, who was used to using mobile applications, this kind of weakened version of the skill was extremely unpleasant to use. In the military helicopter in the sky, a white-haired old man immediately picked up his communication device excitedly after seeing the protective shield used by Tang Zhen. "Did you guys see that? Haha, did you see that? It's an energy shield, an energy shield. We have to catch him at all costs, because he's too important to our research." As the old man's roar was transmitted to the roof not far away, a Secret Service agent in black immediately shouted into his headset, "Listen to my command. Execute Plan B immediately." Following the black-shirted agent's order, nearly 20 tall American soldiers stepped out of the crowd. They held specially made long weapons and aimed them at Zhen Tang. Streams of electric current shot out from these weapons. They drew crooked curves in the air and wrapped around Tang Zhen's protective shield. Pa! Tang Zhen seemed to have heard a soft sound. Soon after, the protective barrier suddenly shattered. At the same time, those twisting electric snakes also bound his body. A numb and dizzy feeling assaulted his mind. What a powerful thing, I almost fell for it. Tang Zhen's heart skipped a beat when he felt the strange feeling in his body. He endured the discomfort and took out 2 rifles. He then began to fire at the strange-looking American soldiers. Intense gunshots rang out and the soldiers surrounding Tang Zhen immediately fell. Most of them looked for cover nearby and threw strange grenades that were emitting electric light in all directions. This strange electric current made Tang Zhen feel uneasy. He didn't dare to continue fighting and immediately activated the map teleportation plugin. It had exceeded Tang Zhen's expectations. His teleportation this time around did not succeed. At the same time, the words appeared in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. There is a special energy interference in the surroundings, causing the application to be unable to be activated normally. Cracking is in progress. Please wait. Fuck, these American guys are really powerful. They actually found a way to interfere with my teleportation. After figuring out the reason for the failed teleportation, Tang Zhen was no longer anxious. Since this group of people wanted to catch him, he would play with them for a while and let them understand the situation. It was not that easy to take advantage of him. Tang Zhen scanned through his application list and immediately activated the Ice Edge Battle Armor. A completely sealed dark blue armor appeared on the surface of Tang Zhen's body. "Oh my god," the American soldiers cried, "I'm seeing things. Cool." He rushed forward with large strides. Bang! Tang Zhen's legs exerted strength and his entire body immediately rose into the air, directly landing on the top of the warehouse that was nearly 7 meters high. With a shake of his arms, 2 crystal-clear ice sabers appeared on his forearms. Under the sunlight, they looked delicate and strange. An assault helicopter was very close to the warehouse. Tang Zhen turned his head and glanced at it. He immediately flew up on the roof. He was like a blue lightning bolt, passing through the dense rain of bullets and flying towards the assault helicopter. The pilot of the assault helicopter turned pale with fright when he saw Tang Zhen pouncing toward the plane. He immediately pulled the control stick and pulled it up with all his might in an attempt to avoid Tang Zhen's attack. However, how could his speed be compared to Tang Zhen, who was a rank 5 cultivator? The dark blue ice blade directly cut into the back of the assault helicopter. The 2 shocking blade marks looked extremely ferocious, smoke and electric sparks kept flashing. The assault helicopter was like a wild goose that had been shot by an arrow. It began to shake in the air before falling towards the ground. Bang! Tang Zhen's feet landed on the ground and the cement ground under his feet had a spider web of cracks. It was enough to show that the impact of his fall was extremely great. After seeing Tang Zhen destroy an armed helicopter in the blink of an eye, the soldiers who were participating in the battle felt their legs tremble. The scene in front of them was like a scene from a sci-fi blockbuster. It had completely impacted their world view. "Quick, shoot, we must catch him," one of the officers in the lead shouted as he kept pulling the trigger. However, when his bullets landed on the blue ice armor, they only hit a large piece of ice and instantly recovered. Tang Zhen, who was wearing the ice front battle armor, was a real nightmare in the eyes of these soldiers. Chapter 198, Crazy Transportation 1. After a few charges and jumps, Tang Zhen had already completely broken out of the encirclement and left those soldiers far behind. Currently, his biggest threat was the 4 assault helicopters circling above his head. After he rushed out of the area, a menu appeared in front of him, indicating that he could use the map teleportation plugin as usual. After sending a few soldiers who were attacking him with taser guns flying with a punch, Tang Zhen continued to run forward. He was very angry today and had to do something to return the favor to these guys. He might need to use the map teleportation plugin later, so Tang Zhen didn't immediately teleport. The Ice Edge battle armor's usage time had just ended and the shining armor immediately turned into white mist and dissipated, revealing Tang Zhen, who was originally hidden under the ice armor. After seeing Tang Zhen's ice armor disappear, the soldiers in charge of surrounding him immediately opened fire. However, this time they used military steel core bullets and locked on to the position below Tang Zhen's buttocks. After discovering that the anesthetic bullets and taser guns couldn't subdue Tang Zhen, they decided to use real bullets. As long as they could injure Tang Zhen, they would be able to successfully subdue him and control him. After Tang Zhen dodged a wave of live ammunition, he sneered and jumped into a courtyard by the side of the road. He activated the teleportation function. As soon as he appeared in the Sacred Dragon Valley, Tang Zhen immediately opened the application store and selected an application to download and install. Electromagnetic Pulse Bomb, destruction radius of 1 kilometer. Download cost, 10,000 gold coins. After opening the application, Tang Zhen immediately returned to his original world. The entire process took less than half a minute. As soon as he appeared in the original world, Tang Zhen saw the attack helicopters hovering above him and the American soldiers surrounding him. They would surround him again in less than a minute. With a chuckle, Tang Zhen stared at the armed helicopter in the sky without blinking and activated the electromagnetic pulse bomb. Pa pa pa. As the application was activated, a devil that specialized in devouring industrial technology was released. In a short moment, a huge electromagnetic field burst out, and all electronic equipment within a radius of 1 kilometer was scrapped. Exclamations sounded from different places at the same time. The power was cut off, communication was cut off, phones were burnt, the special glasses worn by the American soldiers were all burned, the cars on the ground were out, and the helicopters in the sky were on the verge of collapse. The whole world seemed to have quieted down. In the fallen military helicopter, the white-haired old man saw Tang Zhen activate the quantum invisibility light screen and disappear without a trace again. He couldn't help but angrily roar, "Damn it! Damn it! So close, so close! Who can tell me why he has a high-frequency microwave bomb, and why it's so powerful?" No one could understand the white-haired old man's anger, but the American soldiers could. All electronic devices within a kilometer radius were disabled. Countless people rushed out of their houses and ran to the streets. While they searched for the cause of the accident, they also found the depressed American soldiers with loaded guns. Nearly 1,000 people were dispatched at once, all equipped with the latest special glasses, special anesthetic bullets, and special interference devices and special firearms. Such a scale and investment could be considered luxurious. However, as long as they captured that mysterious Asian Alliance kid, they would be able to receive excessive returns. This guy had too many secrets. So far, they had discovered many obvious and magical abilities such as teleportation, energy shield, invisibility, and superpowers. It could be said that this guy was a human-shaped treasure. If they could capture him and study him, even if they could only figure out one magical ability in the end, it would still be a very profitable thing. It was a pity that man's plans did not go as well as God's plans. This guy had actually escaped unscathed under the siege of so many soldiers. At the same time, he disabled all the electronic equipment in the vicinity, causing the few assault helicopters in the sky to fall to the ground. All the soldiers who participated in the siege had the image of the dark blue armor in their minds at the same time. They sighed and shook their heads, losing confidence in whether they could defeat such a magical figure. Tang Zhen unhurriedly walked along the road. His destination was extremely clear. It was the military base that he had visited the last time. This time, they had made him embarrassed, so he had to get back at them no matter what. There was no need to do things like causing destruction. There was not much meaning in doing so. It was far more practical to move some things to calm down. It was both satisfying and beneficial. As he had visited this place not long ago, Tang Zhen was familiar with the terrain of the entire base. Not long after, he found a warehouse. He did not care what was stored inside as he buried his head and started moving it. After moving this warehouse, Tang Zhen continued to move to the next warehouse and continued to move. The Holy Dragon City's residents saw the city lord's gloomy face, appearing in the square every once in a while, releasing a pile of things and then quickly disappearing, and they all started whispering to each other. Hee hee. Resident A covered his mouth and laughed slyly. Did you see that? Another blind guy has offended the city lord. How did you know? Resident B asked curiously. Hee hee, how would I know? Resident A said with disdain. From your words, I can tell that you've just joined Holy Dragon City. Am I right? Resident B nodded. That's right. I've just joined Lusheng. Can you please enlighten me, brother? Resident A nodded in satisfaction and said, this is an old habit of the city lord. As long as someone provokes him, he will empty the unlucky person's house, leaving not a single grain of rice behind. After saying that, Resident A craned his neck and looked around. After making sure that no one was paying attention to him, he said carefully, he didn't even leave you a pair of underpants. Last time, I don't know which city was blind and offended the city lord, so the city lord directly emptied that city. The most important thing is that the city lord brought back a room full of underwear. I guess he brought back the underwear of all the men, women, old and young in the city. After saying that, this guy even pulled open his pants and said, look, this is the underwear that the city lord brought back last time. I also sent a message. You should understand this time, right? Resident B nodded his head after looking at it. At the same time, he subconsciously tightened his belt. He was not used to the city lord's habit of stealing other people's underwear. The distance between the two was quite far, and Tang Zhen was busy moving things, so he didn't hear the conversation between the two. Otherwise, Tang Zhen would have stuffed these two guys into the ogre's cage. It was said that rumors stopped at the wise, but the Holy Dragon City was a bunch of uncouth guys who loved to spread rumors, and the more mysterious, the better. Many legends that had no traces were blindly created by this group of guys. I'm afraid that after today, all the residents of the Holy Dragon City will know about the city lord's hobby. That is, if you offend him, he will steal all your family's underpants. The truth was that the last time Tang Zhen moved the containers from the dock, there was a box full of undergarments. After Mirong Ziyan checked and put it into the warehouse, it was given out as welfare. Even Qian Long and Mirong Ziyan didn't know about Tang Zhen's origins, so how would the ordinary citizens know about his secret? That was why they had the guess that Tang Zhen had emptied out the other people's buildings. At the same time, they also treated those underwear as the spoils of war that Tang Zhen had plundered. The pitiful Tang Zhen still did not know that he had inexplicably gained such an elegant good. Chapter 199 Full Harvest. Birdman's scheme. Tang Zhen's operation this time around was to tell those fellows who had surrounded him that his father was right here. If they had the guts, come and catch him. Tang Zhen did not have a clear goal during the moving process. He basically moved everything he saw. Therefore, in less than half an hour, he was discovered by the soldiers in charge of patrolling. In an instant, the alarm rang out, and countless soldiers ran out of their rooms, looking around with blank faces, trying to figure out why the alarm had sounded. A middle-aged officer walked to an empty space with a face full of anger. He pointed at the empty ground and shouted, "Are you guys blind? Can't you see that the super light howitzer that was placed here has disappeared?" The soldiers turned around and gasped when they saw that the howitzer had disappeared. Oh my god, did these howitzers get the Allspark and fly away? One of the soldiers muttered to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. The other soldiers were also quite puzzled. Since the super light howitzer had been temporarily placed here, no one had touched it. It had been quietly placed there, so how could it have disappeared now? The officer looked at the soldiers, dumbfounded expressions. Although he was angry, he could do nothing about it. No one would have thought that someone would be able to steal a few howitzer that weighed at least a few tons in such a heavily guarded military base. This was simply a fantasy. But at this moment, this joke actually came true. Damn it, this is a provocation. A provocation without any scruples. He had to catch this audacious fellow and lock him up in a dark dungeon, never to be released for the rest of his life. The officer swore in his heart. At the same time, he gave the order to immediately seal off the surrounding area of the base. At the same time, he would conduct a thorough investigation of the entire base. He must not let these damned bandits off. What troubled times. The armory was just stolen not long ago, and now the super light howitzer has been destroyed. Could it be that this was all done by the same group? The officer's heart tightened for no reason as he thought of this. He immediately shouted to the soldiers beside him, "Quickly go and see if there are any other losses." In less than 5 minutes, a soldier came to report the losses. Looking at the long list of lost items, the middle-aged officer felt his vision go black and he fell to the ground. Damn it, are all the soldiers in the base sleepwalking? This bunch of stupid pigs, someone took away so many things in broad daylight and they actually knew nothing about it. This must be a dream, that's right, a dream. The middle-aged officer muttered to himself, but his expression became more and more depressed. Due to certain reasons, this military officer didn't know of Tang Zhen's existence. He also didn't know that he had suffered such a huge loss this time because he had been completely tricked by his own teammates. His teammates tried their best to catch Tang Zhen. In the end, they didn't catch him, but Tang Zhen instead moved his belongings to demonstrate his power. For the middle-aged officer, this was purely an unexpected disaster. An unlucky person like him was the target of this. The Holy Dragon City's square was once again filled with a mess of things, almost occupying the entire square. And NBSP, Tai Seng was very experienced as he led his soldiers to look after the items. The soldiers formed a circle and pointed at some of the items curiously. The tycoon captain was sitting in a military jeep with an automatic rifle on his back. He kept touching it with a face full of joy. In the end, he couldn't suppress the love in his heart and smiled at Tyson. "Boss, look at this car, it's so suitable for me to drive. Can you let me drive it? Don't worry, I'll definitely maintain it carefully and clean it at least twice a day." Tai Seng angrily dragged the rich captain out of the car and sat on it. "You want to drive? Save it, I want to drive too. You better go back and be your machine gunner. Why are you always thinking about it? Do you think a big-headed soldier like you can drive this kind of car?" The rich captain was unconvinced and shouted, "Leader, that's not right. Didn't you say that a soldier who doesn't want to be a soldier is not a good soldier? I want to be a soldier, so I can drive this car." Tai Seng laughed out of anger and jumped out of the car, kicking the rich captain's butt. "What this and that, you should figure out what that is first, then come over and talk nonsense with me." While Tai Seng and the rich captain were chatting, the soldiers were surrounding a tank and sizing it up. They were all wondering if this thing was hollow or not and what the big metal pipe in front was for. "I'm guessing that this is used to attack the city. The metal pipe at the front is used to hit the gate. When the time comes, we just have to push this metal thing down the city and it will definitely knock a hole in the gate." The bone cat rubbed its chin and said with certainty. Su Laoju, who was standing at the side, laughed and said, "Don't talk nonsense here. This thing doesn't have wheels. How can you move such a heavy iron lump? I think it's like a cannon. We'll place it on the wall, then stuff the shell into the metal pipe like the mortars we use, and then fire it with a bang." Hearing this, the soldier beside him said that it made sense. Su Laoju was quite proud of himself, but at the same time, he didn't forget to look down on the bone cat. While everyone was talking and laughing, Tang Zhen once again appeared in the Holy Dragon City's square. After releasing a pile of things, he didn't leave. Instead, he walked forward with a smile and carefully examined the harvest this time. The more he looked, the more proud Tang Zhen became. In the end, he could not help but burst out laughing. "Haha, Yingluo actually got so many good things, won't her heart ache to death for those guys? You deserve it for scheming against me. If there's a next time, I'll move to another place and see who's the better one." After Tang Zhen stopped laughing, he began to count his gains one by one. These cannons are called super light howitzers, and they can fire for dozens of kilometers. When I go back and check the distance between the undead's buildings, I'll use them as targets for practice. This thing is called a tank, not a mortar. Old Ninth, if you dare to stuff the grenade inside, I'll immediately hang you on the barrel. I haven't told you about the last time you stuffed 2 grenades into the barrel. Are you itching for a beating? Don't even think about getting this cheap. After I'm done with my fun, you can do whatever you want with it. The moon's curved moon illuminated the 9 provinces, where some were happy and some were sad. In the sacred Dragon Valley, Tang Zhen led a group of subordinates and was happily holding a meeting to split the spoils. In the American base, the highest-ranking commander was in a rage. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and his subordinates kept quiet out of fear. 100 miles away, in Blackfeather Tower, a group of black-feathered birdmen were gathered together, studying a plan to take revenge on Holy Dragon City. The last time Tang Zhen had come, not only had he caused countless deaths and injuries in Blackfeather City, he had also emptied out all of Blackfeather City's assets, causing the Lord of Blackfeather City to feel so much heartache that he could not sleep at night. If they didn't take revenge, the Dark-Wing tribe would never be able to raise their heads in front of the other non-human races. But the problem was that the Holy Dragon City's assault helicopters were too powerful. More than half of the Blackwing Birdmen's warriors had died at the hands of these things. When they thought of the terrifying power of the assault helicopters, these Blackwing Birdmen still had a lingering fear. After researching for a long time, they still could not come up with a satisfactory revenge plan. The Holy Dragon City's powerful strength left the higher-ups of the black-feathered birdmen at a loss. After a long silence, an old birdman suggested, "Why don't we kill him with a borrowed knife?" Chapter 200. The Birdman Design. The Wyvern attacked the governor of Blackfeather City immediately asked, "Killing with a borrowed knife? What does this mean?" The governor of Blackfeather City had always valued the old birdman who spoke. It was said that when this old man was young, he had been to a place thousands of miles away and had seen countless strange things. If one were to say who had the most knowledge in the entire Blackfeather Tower, if the old bird claimed to be second, then no bird would dare to claim to be first. If not for the fact that his father was the previous governor of Blackfeather City, the current governor would most likely be this old bird. Seeing that all the black-feathered birdmen were looking at him, the old birdman coughed smugly and drank a cup of morning dew water before he said slowly, "The so-called killing with a borrowed knife means that we don't need to show our face, but use other people's means to achieve our goal." Seeing the confused expressions on the birdmen's faces, the old birdman continued, "This is a saying from a human city thousands of miles away. It's very wise. In addition, they have many other wise words. They are incisive and wise, which makes people admire them." The master of Blackfeather City suppressed the urgency in his heart and said to the old bird, "Mr. Yaoyu, please don't talk about irrelevant topics. Please tell me your plan." The other black-feathered birdmen nodded at the same time. They couldn't stand this old man's tantalizing look the most, and they wanted to beat his beak off. The old birdman, Yaoyu, chuckled when he heard this. He then retracted his smile and looked at the master of Blackfeather City with a serious expression. "City Lord, are you sure you want to take revenge on Holy Dragon City? I have to remind you that the Holy Dragon City is not to be trifled with. If you are not careful, the foundation of Blackfeather City that has been built for hundreds of years will be in danger." "All right, I know what you're saying. I'm just asking you what your plan is." The master of Blackfeather City waved his hand impatiently. There was a hint of anger in his voice. It was clear that he had been blinded by hatred. The residents were killed, their brains were stolen, and the buildings were blown up. Everything that had happened made the Lord of Blackfeather City's face burn. It also made him feel that he had failed as the Lord of the city. Recently, it seemed that every resident had been looking at him with a strange look. This had never happened before. However, the Lord of Blackfeather City had never thought about how proud he had been in the past, and had never paid attention to the eyes of the residents when they looked at him. The suspicious master of Blackfeather City felt that his dignity had been damaged. These few days, he had lost his temper from time to time, and his bad temper had been revealed. However, the more this was the case, the more the residents of Blackfeather Tower City feared the Lord of Blackfeather City. They were afraid of provoking him and suffering an undeserved disaster. This was a vicious cycle. The atmosphere of the entire Blackfeather Tower City became more and more tense. Every resident was trembling with fear. In the Lord of Blackfeather City's heart, although he admitted that the Holy Dragon City was very strong, they did not have the power to destroy Blackfeather Tower. What they were relying on was nothing more than that flying metal lump. As long as that metal lump was delayed or destroyed, Holy Dragon City would still be a lowly human that the Dark Wing tribe could slaughter. The old birdman sighed in his heart and took a deep breath. We can't make an appearance on this matter. Otherwise, if we fail, the Holy Dragon City will inevitably come knocking on our door again, so we have to kill with a borrowed knife. In other words, we have to find a way to get a group of powerful guys to attack Holy Dragon City. This way, whether we succeed or fail, it has nothing to do with Blackfeather Tower. The governor of Blackfeather City's eyes lit up when he heard that. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Haha, good idea. Good idea. No wonder you are the most knowledgeable Dark Wing tribe in the city." After a few loud laughs, the governor of Blackfeather City asked, "Since you've come up with this idea, I'm afraid you've also thought of who to use as a blade to attack Holy Dragon City, right?" The old birdman nodded and said softly, "Naturally. Then tell me, who are we using?" After the old birdman pointed in a certain direction, he looked around and saw that all the birdmen had blank expressions. He chuckled and said, "Four-legged dragon of the Jiefeng Valley." The master of Blackfeather City frowned, but after a moment, he suddenly realized what was going on. He could not help but laugh out loud. Everyone could feel the joy and comfort in his laughter. Jiefeng Valley, also known as White Bone Cliff, was filled with strange rocks, lofty peaks, and white bones everywhere. In this dangerous area, there lived a group of ferocious carnivorous monsters called the Four-Legged Flying Dragon. They had a huge body, a ferocious appearance, 2 wings, 4 legs, and could fly above the ground. It was said that they were the descendants of some super monster. Although they were called monsters, these four-legged wyverns were very different from ordinary monsters. They were a strange creature that was in between alien races and monsters. Every four-legged wyvern was at least level 3. Most of them were level 4, and there were very few level 5 wyverns. As for Lord-tier wyverns, no one had seen them yet. These four-legged flying dragons were extremely territorial. Once they discovered any foreign creatures entering their territory, they would immediately attack in a group, tearing them apart and devouring them. After a long time, the ground of Jiefeng Valley was covered with white bones and brains, as well as the remains and relics of various races. It could be said to be a true treasure vault. In the past, there were often wanderers and foreign races who would take risks and sneak in, trying to collect the brains and relics on the ground in search of an opportunity to get rich overnight. But most of the time, these adventurers never returned. Without realizing it, the Gale Valley had become a forbidden area, and wanderers and foreign races who passed by would try their best to avoid this place. However, today, Jiefeng Valley was in chaos. A female dragon that had just returned to her nest had just discovered that she had lost 4 of her precious dragon eggs. The furious female dragon immediately roared and flew into the sky. She kept roaring along the path of Gale Valley, as if she was summoning a lost precious dragon egg. As the female dragon roared, more four-legged wyverns quickly flew into the sky and joined the search. These four-legged flying dragons hovered in the sky above Jiefeng Valley, covering the sky and casting a large shadow on the ground. The female dragon circled around for a while. Suddenly, as if it had sensed something, it flew in a certain direction as if it had gone mad. When the other four-legged flying dragons saw this, they immediately chased after the female four-legged flying dragon. These four-legged flying dragons flew across the sky in groups, causing the low-level monsters on the ground to shiver in fear. They all lay on the ground, looking like they were waiting to be slaughtered. In a certain valley, a cyclops that was more than 10 meters tall was holding a huge leg bone in his hand. He roared at the four-legged wyvern that was flying in the sky and even threw a huge rock into the sky. The four-legged wyverns seemed to know that the huge level 5 monster was not to be trifled with, so they carefully avoided the flying boulders and left the territory of the cyclops as soon as possible. After flying for a while, the female dragon at the very front seemed to have discovered something. It let out an angry roar and pounced towards a building in front of it with all its might. The four-legged wyverns that were following closely behind also roared in unison. Their vertical pupils suddenly contracted, and they suddenly increased the frequency of their wings flapping, quickly chasing after him. In the Holy Dragon City, Tang Zhen sized up the big bird egg that the residents were holding in their hands and asked again, "You're saying that you found these eggs in the back valley, and when you found them, 2 of them had already been Smashed by rocks. The resident in front of him nodded respectfully and replied, "Yes, City Lord." Tang Zhen nodded when he heard this and indicated for the residents to leave. He walked to the table, touched the big egg with his hand, and then looked at the two strange birds in the broken eggshell. He said to himself, "This is strange. There shouldn't be any big birds of this size near Holy Dragon City. But where did these 4 eggs come from?" Tang Zhen, who was filled with doubt, turned to the map to see if there were any large birds around. At this moment, he suddenly saw a group of wyverns pouncing towards the Holy Dragon City. At the same time, at the edge of the map, 2 sneaky black-feathered birdmen were quickly flying away. Tang Zhen immediately understood the cause and effect after seeing this scene. He coldly snorted and a killing intent suddenly appeared on his face. "Birdmen of Blackfeather City, you're courting death." Chapter 201. The Great Battle Against the Four-Legged Flying Dragon. As the four-legged flying dragon approached, the alarm above Holy Dragon City sounded again. All the city guards entered battle mode. Looking at the black mass of four-legged flying dragons in the sky, Tai Seng's expression was solemn. After putting down the binoculars in his hand, he turned to look at the various combat teams behind him and shouted, "Once these monsters enter shooting range, open fire immediately. There is no reason between us humans and monsters." As soon as it finished speaking, a four-legged flying dragon let out a low roar and swooped down towards the Holy Dragon City, its thin and sharp claws aiming to grab Tai Seng. Tai Seng was right, there was no reason between humans and monsters, especially for a savage monster like the four-legged flying dragon. The only thing the four-legged wyverns wanted to do when they smelled the dragon eggs breaking was to tear up all the weak creatures on the ground and swallow them. As for the explanation, the noble and conceited four-legged flying dragon didn't need an explanation. The black-feathered birdman's scheme had succeeded. From the very beginning, the battle between Holy Dragon City and the four-legged flying dragon was destined to be inevitable. When the four-legged flying dragons entered their attack range, all the weapons on the city wall opened fire at the same time. Countless metal bullets flew into the sky, dealing an unexpected blow to the four-legged flying dragons. Blood splattered all over the four-legged flying dragon's body, and the excruciating pain struck, causing the four-legged flying dragon's formation to be in chaos. A few unlucky four-legged flying dragons were hit in the eye sockets and other vital parts by the anti-aircraft machine gun bullets. After wailing, their huge bodies fell down with the wind. They crashed into the ground of the city wall, leaving long trails of blood. They even knocked down a few Holy Dragon City soldiers who could not dodge in time. After struggling for a while, the four-legged flying dragons collapsed on the city wall and never moved again. A rocket missile flew up from the city wall, leaving a trail of green smoke behind it. It hit the chest of a four-legged flying dragon, blasting a terrifying bloody hole more than a meter wide in its chest. The four-legged flying dragon didn't even let out a wail before it fell to the bottom of the city wall and became a pile of rotten meat. The rest of the wyverns were not in a good state either. Because of the dense barrage of bullets, all of the wyverns were covered in blood. Many large-caliber bullets had bitten into their bodies, leaving bowl-sized wounds. Blood was constantly spurting out of these wounds. A few four-legged flying dragons broke through the blockade of bullets and landed on the Holy Dragon City with their bloody bodies. They roared in anger, waving their wings and sharp claws. Their huge mouths full of sharp teeth were biting everywhere, trying to bite the Holy Dragon City soldiers who were shooting at them into pieces. However, before they could show their brutal nature, a group of cultivators from the Holy Dragon City surrounded them and shot a dozen scorpion stingers at the four-legged flying dragons. The sharp poisonous thorns almost pierced through their skulls, and the rapidly spreading venom made them feel dizzy. A few energy bombs from the scorpions' mouths blasted the wyvern's neck. With a miserable howl, the wyvern's neck was blown into a bloody mess. Its white neck bones were exposed to the air, and blood spurted out like a fountain. In the blink of an eye, the four-legged flying dragons were completely killed by the cultivator team. Their huge corpses were scattered on the wide passage on the city wall. On the city wall not far away, Tyson threw away his rifle and was holding an alloy sword, fighting a huge male four-legged flying dragon. And NBSP, after using the techniques of a cultivator, Tai Seng became extremely fierce. He waved his dark alloy sword like a matchstick, leaving terrifying wounds on the four-legged flying dragon's body. Its skin and flesh rolled up and its bones were exposed. The four-legged wyvern roared in pain and kept jumping and biting, trying to kill the lowly creature that brought great pain to it. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't hurt the damn lowly creature. Instead, it was slashed by it one after another. There was more and more sticky blood on the ground, and the four-legged flying dragon knew that it was all its own blood. It felt weak, and if it did not kill the other party quickly or escape from this place, it was likely to die. With their noble bloodlines, they had intelligence that ordinary monsters rarely had in the sky, so the unfavorable situation in front of them made it a little afraid. Rolling its huge eyes, the four-legged flying dragon charged forward. It looked as if it was pouncing toward Tai Seng, but in reality, it was using the force of its pounce to flap its wings and fly up from the ground. Bastard, don't even think about running. Die! Tai Seng let out a furious roar and jumped up into the air. He slashed out with his alloy sword, but it just so happened to cut into the vital part of the four-legged flying dragon's abdomen that it had been carefully defending. PFF'd. More than half of the alloy sword had cut into the four-legged flying dragon's abdomen. With a crash, the four-legged flying dragon wailed in pain. A large mass of intestines and dirty blood fell out of the huge wound and drooped to the ground. The four-legged flying dragon dragged tens of meters of intestines and flew for less than 100 meters before it fell headfirst under the Holy Dragon City's walls. Tai Seng wiped off the dirty blood on his face and laughed out loud. The leader is mighty. The Holy Dragon City's soldiers cheered in unison, causing Tai Seng to feel extremely proud. As soon as Tai Seng killed a four-legged flying dragon, the battle between the 1,000 dragons was also in full swing. A huge four-legged flying dragon was pinned down by the 1,000 dragons. His body was like a ghost, constantly moving around the four-legged flying dragon at a dazzling speed. His speed was getting faster and faster, but the four-legged flying dragon's movements were getting slower and slower. A minute later, the 1,000 dragons suddenly left the four-legged flying dragon's body and crossed its arms in a relaxed manner. Just as the spectators were confused, the four-legged flying dragon that was attacked by the 1,000 dragons suddenly let out a miserable howl. Countless pieces of flesh and blood began to fall from its body, and the crackling sound of flesh falling could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the four-legged wyvern had turned into a huge skeleton from the head down. Piles of flesh and blood were piled up under its feet, looking extremely miserable. CCC. Gasps rang out from the crowd as everyone looked at Qian Long with trembling eyes. Fuck, this is a little perverted. The rich captain glanced at it and couldn't help but grumble. However, he was just watching the show. A four-legged flying dragon that he had locked onto with his machine gun was now covered in wounds. In less than half a minute, this four-legged flying dragon would die without a doubt. This group of four-legged flying dragons, who had come with an aggressive momentum and planned to bathe the Holy Dragon City in blood, were now all dead and injured. Their corpses and flesh were scattered both inside and outside the city walls, dyeing the entire city wall with a layer of bright red. Perhaps it was a special characteristic of dragon blood. Since this battle, the walls of Holy Dragon City had maintained this color. No matter how the wind and rain hit, the color had not faded at all. In front of the Holy Dragon City, a female four-legged flying dragon covered in blood and bullet marks fell to the ground, already in a state of death. Tang Zhen stood in the plaza and silently looked at the female four-legged flying dragon in front of him. After thinking for a moment, he placed 2 complete dragon eggs in front of it. After seeing the dragon egg in front of her, the female four-legged flying dragon's huge eyes moved and let out a sorrowful cry. It stared at the dragon egg for a moment before looking at Tang Zhen. From its eyes, Tang Zhen seemed to have seen a trace of pleading. Don't worry, I'll take good care of these 2 dragon eggs and hatch them. Also, I didn't take your dragon egg. Someone stole it and framed you, leading you to attack the Holy Dragon City. I already know who it is, so I will help you take revenge. Tang Zhen growled in a strange voice. It was the Dragon Clan's language that he had translated after using that universal language translator. The four-legged female wyvern seemed to understand Tang Zhen's words. It opened its mouth twice as if it wanted to say something, but in the end, it didn't utter a single word. After struggling for a while, it completely stopped moving. From the beginning to the end, the female four-legged flying dragon's gaze never left the 2 dragon eggs placed together. Chapter 202 Chariot Strike. Target: Blackfeather Tower. After the great battle, the Holy Dragon City walls were filled with wolves everywhere. The residents came to the city wall to help clean up the battlefield. They used mud and water to dispose of the fishy dragon's blood, and then loaded it into a truck and piled it up in an open space in the back valley. According to a resident, the soil that contained dragon blood was very rare. Many precious medicinal herbs grew on this soil, so it must not be wasted. The four-legged flying dragon's body was transported under the mother tree, and then its skin and bones were peeled off, and the minced meat and internal organs were thrown to the mother tree as snacks. The injured Holy Dragon City soldiers had all been properly treated. Fortunately, they were only lightly injured and would recover after a period of rest. However, the injured soldiers felt a little embarrassed about their injuries, as they had been injured by the four-legged flying dragon's corpse. Compared to the wounds they had gotten from fighting, this kind of injury seemed a little ridiculous, so the injured soldiers felt that their self-esteem had been hurt. As it turned out, these guys were overthinking things. After being lectured by Tai Seng, they also started to smile. Tang Zhen kept the 2 dragon eggs properly and checked the cleaning progress of the battlefield. He then said to Tai Seng and Qianlong who were behind him, the four-legged flying dragon's attack this time was completely framed by the black-feathered birdman. They brought the four-legged flying dragon's eggs to the Holy Dragon City, then broke 2 of the eggs, which caused the four-legged flying dragon to go crazy and attack the Holy Dragon City. That's why the black-feathered birds are the main culprits. When Qianlong and Tai Seng heard this, they immediately cursed in unison before raising their heads to look at Tang Zhen. City Lord, this black-feathered birdman is really hateful. He actually dared to plot against Holy Dragon City. Are we just going to let this matter go? The 2 of them were very familiar with Tang Zhen's character. He had always been someone who would return the favor 10 feet back to the person who showed him an inch of respect. It would be strange if he could swallow this anger after being plotted against by the black-feathered birdman this time. Since he had called the 2 of them and explained the cause and effect of the battle, he must have made a decision in his heart. Tang Zhen pointed at a four-legged flying dragon that didn't die but was tied up and dragged away. Since the black-feathered birdmen dared to do such a thing, they should be prepared to be attacked by me. They thought that they did it without anyone knowing, but they didn't expect me to see the scene of the black-feathered birdmen fleeing in panic. After speaking up to this point, Tang Zhen's face was filled with ridicule as he coldly said, although my Holy Dragon City doesn't have many people, in terms of combat power, I dare say that Holy Dragon City is definitely not inferior to any of the nearby cities. This black-feathered birdman dared to mess with the Taiswi's head, which is no different from digging their own grave. Since they are seeking death, I don't mind burying them with my own hands. After he said this, Tang Zhen's expression turned serious as he ordered the 2 people in front of him, I've decided to set off tomorrow morning. We're going to attack Blackfeather Tower. All the war chariots will be deployed. Except for the necessary city guards, all the other combat personnel will join the battle. Do you understand? Hearing this, Qianlong and Tai Seng were extremely excited as they lightly punched their chests and half knelt on the ground. This subordinate will do as you command. City Lord is going to war, and it's a city of a foreign race. This was the first time the Holy Dragon City was attacking a foreign city. As his orders were passed down, all of the Holy Dragon City's soldiers entered a state of readiness. They excitedly adjusted their war chariots, carried their ammunition, and maintained all their equipment. The hatred and humiliation they felt towards the foreign races made the Holy Dragon City soldiers hold their breath. They looked forward to the early arrival of the next day so that they could have a good battle with the black-feathered birdmen. In Holy Dragon City, participating in battles was the best way to obtain wealth and merit points. He believed that it would not take long for these Holy Dragon City soldiers to have the opportunity to be promoted to high-level residents. The night quietly passed as everyone waited in anticipation. The warm sun shone on the increasingly beautiful Sacred Dragon Valley, and the air was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. In the square of the Sacred Dragon Valley, the fully armed soldiers were in high spirits. They stood beside the war chariots of their respective groups and waited for Tang Zhen's orders. Tang Zhen was wearing a set of demonic soldier armor and a black cloak. He stood firmly on a military jeep while Tai Seng stood beside the jeep. He glanced at the Holy Dragon City's warriors, who were filled with anticipation. After smiling, he loudly said, ever since the Holy Dragon City was established, we have never shown weakness to any enemy. This is because we have the ability to look down on all heroes and not lose to any force. The monsters in the wilderness, the kobold army, the undead army, the black-feathered birdmen, and the four-legged flying dragon were all once hostile to the Holy Dragon City. Now, they were buried in the ground in front of the Holy Dragon City forever. This was the proof of the Holy Dragon City's martial power. 100,000 enemies were annihilated in the snap of a finger. With this, my holy dragon city dares to dominate a region. Who would dare to be unconvinced? Now, the black-feathered birdmen are using the tactic of killing with a borrowed knife to lure the four-legged flying dragon to Holy Dragon City. They are trying to slaughter the residents of Holy Dragon City so that they can reap the benefits. It's a pity that they underestimated the strength of my Holy Dragon City and the bravery of my Holy Dragon City's soldiers. Therefore, their scheme is doomed to fail. This time, we're going to attack the black-feathered birdmen and wash Black Feather Tower City with blood. We'll let those foreign tribes know the consequences of offending our Holy Dragon City. Those who offend the Holy Dragon City will have to suffer the blood-red butcher's knife of the Holy Dragon City. I order the combat troops to attack Black Feather Tower City to set off immediately. As soon as Tang Zhen's voice fell, all the soldiers raised their right fists and knocked on their chest armors, producing a light, pa, sound. Tang Zhen and Tai Seng returned the greeting at the same time. All the chariots started in unison, and in a series of rumbling sounds, the warriors quickly stepped off the chariots and closed the rear doors. On each tank, a machine gunner poked his head out. They were wearing helmets and goggles, with their hands on the machine guns, looking forward with a cold expression. With 2 military jeeps in the lead, more than 20 wasteland war chariots lined up in a row. Under the gazes of the Holy Dragon City residents, they slowly drove out of the gate under the city wall. May the Holy Dragon City be prosperous and invincible. A loud and clear roar came from the city walls. With tears in their eyes, the warriors in charge of defending the city pounded their chest armors and shouted the blessing out of their throats. They watched as the chariots whizzed forward, kicking up billowing smoke and dust on the gravel plain. An assault helicopter slowly rose from the city wall. Under the gaze of all the soldiers, Tang Zhen caught up with the armored vehicles that had already gone further and further away. A strange sound came faintly from the desolate gravel plain, and the gravel on the ground began to shake slightly. A few low-level monsters raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. They growled uneasily, as if a terrifying giant beast was slowly approaching from the distance. Not long after, a long line of wasteland war chariots appeared on the horizon. They made a loud roar and smoke billowed along the way. On top of these steel beasts, an assault helicopter was circling in the sky, leading the way. The monsters stared blankly at the convoy that was getting closer and closer. They seemed to be puzzled. These strange-looking big guys were clearly not monsters, so why did they make them so frightened? Pa pa, pa, a row of machine gun bullets rained down, and the monsters were turned into a pile of minced meat in the blink of an eye, embellishing the pale gravel plain with a bright red color. It was so glaring. Ha ha ha, I'm very accurate, right? A burst of unbridled laughter rang out. Other than the amusing nouveau riche captain, the other Holy Dragon City soldiers would never let out this kind of laughter that was more unpleasant than crying. The car rumbled as rows of wheels passed by, crushing the monster's remains into dust. Then, it sped towards the mountain peak that reached the clouds. Chapter 203. Let's cut the crap and talk after the fight. As the Holy Dragon City's convoy gradually approached, the sentries of the black-feathered birdmen had already noticed something unusual. A group of black-feather birdmen who were in charge of guarding the city flew into the sky and slowly approached the convoy. However, they had only flown less than half the distance when they stopped their investigation in shock. They turned around and returned to Black Feather Tower City in a hurry. The reason why the Blackwing birdmen had such a huge reaction was because they saw the nightmarish thing, the assault helicopter flying at a low altitude like a messenger of death. The painful memory left behind by the last time was something that the black-feathered birdmen did not dare to forget for a long time. Even the old birdmen sighed when they talked about this matter. They sighed that the prestige of Black Feather Tower City was no longer there, which was why they had suffered such a great humiliation that they had not suffered for nearly 100 years. Lowly human beings came to their door, destroyed their buildings, and took away 1 million of their brains. Wasn't this a great humiliation? The younger generation of the black-feathered birdmen were all indignant. They all shouted that they wanted to wash the Holy Dragon City with blood, kill all the humans inside, and hang them on the cliff of Black Feather Tower City to dry. However, every time they thought about the terrifying power of the assault helicopters, they couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. After all, the power of those things was truly terrifying. As the saying goes, what you're afraid of comes. The black-feathered birdmen were just expressing their opinions and thinking about how to destroy the armed helicopter. They did not expect that in the blink of an eye, this terrifying metal lump would attack again, and even bring more strange metal vehicles. Hurry back and report. We must let the city lord know about the enemy's situation as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, the few black-feathered birdmen quickly returned to Blackfeather Tower City. Tycoon Captain, shoot them down. As soon as Tyson gave the order through the walkie-talkie, the captain of the team immediately raised his machine gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. After a series of rapid gunshots, several black-feathered birdmen in the sky immediately screamed and fell to the ground in a pool of blood and feathers. The consequences of falling from the sky were obvious. None of the 3 black-feathered birdmen were spared. They were all smashed into pieces of meat mixed with feathers. No warrior paid any attention to the 3 unlucky black-feathered birdmen. The chariot ran over their remains, leaving a trail of blood. Compared to the other black-feathered birdmen, these 3 guys had only left 1 step earlier. If they harbored any resentment, they could go to their city lord. It was because of his obstinacy that led to today's situation. Less than 1 kilometer away from Blackfeather Tower, all the chariots were arranged in a line. Warriors jumped off the chariots with shields in their hands and put them on the ground, forming a metal barrier. The soldiers had their backs against the chariots as cover, their weapons loaded and waiting for the order to open fire. The machine gunners and mortar gunners were also ready, staring at the Tower of Black Feathers with hostility. In addition, a super light howitzer was also carried down from the vehicle by several Holy Dragon City cultivators. Several Holy Dragon City warriors who had just received training were carrying cannonballs and aiming the muzzle at the entrance of Blackfeather Tower. When everything was ready, Tang Zhen issued an order. The super light howitzer immediately roared and a large caliber grenade was launched. Boom! More than a dozen Blackfeather birdmen who were hiding at the entrance of the cave were blown away by the cannonballs. The collapsed gravel buried the entrance. At the same time, nearly 1,000 Blackfeather birdmen flew out from countless entrances, forming a dark cloud above Blackfeather Tower. They hovered in the air for a moment before swarming toward the Holy Dragon City's convoy. Tang Zhen's eyes narrowed as he looked at the black-feathered birdmen in the sky who were holding javelins and rocks. He then gave the order to attack. All the weapons fired at the same time. The different firing sounds mixed together to form the most terrifying war drum of death. The hot metal bullets sealed the entire sky in an instant and enveloped countless black-feathered birdmen. The sky above their heads immediately turned blood red. Countless black-feathered birdmen screamed in pain. After their bodies were hit by the bullets, their black feathers flew in all directions, filling the entire sky. In the process of falling, these black feathers were soaked by the blood that fell like a rain, turning into a strange color, and fell on the ground full of gravel. Pai Li Pala, like a swarm of bees being roasted by poisonous smoke, these black-feathered birdmen kept falling to the ground. Soon, the ground was covered with them. Then, the falling black-feathered birdmen smashed into the bodies of their clansmen. Although they did not die from the fall, the gunshot wounds on their bodies were enough to kill them. The black-feathered birdmen had only charged out for a few dozen meters, but they had already lost a third of their men. It was a heavy loss. The master of Blackfeather City, who was hiding at the back, felt his heart bleeding. He shouted with all his might, "Damn you, human! You have gone back on your word. After taking away all our savings, you have come to attack our city and kill our people. Are all you humans so despicable?" The master of Blackfeather City's roar was like a cry, causing the panicking Blackfeather birdmen to feel the same way. As they dodged, they all glared at the ground, cursing the lowly humans for their shameless behavior. The black-feathered birdman's hatred towards the human race grew even stronger. He swore in his heart that he would kill any human he saw in the future. Therefore, the hatred between the human race and the alien race could never be reconciled. Once they fought, it would be a life-and-death battle. Tang Zhen did not even care about the governor's roar. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Zhen activated the cannon on the military helicopter and began to chase after the governor of Blackfeather City. The power of the terrifying cannon was far beyond that of ordinary firearms. A single bullet would often penetrate through all the black-feathered birdmen in its path, and then fall in a string. The master of Blackfeather City was extremely shocked. He quickly flew up and down in the air to avoid Tang Zhen's attack. However, the way it dodged was very sneaky. It used the bodies of its residents as cover. Therefore, its chance of survival was completely exchanged by the huge sacrifices of the residents. Seeing the actions of the Lord of Blackfeather City, Tang Zhen laughed loudly through the loudspeaker. You look so righteous and you keep saying that you're protecting your own residents. Is this how you protect them? Using the residents' bodies as a cover while hiding in the back to escape, how shameless. The master of Blackfeather City was unmoved by Tang Zhen's mockery. He continued to dodge the bullets from the cannon. At the same time, he shouted at Tang Zhen, "You know who is the shameless one." Seeing the shameless look on the Blackfeather City master's face, Tang Zhen sneered. He no longer paid any attention to this shameless fellow. Instead, he controlled the cannon and continued to chase after him. The dark clouds that had covered the sky had already dissipated, and the black-feathered birdmen in the air were getting fewer and fewer. There were still some brave warriors among the blackfeather birdmen. After they rushed through the rain of bullets, they were covered in blood. They threw the javelins and gravel in their hands at the Holy Dragon City's troops, but they were soon shot down by the whistling bullets. The Holy Dragon City had already prepared countermeasures against the black-feathered birdmen's attack. The warriors only needed to raise their metal shields to block the attack from the sky. These metal shields were able to block the head-sized rocks and the javelins, so the attacks of the black-feathered birdmen were not effective. Moreover, under the interception of the dense barrage, only a few black-feathered birdmen could rush over. They could not pose a threat to the Holy Dragon City's army at all. From the beginning of the battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. Chapter 204, Doomsday of Black Feathers, the Elegy of Humanity. The number of black-feathered birdmen in the sky was getting smaller and smaller, but the corpses on the ground were getting more and more. The outcome of this battle was self-evident at this point. The empty land in front of Blackfeather Tower had completely become the eternal burial ground of the Blackfeather birdmen. Their dead souls would be bystanders, watching Blackfeather Tower, which had a history of hundreds of years, walk towards destruction. Tang Zhen turned off the cannon and stopped his pursuit of the Blackfeather City master. He looked at the sky in front of him silently. He looked at the battered and exhausted Blackfeather City master as if he was looking at a stray dog. With Tang Zhen's current level of cultivation, killing the governor of Blackfeather City was a matter of a single thought. When this boring game of chasing and killing ended, it would mean that the death of the governor of Blackfeather City had arrived. Thousand Dragons looked coldly at the lord of Blackfeather City, who was trying to escape. He grabbed a bow and shot an arrow at the lord of Blackfeather City, who was dodging the bullets. The arrow was like a gust of wind, brushing past the master of Blackfeather City's cheek, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. There were only a few Blackfeather birdmen left in the sky. At that moment, almost half of the muzzles were aimed at the lord of Blackfeather City. Even with his level 4 cultivation, he was still unable to dodge. The demonic soldier armor on his body had been shattered. A few bullets had hit his unprotected wings, causing the lord of Blackfeather City's flying posture to become unstable. However, he still flapped his wings desperately, trying to escape to a further place. As for the Blackfeather Tower behind it, it had no time to care about it. The only thing it wanted to do now was to run as far away as possible. As long as it could keep its life, there was still hope. The master of Blackfeather City was well aware of why the Holy Dragon City had come to attack them. He cursed his two incompetent subordinates in his heart, while he was secretly shocked by the Holy Dragon City's terrifying combat power. Yesterday, when the four-legged flying dragons attacked Holy Dragon City, he had hidden in the distance and witnessed a large group of four-legged flying dragons flying across the sky. Such a terrifying lineup made the lord of Blackfeather City, who was a sky race, secretly shocked. If Blackfeather Tower City encountered these four-legged flying dragons, it would probably suffer heavy casualties, and the tower might even be destroyed. Originally, they thought that the Holy Dragon City would suffer a heavy blow, or even be razed to the ground by the four-legged flying dragon. However, they did not expect that after only one day, the Holy Dragon City's army would come over aggressively and kill almost all the residents of the city. The master of Blackfeather City had thought that Holy Dragon City was a porcupine, and that he could do whatever he wanted to it after peeling off its skin. Unfortunately, the master of Blackfeather City had made a mistake. The Holy Dragon City was not a porcupine, but an evil spirit with a painted skin. Anyone who dared to lift its skin and provoke it would be swallowed whole. It seemed that he had been wrong this time. Because of his vanity, he had destroyed the city of Blackfeather Tower that had been passed down for hundreds of years. Those dark feather people who had died in the battle would never forgive him. The governor of Blackfeather City flew as his thoughts ran wild. He did not notice that in front of the Holy Dragon City's convoy, Tang Zhen had jumped down from the military helicopter and walked to the light howitzer. Tang Zhen, who had an abundant amount of money, had already raised his super shooting assistant to the top level and merged it with the map. He now had the ability to shoot at a distance beyond sight. Through the view of the map, coupled with the assistance of the super light howitzer in front of him, Tang Zhen could hit any target he locked onto within a 10-kilometer radius of the map. After switching to the map, Tang Zhen saw the Lord of Blackfeather City in the sky. He hesitated for a second before locking onto him. As long as he fired this cannonball, it would mean that the Blackfeather Tower City with hundreds of years of history would be completely destroyed. Tang Zhen was very clear that in the future, the Holy Dragon City would be the only ruler of this land. It was time for old forces like Blackfeather Tower City to leave. A new era was about to begin. Boom! A large caliber grenade whizzed out of the muzzle, drawing an arc in the sky. It landed directly on the Lord of Blackfeather City, who was wearing the demon soldier's armor and had become a small black dot. The master of Blackfeather City, who was in mid-flight, suddenly felt a huge force coming at him. The fear of death filled his entire body, but before he could let out a cry of despair, he heard a loud noise. The sky bloomed like a beautiful firework. It was the last radiance of the Lord of Blackfeather City's life. The last Lord of Blackfeather City did not live or die with his city. Instead, he died a humiliating death under a howitzer, not even his bones left. All right, now you can start to clean up the city. Pay attention to your safety. If you encounter the remaining residents of the city, just clean them up. Tang Zhen slowly withdrew his gaze from the sky, turned his head, looked at Tai Seng, and ordered. Yes, sir. After Tai Seng knocked on his chest plate, he called out to his warriors, and all of them immediately rushed towards Blackfeather Tower. Qian Long led the cultivator battle team and followed closely behind, each of their faces filled with killing intent. Tang Zhen took out a cigarette from his pocket and extended his finger to the end of the cigarette. A yellow and white flame rose from his fingertip and directly lit the cigarette. After taking a deep breath, Tang Zhen walked through the tunnel that was filled with the remains of the black-feathered birdmen with heavy steps and slowly walked towards Blackfeather Tower City. Due to the black-feathered birdmen's natural advantage in flying, they had built towers similar to lone peaks. It was extremely difficult for the races on the ground to reach the top of the towers. However, this matter was not difficult for Tang Zhen. With the activation of the terrain transformation plugin, a long and wide sloping passage appeared under Blackfeather Tower, which was nearly 300 meters high. The Holy Dragon City soldiers who had just arrived directly stepped on the ramp and rushed up. As they ran along this godly slope, the confidence of the Holy Dragon City soldiers exploded once again. Their respect for Tang Zhen increased day by day. With Tang Zhen's attack, Blackfeather Tower City no longer had any natural barriers to rely on. Destruction was only a matter of time. A few minutes after the Holy Dragon City's soldiers charged into Blackfeather Tower, Tang Zhen slowly walked up the ramp. He looked at the Blackfeather birdmen who flew out of the caves in a panic and were shot down one by the machine gunners who rushed over. His face remained expressionless. This was the outcome of being conquered. Because there was no value in keeping them alive, there was no need to live. It was better to be in vain than to let them go, or there would be endless trouble in the future. In the endless wilderness, the human race's fate might have been even more tragic. Without a strong backer, the human race's lives were worse than grass, and they were constantly struggling to survive in the fear of hunger, slavery, and death. Every time he thought of this, Tang Zhen's heart would harden. His attitude towards these hostile foreign races would also become colder. Those who are not of our race will definitely have a different heart. In the endless wilderness, this is indeed the case. There were 2 Holy Dragon City soldiers standing guard at the entrance of Blackfeather Tower. When they saw Tang Zhen walking over, they immediately pounded their chests and saluted respectfully. Their waists were as straight as a pine tree, and their eyes were filled with reverence. Meeting such a city lord in this life, he should serve with his life to show his loyalty. It was Tang Zhen who led them out of the sea of suffering. From then on, they could eat and wear warm clothes. They became the most envied residents of Lu City by countless wanderers. They no longer had to worry about their wives and children starving or freezing, their corpses lying in the wilderness, and no one to take care of their young. Most importantly, after becoming warriors of the Holy Dragon City, they felt incomparable glory. Those foreign races who used to run amok and insult humans without restraint had now become skeletons in front of the Holy Dragon City. Those who dared to provoke the Holy Dragon City's enemies would not have a good end. As a warrior of Lusheng City, He could protect his home and defend his city, defend against foreign enemies, and kill the alien races. What more could he ask? Please like and share the video on the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks. For in his life, Chapter 205, The Despairing Old Birdman. 1. The inside of Blackfeather Tower City was filled with traces of battle, and the air was filled with a faint bloody smell. Tang Zhen walked for a long time in the tunnel, all the way to the city hall of Blackfeather Tower. Other than the splattering blood, he did not encounter a single Blackfeather birdman. It was as if all of them had disappeared from this world. However, if one followed the trail of blood, they would find a large house filled with the residents of Blackfeather Tower. They would be sleeping here forever. To live and die with Lu Cheng was their best ending. The sound of fighting was heard. Tang Zhen looked towards the source of the sound and discovered that it came from a cave not far away. More than a dozen Holy Dragon City soldiers raised their guns and aimed at an old black-feathered birdman. A little birdman was curled up beside it, shivering and sobbing. The old birdman held a magic dagger in his hand and was currently holding it to the neck of a Holy Dragon City soldier. The old birdman seemed to know the power of firearms. It was now holding the little birdman tightly behind it. It held the Holy Dragon City soldier in its arms and slowly retreated to the entrance of the cave. Tang Zhen walked over. The soldiers quickly opened up a path and let him walk to the front. After sizing up the soldier, Tang Zhen turned to the old birdman and coldly said, "Let go of my warriors, or you will die." The old birdman laughed bitterly when he heard this. After sizing up Tang Zhen, he asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you the Holy Dragon City's city lord? You're indeed extraordinary to be able to speak the Dark Wing tribe's language." Seeing that Tang Zhen didn't reply to his question, the old birdman continued, "Now that you've massacred all of the Dark Wing tribe, the hundreds of years of inheritance of Dark Wing Tower City has ended. Are you still not going to stop and let the Dark Wing tribe continue to have some of our bloodline? The Dark Wing tribe only has themselves to blame for what they have today. You can't blame anyone else." Tang Zhen coldly snorted. He glanced at the old birdman whose face was filled with sorrow and said, "You and I belong to different races, and you foreign races have always been too much of a bully. The enmity between the two sides has reached the point of no rest. Do you think I will give the enemy a chance to rise again? Hee. This is simply the biggest joke in the world." Tang Zhen's reply caused the old birdman's expression to change once again. In an instant, his face was ashen. He squirmed his mouth a few times, but did not make any sound. He only looked at the little birdman who was hugging his legs with a tender gaze before raising his head to look at Tang Zhen. "It's just as you said. It's our own fault that Tower of Black Feathers was destroyed. I have nothing to say. I just want to make a deal with you. The treasure vault in Blackfeather City is extremely well hidden, and without any clues, you won't be able to find anything even if you tear down this mountain. I'll use the location of Blackfeather City's treasure vault in exchange for my grandsons and my life. What do you think?" Tang Zhen swept his eyes over the little birdman who was filled with tears. He said to the old birdman, "I can let your grandson go, but you have to stay." The old birdman was so furious that his hair was standing on end. The hand that was holding the knife was also trembling as he roared at Tang Zhen, "City Lord, you're so cruel. How could my grandson survive alone in the endless wilderness at such a young age? What's the difference between this and killing him? Don't force me, or I'll kill your warrior and drag him down to be buried with me and my grandson." Tang Zhen shook his head as he looked at the old birdman who was clearly in a state of mental breakdown. He once again spoke in a decisive manner, "I'll say the same thing. You can only let your grandson go. Whether he's dead or alive, he's still a descendant of Blackfeather City. I've done my best. Don't push your luck, or neither of you will leave." The old birdman was stunned for a moment, then laughed bitterly a few times. He turned around and looked at his little grandson with a doting gaze, saying softly, "Little treasure, go on your own. The further you go, the better. In the future, when grandfather isn't by your side, you have to be stronger. Remember to live a good life in the future. Don't ever think about scheming against others, understand?" The little bird man cried and refused to leave. After the old bird man advised him, he angrily slapped the little bird man and knocked him to the ground. He turned his head and roared, "Get lost, don't let me see you again." The little birdman sobbed as he stood up and knelt down in front of the old birdman. Then, he stood up and took a deep look at Tang Zhen before spreading his wings and flying away. Because of Tang Zhen's order, the Holy Dragon City's soldiers did not open fire to intercept the little birdman. They only allowed it to fly further and further away. After seeing his grandson fly away, the old birdman turned around and let go of the Holy Dragon City soldier in his arms. He then took out a roll of parchment and threw it to Tang Zhen before slowly walking to the edge of the cliff at the entrance of the cave. I was born here, but I yearned for the outside world. When I grew up, I went to a place thousands of miles away. After wandering for decades, I suddenly found that my hometown was the best. Thus, I went through many hardships and rushed back. After saying this, the old birdman slowly swept his gaze over the surrounding scenery and said loudly in grief and indignation, "From today on, Black Feather Tower City will become history. It is my soul and my life. Since my soul and life are gone, what's the use of keeping a stinky body? Holy Dragon City Master, when you know about the world thousands of miles away, you will know how small and insignificant your human race is, and how powerful and terrifying those 100-clan cities that have been passed down for thousands of years are." As soon as the old birdman finished speaking, it fell down the cliff. The pair of wings that had once helped it fly for 10,000 miles never opened. "Countless vengeful souls of Black Feather City and I will be waiting for you in hell, waiting for the day Holy Dragon City is destroyed." Ha 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 ha. The old birdman's voice faintly reached his ears from the bottom of the cliff, and soon, another muffled sound was heard. The old birdman crashed into a protruding stone cliff, and his brain burst open, causing him to die. After Qianlong saw the old birdman's corpse fall to the ground, he turned to Tang Zhen and said, "City Lord, do you want to chase after that little birdman for a walk?" As he spoke, Qianlong placed his hand on his neck and pulled it gently, his eyes filled with killing intent. Tang Zhen shook his head. He looked at the distant sky and said, "There's no need. Do you think a young birdman can pose a threat to us?" Qianlong chuckled upon hearing this. "That little birdman looks like a pampered child. I'm sure he doesn't have any experience in surviving in the wild at all. Even an experienced cultivator wouldn't dare to say that he'd be able to survive in the endless wilderness without any injuries, let alone a weak little birdman." Qianlong glanced in the direction the little birdman had flown off to and said softly, "If I'm not mistaken, the direction that the little birdman flew in is the White Bone Cliff, which is the territory of the four-legged flying dragon. How dare you fly over the White Bone Cliff in broad daylight? You're simply courting death." Tang Zhen nodded and opened the parchment left behind by the old birdman. After carefully looking at it for a while, he raised his head and said to the surrounding soldiers, "Come with me, let's go see what good things are in the black-feathered birdman's treasure vault." All the warriors cheered in unison as they followed behind Tang Zhen and walked towards an extremely well-hidden cave. On the White Bone Cliff dozens of miles away, a few four-legged flying dragons slowly descended from the sky. One of the four-legged flying dragons released its sharp claws and threw a small black-feathered birdman on the ground. The two dragon whelps pounced on the little black-feathered birdman and tore him in half, swallowing him in one gulp. Chapter 206. Dwarves and Gnomes, Gay Partners. The location of Blackfeather Tower's treasure room was indeed very well hidden. If he had not obtained the map from the old birdman, Tang Zhen would have really dug 3 feet into the ground to search for it. After the completion of every tower, there would be a strange place. The strange thing about Tower of Black Feather City was this maze-like underground passage. If one did not follow the correct route, they would fall into a closed dead end. They would not be able to find the exit and would be trapped to death. The Blackfeather Birdman had actually used this passageway to build a treasure vault in the tower. It was quite original. Tang Zhen fulfilled his promise and let the little birdman go. The old birdman didn't play any useless tricks and told Tang Zhen the true location of the treasure room. It was a matter of life and death. These treasures were meaningless to the old birdman. There was no need for him to risk his grandson's life. Unfortunately, there were many things in this world where luck did not exist. The old birdman was only betting on that extremely slim chance of winning, hoping that his grandson could survive in the endless wilderness, but in the end, he lost completely. Tai Seng and a few other warriors pushed the door of the treasure room open slowly. After confirming that there was no danger inside, Tang Zhen walked in. Blackfeather Tower had been passed down for hundreds of years, so they still had some wealth. Although the number of brains was a little small, it was because Tang Zhen had extorted them. Other than that, all kinds of things almost filled the entire treasure room. Other than a few items that he could identify, Tang Zhen was completely at a loss as to what the other items were and what they were used for. In the Holy Dragon City's warehouse, there were too many items of unknown origin. They were all being kept safe until the day they found an erudite person to identify them one by one. They would then become the future auction items of the Holy Dragon City's auction house. Tang Zhen would definitely gain enough reputation and wealth by relying on the treasures from Lu Cheng's treasure room. With a wave of his hand, he kept some of the seemingly more precious items into his storage space. He ordered the soldiers to box the rest and seal them. When they returned to the Holy Dragon City, he would hand them over to Mirong Xian to manage and record them. After walking out of the treasure room, Tang Zhen took away the foundation stone of Blackfeather Tower. The moment the foundation stone was taken away, Tang Zhen seemed to hear a sorrowful cry from Blackfeather Tower. It seemed that the vitality of the tower had also disappeared with the removal of the foundation stone. The originally lively Blackfeather Tower seemed to have become mottled in an instant. After the treasure room was cleared, the rest of the Holy Dragon City's soldiers also finished their cleaning work. They put the spoils of war on the carriage and left Blackfeather Tower. With a loud bang, the cave in Blackfeather Tower was completely blown up. Black smoke rose into the sky, announcing the end of a non-human tower. "Go back," Tai Seng roared and ordered all the soldiers to return to their chariots. After blowing the horn 3 times at Tower of Black Feathers, the chariots started to turn back. On the way back, Tang Zhen didn't pilot the military helicopter. Instead, he kept it in his storage space and sat in the back seat of the military jeep, staring blankly at the gravel plain outside. Before the old birdman died, he had said that there were countless foreign clans, buildings 10,000 li away. They had a history of 10,000 years, so one could imagine how deep their heritage was. Tang Zhen wasn't afraid of these terrifying foreign tribe buildings. Instead, he really hoped to personally witness what these foreign tribe buildings looked like. As the Holy Dragon City gradually grew stronger, there would be a day when they would cross swords with a city of this level. However, he did not know what Holy Dragon City would become at that time. Tang Zhen's thoughts drifted away as he thought about it. His entire person had also become quiet. A burst of noise woke Tang Zhen from his thoughts. When he came back to his senses, Tang Zhen discovered that there were 2 strange creatures in tattered clothes standing not far in front of him. The one in front was short and strong, like a large oak barrel. The beard that hung to the chest was tied up with a rope so that it wouldn't be messed up by the wind. The other goblin looked like a bloodthirsty goblin, but compared to the dirty and crazy monsters, this goblin was much weaker. There was even a monocle on its nose. This weird pair was standing in front of the convoy, each holding a hammer in their hands, looking around vigilantly. With a pistol in his hand, Tai Seng led a dozen Holy Dragon City soldiers to surround the 2 of them and ordered them to throw their weapons on the ground. Tang Zhen silently watched for a while before jumping down from the military jeep and walking to the front of this strange pair. Judging from their appearances, they should be the dwarves and gnomes of the foreign race. Tang Zhen had long heard of these 2 famous foreign races. It was just that he had no fate to meet them. Today, he had coincidentally met them all at once. After seeing Tang Zhen walk over, Tyson pointed at the goblin with the small hammer and said, "When they saw our convoy, they immediately pounced on us like crazy. I don't know what they were planning to do. Some soldiers fired their guns as a warning. Who knew that after these 2 guys heard the gunshots, they actually stopped the convoy and mumbled something?" As soon as Tai Seng's words fell, the dwarf shouted in a rough voice, "My friend just wants to see your car and your flintlock. Why won't you let us see?" Tang Zhen glanced at the bearded dwarf and replied in the dwarf's mother tongue, "This is our personal property. Why should we let you see it as you wish?" After the dwarf and goblin heard Tang Zhen's answer, their eyes lit up. The goblin quickly took a few steps forward and spoke to Tang Zhen in the dwarf language, "I'm a mechanic from Xinzhuan, and I'm very interested in your car and flintlock. As long as you, Xinzhuan, allow me to look at it, I'll let you name any conditions you want." The goblin stuttered when he spoke, as if he was not good at conversing with people. However, the desire to explore in his eyes made the originally wretched-looking goblin look taller. The dwarf at the side also looked at Tang Zhen and helped the goblin explain, "My friend is a very talented mechanic, but his ideas are too unique and not accepted by his race. He's even ridiculed all day long, so he was forced to leave his hometown and wander around in the wilderness. Please grant its wish, or it will be so sad that it won't be able to eat for a few days. As compensation for watching, I can help you forge some weapons for free. As long as you have the materials, I can even forge more weapons." Tang Zhen's eyes flickered and a smile appeared on his face when he heard the dwarf say that he could forge magic weapons. Looking at the goblin who was staring at the war chariot and the dwarf who had a pleading expression, Tang Zhen smiled and replied, "The car and flintlock that you want to see are the Holy Dragon City's top secrets. If you really want to see them, you have to agree to one condition of mine." "Just say it, I'll agree to any condition." The goblin immediately replied loudly with an impatient expression. The dwarf beside him also nodded slightly. He had no objection to the goblin's attitude, showing that the two of them were very close. Tang Zhen looked at this strange pair and softly said, "After seeing the secret of my Holy Dragon City, you will have to work for my Holy Dragon City for 10 years. During this period, you are not allowed to leave even half a step. Otherwise, you can forget about your wishful thinking." After stating his conditions, Tang Zhen was already prepared to tie them up. Who knew that after these two guys looked at each other, they actually nodded gently at Tang Zhen and agreed to Tang Zhen's conditions. Chapter 207. Victorious return to the city. Missing girl. Tang Zhen could not help but feel a little suspicious in his heart as he watched the two fellows gobbling down the food in the car like hungry ghosts. Could it be that these two guys really had no place to eat, so they found an excuse to get close to the convoy, and then ran to Holy Dragon City to eat and wait for death? The facts proved that Tang Zhen's worries were somewhat unnecessary. This was because that goblin did have some ability. After sitting in the military jeep for less than half an hour, it had come up with a lot of conjectures about the car, and they were actually close to the truth. The world of Lusheng had cars from the original world that appeared occasionally, but they were basically in a state of scrap. Many natives couldn't come into contact with them. It was already an amazing thing for the goblin to be able to do this. During this period, the goblin also told Tang Zhen about its wonderful ideas, such as machines that could dive into the deep sea, machines that could mine underground, machines that could fly in the sky, and so on. Tang Zhen listened attentively. He had also become more and more serious about this ragged goblin. Although the things that the goblin had mentioned had already appeared in the original world, the working principle and operating principle were very different from what the goblin had imagined. The gnomes had created their own design concept based on the technology and products in the world of Lusheng. Through the goblin's explanation, Tang Zhen discovered that it had already started the experiment of extracting and converting the energy from its brain. Although there were no obvious results, there should be no problem with the general direction. Tang Zhen had read the explanation of the use of brain energy by the flashing gold race, and some of it was actually in line with the goblin's thoughts. This also proved that the goblin was not lying. This guy was indeed a technical talent. He didn't expect that after attacking Blackfeather Tower, he would be able to pick up such an outstanding talent that he was in urgent need of on his way back. This made Tang Zhen extremely happy. There was no need to say anything else. Since these two gay friends had already boarded his chariot, then they should obediently stay in Holy Dragon City for the rest of their lives. After rambling on for a while, they soon arrived at Holy Dragon City. Looking at the towering city walls and the unerasable dark red bloodstains on the walls, the two outsiders were shocked. With the return of the chariots, the entire Holy Dragon City was in a festive mood. The residents surrounded the warrior and listened to him talk about the battle. From time to time, they would exclaim in surprise. The dwarves and gnomes only knew a little about the human language. From the words and the expressions of the people, they could barely guess the reason for the celebration. However, this answer surprised the two of them. They had been wandering in the wilderness for many years and had never heard of a foreign race's city being destroyed by the human race. It was simply a fantasy. However, judging from the behavior of the residents of the city, this matter was very likely to be true. The two of them could not help but become cautious when they thought of Tang Zhen having the ability to destroy a foreign clan's city. Now, they knew that this was not a place where the alien races could do whatever they wanted. Otherwise, they might be beaten up by the residents of Lusheng who didn't like them. After the welcoming ceremony ended, Tang Zhen found a few residents who knew a little goblin and dwarven language and asked them to follow the two guys to study cars and rifles. After the two's research was over, the goblin named Lu Da would enter the laboratory that Tang Zhen had prepared for him and begin the research on the use of energy in the brain. The dwarves called Hearthhammer began to develop new battle armors for the Holy Dragon City's warriors, eliminating the simple armors produced in small workshops. After everything was arranged properly, Tang Zhen prepared to purchase some equipment to assist the goblin Lu Da's test according to her requirements. With the help of these artifacts, Lu Da's research speed would be much faster. Although he didn't know if his rental house had been discovered by the United States Secret Service agents, Tang Zhen still chose to use it as a teleportation point. This was also a way for him to test the attitude of the United States. He believed that with the American alliance's ability, they would definitely be able to find this place. If they still chose to surround and capture him, Tang Zhen wouldn't mind going to their hometown and causing a scene. After the teleportation ended, Tang Zhen appeared in the living room of his rented apartment. He activated the all-rounded digital battle interface and scanned the surroundings to see if there was any listening or monitoring equipment. The results of the scan made Tang Zhen very satisfied. There was nothing in the surroundings that he didn't want to see. This meant that the Secret Service personnel either didn't discover this place or they wanted to use another method to contact Tang Zhen. Either the two guesses were wrong, or the American Secret Service agents were setting up an even more secure trap, waiting to give Tang Zhen a fatal blow. No matter what methods the other party wanted to use, Tang Zhen would just take it. Let's see who would win in the end. Slowly walking out of the house, Tang Zhen opened his car door and was about to drive away when Jin Mingzhen and Lin Haoyan suddenly appeared at the door. They seemed to have been waiting outside for a long time, waiting for Tang Zhen to come out. After seeing Tang Zhen, Jin Mingzhen walked up and complained to Tang Zhen, "Uncle, where did you run off to this time? I've been waiting at your door for a few days and finally found you." As she spoke, Jin Mingzhen pouted her lips and looked angry. Tang Zhen glanced at the two of them and curiously asked, "I went out for a while and only came home last night. Also, why are you waiting for me at my door?" "Of course, I want you to be my master. I want to learn martial arts that can make people cry." "Why, are you not going to teach me?" Jin Mingzhen put on a clingy expression as she moved closer to Tang Zhen and hugged his arm, shaking it. At the same time, she raised her head and looked at Tang Zhen, revealing two shallow dimples at the corner of her mouth. Lin Haoyan cupped her hands in front of her chest and looked like she was begging as she stared at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen felt that his arm had touched something soft. A fragrance assaulted him, and that soft feeling caused his mouth to be a little dry. He looked at the two girls in front of him carefully. They were tall and sexy, and their eyebrows were like a painting. They were so beautiful and lively. As Tang Zhen watched, he felt that his thoughts were a little out of control. He quickly turned his gaze, opened the car door, and sat in it. "I'm very busy these 2 days, how about we talk in a few days?" Tang Zhen said to Jin Mingzhen and Lin Haoyan as he started the car. "Alright, give me your phone number so I can contact you." Jin Mingzhen took out her phone and asked for Tang Zhen's phone number before letting him go and leaving with Lin Haoyan. Tang Zhen looked at the figures of the two girls as they left. He smiled slightly before driving to the market. After running around the various shops, Tang Zhen had gathered all the items and equipment he needed. Just as he was about to return to his rental house and teleport back to the Holy Dragon City, his phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Jin Mingzhen's number. "This little girl, what's the matter?" Tang Zhen pressed the answer button, but it wasn't Jin Mingzhen's voice that came from the phone. Instead, it was the pig-headed young man who deserved a beating. He asked in an anxious tone, "Are you Mr. Tang? Are Mingzhen and Haoyan with you?" "The two of them are gone, and only this phone was left in Ming Zhen's house. I couldn't find them even after looking for a long time, Yingluo." Tang Zhen's heart was startled when he heard this. An extremely bad feeling welled up in his heart. Chapter 208, Rapid Drifting, Storming the Abandoned Building, "Where are you?" "I'll rush over immediately." After asking for the address, Tang Zhen immediately ran towards the pig-headed youth's location at his fastest speed. The car's accelerator had been stepped on by him. The exhaust pipe gave out a harsh roar and the car continued to move forward in the rolling traffic. As Tang Zhen passed by, the frightened drivers kept honking and sticking their heads out at the same time, cursing at the pickup truck that was passing by. A police car had its eyes on Tang Zhen and immediately chased after him, trying to stop him. Unfortunately, Tang Zhen's car was like an extremely slippery mudfish in the shuttling traffic. It passed through the gaps of countless cars without any danger. Its speed had already reached the limit of this car. Looking at Tang Zhen's seemingly skilled driving route and the police cars behind him being left far behind, many passers-by whistled in excitement. Then, they told this scene to their friends or posted it on their own social circles. Tang Zhen's face was dark. As he operated the car, he used the Universal Electronic Kit to search for the two girls' location. A large amount of data was quickly filtered out, and Lin Haoyan's personal information appeared, including her communication number. After calling Lin Haoyan's number and realizing that her phone was turned off, Tang Zhen forcefully turned it on and locked onto the phone's location. After sweeping a glance at the red dot on the map, Tang Zhen once again increased his speed and headed straight for the pig-headed young man's location. Creak. The sound of a car horn alarmed the pig-headed young man. He looked up and saw a pickup truck speeding over. When it was near him, the car drifted and stopped beside the young man. "Get in the car," Tang Zhen shouted at the young man. The pig-headed young man immediately jumped onto the front passenger seat. Before he could sit down firmly, Tang Zhen had already whizzed away. The pig-headed young man, Lin Weishun, who was Lin Haoyan's brother, leaned his body against the back seat. Before Lin Weishun could recover from his shock, Tang Zhen once again rushed into the path of the few cars in front of him, causing Lin Weishun's head to hit the car window. "Ah, damn it, do you not want to live anymore?" Lin Weishun thought that his driving skills were pretty good, and he would usually gather a group of friends to race late at night. But after seeing Tang Zhen's driving scene today, he suddenly realized that his driving skills were actually very average, very average. Taking a deep breath, Lin Weishun steadied his mind and looked at Tang Zhen. "Why are you in such a hurry? Don't tell me you already know where Haoyan is." Tang Zhen didn't look at Lin Weishun, only lightly nodding his head. Lin Weishun's face turned anxious when he saw this and immediately shouted at Tang Zhen, "Tell me, where are they? How are they now?" After dodging a police car that was trying to stop him, Tang Zhen controlled the universal electronic tool kit and completely controlled the entire city's traffic system. He blocked the video of him passing by the intersection and headed straight to the suburbs with a green light all the way. After he got rid of all the police cars chasing after him, Tang Zhen slowed down the cars slightly and looked at Lin Weishun. They should be in an abandoned factory in the suburbs. The preliminary judgment is that they were kidnapped. I'm going to rescue them. You can choose to go or not. Lin Weishun was like a mad bull, his eyes red as he roared, "Of course I'm going. Also, tell me, why was Haoyan kidnapped?" Tang Zhen shook his head slightly. He looked at the road in front of him. A slightly dilapidated factory was right in front. The factory might be very dangerous. It's best if you don't go in. If you have to go in, tell me first, do you know how to use a gun? Lin Weishun nodded and said in a deep voice, "I'm a senior member of a shooting club. I've been in contact with all the famous gun brands." "All right then. Go to the back and pick a weapon that you're comfortable with." With a thought from Tang Zhen, a pile of standard firearms and ammunition appeared in the back seat. Lin Weishun turned around and was immediately shocked. The back seat of the pickup truck was filled with military firearms of different lengths, and they were all brand new. Jumping through the gap in the driver's seat, Lin Weishun picked out a standard American military gun, a pistol at his waist, and 7 or 8 magazines in his pocket. After the weapon selection, Lin Weishun looked at Tang Zhen and asked, "Mr. Tang, who are you? Why do you have so many prohibited weapons?" Tang Zhen didn't care about Lin Weishun's doubts. Instead, he drove the pickup truck and slammed it into the factory's gate. After the emergency brakes stopped, Tang Zhen jumped out of the car, casually pulled out a rifle, and loaded it. He then headed straight for the tallest abandoned building in the factory. Seeing this, Lin Weishun hurriedly followed, looking around vigilantly at the same time. On the parapet on the roof, a man with a headscarf suddenly stood up, aimed at Tang Zhen, and pulled the trigger. The sudden gunshot made Lin Weishun turn pale with fright. He was just about to find cover to hide and determine the shooter's position when he suddenly saw Tang Zhen's gun pointing upwards without even lifting his head and firing a short burst of fire. The man on the roof didn't even make a sound before his head was blown off by the bullet, and he fell from the roof. Lin Weishun looked at Tang Zhen in surprise. He was in awe of Tang Zhen's marksmanship and quickly followed him closely. At the same time that Tang Zhen killed the gunman, a man in charge of observing from a distance whispered into his communicator, "One of our members has been shot dead. The target's marksmanship is extremely accurate. All personnel, please take note." Just as the observer's voice fell, he saw Tang Zhen, who had walked to the door, suddenly turn around and pull the trigger while aiming at his position. The scout was shocked. Just as he was about to dodge, a rifle bullet drilled into his forehead and went through. At the same time, a 3-dimensional building map appeared in front of Tang Zhen's eyes. Dozens of red dots appeared in every corner of the building. They were the enemies who were wearing the same communication equipment as the observer. The universal electronic kit had locked onto their location through the communication signal. Through the content displayed on the map, Tang Zhen discovered that there were nearly 20 people gathered on the top floor. They seemed to be guarding something. If the two girls had not been moved, they should be on the top floor. After confirming the basic situation in the abandoned building, Tang Zhen quickly rushed to the top floor. The sound of gunfire continued to ring out. The enemies who were responsible for blocking the attack were shot down by him one after another, and they fell to the ground in a mess. Lin Weixun, who was following closely behind, felt his heart beating wildly. Although this fellow was usually extremely irascible and would fight with others from time to time, it was not worth mentioning when compared to the scene before him. The intense gunshots and the scene of blood spurting out made his heart beat wildly, and his adrenaline shot up. However, he also felt abnormally excited. As they drove straight in, the two of them got closer and closer to the top floor. Looking at the god-like Tang Zhen in front of him, Lin Weixun couldn't help but feel even more curious. What exactly was the background of this man with superb skills and godly spear skills? Chapter 209. The mysterious organization saves the two girls. Three gunmen in black with submachine guns peeked out from the room in the corridor, aimed at Tang Zhen, and pulled the trigger. The metal bullets flew in all directions in the corridor, and the ricocheting bullets whizzed past Lin Weixun's ears. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to raise his head. Such an intense and bloody battle scene was not something a rookie like him could deal with. The most correct method was to obediently hide behind Tang Zhen to avoid being accidentally injured by stray bullets. Pa pa pa. Faced with such a dense barrage of bullets, Tang Zhen held a gun in one hand and accurately killed the three gunmen blocking his way. After which, he strode into the corridor. With the map's prompt, Tang Zhen was able to clearly see every enemy's hidden position. The instant those gunmen extended their heads to shoot, he directly pulled the trigger and knocked them to the ground. After taking another flight of stairs, he would reach the top floor. A few human figures flashed past the stairway. Tang Zhen took out a hand grenade and threw it at the position where the enemy was hiding. Boom! After a loud noise, several red dots on the map disappeared at the same time, indicating that the enemy had been killed. After Tang Zhen rushed into the top floor of the abandoned building, a rain of bullets immediately came flying at him. However, they were blocked by the divine art barrier that Tang Zhen had activated, causing ripples to appear. At the same time, the rifle in Tang Zhen's hand continued to spit fire and knocked down more than 10 enemies on the opposite side. Stop immediately, or I'll kill the two of them. A threatening voice sounded, causing Tang Zhen to stop shooting. He looked at the position in front of him. The two girls were tied up with tears on their faces. Each of them was hung up by a rope and hung on an iron pipe pulley that extended from the roof to the wall. Currently, the bodies of the two women were hovering in the sky outside the top floor. They were looking at Tang Zhen with helpless expressions. A strong man in black grabbed the other end of the rope with both hands. As long as he let go of his hands, the two girls would fall from the sky. They were tens of meters above the ground, and ordinary people would definitely die if they fell. Tang Zhen looked at the 10+ enemies in front of him. He slightly lowered the rifle in his hand and coldly said, "Who are you? What do you want?" A man wearing a black mask took a step forward and said to Tang Zhen, "Hello, Mr. Tang Zhen. Our organization admires you very much and would like to invite you to our headquarters as a guest. However, we're afraid that you'll refuse us, so we've come up with this plan. Please forgive us for our rudeness and accept our invitation. Otherwise, these two beautiful girls will die because of you." After the black masked man finished speaking, he quietly waited for Tang Zhen's reply. Tang Zhen coldly snorted and said to the masked man, "Are you threatening me? Or is this how your organization always invites its guests?" The masked man bowed slightly and said to Tang Zhen, "It's only because Sir's methods are far too powerful that we have to act in such a way. There's nothing we can do about it. But don't worry, as long as you promise to visit our organization, I'll release the two girls immediately." Tang Zhen ignored the masked man. He sized up the two girls and suddenly laughed coldly. "If you guys could talk things over, there might be a chance for us to work together. But you really shouldn't have acted smart and made the two of them swallow miniature bombs. Is this your so-called sincerity?" The expressions of the 10+ people opposite immediately changed after Tang Zhen's words sounded. They were just about to defend themselves when they saw Tang Zhen's figure suddenly disappear. Before they could react, Tang Zhen once again appeared beside the brawny man who was holding the rope. He stretched out his hand and gently pulled the rope. Tang Zhen used an extremely fast speed to tie the rope around the brawny man's neck. After knocking him out, he threw him out of the window like he was holding a chick. The brawny man's weight was similar to the two girls, so the three of them were immediately suspended in the air, forming a temporary balance. The universal electronic kit was activated, blocking and cracking the miniature bombs in the girls' bodies, making it impossible for them to detonate remotely. All of these actions were completed in a flash. By the time the masked man recovered his senses, Tang Zhen had already aimed the automatic rifle at them. Pa pa pa, a series of rapid gunshots rang out, and more than a dozen enemies fell to the ground one after another. While the masked man was shot, he was still trying to detonate the miniature bombs in the two girls' bodies. After pressing the remote control 4 or 5 times, the bomb still didn't go off. The masked man slowly stopped breathing, his heart full of unwillingness. After seeing that all the enemies had been dealt with, Tang Zhen gently heaved a sigh of relief. He lifted the brawny man who had already stopped breathing from the window and then carefully pulled the two girls to his side. Lin Weishun hurriedly rushed over and helped Tang Zhen untie the ropes on the girl. At the same time, he carefully examined the two people's bodies, afraid that they had suffered any damage. After seeing the two people standing in front of them, the two frightened girls immediately burst into tears. They each hugged one person, holding their necks tightly, and did not let go no matter what. Tang Zhen patted the sobbing Jin Mingzhen and comforted her in a soft voice, "Don't be afraid. I've defeated the bad guys. They're no longer in danger." Jin Mingzhen sobbed, as if she had not recovered from the shock. She was crying while saying some inexplicable nonsense to Tang Zhen. "Big brother, where did you go in the past 3 years? Why did you only come back now? I miss you so much, but I can't find you no matter what, Yingluo." When Tang Zhen heard Jin Mingzhen's words, he could not help but frown. This girl seemed to treat him as another person, the older brother that she had not seen for 3 years. Wait, they hadn't seen each other for 3 years, and he still treated her as his place. With Tang Zhen's thought, the all-purpose electronic kit immediately pulled up Jin Mingzhen's family information. Other than her parents, it turned out that Jin Mingzhen also had an older brother named Jin Mingzi. He was diagnosed with mental illness and disappeared 3 years ago. Tang Zhen softly sighed after seeing this. He did not expect that there would be such a coincidental thing in this world. In front of Han Yiyan, he had once forged an identity card, using the information of Jin Mingzi, who looked very similar to him. In the end, when he rented the house, it happened to be next to Jin Mingzhen's house. It was because he looked so similar to Jin Mingzhen's brother that this girl was so eager to get close to him. He was afraid that she had already subconsciously treated him as her missing brother. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, Tang Zhen gently patted the girl's back and consoled her again. After Jin Mingzhen and Lin Haoyan gradually stabilized their minds, Tang Zhen stood up and used the universal electronic kit to scan the masked man's appearance. He then motioned for the three of them to leave with him. The two girls didn't want to stay in this abandoned building that was covered in corpses for too long. They quickly followed behind Tang Zhen and Lin Weishun and quickly walked out of the abandoned building. The pickup started up and sped out of the abandoned factory. Then, a loud noise was heard. Under several load-bearing walls of the abandoned building, the bombs thrown by Tang Zhen were activated at the same time, completely destroying the building. With the collapse of the building, the traces of the previous battle were no longer there. Lin Weishun turned his head and stared at the dust-filled abandoned factory for a long time, then turned to the two girls behind him and said, "What happened today was too dangerous, but it's good that you're all safe. That's the most important thing. When we get home, you two take a shower first, then we'll have a big meal and a good sleep. You don't have to worry about the other things. Mr. Tang and I will be responsible for the aftermath, and at the same time, we must find out who caught you Yingluo." Lin Weishun's mouth suddenly dropped open as he stared at the two girls in the back seat. When Tang Zhen saw Lin Weishun's strange expression, he turned his head and looked back. He suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning. Chapter 210. Withered Girl, Perfect Rebirth. In the wilderness of the suburbs, the speeding pickup truck slowly came to a stop. Tang Zhen shut the car door and took out a cigarette from his pocket. After slowly lighting it up, he took a deep puff. The two girls in the back seat of the pickup truck were leaning against the seat peacefully. They looked like they were asleep, and there was a smile on their faces. However, at the corners of their mouths, a trace of scarlet blood was flowing down, forming a sharp contrast with their white skin. It was a shocking sight. Lin Weishun pounced onto the back seat like a madman. He hugged his sister and began to call out to her non-stop. As he shouted, tears rolled down his face uncontrollably. He opened his mouth wide and let out a silent cry. Tang Zhen got out of the car and opened the door of the back seat. He gently held Jin Mingzhen in his arms and carefully wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Tang Zhen's brows were tightly knitted together as he looked at the girl's pretty face and her body that was gradually turning cold. He had been too careless. He didn't expect those guys to be so sinister and actually set up a double safety in the miniature bomb. Tang Zhen originally thought that the two girls would be out of danger after the shield destroyed the detonation device of the miniature bomb. However, he never expected that other than the explosion, this miniature bomb had a second killing move. After the miniature bomb was swallowed for a certain period of time, its outer shell would dissolve and release the poisonous compound smeared on the surface of the miniature bomb. This was a highly toxic substance that only required a few milligrams of it to cause lightning fainting and sudden death. It only took a few seconds to take effect, and there was no time to save it. In the abandoned factory, Tang Zhen did not have the means to remove the capsule. He also did not expect that these people would be so vicious, which led to the tragedy. Tang Zhen could not help but feel a little suffocated in his heart when he saw the two beautiful girls, who were like flowers, suddenly wither in front of him. At the same time, he also felt an intense killing intent toward the mysterious organization that had plotted against him. Tang Zhen swore in his heart that he would definitely make this mysterious organization pay a heavy price. Otherwise, it would be difficult to dispel the anger in his heart. Sweeping a glance at Lin Weishun, who was in so much pain that he wished he was dead, Tang Zhen said in a cold and indifferent voice, "The two of them are already dead, but I have a way to resurrect them. However, the two of them will look different after they are resurrected." After Lin Weishun heard Tang Zhen's words, he slowly raised his head. His eyes were red and swollen as he stared at him with hatred. Suddenly, he roared, "Damn it, it's all your fault, you bastard. You killed Haoyan and Mingzhen. I'm going to kill you." After shouting this sentence, Lin Weishun jumped up and picked up the rifle beside him, ready to fire at Tang Zhen. Tang Zhen coldly snorted, snatching the rifle away and putting it into his storage space. At the same time, he slapped Lin Weishun to the ground. Lin Weishun didn't seem to feel any pain as she struggled to get up again. However, Tang Zhen stepped on her chest and no matter how she struggled, she couldn't move an inch. "Now shut up and don't interrupt me. Otherwise, not only will I not save your sister, but I will also kill you." As Tang Zhen spoke, he had already pulled out the gun from Lin Weishun's waist and pointed it at his head. Lin Weishun slowly calmed down when he felt the pain from the gun pointed at his forehead. He glared at Tang Zhen and said in a hoarse voice, "Speak." Tang Zhen nodded and let go of Lin Weishun. He threw him a cigarette and stretched out his finger to light it for him. Lin Weishun's eyes narrowed when he saw the flame rising from Tang Zhen's finger. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly leaned forward and lit the cigarette, taking a deep puff. Seeing Lin Weishun's expression ease up slightly, Tang Zhen finally opened his mouth and said, "I can resurrect your sister and Ming Zhen. Their souls will still be the original, but they will have to be replaced with a new body. After the two of them resurrect, how you explain it to your parents is your own business. The method I'm using is called soul possession. It can help anyone with a soul to be reborn. This secret technique requires an altar to perform. After I give you the method, you can also rely on this altar to resurrect anyone you want. I have a subordinate in the Ice Bear Alliance. He used the method I taught him to set up an organization called Eternal Heaven, and now he has gradually gained great power. You have two choices now. One is that I help resurrect your sister and Mingzhen, but for safety reasons, I have to kill you as an insider. The second is for you to become the gatekeeper of the Kimchi Kingdom, and use the secret techniques and financial support I gave you to build a powerful force and serve me wholeheartedly." After Tang Zhen finished speaking, he glanced at Lin Weishun's expression and found that he was a little tempted. He then continued to reveal his identity as the Oracle, and displayed the magical abilities he had. It was only at this moment that the dumbfounded Lin Weishun was completely convinced and agreed to become the gatekeeper of the Kimchi Kingdom. According to Lin Weishun's idea, he would set up a company and use the support given by Tang Zhen to continue to grow the company. At the same time, he would also contact Xu Feng and Ivanov. The three gatekeepers would help each other and borrow each other's power to fight for more control of money and power in the secular world. Next, Tang Zhen used the brain pearl to extract the souls of the two girls and put their bodies into the storage space. He then pulled Lin Weixun to his rental house to make preparations for resurrection. Due to Tang Zhen's improvements, the rebirth altar was set up very quickly. While Tang Zhen was piecing the modules together, he also had to explain the principles and how to operate the altar to Lin Weixun. After the rebirth altar was set up, Tang Zhen teleported back to the Holy Dragon City. He took out two perfect female bodies from the fruit of the mother tree and brought them back to the rental house. Seeing Tang Zhen appear out of thin air, Lin Weixun's expression was slightly surprised, but he quickly regained his calm. However, when he saw Tang Zhen conjuring two perfect female bodies with a wave of his hand, he could no longer suppress the curiosity in his heart and asked Tang Zhen about the origin of these bodies. Lin Weixun's mouth was wide open when he heard that the bodies came from the fruit of a giant tree. He was also filled with yearning for the divine realm that Tang Zhen had mentioned. After placing the two bodies into the blood pool, Tang Zhen used the purple lightning short sword to cut open the glabella of the bodies and implanted the brains that contained the souls of the two girls into their heads. Due to the special cultivation method, the bodies had a super strong healing ability. In just a few minutes, the cuts on the two bodies were completely healed, and there were no scars. The soul lodging secret technique that Tang Zhen had used on the two girls was an even higher level version. It could ensure that the two girls could be reborn an infinite number of times without their brains being destroyed. After Tang Zhen's experiment was successful, even if their brains were shattered, the two women would be able to complete the soul transmission at the instant of their death and revive from another spare body. This was the terrifying aspect of the soul lodging secret technique. With its existence, it was equivalent to Tang Zhen having an undead army. Who in the world would dare to challenge its edge?